Studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final score from Lambeau. Tennessee 27, Green Bay 17, as the Titans come north and get it done again.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. Truckwreck.com text line is open, and the Green Bay Packers go back to what they were before facing us, scoring 17 points and losing last night at Lambeau Field.
Yeah, it's almost as if the fourth quarter didn't happen against us.
Yep.
Although, in a related story, it absolutely happened, unfortunately. And 11.5 yards per pass attempt.
And Rodgers last night blamed himself, the wobblers that he was throwing. 2 big passes that he missed. He missed Sammy Watkins. It's like he could not believe it himself. I think Lazard was the other receiver that he missed, but 2 big passes that they had to have. Possession goes back over to Tennessee. Ball game. It's just, it's that small margin of error that Green Bay is playing around with, and Aaron blamed himself.
Look, I mean, I would say most games come down to a handful of plays in the NFL today. If Aaron Rodgers makes 2 passes, 3 passes, or the receivers catch those 3 passes, how different is this football game? How different is the game if the tight end who caught the pass, then I thought fumbled it, and Ford came up with it in the end zone.
Okay.
All right. I don't know how that's a catch. If that's a catch, then Dez definitely is. Okay, for sure. He's got the thing moving around. If that play goes the other way, how different is this football game?
I didn't see that play the same way as you. I thought he controlled it going to the ground. He was down, and then it came out.
Yeah, I saw. To me, as soon as he went to the ground, it kind of popped loose. To me, he didn't have it. I was like, wow, that's 100% going to the defense. But I mean, it didn't. But if they do call it like that, how different is this game?
Does it make me more upset that the Cowboys lost to the Packers? No, because Green Bay got up for us. That was their Super Bowl. That was their save the game season. And again, the Cowboys were up 14 points. What do you really think about the Dallas Mavericks? Do you think the Dallas Mavericks are a good team who have a problem closing games? Or do you think that they're a team who shouldn't even be up in the first place? I would rather, again, be the team that is getting the lead and blowing them versus the team that can't even get the lead. The Packers were down 14 to us. The defensive assignments are the biggest worry from that game, not being able to find Christian Watson, who you came out of that game thinking, have they found their next star? Last night, 4 for 48, 5 touchdowns in 4 days for Christian Watson, their version of Jalen Tolbert. I can't get freaking Jalen Tolbert out of my mind now when it comes to Christian Watson because of Jared Sandler saying he's their version in terms of where he was drafted.
He ain't their version, let me tell you that. Okay? He's on sides for one. All right? He ain't their version. I'm trying to think here. Okay, so he was selected in the second round, right? He's a second-round pick.
Okay, well, yeah, we shouldn't compare him then, right? Jalen was a third-rounder.
Right.
Okay. Makes me feel a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I mean, he was taken 34th. If you want to complain and say they should have taken him over Tyler Smith, because you needed a wide receiver too, okay, fine. But I don't think that's fair either, because they were, him and Tyler Smith were, 10 picks apart. Okay, so it wasn't that crazy, right?
Okay.
It would not have been a stretch to take him over Tyler Smith. And maybe I doubt Tyler would have been there, but Tyler hasn't been a bad player. I don't have a problem with that.
Meanwhile, again, this always happens to the other team that played last night. The Tennessee Titans are going to be put into the shadows.
Yes.
It's not going to be about Tennessee winning. No one cares that they're 7-3. But let's be a little bit different. Let's be unique. The Titans are the best team in the AFC?
Third, I think.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. Hold on. Whoa, I'm an idiot. Fourth. Fifth.
The fifth best
Maybe
team.
Maybe the sixth. Well, Baltimore. Miami, Buffalo, Kansas City.
No hesitation in saying Baltimore and Miami?
No, none. I don't think so. If you want to argue either one of those, I mean, I'm not going to fight you on it. I mean, Tennessee's a good team.
They have a better record than Baltimore. They're 7-3. Miami is 7-3.
And Baltimore 6-3.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Mike Vrabel. What a hell of a coach. I felt like when A.J. Brown left, they'd have nobody to throw to. Just gang up on Derrick Henry. They started off slow, and here they are now. They're 3-0 in the division, and they have a 2-game lead in the AFC South. I thought Tannehill was getting ready to be replaced by Malik.
Oh God! Not after that game. Was it the Chiefs game? God, he looked awful. He looked atrocious in that one.
So props to the Titans. Derrick Henry throwing his little Tim Tebow touchdown pass.
Yep.
And Aaron Rodgers afterwards says the season is still not over.
Yeah, season's not over. There's still 6 opportunities left. We got a tough game. Got to go to Philly. Hopefully we can, these few days, get a little healthier, refresh the mind, and then obviously we got to win these next games.
Can you?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
What would you say the reasons would be that you can?
Well, I think last week showed us a lot, the possibilities. This week we just didn't play as complimentary on all 3 phases.
Here's the schedule. At Philly.
God, hang on. Go look at their schedule they played already. They played 2 teams under 500 all year. Like that, the rumors of his demise may be overstated.
Well, he just won the damn MVP.
I know. Right? Like, they're playing a tough schedule. They're playing a really tough schedule. Meanwhile, like, Philadelphia's played, 2 teams over 500, and one of them had a backup quarterback playing?
At Philly, at Chicago, which all of a sudden turns into a nuisance game. Mm-hmm. Then the Rams, that may be one of the better games on your schedule with the way they're playing. At Miami, Minnesota, finish against the Lions.
I mean, you should be able to beat the Lions. You should be able to beat Chicago, but they didn't beat the Lions before. You should be able to beat Chicago, though. But the rest of them, look, Philadelphia's a tough game. Miami's a tough game. Minnesota's a tough game. Like, so far, they've played Vikings over 500. Bucks over, 500 or above, right? They're at 500 exactly. Pats over 500. Giants over 500. Jets over 500. Washington, 500 team. Bills over 500. Lions under. Cowboys over. Titans over. That's a brutal schedule.
They are second still in the NFC North. Minnesota's 8-1. The Packers are 4-7 and second in that division. In terms of the playoff race, Philly, Minnesota is the 2 seed. Seattle's the 3. How about that at the top of the NFC? Before the year, you say Eagles, Vikings, Seattle. Then Tampa Bay, then the Giants, the Cowboys are the 6 seed. We would go to Seattle if the playoffs started today. Then San Francisco, Washington, Atlanta, Arizona, and then the Green Bay Packers sitting in the number 11 spot. We got a huge show for you today. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Bobby Belt at 7:20. RJ Choppy has a Christmas song to get you ready for the Vikings on Sunday right here on this radio station. How are you feeling about it?
Well, look, I'm feeling good. I feel good. You look good. You feel good. You write songs. You sing songs. And I don't do a whole lot of singing. I am, the whole singer-songwriter thing. I'm more of just a songwriter who happens to not really be able to sing, but tries anyway.
We have a big show announcement, big station/show announcement in the 7 o'clock Expressway hour here on Sean and RJ, and then Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The World Cup is getting started. The Stars explode again offensively, and the All-Star game is coming to the home of the Rangers in DFW. All that is on the way. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
That was the call last night on Bally, Florida. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy returns to the show live at 6:30 this morning. The Stars scored 4 goals in the first period. Rope Hintz had 2, and they beat Florida 6-4. Nice little road trip, according to Coach DeBoer. 2-0-1 on the road trip for the Stars, who got the W last night in Florida. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you as the news came out that Arlington is getting the All-Star Game in 2024. This a must-attend event for you?
Absolutely. If I'm lucky enough to get tickets, hopefully I'll just, maybe Derek Holland will just buy me some. It's kind of the MO that I have going on with him.
Otherwise, press pass it.
Yeah, but this is something that I wouldn't want to go to alone. I want to I want to go take Sarah, go take my kids. I wouldn't just go to this alone.
Why?
Just wouldn't want to. I mean, I don't want to. If I want to be there, I want to go to the home run derby. I want to go into the in the crowd of the home run derby. So if I can't get tickets, I probably won't go. But this is a must get ticket. Have to get this ticket.
But tickets, right?
Yes.
I mean, I was just thinking about the game, but the Derby the night before.
The Derby the night before is what I really want to go to. I think that would be cooler than what. The game itself is I love the All-Star Game.
I don't think we can take this week off anymore. It's usually the week of the MLB All-Star Game, and I was like, I might just go all out and try to attend both nights and, really do it up big time. But I think we got to be on air for this.
Yeah, now I haven't taken All-Star Week off in a couple years.
That is known, for those that don't know, as the most boring week in sports.
Absolutely.
Most dead.
Absolutely. I haven't taken it off in a couple years. I've been doing other things, taking it off other times. But it is an awful week from a sports perspective.
The last time we had it was 1995. So the Marlins are going to get it next year. The Phillies are going to have it in 2026. No announcement for some reason for 2025, but the Texas Rangers are getting the All-Star Game for 2024. Rob Manfred, in making the announcement, also addressed a letter sent by Pete Rose, who was pleading for a chance to be considered for the Hall of Fame, and again apologized for the gambling scandal. As Manfred has said in the past, he believes players who bet on baseball belong on the permanently ineligible list. So it sounds like, sorry, Pete, you're still going to be kept out.
Yeah, it does sound like that, and the unfortunate thing is that, Pete did it in an era where gambling was still very, very taboo, and it's no longer taboo.
Yep.
You're going to start having kiosks in every stadium, and here's I don't say poor Pete Rose because he broke the rule. If they change the speed limit, you don't retroactively go back and get rid of your ticket.
Yeah.
He still broke the law or broke the rules of the sport.
Calvin Ridley's gone for a year. Pete Rose is banned for life.
Yeah, like the NFL, I think, takes a much more prudent stance. It's like, okay, we're not going to ban you for life, but we're going to get you out for a year. Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame based on what he did on the field, not what he did as a player manager, whatever. In 1987, Pete Rose was a Hall of Famer long before 1987. So like that's all different. Like, you want to ban him from the game now, great, fine. But to me, the Hall of Fame is about what you do on the field, not what kind of person you are.
Meanwhile, the awards are being handed out, and Aaron Judge wins the AL MVP. Paul Goldschmidt easily wins his first career one in the National League.
Yes, and look, he absolutely deserved it. He had a tremendous season. But Aaron Judge deserved the MVP as well. In my mind, there's no doubt about that he deserved the MVP.
Agreed.
Over Shohei. Shohei had a great year. He did. Aaron Judge had an all-time great year. He broke the single-season legitimate home run record, if you want to call it that, or he's 7th in the single-season home run record, or whatever it is. However you want to say it, that's what he did. 62 doesn't happen very often. He was, 4 batting average points away from the Triple Crown. Like that's winning the MVP in every season.
The World Cup is getting going, and man, did you take me down a rabbit hole last night when you sent your email about the scandal that has been put out there for the very first match.
Yes.
Very first game, and we're talking about millions of dollars allegedly already being used to fix it.
That is the major rumors. Now, there's over $100 billion worth of bets being placed in this World Cup.
Wow.
Okay, and there was
soccer a heavily bet sport in general?
I think it is.
Or is all this coming internationally?
It's internationally. Yeah. I think soccer is without question the most bet sport.
The most
in the world. Globally, yes. Now, not in the U.S.
Right. Certainly the most popular sport in the world.
Correct. So there was a report out there yesterday on Twitter, which, by the way, this may be his last tweet. I don't know.
Yeah.
Exclusive. Well, it sounds like a Mike Fisher start. Qatar bribed 8 Ecuadorian players $7.4 million to lose the opener 1-0, with the goal coming in the second half. 5 Qatari and Ecuador insiders confirm this. We hope it's false. We hope sharing this will affect the outcome. The world should oppose FIFA corruption. We are already looking at this. And then it came out this morning that alcohol is not really a thing in Qatar. Or they've banned it. But they said they were going to allow beer to be sold instead. They have a 75. They have a huge contract with Budweiser to do this. Well, apparently this morning it came out that they've kind of pulled the rug out from under them, and now they're saying, well, we're not going to allow beer anymore. So imagine buying a ticket to this thing. We'll go get hammered out there. Can't do that now. At least that's the initial report. And we hope that isn't really the case.
Now, there are also people who are saying the individual who reported this $7.4 million bribe to lose the opening game, the Ecuadorian game, kind of a
verified, Sean.
A fluky reporter. He's gotten caught throwing fake things out there, seeing what sticks to the wall. Yep. So he's being exposed by some, but that's all I'm hoping for. That's all I'm hoping for in my World Cup preview.
Chaos.
1-0. Yeah. Second half goal for the way this game to end up.
Yes. Ecuador loses 1-0 with a goal in the second half. That's holy cow.
Now, do you bet on this game, though? Do you just sprinkle a little on, the exact score? Because I think if you guess the exact score, you can win a lot of money that way.
Yeah, I would bet.
I like it.
I would bet that this game is off the board.
Ooh.
If I'm a casino.
Who's Ecuador facing?
It's in here. I'll find it.
Because it says Qatar bribed 8 Ecuadorian players. So 8 players got $7.4 million? How much is the bet to cover that and make money for the bribers? How much does that bet have to be? If you're paying 8 people $7.4 million.
Looks like they're playing Qatar.
Qatar, there you go.
I mean, that makes sense.
All right. Oh, man, please. 1-0. 1-0 in the second half of this one.
I have no idea. I don't remember seeing Qatar have a soccer team ever. I don't ever remember seeing them in the World Cup. This could be one of the worst. That could be a terrible team. But they've got the millions of dollars to bet on them. This is wild. The level of corruption.
Yeah.
And then now with Twitter not really having any kind of background. Do people still have check marks that they paid for them, or do they have to get rid of that after the Eli Lilly scandal? But I mean, the amount of people that might be able to spread false information on this just to make it look worse and to create more chaos is going to be epic.
And speaking of chaos, last night people thought it was the end of Twitter. This morning we would wake up and there'd be no more Twitter. RIP Twitter.
Apparently Twitter, 44 billion, they were all trending.
Yeah. Why?
Well, Elon had that 5 p.m. deadline. Okay, so he had a 5 p.m. deadline to stay or go for Twitter. And, well, apparently 75% of the people decided to leave. I saw this tweet thread by a verified account, whatever that means, that it looks like 75% of the remaining 3,700 Twitter employees have opted not to stay.
They called his bluff.
So now there are less than 1,000 employees that they have at Twitter. They have shut their doors for the weekend. They're like, all right, go home. Everybody's access is restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now they had 7,400 employees at the beginning of the month, and now they have less than 1,000. 10% deemed critical were called to a meeting yesterday, and that meeting was canceled by noon because everybody said they weren't coming.
Elon does not appear to be freaking out. He tweeted out the meme of the person over the grave with the peace sign, and it's Twitter standing over Twitter's grave. Elon then tweeted, "The best people are staying, so I'm not super worried." That was 7 hours ago. And he keeps talking about how the usage on Twitter has been at an all-time high. It's at an all-time high because people are thinking that Elon Musk has burned $44 billion like the Joker.
Like he did. He just burned the money. Look, Twitter usage may be at an all-time high. 2% of the Twitter users transcribe 80% of the tweets. Like it's not used, it's viewed, it's not used, like, but it has been lately because of all this chaos. And, you know, a handful of people, like this tweet thread I was just looking at, I mean, she had like 100 tweets on here. You know, so like you add all those up, it's wild what's going on right now. Absolutely wild.
Dak Prescott cursing with the media yesterday before the Vikings game, and you may be cursing once you hear the player that Philadelphia signed that many Tolos wanted. 6 a.m. headlines, followed by Mike McCarthy. Loaded Friday edition with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey. MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition. Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. Did you get a lot of Stephen A. Smith feedback yesterday after he surprisingly hit up the hotline to call into the show?
Yeah, I got. I'll give you one that really kind of stood out to me. It was from this kid named Luca.
Oh, your son.
Yeah.
You just struck cool points with the son for getting Stephen A. on?
My kids have absolutely no idea what I do for a living. My younger one was like the other day, hey, one of the girls in my school Googled you and like your picture came up with Dak Prescott. Like, you've met Dak Prescott?
Are you serious?
And I'm like,
are you serious?
Yeah, and I'm like, bud, do you know where I work? Like, do you know what I do? And they have no idea. No idea.
Wow.
And then Luca was like, this isn't fair. He texted me, he goes, it's not fair. I go, what's not fair? He goes, I want to talk to him. And I was like,
to who?
To Stephen A. Smith. And I'm like, man, stick with me, buddy. I'll help you out with this.
You have his number.
I was like, I got his number. Stick with me, man. I'll help you out here. We can kind of.
But they watch Sports Center, right? Or they have ESPN on?
They don't even have ESPN at their house. Their mom hates me so much. She's like, no sports in this house. We are not having a sports channel in this house.
So they've never seen your name get put on TV.
No.
Wow.
But they watch YouTube a lot.
Okay.
And they do, and they I think Luca does watch First Take on YouTube.
We're on YouTube?
Yeah, we're on YouTube.
We're on YouTube.
So he should be able to find it, right?
Peyton, did you have a nice natural high? I told you after the show, enjoy it. This is one of those days you can just float on out of the studio after you communicated with Stephen A. to get him on.
Yeah, I had to big time some people. I got a lot of texts from friends and family. Had to leave some of them on ready. Can't talk to everyone, so had to get around to it later on. But it was awesome though. It was a really cool moment. Having him call me and stuff, and then me calling him back and said, "All right, let's do this." That was really cool.
Man, if you would have. So we got a big announcement later on in the show. I'll probably let out a little bit more than I should. As we're talking to Peyton, but if he would have missed or gotten back to that call too late, so Stephen A. called Peyton's phone, but it didn't say Stephen A. Smith. It just said Jersey. You could have thought it was a spam risk. Could have just thought it was a spam risk. What would you have done if you checked your phone 10 or 15 minutes later? Would you have told us on the voicemail Stephen A. said, I got 2 minutes. You got to call me right now, as he said. He said there's a 2-minute window. You got to call me and let me know before I go on television. And what if Peyton had told us that, Choppy? 15 minutes later, we missed the Stephen A. window.
He would have had to have had a good excuse as to what he was doing. It would have had to be answering phones.
It would have had to be more than that. I would accept giving Ryan CPR. That's it.
CPR for Ryan?
Oh.
Yeah. Not answering phones with the cell phone right there. What would you have done? Would you have told us, or you just felt he never called back?
Man,
I think you're too good of a kid. I think you would have told us. You would have
said I screwed up. Saying, hey guys,
I can see it, guys.
Yes,
oh,
guys.
Let's go.
Listen, when in doubt, lie.
I'm just glad I have this glass in front of me, so anything thrown my way won't hit me.
Well, I want to start the post-show meeting. Dak Prescott was speaking with the media yesterday, so thanks to Stephen A. Props to him following up on his word and all the Tolos who enjoyed the interview. Dak, how do you iron out these communication issues with the receivers?
Just communicating with the guys, honestly, and making sure that they, as I said, see things the way that I do, and then when they do, I'm going to let it rip. And I mean, honestly, those 2 interceptions were, I can't necessarily say heat checks, but I believe in my arm, and I believe in those guys to go make those plays. And as I said, it's just about being on the same page, and that's what we hammered it on the sideline, and we've nailed it, and it's behind us, and we've grown from it. And those looks come up again, I'm going to throw the ball again. I guarantee there's a different result.
Ooh. Okay, I like that answer. I love the next one. I want Mike McCarthy to explain option routes. I want him to put us on the whiteboard, because to me, this is one of the things that separated Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, right, Choppy? If I'm going to try to do a really embarrassing job here of attempting to explain it. If you're the receiver, quarterback, whatever, I'm running 8 yards down the field in a straight line. And based upon the way the defender is playing me, I know whether to cut in, cut out, curl, keep going. Right?
The hot route. You right? That's yeah. You know.
But I'm talking about adjusting on the fly, right?
Mm-hmm.
These option routes, and if I can change what I'm doing, and you read the same exact thing, you're indefensible.
Correct.
Right? Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, when they're on the same page with their receivers, knowing what the adjustment mid-route is going to be, it's unfair. It's really unfair if you're on the same page. Makes it very, very difficult, though. You both have to be reading the same thing. You have to know the depth and where they're going to be cutting up and where the ball's going to be going. That can take your offense to the next level. Dak was asked, should you all just eliminate option routes and get rid of any gray area in communication?
No, you don't eliminate it. It's a big time play. I mean, those are big plays that we're making on other times in other situations, and I think make sure that he sees the coverage the same way I see the coverage. And yeah, knowing when I'm gonna throw in, as I said, it's a trust thing. Knowing that sometimes it's going to be a catch and hit, but that's what it is. But more importantly, we've got to see the coverage the same way and make sure that we're reacting to it that way.
See, I love that. Instead of just eliminating it, no, this is a next level thing, and we have to master it and we have to figure it out. I like that. I like that approach from Dak. I like that mentality of, no, we have to master the very, very difficult thing to do to take the next step.
Yeah, there's no option to eliminate it. Like, that's you're going to play against certain defenses. You've got to have those kind of abilities to recognize these coverages. The quarterback sees it one way. The wide receiver has to see it the same way. Now, I suppose, and they would do this in the film study, who saw it the right way? Maybe Dak saw it the wrong way and CD saw it the right way. And Dak, maybe that's possible. I'm sure that happens quite a bit where the quarterback sees it one way, the wide receiver sees it the other way, and the quarterback was wrong. Like, that certainly is possible. Or they trick you. The defense will trick you. So you can't eliminate it. You can't eliminate those plays.
The Cowboys and Vikings will meet for the fourth straight season. Fourth straight season. By the way, you got to get the Viking horn from McCarthy at 6:30. I think I remember him hating that. I think I remember
Everybody
Coach
hates it.
hating. Everybody hates it. I have to mute Madden back when I played because I couldn't stand that thing. Tank Lawrence was also talking, and he was asked by the G-Bag Nation yesterday. He was out at the Mexican Bar Company. How pissed off are you about this team's run defense?
I say we were more pissed off, right after the game. I feel like our mindsets don't settle in. We understand, what we did wrong, and we don't made our corrections. Now it's really all about going out there and improving now. So I feel like us as a team, we don't settle into our roles and understand, how to get better from this. And, we put that behind us, and now, we're ready for the next game.
I thought he said proven now.
He said pooping now,
He
right?
said going out and I think he said pooping.
He said pooping. He said we got to go out there and pooping now.
There's no way we misheard that, right?
No.
No way we misheard that, Peyton.
It's really all about going out there and improving now.
Pooping.
So
We got to get the follow-up. Did anyone follow up on that and hear that? I know Chiafalo had to have heard that, or Wolchuk. Had to have.
Had to have. Going out there and pooping now.
Play it one more time. Truckwreck.com text line. Did y'all hear the same thing if you caught it live as a Tolo yesterday on G-Bag?
it's really all about going out there and improving now.
Because you wouldn't say it's really about going out there and proving now. You'd say prove it.
Prove it now.
You wouldn't say proven.
Proven now.
He said pooping.
He said pooping. 100% chance he said pooping.
Does that mean a good thing? Like go out there and
poop. I mean, pooping
No?
sometimes. Look, if you're backed up, it's a great thing.
There we go.
Get a little bit lighter. How many times do you do that and all of a sudden it's like I can jump over a car? All the time for me.
Mike McCarthy is coming up live at 6:30 this morning here on Sean and RJ. Look, McCarthy didn't know DeMarcus's nickname was Tank. Maybe we can ask him if he knows about this phrase. Maybe this is a phrase we don't know. And this is something they say in the Cowboys locker room. Tolos are not happy, though. Odell Beckham and another name keeps coming up. on the truckmark.com text line. The Eagles went out yesterday and signed that name. Choppy said stop worrying about it. That Thursday Night Football and the All-Star Game is coming to Arlington for Major League Baseball. Loaded 6 a.m. hour for the 6 a.m. club next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack. Sure.
Hilliard into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans! Dontrell Hilliard, for the 4th time this year, receives a TD.
Titans radio with the call. That was Thursday Night Football on Amazon. Tennessee beats Green Bay 27-17. And, of course, you got to keep the Cowboys in the back of your mind, right, as you're watching this game. We'll ask Mike McCarthy that. Did he watch last night and just have a Cowboys comparison the entire time? A lot of Tolos tweeting me, cannot believe we lost. Are you serious? This team, all they do is just score 17 points. Look, it was 1 week in the National Football League, as I keep saying. That's the formula. That's what the league is. I first fought with Mike Fisher about it years and years and years ago. One of the few times that Fish was right. It's an 8-8 league. The Commanders then went out and beat the Eagles. So I'm not freaking out extra. I'm a little bit worried in general about, finding a receiver like Christian Watson and stopping him. And, of course, the perimeter run defense. Both of those could be issues. Sunday on The Fan, when you take on Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson, we will preview Sunday with Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30 this morning. But look, Cowboy fans freaked out yesterday, man. Oh, as soon as I saw it, Tolo D, Tarek sent me, and I said, Cowboy fans are going to lose their minds. The Philadelphia Eagles this year have gone out and added Robert Quinn, Linval Joseph, and yesterday they go and get the bad boy in Ndamukong Suh.
Yep. As the fan text pointed out, they just got 70 years worth of defensive tackles. Do not worry. Yeah, I mean, look.
I totally forgot Robert Quinn was on the Eagles.
Oh, man, they just they're stockpiling defensive linemen. That's what they're doing. And look,
well, they're stockpiling, but, I mean, Robert Quinn has played 49 snaps in 3 games. In 32 pass rushing opportunities, he has 3 pressures and no sacks. That pickup has been nothing for them. That's good.
It's good. Look, are they getting depth? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're
trying. I think that's what's ticking off Cowboy fans. They're clearly trying. The Cowboys have an obvious weakness to many at receiver. We have an obvious weakness in terms of run defense. And at least Howie's sitting there in Philly trying to address it. That's what's frustrating, I think, many. Not that Ndamukong Suh at 35 is going to play for the Eagles instead of us.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's they're not breaking the bank on these players. They're signing. Like, what was Ndamukong Suh doing?
I saw him do some guest analyst work on ESPN.
Yeah, I mean, like they got him off the couch. It's like, hey, dude.
Now look, they gave up a 4th for Quinn. Yeah. That's not completely cheat. That's not nothing.
No, but it's like, hey, Sue. You want to come play for an 8-1 team for the final, half of the season and maybe get a ring? Yeah, okay, I'll come do that. All right, here's like the veteran minimum or whatever, or something just above that, and we're not putting a ton of resources in it. Let's go. And that's it's not something I'm scared of. I think it's a smart pick.
Yeah,
I think it's a smart pickup. You get depth, you get something that might be a position of need for you. So I think it's smart. I'm not particularly scared of it, but I think it's one of those things like it's good for them. I don't think it's particularly terrible for us.
Truckwreck.com text line is made for this. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Are they angry, my friends?
Well, let's see. The Eagles are serious about winning. Jerry is not. And that's just one of the many that of that ilk.
I told you.
That they are saying. Let them blow that cash. Howie Roseman, and then the greater than sign, Howie Roseman greater than Jerry Jones. Between those 3 old guys, they might get 1 full quarter of play per game. Let me blow that cash. Eagles got a bunch of old farts. So look, they get old guys. They got old guys. They're depth. I don't think it's not smart for them to get it. I just don't think it's terribly treacherous for us to have to deal with.
I agree. The Washington Post reported yesterday, RJ, Dan Snyder now realizes he must sell the entire franchise. G-Bag's going to have Jerry today, 10:30. They've asked him about this before, that Dan Snyder was just going to sell a piece. Well, now apparently he knows no one is going to do business with him. He can't get anyone to get in bed with him for a stadium. He can't get anyone to purchase part of the team without wanting the majority stake. So he's such a toxic poison. Nobody wants to do business with him. So he and his wife have realized that they're going to have to sell the entire thing. So it looks like finally the Washington Commanders will have new ownership. Estimated value, $5.6 billion, according to Forbes.
Wow. And the sale will be for what? What is that number going to be? Is it going to approach 7? Because what, the Broncos got a couple bill over asking, or or over valuation.
Yeah.
You always pay more for these sports franchises because they always go up in value.
And then every time I see a story like this, I think of RJ and Bobby Belt interviewing Jerry Jones. MetLife Stadium, they're changing the turf in 2023. They're changing it. We got to ask Mike McCarthy about this grass versus turf battle as well. Joe Burrow came out and said he actually prefers the turf because you can play and feel a lot faster. Now, Joe Burrow's getting knocked down to the ground on this turf, but he ain't cutting like these receivers and everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, the turf is soft enough to when you get knocked down, but still, you get a lot of burns. But, my kid was, one of his first practices in football this year in middle school, he hit the tackling dummy, and they were trying to show him wrap it up and take it to the ground, and he ripped the entire skin off the back of his hand. And I'm like, bro, you got to wear gloves, man. What are we even doing out here? So you'll get those burns, but, I mean, your knees, and we could feel this when we were in San Antonio for training camp.
Well, I was there too.
You were there too.
Yeah.
But, if you're on that turf.
I was too busy paying attention to the jail they put us in to stay
right?
in.
Yeah. So if you're on that turf, even as a media member just standing there all day, you feel it in your knees. You feel it in your back. That's just standing there versus being on the grass. And now imagine trying to play on that.
We are going to be robbed of epic television as the Bills and the Browns have been moved. They're moving this game to Detroit. It is probably the right, smart, safety decision for all the people that are going to be traveling to the game. But instead, they're changing it. They're moving it to Detroit. Bills, Browns, and Michigan.
And Detroit is where the Bills will play on Thanksgiving. So they'll just stay there. And that makes perfect sense.
Well, it's unfortunate that Buffalo gets robbed of a home game.
It's very unfortunate. I hate that. I hate that they get robbed of a home game, especially with them fighting for home field. And here's the thing. They can't move the game to Tuesday because they play on Thursday. Otherwise, they probably would have moved it. They have shown in the past during COVID they have no problem moving games. That you could play on a Tuesday and then turn around and play on a Sunday again.
Mike McCarthy. I think this is going to be Can't Miss Radio again. The head coach of America's team previews Minnesota. Mike McCarthy live on Sean and RJ next. But first, only one thing can screw up your weekend. It's an accident out there on the roadways.
Viking horn?
Oh, the Viking horn, clearly.
Okay.
No contest.
That thing is so daggone annoying, and now they'll play it outside of their hotel. Watch, we'll end up screwing.
It is pretty cool. I mean, obviously I've been on the opposite side of the Vikings forever, so and have enjoyed it. But yeah, that's a pretty cool symbol. You got to appreciate that in sports. You got to give the other guy some kudos when it's It's pretty cool, though. But I do think it's annoying because you always hear it at the wrong times. You know what I mean?
That was a few years ago with, I know, it's awful. I can't even play Madden because of that thing. I have to put the game on.
Do you have a PS4?
Back when I did play Madden, I'm an adult, so I don't play video games like the rest of you. I'm a 41. Let's bring in the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'd have to say that was a pretty good filibuster. It must be a slow morning.
What? I thought it was like a great professional radio tie-in, but let's let the.
No, I was talking about my old piece. My goodness.
Well, we were going to ask you about the Viking horn anyway, and then we're like, I think we already asked them about it because y'all play every daggone year, and we imagine you still feel the same way.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is 3 years in a row going up there, and last year was Halloween night. It was a great crowd. We're obviously expecting maybe the same type of crowd, but maybe take it up a notch or two. So yeah, this is going to be probably. I would have to say this is probably the loudest opponent venue that we'll play in all year.
Did you did you ever play video games? Were you a big video game guy?
Yeah, I was huge into video games, and I gave them up when Atari went out. So
Atari,
yeah. Were you in television? Remember in television? Remember that one?
Oh yeah, that was a huge deal. The game Pong, going back and forth. But no, that's when it started. But yeah, you got to remember my father owned a bar, so he had a few video games in there. So
what was the Mike McCarthy high score in what game at the bar?
I couldn't tell you. Okay. Centipede was the one he had.
Yes.
So yeah, I was on the pool table. I spent most of my time on
the pool table. Did you have your own stick, though? Did you walk in with your own stick?
No. Guys in Pittsburgh didn't have their own sticks.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Did you check out the Packer game last night? We were just wondering if you were like fans as you're watching that, obviously through a Cowboys lens, doing a little compare and contrast since y'all just faced them.
No, I did not. We had it on here at work, so it was kind of going in and out. Then I left here probably midway through the fourth quarter, so I didn't really watch the game. I was aware of the score and so forth, but it looked like it was a good, well played game.
Good game
for Tennessee.
Yeah. For Tennessee. For the Titans, it was. Coach, what have you known? What have you seen differently from Minnesota this year than the last two times you would have played them? New coach and everything like that.
Well, I mean, you got to remember. I mean, they're well coordinated in the past. There, with Gary Kubiak and Mike Zimmer. So you see a lot of carryover that way as far as defense. There's a lot of experience. This is probably one of the most experienced defenses that will play. They play high discipline, a lot of vision. You can see that in their takeaways. So they do a great job of matching your routes and jumping your concepts. Offensively, it's a little bit more like the Rams. You can see Kevin is leaned more that way as far as what he's running. But they've always been they were the same way under Gary with the outside zone. So there's definitely carryover there. Dalvin Cook obviously makes that thing go. But I really like their perimeter group. I think it's an excellent group all the way through. And Justin Jefferson's playing at a tremendously high level, and you carry it over to special teams. Because of the experience, they have on defense, they do have some, and they've always been built that way up there personnel-wise. So they've always had a good teams unit because of the emphasis they put on the team. So this is a good football team playing well. They're playing good complementary football, which we feel has been the strength for us most of the year too. So I think it's going to be an excellent game.
Does their offensive identity still start with Dalvin, or have they kind of shifted it to revolve around Jefferson now?
Well, I think that, at the end of the day, and this is more the way I look at it, and I can't speak because you're not totally into it, but, I think Kirk Cousins playing as well as I've seen him play. His consistency his efficiency they're both very high. So, I've always felt that you always build around the quarterback, and I think that's still the case because they're able to get into the run action, drop back game. They don't have to tilt heavily one way or the other just because because the quarterback gives you that. So, but yeah, ball distribution. Definitely going to Cook and Jefferson as their primary, but they got Thielen, they got TJ, and so this is a well balanced offense. But like the premier, ball distributors are definitely Cook and Jefferson.
Did you see this out of Jefferson when you were looking at him coming out of college?
I mean, it's just like anything. When you go through the draft process, it's nice when you're dead on. Well, we had him and CD. We thought those guys were just, he reminded me so much of Greg Jennings, with his body control and so forth. But he's bigger, stronger, and and his competitive nature is extremely high. So, we were very high on Justin.
Mike McCarthy here with Sean and RJ every Friday, 105.3 The Fan. Last matchup, Diggs held him down. How do you see those two matching up, Coach? Why may Jefferson be a nice matchup for Trayvon based upon the great performance Diggs had last year?
Well, I mean, I think it's like anything. I mean, Trayvon, you could see last week that, there wasn't one ball thrown his way. So, I know Aaron had, great respect for him, and you're seeing it more and more. People keep talking about, him, his numbers are down, but, frankly, they're up because he's not, people are going away from him. So, that counts for something too from a value standpoint. But yeah, I think, Trayvon's ability to go inside and outside, because you have to be able to do that to play Justin, because, they play him all over the place. So, but I think they're a good matchup because they both have length, great athletes, and both have exceptional ball skills.
What's the biggest difference you've seen in a positive way in Trayvon's game from last year, Coach? Obviously, he was one of the top topics of the league, and now it feels like he's even better. How? Well,
I just think you're seeing a young player that's still ascending. I mean, this is year 3 for him. I mean, he's obviously had a good, a nice rookie season. Definitely has, had the huge year last year with the interceptions. But I just think his game is so much more well-rounded. Participation and his recognition. He's just going to keep building up that bank account of, video, awareness, instincts, all those things that come with these great athletes. The longer they're in this thing, that the smarter and more recognition that they have, and so I just think you're watching Trayvon climb the ladder in that area.
Coach, people were having early debates about your defense being great and elite and maybe special. Does it feel like the defense has been regressing a little bit as of late?
Well, it's just like anything. We sit around here and you look at week in and week out, with the strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you have to have a place to attack every defense, and really the complement of an exceptional defense is you got to run right at them, because you're reducing the time clock for the play. It stresses their ability and really keeps them out of what all great defenses have to have, and that's the ability to get after the quarterback. I mean, we don't talk about great defenses in today's game that can't go rush the passer. So, this is the way you neutralize, excellent defense is running the ball right at them. And right now, we're seeing a ton of wide zone, which tells us we got to be better at setting our edges and so forth. And the lead run Minnesota, no matter who they play, they're going to run wide zone. That's their offense. So. So the ability to toss cracks, jet sweeps, the wide zones, and then, obviously the misdirection that comes off of that. So we got to get back, and we got to knock them back. We got to get knocked back inside. We got to get these edges set.
Coach, it looked like Micah was, playing, back to his more linebacker role last week. Was that game plan specific, or is that kind of how you prefer to have him?
It was really based on what we thought Green Bay was going to do, and run the ball. I mean, we knew going into the game that they're going to run the football. That's what was disappointing about the result of that. But with his ability off the ball and run defense that's definitely a strength of his. His ability to run and hit. I mean, you're talking about that man that he not only runs 4.3, but he plays at that level. So. But that's something that you look at every week. Where can he impact the game best?
Mike McCarthy here on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Every week we like to get a football education from you when it comes to a point of discussion. And this week it's the option route based upon the Packer game. Can you just explain to us, Coach, as simply as you can, the complexity of option routes, why they're so difficult to stop and why they're so difficult to execute?
Well, it's just like anything in football. You're tying every route, in offensive play, but you're tying every route to the quarterback's feet. And the option route is the exception because, the quarterback is the decision maker where the ball goes. And, when you have, a route adjustment that just has, one option at the breaking point of the route. So, but the option route gives you the ability to, it gives you three options. You can hook it up, you can break it to the left, you can break it to the right. So, based on the defense and how they defend that, they're going to play with some form of leverage to play to their help of the rest of the coverage unit. So the ability to break away from that leverage, is an excellent advantage for the offensive player on option routes. So, but just like anything, you got to make sure that the technique at the top of the route is critical because you can't telegraph the option route because now you're giving the ability to the defender to really settle and get your hip pocket. So, and you got horizontal option routes, which is I think the one you're referring to, and then you do have vertical option routes too. So, it's a route that takes more timing because if you can see the quarterback, his feet have to be really in position with his cleats in the ground as far as being ready to have to have the weight distributed to throw the ball still with some anticipation. And it's really the body language of the route runner is critical because he's got to be able to talk to the quarterback, with his body language.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
It's a good explanation. And, fans watch the game and they see an interception. It's like, oh, it's the quarterback's fault.
Yeah.
And that's not always the case. But, how often, do quarterback and receivers see the coverage differently? And how common is that?
That's a great question. That's a question of the year. I get some applause there. No, that was excellent. No, that's exactly that's the challenge of the route, and that's why. And if you go back through the history of offensive systems in the NFL, you have your two main ones that have been in this league for decades. You had the West Coast offense versus the digit system, and the West Coast offense, you never ran option routes. You never ever took the decision making out of the quarterback's hands. Everything was dictated on the quarterback, knowing exactly where the route was going to break. The precision and timing of the route running and the quarterback's footwork were going to be better than any coverage. And then you got the digit system, which has a more vertical component to it, but also had the option routes in it. So, I think in today's game, you see most offenses are more scheme driven. They're more play driven. That's just the way this league's gone. But I'm still very systematic in the offensive approach. So I think you have to have both the West Coast principles and the digit system.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ. Coach, it kind of blew up as a topic when Jerry came on a couple weeks ago. Grass versus turf. Players are speaking out. Where do you stand on this issue?
Well, I mean, what issue are you talking about? I mean, I think you got really two different topics. I think if you ask anybody that's played on these surfaces, I think it's clearly you prefer to play on grass, but you don't want to mix that with the other challenge of how these stadiums are built and all the other things are going on too. No one wants to talk about that part of it, but yeah, I definitely prefer grass. I think it's through my studies, coaching on a team that was grass. I mean, it's I just think football's is preferably played on grass. So I definitely have a preference for grass.
Last one, and I saved it in case you hung up on us, but just to be honest, we're Pittsburgh straightforward here. My only criticism of you, Coach, comes after the game. If you go with the officials and I say, are you taking accountability off of the players with all the mistakes that cost the game in itself? How do you balance that? Or can you just do both? Will you go in the film room and you assess it while also saying that you weren't happy with some of the calls that are made?
Well, I think the reality of it is it's really emotional discipline, frankly, in those spots. It has nothing to do with accountability, because we can't control the officials, never have tried to, and we go through every penalty and just really use it as a learning experience. There's education and prevention techniques that you continue to try to emphasize. I have to do a better job here, so this is something that's really the focus. But I'm not going to lie to you. You get up there, on the podium after the game, and those emotions are still fresh.
Yeah.
So, but we've never lost a game because of officiating. I think you have to train that way. They're just excuses. But do you make comments, of frustration? Yeah, I think that's normal. I mean, let's be honest. Everybody wants you to be real and honest, and then when you do, they get, you don't like the way, or it's convenient to twist it to make a topic. I mean, that's, that goes on too. So I think you just got to be aware of all that. So, but yeah, I think our team's very accountable to our performance each and every week, and I think that's a strength of ours.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Last week, we were thinking of our Friday visits when the broadcast said that you had, finally worked some real hours like us, waking up at 4 a.m. and shooting basketball and 3 cups of coffee. And we said, hey, finally sees the Sean and RJ struggle. So congratulations on that, Coach, and good luck in Minnesota.
Well, I just have to say you guys have totally inspired me to do that. So
sure.
Please keep it up.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, man. Take care.
Have a good one, boss. Mike McCarthy, presented by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. He gave me the referee answer that I've been waiting for. I loved it. I thought I was waiting for him to say, you're not from Pittsburgh. Okay, don't ever pretend like you're from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I was trying to soften up, and he said, look, emotions are raw up there. You're ticked off. We always hear that, right?
Yeah.
What should the delay be before the microphone is put in the face of these athletes in sports?
Yeah, the 10-minute cooling off period ain't enough.
Right. And
It's not.
McCarthy said, they're excuses, and we have not lost a game because of the officiating, so I was thrilled to hear that. I was surprised.
Yeah, and he's probably right on a lot of that. Like, it's an emotional game, especially after you lose. Like the entire week of work that you put in, comes down to 3 hours on Sunday.
Look at us as fans. Some fans can't go to sleep that night after a tough loss. So imagine people wearing, the uniform,
the actual jersey.
Wear the actual jersey. So there's Mike McCarthy every single week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of coaches, how about Charles Barkley trying to drop a little bit of a bomb? Deion Sanders, the next head coach of the Texas A&M Aggies?
So what you're saying is there is going to be a surprising coaching change inside the SEC, and it is going to include Deion Sanders. Is that what you're saying, in your opinion?
I think what I'm telling you is I think there's going to be a shocker firing in the SEC, and I know for a fact that they're probably going to go after Deion. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
And then we should even play more of that. They thought the screen froze.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we lost Charles on this interview. No, Barkley was there because he was slowly blinking, and he goes, you didn't hear from me. Trying to grab the entire thing, Peyton. And that was Charles suggesting even more because Charles, diehard sports fan, Auburn, SEC, and he is alluding to something big happening, maybe involving primetime.
All right, so the initial thought from everybody was he's talking about A&M. My initial thought, I didn't even think A&M. My first thought was Mississippi State. Deion's in Mississippi right now. Got a local tie-in with the college coaches. It means Deion, he can go anywhere, though. I first thought, man, maybe they're going to get rid of Mike Leach. That'd be kind of surprising. They had a decent year. They're what, 6-4, 7-4. But everybody's talking.
I don't know if that'd be a shock. Well, first off, I don't think anyone should be shocked if Jimbo gets fired. I don't know if Mike Leach qualifies as a shock headline move. Like, Mike Leach is more known for his personality and being cool, right, than this entrenched guy at some type of monster program.
No, he's not entrenched.
And is Mississippi State big enough for Deion? It's the same question I ask about Deion Sanders' job stories. I'm like, is that program big enough for him?
Well, it's leaps and bounds bigger than where he's at now.
Yes.
Shoot. Like, UNT's a bigger job than what he has now by a lot.
If the news broke right now that A&M fired Jimbo for Deion, you would say what?
It would not stun me that they fired Jimbo.
Would it feel like a great move for A&M that made sense?
That's a good question. I'll be honest. I don't know what kind of coach Deion is. I know what kind of personality he is. I know that he is able to relate to players because he's a former player. I know he can go into a living room because he's Deion Sanders. I don't know what kind of X's and O's coach he is, and quite frankly, I don't know that it matters.
Right.
I have no idea what kind of X's and O's Jimbo Fisher is.
Ask the Colts if it matters right now.
Dabo Swinney is not some elite mind. He's a walk-around coach. Tony Elliott was there as his OC. Brett Venables was there as his DC. I mean, he's had great coaches around him. So I don't know that it matters. Like, I think Deion's a big name, and it would take A&M to yet another height of relevance.
Does it feel like Deion is qualified for a job of that status?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
I would have no problem with Deion Sanders' qualifications to be the A&M coach. I think Deion is more than qualified to be the coach of any program in the country. He's demonstrated that at Jackson State, even before Jackson State.
But if there was a quarterback at Jackson State balling, and we're getting ready for the NFL draft, we would knock that kid for that level of competition. We're not doing it with Deion? Wow, you won at Jackson State. Congratulations. You're ready for Auburn. You're ready for A&M. I'm playing devil's advocate.
I get you. I would say to that, my retort to that would be he's also doing it with Jackson State level players. And he did it like that from the start. From the moment he got on campus, they were the dominant force or a dominant force in the SWAC. Eddie Robinson Jr. could talk about how he ain't SWAC. I'm SWAC all he wants.
Right.
Deion's about to be SEC.
I want to know if Aggie fans would root for that swap on the truckwreck.com text line. Jimbo out, maybe Deion in. Charles Barkley suggesting something big could happen very, very soon. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Auburn's head coach situation is what?
It's Cadillac Williams right now as an interim, and then Deion is going to be maybe in the...
There it is. That might be it.
But that guy's already been fired. Brian Harson's already been fired. This is the interim.
Yeah. So Deion as the next full-time head coach.
I think Auburn's definitely in play. Definitely in play.
Let's get to headlines. Thursday night football. Dak Prescott cursing with the Cowboys media. The Stars explode against Florida, and the Eagles add another body up front. Plus, the World Cup begins in just a few hours. Headlines on a Football Friday with Sean and RJ, and a huge announcement during the Expressway. All next. But first, are you wondering right now if you should move investments to a safe haven like cash? Let Trajan Wealth help you figure it out.
27, Green Bay 17, as the Titans come north and get it done again.
The Green Bay Packers brought back to reality. Aaron Rodgers was off. They reached their scoring average of the season at just 17 points, unless they're playing the Cowboys, and the Tennessee Titans improved to 7-3 by beating the Packers on Thursday Night Football 27-17. Ryan Tannehill, 22 of 27 for 333 and 2. Derrick Henry ran for 1 and threw for 1, and Green Bay falls to 4-7. Aaron Rodgers saying their season is not over yet, but he had a couple of throws that were clearly off in the fourth quarter. But he made the throws against the Cowboys. He did not last night.
No, he did not last night. He made those throws, last week, but last night he was, just a tick off at times, and that's why they didn't win this football game, or that's why it was a double-digit score. Green Bay had opportunities. I mean, there's no doubt they had opportunities that they hit on a couple of passes.
Tennessee I mean, they deserve to
controlled
win.
Well, so did the Cowboys. I mean, Tennessee
Yeah.
controlled this game
Yeah.
the entire way.
I love the Cowboy fans who came at me. Tannehill over Dak. The Titans are just better. They would kick our ass. Good Lord. Not one person has said anything about the Tennessee Titans, and not one person in the last 8 weeks thought that the Titans were better than the Cowboys. But there you go. Stephen A. Smith saying you flip-flop real quick on us.
Yeah, I mean,
real quick.
I don't think the Titans are better than the Cowboys, but I don't think it's. I mean, look, if they played each other and the Titans won the game, I wouldn't be stunned.
Right, no.
I think the Titans are a good team.
Especially with the way they play.
Well,
the
way
matchup.
It's a treacherous matchup. The Titans are now they're not necessarily the same nightmare to tackle they used to be. When they had A.J. Brown and Julio and Derrick Henry, trying to tackle those guys, they had to be a nightmare to tackle, man. Just big bodies. Henry's still a nightmare to tackle, but I mean, could you name the receivers before last night?
Traylon Burks, just because I drafted him.
Yeah.
He's been out. He came back 7 for 111. Robert Woods used to be there from the Rams, but Green Bay falling to 4-7. Rest of the NFL schedule, noon games. We got a big announcement, by the way, during this hour in the Expressway. Here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Bears at Falcons. Browns at Bills has been moved to Michigan because of the snow in Buffalo.
Yep. The snow in Buffalo, upwards of 72 inches between now and Sunday. They have moved the game to Detroit. And the Bills will play in Detroit anyway. So they may just stay there. It makes sense.
What if this affects home field advantage?
Then that's a problem.
Although you could say, well, they shouldn't have lost to Cleveland anyway. They could have been playing on Jupiter.
That who says that? That's a moronic statement that fans make. You know that. That's what fans say. Oh, you should have won the game in the first 60 minutes. You should have won the game in the first 60 minutes, man. Like it's totally in your control. I hate when they move games and teams lose a home game. Like that's just not fair.
Other noon.
And I'm all about fair.
Other noon games. The Eagles are favored by 7 at Indy. Eagles at the Jeff Saturday Colts. Let's go, Jeff. Jets at Patriots. Rams at Saints. The Saints are one of those unwatchable teams to me. Yeah, hideous. Lions at Giants. Giants are favored by 3 at home. Panthers at Ravens. Commanders at Texans. The over-under is 40 in that game. 3 o'clock games. Raiders at Broncos. Nathaniel Hackett saying someone has to win. We'll get to the Russell Wilson accusation a little bit later on after Bobby Belt. Our game at 3:30, of course, with the pregame 3 hours prior right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a Romo Nance game. I have not heard that Jim Nance is coming on the station.
I had not heard that either.
Today to preview. Bengals at Steelers, and then Sunday night, Chiefs at Chargers. Kansas City favored by 5 on the road. Monday night, 49ers at Cardinals. Ndamukong Suh is back in the NFL. He's going to the Eagles, and Cowboy Tolos are not happy. So they add Linval Joseph, Robert Quinn, and Ndamukong Suh to try to fix their run D. We added the hanky, Jonathan Hankins, and that's it. Mike McCarthy was just on with us talking about setting the edge. Gaps, discipline has been a big topic and issue this week in DFW, but the Eagles go out and add.
Yeah, they went out and added. They got, now what looks like, as the fan text pointed out, 70 years worth of defensive tackles. A couple of 35-year-olds or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay, they added some depth, and they did. They added some depth, and good for them. Like, there's depth to be had in the defensive line, and you always want to have more of it. I don't think this is massively impactful. They're not going to win the Super Bowl because they got a 35-year-old defensive tackle. That's he may help a little bit along the way in not having a weak link, but if these guys if he was great, wouldn't he have been on our roster?
Right.
He didn't sign all year. I'm not terrified of it. He had a 49 Pro Football Focus grade last year. Like he hasn't had a one over 70 in like 4 years. I'm not going to lose my mind.
What's going on in college?
This is like, sometimes they call this like SoCon Saturday. in the SEC. Yeah, where the SEC teams will play a bunch of Southern Conference teams, like Alabama's playing Austin Peay. But Illinois at Michigan, there are people who believe this is upset alert for the University of Michigan. I don't personally see it. It's in Michigan. They're an 18-point favorite. I don't see them losing this game to Illinois. However, Michigan has sleptwalked at times this year. They were down at half to Rutgers, and Illinois is much better than Rutgers. TCU's at Baylor. That's an 11 o'clock game on Fox. You got Bedlam, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State. There's a big one in the Pac-12. This could be another Pac-12 elimination game. Number 7, USC. You want to say on the road, They are at UCLA, who's ranked number 16. That's a night game, 7 o'clock on Fox.
All right, so that is the full football schedule. RJ, with his degenerate selections, is trying to make you some money. At 9 o'clock this morning, we got a Christmas song to get you ready for the Vikings. Mike McCarthy replay at 8:40 this morning, and we'll officially pick the game at 8 o'clock. Major League Baseball All-Star Game is coming to our backyard, 2024 in Arlington.
Yep, great stuff. This is my, to me, I still think this is the best All-Star weekend and event game that there is. It's better than the Pro Bowl. It's better than the NBA. It's the only game that even remotely mimics an actual regular season game, playoff game.
It's not even close.
Not even close. I will absolutely try to get tickets to the Home Run Derby. I was already talking to some of my friends that we got to go to the Derby. We've got to go. I've never been to a Home Run Derby. I think that would be so cool to see. So cool.
What about going in the locker room? Would you think that would be really cool, using the press pass? Go in there and see a star in every single corner?
I think that would be cool. What is the locker room availability at events like this? Like, don't they just bring everybody out to the podium as opposed to you going in there and just kind of, rubbing naked elbows with all those guys? Do you want to really? Is that something they even do anymore? That'd be cool. But I would. This is an event I just want to enjoy as a fan, I think.
By the way, the Bills just canceled practice because of weather.
Yeah,
they're all just going to meet virtually.
Yeah, be with your families. That's kind of what it is right now with those in Buffalo. They are preparing, man. So Buffalo gets. I was listening to a Buffalo weather guy yesterday.
How?
It was just like I saw a clip online that he was doing an interview.
All right.
And he was saying Buffalo gets, on average, 94 inches of snow per year. This guy used to be in L.A., and he was like, I went to Buffalo. Buffalo's like the Super Bowl of weather. He's like, that's where if you want to go to like Buffalo, Oklahoma City, Dallas.
Do weathermen in Buffalo get paid more, I wonder?
I don't think he's like, I have no idea, but he's like, he goes, I got bored talking about fog on the coast and sunny on the in the inland in L.A., and he goes, I wanted to go to a place where there's more action. And he was saying they get 94 inches of snow on average in Buffalo. They might get 72 inches in this weekend. We're not even at December yet. And they average 9 to 12, lake effect snows a year. So imagine, they're going to shatter records. If they get 70 inches this week, they're going to shatter snow records this year. It's going to be crazy.
Let's move it on over to the ice. The Dallas Stars putting pucks in the net last night in Florida.
Delandry again has Ben. He's in all alone. To the backhand score. Jamie Benn makes it 3-0 Dallas.
Woo! That was the call in Bally, Florida. The Stars score 6 times, 4 in the first period. Rope Hintz had 2. And Coach DeBoer said, nice little road trip. 2-0-1 for your Stars getting the W against the Panthers.
Yep, and then Scott Wedgwood got taken off on a stretcher, the goalie. And
their captain missed the game for an undisclosed issue as well, like an undisclosed sickness, I believe.
Yeah, and now Wedgwood had a back injury that happened on a save attempt. And he was stretchered off. He seems to be, I guess, okay. But, that was a scary little moment on the ice last night.
Do we have World Cup music? Have we gotten the official 2022? Not like for the show. Is there a World Cup theme song that's out there as the games are going to start on Sunday amidst all the controversy of alcohol sales, what you're allowed to do, not allowed to do, the controversy? There's a match fixing accusation out there. already for the opener. This thing is sounding crazy. This thing is sounding messy.
No, it is sounding very, very messy. They're going to, like the reports say, they're outlawing beer sales. They had a big deal with Budweiser. They were going to have beer in special designated areas. That's gone. The match fixing, like you brought up, there was a report that said that the
Ecuador
soccer team had players paid about $7.4 million to lose 1-0 on a second half goal.
To Qatar.
Yes. And because that's their opening matches against Qatar. So obviously they would say, the Qataris paid them to lose. Obviously Qatar wants to have their team in the round of 16, or the knockout round, whatever they call it.
Let's hear the music.
Oh, is this DJ Snake?
Is this really it?
Very festive, yeah. FIFA World Cup 2022 official theme song.
Interesting.
I like this.
Now, look, you know it always ends up happening. We think that it's going to be 50 stories that are catastrophic with the media and the sleeping quarters and the internet and the food, and it always ends up getting overblown. It feels like it's happening again with this.
It does feel like it's happening again with this, and we'll see what winds up happening. They had things, a lot of complaints about Sochi, and then the Olympics when they went to China, all that stuff. But who knows what's going to wind up happening? It's probably going to be.
I'm kind of excited for this though.
It's the World Cup. How are you not excited about it? Now, look, if they really wanted to, if these players and these teams really had a problem with it, they would have boycotted the World Cup.
The favorite is.
I think is it not Argentina?
Argentina's second. Throw out a stereotypical Brazil.
Okay.
Brazil's the favorite, then Argentina, then France, England tied with Spain, then Germany 11-1.
If the U.S. gets knocked out, I am rooting hard for Argentina.
Why?
That's a great soccer country. My neighbor's from Argentina. He's got me brainwashed and everything. So.
United States. Okay, so Brazil's 4-1. United States to win it is 110-1.
Oh,
they're right in the middle. They're not at the bottom. We're not at the bottom.
They're at the bottom. We're not at the bottom.
Tunisia is.
Tunisia
tied with Saudi Arabia at 750-1.
Okay.
Take that, Phil Mickelson.
Take that, Phil. Hey, real quick, we talked about alcohol. Beware, Fort Worth. Today, West 7th. Thanks a lot, kids. Okay. West 7th at Fort Worth.
Yeah.
No more open containers on the street starting today.
Why?
Because the kids, you can't trust these college kids anymore.
It was open container?
You just walk down the street with a beer in your hand.
Oh, my God.
And now, started today, again, thanks a lot, kids. Ruin it for us old people.
Speaking of college, we have Oklahoma and Oak State on this radio station tomorrow. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. These are your headlines. Highest rated segment of the show on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got an RJ Christmas song to get you ready for the Vikings, but let's pick the game and preview it with our Cowboys Insider and a special show announcement during the Expressway, commercial free for the rest of the hour next.
But it
That is now to the end of the hour. We are commercial free every day here on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones live with the KMC Masterpiece at 10:30. We'll pick the Viking game at 8 o'clock. The Mike McCarthy replay at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ, home of Bobby Belt, our Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Did you get me? Did you get us getting Coach to admit that he shouldn't be calling out the refs, that it's not an excuse to lose and maybe the emotions are getting the best of him?
I did not hear that. I love that you did. I had the radio on, but I'm dealing with a youngest with a flu this morning, and so her temperature was up to 103.5. And so I was back there.
Well, if it's not 105.3, we don't want to hear about it.
103.5
I know.
I know. For us.
105.3, maybe dead. If you're the temp is 105.
Yes.
103, that might be emergency room.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Not at her age. At her age, as long as it doesn't get up above 104, they're fine. She got tested late yesterday. She's got the flu. So we'll hit it with some medicine and we'll be good to go.
All right, Dak Prescott a little bit worked up yesterday talking with the media.
Just a little bit. And look, we all know that Dak's approach is, never let him see you sweat, and that he, it's we always go back to the conversation he had with Eric Chiafalo at training camp, where he's going to give us fake stock answers most of the time.
Right.
But that's not really how he feels when you talk to him when the cameras are down or deal with him not during media sessions. You see that's just a presentation. And so yesterday there were a little bit of cracks in it, a little bit of frustration. And I think it's to be expected. They were all incredibly frustrated leaving the game on Sunday. And, Dak mentioned yesterday that everybody was pissed off. They were pissed off for an extra day or two, but it's time to look ahead and work towards Minnesota. But I think he was anticipating having to deal with some of these questions this week, and he was a little annoyed that not that the questions were being asked, but that it was a topic.
Is there any case to be made that option routes should just be taken out of the offense with the amount of confusion that can happen, or it's necessary to have them to make you next level?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like what Dak said there. I think you got to be better. It's like the same question that was, G-Bag brought this up with me the other day about how did they throw the ball too much against Green Bay? And I was like, I don't think they threw the ball too much. I think they threw it the right amount within the flow of the game, that it made sense for them to call pass plays when they did. I just think they have to be better. And that's the same thing with the option routes. I don't think you can just take those out of there. You can't just say, well, we don't do that well, so or we have issues here or there, so we just need to not use them. It's like, no, you need to just get better at them.
They'd probably be the only team in the league to take them out, right? I bet you every team in the league's out. They have to.
Yeah, no, they're in every team has option routes in there. Now, do they restrict certain guys from running them? Potentially. Not. I don't just mean Dallas. I mean some teams do. If they don't think certain guys can run those or make those reads, then yeah, they'll limit those. But I mean, for a lot of years, Des Bryant didn't run option routes, and so it sort of depends on the player, I think. But they've hit these with CD several times. It's like Dak said, they've gone for big plays on these several times. You won't always even know. Like when you're watching the TV and you see a completion, you may not even realize the completion was an option route. The only time it really will stand out to you is when they read something different.
What's the playing status of Zeke and Anthony Brown?
Zeke is in all likelihood going. The way he talked yesterday, you remember we've the last couple weeks talked about how he seemed a little cagey with his status. Yesterday he seemed a lot more comfortable in where he was at, and basically it's that kind of barring any setbacks, he's going. So I think we should feel comfortable about Zeke playing this weekend. Anthony Brown, I think the expectation is that he'll go. He talked to media yesterday. If you're in concussion protocol and it's bad, you're not talking to media. And so I think the fact that he's talking to media is another good indicator that Anthony Brown should be able to go. So getting healthier. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence didn't practice again yesterday. That's 2 days in a row that he's DNP, and one of them for the padded practice is never a great indication, but he and Mike McCarthy continue to tell everybody he's going to be good to go and that he'll play. And so I think we are on track for most everybody being ready for this one.
Last week, and McCarthy said that they expected them, Green Bay to run the ball a lot. That's why they moved Micah and had him play more linebacker and stuff. Will that be the same this week?
I mean, it kind of depends. Is Anthony Barr going to be ready to play? Do they trust Damone Clark a little bit more? Do they look how things went last week and say we need Damone Clark to go? I would anticipate you're still going to see, maybe not to the full extent that you did see Micah Parsons at linebacker, but I would anticipate you're probably going to see him more at linebacker than you have most of the season. Just because I think that this is going to be a game where they're going to try and take advantage of you through, Alex Madison and Dalvin Cook and what they can do in the running game. But the other issue here is that a lot of what they do is TJ Hawkinson and Adam Thielen, and of course Justin Jefferson, and you want to try and affect the quarterback there. So, last week when we were talking about a struggling Aaron Rodgers and his top target going into the game is Allen Lazard.
Yeah.
I think that is what caused them to say, that we need a greater focus on Aaron Jones. This is the guy who could really beat us. Whereas this week, there's a little bit of pick your poison, but I mean, you got to slow the passing game down.
It sounds crazy, but it feels like the Vikings are more balanced than Green Bay. It's more the pick your poison. And now you have Hawkinson, and of course we know about Justin Jefferson taking over the entire league. Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. So what are your keys for this one, and who are you picking?
So I'll get the pick out of the way now. I'm going to say it's going to be the Vikings, 28-24. So I think they win their 8th straight one-possession game. Just because I think that there's until I see that they can stop the run, and until I see that because of that, the ability to extend drives and do different things, that they're then going to get bruised in the passing game, then I'm just going to have to pick a strong running game and a strong passing attack over Dallas. And so if Dallas wants to win this game, I think Oso Odighizuwa is going to have a big game, getting pressure up the middle, because they block really well at the tackles. And so they struggle on the interior a little bit. Get Oso Odighizuwa there, blitz Micah Parsons up the A-gap. I think you could have some success there affecting the passing game. And then I think you look at on the defensive side of the ball, they're going to have to slow things down with Dalvin Cook and Alex Madison. You can't be giving up, 200 yards again. You can't allow them to, as Green Bay did, basically run 7 run plays in a row to start the game and just march down the field. Like if you can't stop the run, you're not stopping anything in the NFL. And so I think that they've got to be better about their assignments, about their gaps, about being disciplined, doing all of that, and they should have better success against the run. I'm not saying it'll be perfect, but it shouldn't be as leaky as it's been recently. But I think that if Dallas wants to win, they're going to have to do it through the air on offense. And so I think you look at the tight ends as having a big impact this week because there's some susceptibility with those safeties.
What do you say to the Cowboy fans who are furious that the Eagles signed Ndamukong Suh instead of us?
I don't think Ndamukong Suh necessarily helps what you're dealing with here. Like I mean, you listen to everybody on the team, you can see it on TV with your own eyes. Like it's the edge. The edge runs are what's killing you. You're not getting terrible play from your tackles. Jonathan Hankins has come here and he's played pretty well. Oso Odighizuwa has been pretty good most of the season, and so I think the bigger issue is there an Ndamukong Suh type of player who plays right end or who plays linebacker or safety? All right, sure, that we can talk about that person because that could help you. But I think that they're not exactly having these issues in the running game because they don't have somebody in the middle of the defense. And so, look, could he help Philadelphia? Potentially. And that alone can be frustrating. But if you're upset about this because this is somebody that Dallas didn't add, I don't think you should worry about this, especially because last year he honestly, to me, looked washed at times.
What famous Minnesota establishment are you going to dodge for Five Guys, White Castle? What are you going to avoid?
Is there a famous Minnesota establishment? Like I didn't know they're
the mall.
Do they?
I think you have to
I'm
eat
in the Mall of America, so I'm gonna duck. Wetzel's Pretzels and Orange Julius's. Like,
let's see. I just went to. Go ahead.
No. You tell me what's there to eat in Minnesota because you gave me a list for Green Bay Chop.
Okay.
Which I didn't go to either.
What were you supposed to go to in Green Bay?
Broadus was telling me, and it looked like a lot of the locals were telling me to go to this place called Kroll's, where they serve butter burgers.
Oh,
which sounds good, but apparently it's like a literal dollop of butter on your burger, which I think sounds kind of gross. Burgers made with butter is one thing, but butter, just a big helping of it on your burger, that sounds kind of
nobody
gross
makes burgers with butter. Number one.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the pan or whatever. Jeez, why are you such a jerk? What would I do to you?
Well, be accurate. Yeah. You call everyone else, you need to get your balls busted as well.
Old cooking snob over here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, these burgers. Look, nobody cooks burgers with butter. They sear them on the outside. And, okay, all right, whatever.
You made it sound like we were baking dough over here by mixing cold butter.
So here we go, Bobby. The place to go. I had to ask my college roommate is from Minneapolis, lives there still. He said Spoon and Stable.
What is it?
It's just American, new American, but it's like one of these,
Do you go out solo or do you go out with a group?
It's generally I haven't gone out by myself yet, so I've usually found somebody on the beat to go with, or something along those lines. I actually know. I've got a friend in Minnesota. I'm just saying, I might try to meet up on Saturday night.
Oh, look at that's fantastic.
This is not a well. I didn't just say hey, I went to lunch with Michael Gelkin. I didn't say that. I just said I know a friend in Minnesota. He's a normal guy.
Okay.
Has Brad Sham and Christy Scales invited you to a sophisticated outing? Have you ever gotten a Brad Sham road invite?
No, I mean we went to the baseball game. Brad was at the same baseball game as us in Oxnard.
That does not
wasn't
count.
Really an invite. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you let me finish, geez.
Why bring it up if it doesn't count?
Okay, look, you're gonna make me go full Bassick here. Just let me answer your question. No, I've not gotten the direct invite from Brad. Christy, I think, has asked me if I wanted to tag along with them to places before, but I actually saw Christy coming back in Green Bay. She came back in and hung out and chatted in the bar where we were down there watching college football last week. But no, I've never gotten the full on Brad invite. I haven't. I don't rank to that extent.
The trucker.com text line is coming up with some options for you. Casitas is a Italian spot, and then Lola Pizza. We went to Lola Pizza.
Is that where we went?
Yeah,
that's the pizza place.
We went to
Minnesota. I mean, they're known for their Italian food up there in the north.
We went to one restaurant, I think.
Yeah, it's the only time we left. It was too cold.
Yeah, when Jalen Ramsey big dogged us.
Yes, he did.
When we tried to, I think that was in a what's it called when you cook the food in front of you and everything?
Hibachi.
Yeah,
it was a hibachi
The
spot.
hibachi place in the mall. Jalen Ramsey came in.
We didn't leave the mall. It was so cold.
Yeah.
We didn't leave everything. The mall's got everything, but we did leave that one time. I think it was a Lola Pizza.
Yeah. Okay.
What's supposed to be their local cuisine though? Like I don't even know. Like what does Minnesota make?
I've never heard.
I know everybody knows Texas does barbecue and
Butterburgers.
Chicago's pizza.
Butterburgers, yeah.
Okay, I guess so. Yeah.
Bobby Belt, Diamond Factory Hotline. It's time for the big announcement. Peyton. I don't know if I like that.
That's a much
That's not a good drum roll.
That's much more like Revolutionary War kind of
that's
drum
little
roll.
drummer
Well, there goes my 401k.
Yeah, we got to improve on that.
See if
drum
you can get
roll.
another one. Let's get another drum roll. But what is this?
That's a Betsy Ross drum.
What's the
drum
marching
roll.
movie? Drumline?
Drumline.
That's
yeah.
what it is. Starting on Monday morning to recap the Vikings game, our Cowboys Insider will now also be the third member of Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt officially joining the morning show full-time moving forward. Full-time. Full-time.
This is exciting. I wish somebody would have told me before I got on the air here.
Your mission if you choose to accept it.
Oh, yeah, no. I fully choose to accept it. And I'm psyched. I'm ready to get going. I'm ready to, complain routinely about Christian Wood not getting enough minutes. I'm ready to talk about how the Rangers, they can't develop their arms in the minor leagues and how that's just – I'm just kidding. No, I'm excited to get going. And not excited enough to be there at 5:30, but I'll be there at 6.
Oh, what? Wait a second.
Can't miss the first half hour?
Wait a second. You're walking in here to start at 6? Was this discussed with the bosses?
Look, I love you guys. I love sleep more is the thing.
So wait.
That was in your negotiation. Like, I'll do the show, but I'm not starting till 6
Oh my
o'clock.
God! How bitter are you going to be the first half hour? When are you landing? When are you landing Sunday from Minnesota?
We haven't got the itinerary yet. It should be around midnight, though.
Ooh. Okay. I feel like road trips. Maybe he can start at 6.
Yeah, I agree on a road trip. Home game though, you got to get your butt in here.
Yeah. We know you bring breakfast. You're the only one that brings breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
What about coffee making? That was like the second most important requirement.
No, I make coffee, but like Chop didn't. I was gonna, while you were out a couple weeks ago, I was gonna make coffee, and when I told Chop like I like to use 2 packets and do a half brew, he was like, "That's not even coffee. That's like you can't drink that. That's disgusting." And so I don't know that Chop's gonna like how strong I like the coffee. But yeah, no. I generally whenever I'm in there, I try to make a pot. So I'm on top of that. I'll be on top of coffee making.
Okay.
It's not so much that the coffee's too strong. It's that we all drink it. If you make a half a pot, we're gonna be making a pot every segment.
Right. Peyton makes coffee.
Yeah, and
as
it'll
well.
keep us awake. It'll be high octane. That's the point.
Who do you
Don't
think
you want to be awake?
Who do you think you're going to fight more with?
I mean, Chop just like if I could be like
He's
I
a pushover.
Yeah, no, he's not a pushover. He just be like okay. Like he just doesn't.
That's a
he doesn't have the
pushover.
energy to fight. You want to fight me over like does butter go on burgers? Like you put it in the pan. So probably you.
Okay.
Like over stupid stuff. Although I don't know, Peyton's mustache pisses me off.
Yeah, that's a bad mustache. We got to fix that thing.
So I don't know. It could be that.
I'm excited about like personally. In any given moment, I could be both the smartest and dumbest person on the show. And I think you now are that guy.
You think he could be the dumbest?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think he.
I think he's probably the most intelligent.
He is, but he could be the smartest and dumbest at the same time.
No, I can
what I mean?
dumb it up with the best of them for sure.
So it's like, it's a win
and
for me.
look, I will make this commitment to you, the Tolos out there. I promise I won't be full troll nearly as often. Do you know, Sean? I think you know Chef Eric, the Tolo.
Oh yeah, the
pastry
baker.
chef. Yeah, I met him yesterday at the G-Bag remote, And he said, Bobby Belt? And I said, yeah. And he goes, I'm going to fight you.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, what? He's like, I love you. He's like, but I want to punch you in the face sometimes.
Yeah.
And he's like, and so he's
And that's what I told
like,
Bobby in the meeting yesterday. I was like,
don't be so punchable.
Don't be so punchable. Don't be so punchable, and we'll figure it out. He's just a ball buster, and I think the ball busting is going to go through the roof. Bobby Belt, the newest addition to Sean and RJ. And by the way, I forgot about the Minnesota staple. Thank you, G from Jersey. It's the Juicy Lucy.
Oh,
they
yeah,
put
yeah,
cheese.
yeah.
They put cheese in the burgers along with the butter.
I don't even like
There we
cheeseburgers,
go.
but I love Juicy Lucy.
Juicy Lucy.
Yeah, they're tremendous.
And G pointed me to the right spot for pizza in Jersey. And
That's
so
right.
I'm going to trust him on this. So
Yeah, shish kebabs
I
you went
will
to.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I will absolutely do the. That was Ish Kabibbles in Philadelphia. I don't remember where we went in Jersey. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a great
very
pizza spot.
memorable. Great suggestion.
No, okay, I don't remember anything. Like I don't remember
Hey.
like the names of my children
Hey,
half the time.
do you have your Adderall refill since there apparently is a nationwide shortage?
Oh yeah, no, I'll be doubling up Monday morning. Don't worry.
Doubling up?
We'll
Dude,
be
I
good to
don't
go.
know.
I don't know how you
I
do
think
that,
I'd
man.
like you better without the Adderall.
Talks too fast.
I don't know that you can tell which times I'm on it.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm on it right now?
No.
I'm not. Good call. This will be a good game. We can.
It's
come
not
in
that
and,
difficult. When you talk 4 million miles an hour, you're on it. When you're shaking,
No.
It's the
It's
opposite
the
for him.
reverse. When I talk fast, I'm not on it.
You're not on
I
it?
slow down
Yeah.
when I'm on it.
Bobby's the only
when you-
person in the world where meth is a downer.
I thought Adderall
No.
locked you in and focus.
It does. It brings me back into a center. I talk too fast. I get brain squirrels when I don't have it.
Yeah,
and I just I get excited about random things and talk too fast.
I guess it's like it just like you said, brings you to center. Like some people use it to down, and some people use it up.
What's
I don't
your
know.
wife's reaction to all this news? Does she love knowing that she's now with a big time morning show host in the number 5 market in the country?
I can ask her. She just walked out. Are you excited that I'm on a morning host with a top 5 host in the country? Or
Oh, top 5 host.
is that
Thank
what
you.
Say? Yeah, she says yes. She says as long as you give her the Samir hookup.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about her jeans now with little kids looking at her Monday through Friday. Thank you, Bobo. Congratulations. Can't wait for Monday.
I love you all. See you at 6 a.m., not 5:30.
Oh boy, this is terrible. I gotta say, we were wondering what the truckwreck.com text line was going to say about this.
Yeah, I was scared because while I've been trying to slowly introduce this idea to you, we're being full transparent here. RJ would always come back with, man, Bobby generates some reaction. He generates some hatred on here. And I'm like, we might be adding him to the show full time. What are you about to tell me? Good or bad news?
Rave reviews.
Rave?
Rave reviews.
Wow. Because Bobby
Love the
right now,
chemistry,
y'all.
love the fun.
Hey, if y'all could right now, text 877-881-1053. And I used to do this like my first 3 years. If I would go on another show, I'd go on the text line to see like what people said about me on there. Bobby does that all the time. So if you could text awful edition, horrendous pickup. I hope he gets stuck in Minnesota. Can we move the Buffalo Storm to Minneapolis? That would probably ruin the rest of his morning. So go ahead. But in reality, good reviews?
Great reviews.
Wow.
Great reviews. I would say 9 out of 10 positive reviews.
Okay.
For this. Just they can't wait. And that's great to hear. It's fantastic to hear.
We're very big relief to hear.
Yes. Tremendous to hear.
Oh no.
It's gonna be one of the best shows of all time.
I think
people be talking about this show for years.
I'm very excited about it. We finally get another voice. We don't have to be the two of us talking for 4.5 hours since we've been since 2020. Meanwhile, G-Bag gets 48 voices. And we don't have to lose our voice by Friday every week. Bobby's a dog in terms of work ethic. He never turns it off. I'm like, stop sending me prep. We have enough. He's sending prep over the last month or two like he's a member of the show. He cuts up all the audio. Like he does all the little things. He loves radio. He's a radio nerd, radio lifer. He's a ball buster. That's awesome. He's got a stupid sick Rolodex, and I think we can all go at it. He loves sports. He loves radio. I think it's going to be really, really good.
I think it's going to be fun. We're going to have an extra person in here to bounce things off of. I don't know what the true downside is.
Oh, there's downside. There's monster downside.
Yeah, I mean, some of his bad sports takes, but we can get by with that. I mean, we all have those.
And we are waiting. I'm not supposed to say it, but look, after the week we've had, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan doing the work in the back, we're waiting on some official paperwork to lock in other members of the show who are currently on the show. That's all I'm going to say. We're waiting to make it official.
Yeah, you're finally going to get that contract.
That's right. What a thing. Mine's up in June, so it's you and Bobby now.
Me and Bobby.
I just went out and got my own replacement. So there you go. You guys will have a good run when mine expires in June. Bobby Belt, the newest member of Sean and RJ, full-time on air with 105.3. The Fan cannot wait. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Okay, this Russell Wilson story. This kind of
holy cow,
started
man.
developing late yesterday on Denver radio, right?
Yeah, this was with Tyler Polumbus. Okay, this is Denver radio. Tyler Polumbus, former player. Yes.
Offensive lineman.
Correct.
Kind of like the Ross Tucker of the Broncos.
Right, there you go. So, he's got this radio show, and they were talking about Russ and Nathaniel Hackett and, what Hackett's doing, and Polumbus just kind of casually drops in this juicy little nugget about Russell Wilson.
Probably over the last 2-3 weeks, you've had Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett have their first real marital problems, disagreements on the philosophy of the offense, and there's been some behind-the-scenes conversations about those disagreements, about how they should be calling plays. More concerning to me, though, and I haven't told this on air yet because I've been trying to get a couple people to tell me it just to make sure I felt good about it. And I've had a couple people tell me it now, and I feel good about it. I don't feel good about it, but I feel confident in it. Russell is losing his mind out there. He's losing his mind. He's at the line of scrimmage using audibles from the Seahawks. The guys don't know what the audibles are.
What?
I mean, he's using code words. The guys don't know what the code words are.
From the last offense.
And they're coming back to the huddle, and they're like, dude, what are you saying up there? We don't know what we don't know what that is. He's losing his mind right now.
Yeah. How is this possible? Polumbus said he waited to hear this from multiple people.
Right, and I'm sure he has connection with players.
Yeah, sure.
From being a former player.
He was also talking about how Russ and Nathaniel Hackett are fighting already about offensive philosophy, that Russ doesn't want to run some of Hackett's plays. He wants to be more in control of the playbook, like Seattle.
Yeah. Listen.
This guy's a menace.
Russ?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He is one of the great frauds in the history of sports.
The perception of Russell Wilson is that
he was one of the great frauds.
Yeah.
He's been exposed.
The perception of Russell Wilson is that he is a choir boy, good dude, solid American, all that crap.
He's a killer.
And he appears to be a killer.
He is a silent assassin.
We met him at the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Did we?
It was when he burst on the scene that first year. I had this picture with him, like, oh man, Russell Wilson, I love this guy.
He came on the show?
He did come on the show. And then I took a picture with him.
He never came on.
It was at the Super Bowl.
I think it was one of those walk-bys where you like stuck your head in and did a selfie.
Oh, no. We had him on, man.
Okay.
And he was great. But it appears he is just a complete and utter fraud.
Why would he be calling out the Seahawk audibles?
He's forgetful. Like I imagine that at some point, every quarterback who switches teams, like Tom Brady, I'll bet you he's sitting there thinking about a play that he has run 1 billion times in New England that they just don't have in their playbook. I bet you Peyton Manning had the same thing when he went to Denver. They just don't have their playbook. And maybe that's what Russ is doing. I'm sure, when you're someplace for, like, I mean, I bet you.
It's like when you call the new relationship, you call the girl the old one.
Yeah. I mean,
you yell out the old one's name.
Usually it happens when you're fighting with them because that's why that's when
that caused the breakup.
That's when it triggers it.
Yeah.
Have you ever said your old radio station's name at any point? I bet you did.
No.
I bet you did. I know I started doing it one time, and I had to catch myself.
But it was also 103.3 to 105.3.
Correct.
That's much easier.
It's much easier. Yeah, and there's no doubt about that. But like it's just, I bet you this stuff happens.
All right, let's talk about this Aaron Judge baseball now.
Oh, man.
Aaron Judge, of course, wins the MVP yesterday. We got an update on the ball that was caught in Arlington. The guy who caught it who works for this investment firm, works for them. He's not a billionaire. He's not a millionaire. He confirmed that yesterday with Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan did a really good piece for ESPN.com. This guy and his wife, who is a sports reporter, see her on Mike Fisher's website all the time, turned down $3 million for the Aaron Judge baseball. They are letting it go to auction.
They are letting it go. They turned down the cash.
Corey Yeomans, 35-year-old from Dallas, after weeks of deep conversations and his attorney, they're taking it to the auction house. They think because it's a Yankee baseball that this thing could fetch even more.
Yeah.
What a gamble.
Huge gamble. It might not get that. But this is enormous to turn this down and then take it to auction. That's an incredible amount of money. For me, if somebody offered me $3 million for a baseball, and what does he think he's going to get? Does he think he's going to get 12?
Aaron Judge said, no, but if you get 4, you won.
You did win. That's a big risk.
If you have 4 point something, you win. The most expensive baseball ever sold at auction was McGuire's then 70th home run. It went for $3.05. I think he's going to get more than 3.
You would have to convince somebody. Look, Rob Manfred.
New York fan base.
Rob Manfred could guarantee him $10 million right now. All he has to do is come out and say, that's the home run record.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's all he's got to do. And if I was this guy, I'd be like, hey, I'd get Rob Manfred on the phone and say, I'll cut you in.
But I hate this guy.
I hate this guy.
I hate this guy.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't matter who caught it. You're going to end up hating them, right? He said a friend offered him a ticket to the game, and he agreed for one particular reason. Quote, the game was all about seeing Aaron Judge in person. I'm still in awe of his ability. As a baseball fan and an American, I'm just so happy Aaron is the face of America's pastime. It's his moment, and he's the right man for it. I almost threw up reading that crap.
That is.
As an American, I'm just happy Aaron Judge is the face. Let's see.
And, is he he probably is the face of the sport right now. He probably is. But I mean, look, he's gonna profit off this baseball one way or the other. It's just, is he gonna get more than the $3 million?
When the ball was verified, he was asked, can I leave the stadium? He wanted to get out of there.
I don't blame him. 2
security personnel got him out on the golf cart. He stopped to meet Ray Davis real quick. On the drive home, his wife texted him saying, are you near the apartment? It's like a movie scene. Someone had already put their address on social media.
Stop it.
Yeah. So they packed their dog in the car, spent a few days at a friend's house.
I'd have gone. So if I had caught that baseball, I'd have gone immediately home, packed a bag, gone to a hotel. Next morning I wake up, go directly to my bank, and put it in a safe deposit box. I cannot be trusted with that ball at the house. I would lose that dang thing. I have a ticket. Will Chambers and I went in on a bet, a halvesies bet.
Wow.
In Vegas. $100 to win $1,700. I am petrified I'm going to lose this ticket before the national championship game.
And you bet on who?
Will's like, hey, I want to bet on Tennessee to win the title. They were 17-1. I was like, okay, let's do it.
And he said, look, I work in financial services. We're not millionaires. We enjoy the $3 red blend from Trader Joe's as much as anything.
What is the red blend?
I don't know, but the fact that he dropped Trader Joe's as his grocery store, he probably has maybe a little bit of money. But they're saving to buy their first home. Wants to get a shop for his grandfather, who is a retired welder who works on classic cars. So there you go. These are some of the stories with the $3 million offer turned down by the Dallas man who caught Aaron Judge's ball in Arlington.
You know, when he turned it down, I thought, okay, this guy's definitely a millionaire. Like, if you have so much money, you can afford to turn that down and take the risk. You know,
Bassick said, bad decision. Auction house takes 30%. You don't think you don't think that he's consulted and thought about all these factors and issues?
I'm sure he has. I would have taken the money. In my situation, I'd give me the $3 million. If it goes to 4, I'll take the loss.
Yeah, it's easy for you to say that versus thinking about the extra $1 million you could have had.
No, I know, but the $3. Would you rather have a guaranteed $3 million?
He's going to get more than 3. See, the Yankees. It's New York. It's Aaron Judge.
You know, he probably is.
Let's pick the game. The 5 things RJ wants to see from the Cowboys against Minnesota. Next on The Fan. But first, I want to see you at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth tonight.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on in case you missed the big announcement. Bobby Belt is going to join the morning show full-time starting Monday. This is the power of the Cowboys. Yesterday, when we were in our big boss meeting, we were talking about how to announce it, and I was like, let's just announce it on Monday. Peyton says, well, we don't want to get in the way of the game. We don't want to have Cowboys-Vikings game reaction and then try to shoehorn in Bobby's joining the morning show. I'm like, damn, good point. That's the power of the Cowboys. We just want to get to straight game reaction, star up, star down. Brad Sham, Nick Eatman, your phone calls. So we're like, okay, we'll just announce it on Friday, and we get down to business when Bobby walks in the studio 30 minutes late from his flight from Minnesota.
Yeah, 30 minutes late. He'll be strolling in here with probably some kind of 5,000-calorie breakfast for everybody.
Jack in the Box.
Boy, the amount of willpower that we're going to have. Say no.
Did you not eat any of his breakfast sandwiches when he brought them in when I was out?
Oh, I did. I had my one and my coffee, and that was enough.
What about you? You sound real grateful for it.
I had a half of one. I was like, man, I can't do this. I'm going to have to start. I just have to bring all my eggs. You know what I'm going to do?
I hate you.
I'm going to stink you all out.
I'm
going to start bringing bags of tuna in here.
Oh, it's not going to affect me.
For breakfast?
I'll be fine.
All day, every day. Bags of tuna.
Oh, God. That's why we need a third person, because of your 9 different personalities that change all the time. 5 things RJ wants to see, and we're going to have a Christmas song. RJ's Christmas song to get you ready for the Vikings coming up in this segment in just a few minutes. What do you want to see Sunday and here on The Fan?
All right, here we go. Number 1, focus on what hurt you last week. Your pass defense. They allowed...
Thought it was the run defense.
Now, the run defense got you a 28-14 lead. Let them run. Let them run all day. Let them be inefficient on you. And then don't let them be passing the ball 11.5 yards per attempt. That's why they lost the game. You allowed 11.5 yards per attempt to Aaron Rodgers, and you got torched in the fourth quarter. You allowed 14 points through 3 quarters when your run defense stunk. When your pass defense stunk, you allowed 14 in 1 quarter. That's the reason they lost. Fix that, you win. Number 2, Pollard for another 20.
Oh.
Or close to it, like something like that. He showed he can do it, how much he can do it, and he did it. Reward him with that. He had 22 carries. They were over 5 yards a carry for him. Like, okay, I'm in on that one, man. You get upwards of 5 yards a carry, and then your running game becomes almost as efficient as your passing. That's about what that was, right? Number 3, the wide receivers to run the right routes. On more than one occasion, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's got to be corrected. Does that happen with every team at some point in every game? I'm sure it does. But you got to limit it. And the quarterback's got to be on the same page. That's number 4. Dak's got to see these coverages better. That interception in the end zone, where was the passing lane? Where was the passing lane in that one? Even if you look at it, even if you want to give the benefit of the doubt to Dak, which I will, because everybody said that Schultz and CD were A, too close together, and B, not in the right spot. There was no passing lane. Where was he throwing it? That was a ball that should not have been thrown. So correct that. And then number 5, I want to see Diggs on Jefferson all night. I don't care if he didn't like that side. Shoot, I don't care if they're in zone. Make something up. Make a new thing up. If the defense is in zone, Diggs in man all day. I don't care if that's not even a thing. The boxing one in basketball.
Yeah.
You got the 4 guys. You got the 1 guy playing man up. Let's do it. Diggs on Jefferson all night long.
All right, before you make your official predictions that we all got wrong last week, picking the Packer game, 877-881-1053. You should know the Cowboys right now are favored by 1.5. The over-under is 48.5. So a little bit more high scoring than some of their past over and unders. And then DallasCowboys.com has some of your game notes. 3rd straight year that Justin Jefferson will face the Cowboys. Last year's matchup, you talk about Diggs and Justin, it went to Trayvon. His worst performance of the year at wide receiver for Jefferson. 2 catches on 4 targets for 21 yards, all of which were season lows. He has over 100 receiving yards in 4 of his last 5 games, ranks second in receiving yards overall this year. Diggs allowed in that game 1 catch for 3 when guarding him. Cowboys, got to slow down Dalvin Cook as well. Against Buffalo, he had 119 yards. He had an 81-yard touchdown run. Cowboys defense ranks 29th in run D. In 16 games last season, Dak Prescott threw 10 picks. 16 games, 10 interceptions. Through 4 games this year, he's got 4, despite missing 5 games with a broken thumb. 3 have come in the last 2 games. Career high for picks, 13 in 2018. The Vikings defense is tied for 5th in interceptions with 10. We don't talk about a lot of guys on the Vikings defense. We're talking about the old guys, Harrison Smith and Patrick Peterson. You got Hunter up front, who's been there for a while.
You know, I forgot they had gotten Patrick Peterson for a minute until he had the interception last week.
Buffalo,
but look, Minnesota has been pretty fortunate with their fumble recoveries, recovering 67% of the fumbles that have been put on the ground. That's a very high number.
All these stats show that Minnesota is getting lucky.
They are getting lucky. So I saw a great text yesterday from our boy 337.
Your boy.
Yeah.
No.
Did I say our boy? Yeah, he's my boy. If every NFL team, if games were decided by coin flips, you just flipped a coin, somebody would go 8-1. That's Minnesota this year. They've basically just gone 8-1 because they've won a bunch of coin flips. They've got close games. They're winning games that they should not be winning, like the Buffalo game. The game, like the way the game played out, Buffalo wins that game 98.6% of the time it's played throughout the history of the NFL. Credit to Minnesota for finding the 1.4% chance to win it.
Since week 2, according to Pro Football Focus, CeeDee Lamb is their 7th highest graded receiver. Had the Cowboys' first 100-yard receiving game this season against Green Bay, $150 and 2 touchdowns.
Good game.
In the 3 games since Dak's return, CeeDee has seen his catches, targets, yards, and TDs all increase. But yesterday, while talking to the media, Dak was explaining how CeeDee's breakout may mean less production.
He's a huge playmaker for us, and we know what his capabilities are. And so when he goes out there and has a 10-plus catch game, 150 yards, a couple of touchdowns, you want to build on that. Not only that, understanding that the defenses may show him some more attention, and he has to know that that's where his assists come. And so no matter if he's getting the ball or not, he's going to be dialed in and knows his impact to this offense and to the game.
All right, Choppy, who wins and why?
I think the Cowboys win. I think the Cowboys win because I think they're a better football team. I think Minnesota's a little bit luckier. They're 8-1. They've found ways to win games. They found ways to win games they probably shouldn't. You have to credit them for that. But I do not believe that they're a better team than the Cowboys are. The Cowboys have won their back-to-back times with Cooper Rush, quarterback in both ones. I think the Cowboys are better. I think they win this game 28-24.
Peyton?
I do believe there will be a Green Bay hangover in this one. I heard it from the Cowboys players this week. They're all angry. They're pissed off. I think that factors into maybe a slow start. And the Vikings they're coming off a high, winning in Buffalo. I have the Vikings winning 27-23.
Vikings win 27-23. Man, what bothers me a little bit, the points given up by Minnesota defensively, they got 7 that they gave up against Green Bay. 22, 16, 17. I'm looking for some higher numbers from this defense. Throughout the entire league, they're 14th in points given up, 21 against them. I think this game's a shootout.
Yeah?
Yeah. The Cowboys defense been exposed a little bit. I don't believe in Minnesota. The Cowboys have owned them in recent times. I'm going to pick Dallas 33-30.
Okay, so we're all close games, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the NFL, and it's a good team.
No, I picked the Cowboys 33-30.
All right.
So Peyton's going with the Vikes. You and I are picking Dallas. What about the Tolos? We split on this on the truckwreck.com text line.
Let's see. Yeah, you guys gave up 30 to Rodgers and a bunch of nobodies. Minnesota's the best wide receiver on the field, the best running back in the field, and a comparable quarterback. We are in trouble. Cowboys win if Zeke plays. It gives you effective, tough, short yardage options and Dak an extra second or two to read the coverage. Let's see. You guys are just denying Minnesota's greatness because you don't want to believe it.
Okay, yeah, I don't. They're not great.
Yeah.
They're not the best team in the NFC.
They're not. Vikings 31-24. Dallas loses 34-17. Another 34-17 Minnesota score.
Whoa.
Most people here, Vikings.
Wow.
Dallas was a better,
All right.
but Dallas was a better team than Green Bay as well. It's going to be a gross loss.
All right.
Wow, everybody's picking Mini.
All right, let's get in the holiday spirit. I said to the team, you want to do a Christmas song on November 18th? And they're like, yeah. You're talking about putting your Christmas lights up. Atolo's doing it this morning as soon as the show is done. So I'm getting all the lights put up. So in order to get us in the spirit, RJ Choppy with a little holiday song for the Cowboys at Minnesota.
Ho, 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 Tolos, you thought we were waiting till Thanksgiving for Christmas music? Not on my watch! When will the cows give us some reasons to cheer? When Dak Prescott starts balling, the offense ain't boring when pass lanes are clear. When will the cows give us some reasons to cheer? This is Dak's dackiest season of all.
Dackiest.
So good.
It's the holiday season and don't need more reasons to get drunk and full. This is Dak's dackiest season of all.
Here we go.
But when Jerry is boasting and CD is toasting those DBs on a little go, we'll start beating the Eagles and maybe the Seagulls. The NFC is ours to blow. Oh, and when the cows give us some reasons to cheer.
There we go.
All right. Good job.
Thank
Very
you.
festive. Very festive.
You know, as people are saying in the fan text, better than most Christmas songs.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Have they started Christmas music on other stations?
I believe they started like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
I think so. I thought usually it's November 1st every year. I could be wrong on that.
Bobby,
I would start it in August.
Bobby, I've said do it year round. Bobby, we have an outtakes. Peyton, we have an outtakes version of this. What happened in the recording room?
Yeah, RJ, he was going through it smooth. We were about to be one take on this thing, and near the end, RJ just had a little flute going.
Dackiest season of all. But when Jerry is boasting as I dropped my phone, dang it! That was so good.
It was the lyrics he was reading off. He dropped his phone, couldn't remember the end.
Yeah, so I had, I read about my phone, and then my microphone needed some blue chew because it dropped on me. Went down, and then there we go, and then I hit it, and then I dropped my phone. It's very, very bad.
Is today the final day of Twitter? We're getting the All-Star game here, the Packers' chances of making the playoffs, and the replay of Mike McCarthy delivering Sean and RJ gold as always. That's all next with The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You got joint pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles. If you do,
and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Here they come. Tannehill drops, fires, got it complete to Hilliard at the 5. Hilliard into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans! Dontrell Hilliard, for the 4th time this year, receives a TD.
Titans radio with the call. Apparently, they were celebrating the offense a little bit too much as they go into Lambeau and do what the Cowboys could not. Win 27-17. Green Bay falls to 4-7. It's Sean and RJ. Mike McCarthy joining the show coming up at 8:40 this morning. Ian Rappaport just came out with this. Their offensive coordinator, Todd Downing, was arrested for DUI and speeding last night. Downing posted bond at nearly 7 a.m. Okay, find out for me where Williamson County is.
Williamson County's over by Nashville.
Okay, so this had to be like celebrating on the plane.
Yeah, that incredibly long flight from Green Bay to Nashville has got to be, what, an hour 20
Wow.
in the air?
Wow. Brady was talking about like the Bucks drinking beer. I thought you weren't supposed to be having alcohol on the plane anymore after that one incident story. Remember? There was a big story that I thought led to like alcohol being taken off the planes.
That's on like commercial flights.
No, team flights. It was like a big sports story. I got to remember which one it was. But there was a topic over alcohol not being put on there. The Titans apparently went hard. This guy went hard.
Yeah, I mean,
or went to a bar when they landed that was somehow still open.
Let's see. In Tennessee, when I was in Tennessee, last call was 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
So 2 a.m. here, or I guess last call is like 1:40 here. So it's 2:40 there. That's what it was when I was in school. I don't know what it is now.
Todd Downing, Titans OC, arrested for DUI. Green Bay, according to ESPN's metrics, has a 5% chance now of making the playoffs.
They started the year with a 95% chance. That's not good. Not good.
Some Tolas are asking me for a doctor appointment update.
Oh, yeah.
You got any fatal news? Is that why we're adding Bobby Belt to the morning show?
To poop in a box?
No, my appointment, it was a complete waste of time. I wanted to just go in and get a regular physical, get some blood work done.
Guy or girl? Doctor.
What?
Guy or girl doctor?
Girl.
Did she grab your and make you cough?
No, I wanted her to.
Yeah, you did.
But
yeah, you did.
So apparently, every physician in Dallas is tied up for the next 3 months. I couldn't call and schedule a normal physical. My wife was doing this all for me, part of the reason I love her. And the receptionist on the other end said, well, we can't schedule you for an actual physical like next week, but if you come in with an ailment, we can see you. So I was like, okay, wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
I got a hip issue.
Do you?
Yeah, a little bit sore. Nothing major. So I go in, and they're like, oh, what's bothering you with the hip? And I'm like, da-da-dee, da-da-da, I don't know. So can I get some blood drawn? You know, can we get the regular physical? And they're like, no. That's a whole separate appointment. This is just to talk about your hip.
That's a well visit.
And I was like, yeah, but it could be something internal. My co-host had a spleen. I don't know. It's an abdomen, kidneys. I don't know what's causing it. I didn't fall or anything. I'm trying to get the damn needle. I'm trying to get the blood work.
Yeah, you want the blood
I'm trying to get the grab or whatever.
There you are.
Nothing. They're like, no, you can reschedule. We'll schedule for an ultrasound for the hip. And I'm like, this is why I don't go to the doctor. This is why I don't make the appointments. My wife set it up, so nothing. Complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. So she's like, you're going. I'm calling to get it rescheduled. You're going. I'm like, fine, 4 months. I'll go. That's when there's openings.
I'm stunned that there's not openings for that long.
I know.
It's insane. I
need Bassey was talking the other day about how his wife's office is like dealing with people not coming in. Everyone's getting the flu. It's knocking people out. Offices are shorted with staff. I don't know.
Wow. So, stunning.
That's that. All I wanted was, I just want to make sure I don't have something terminal. That's it. That's what I want my physical to be.
That's all you want. That's all I want to hear out of my physical.
I used to go. I don't have like a primary care physician, right? I used to just go home for the holidays once a year. My dad would draw my blood, take it to the lab.
Yep.
There you go. That was my physical. I've never gone to like another doctor ever for like 40 years. And now that I have a 2-year-old and I want to travel with this menace on the airplane, I stay here for Thanksgiving or Christmas. And now I got to get the blood work done here, the physical. Sucks. I hate going to the doctor.
I do not envy you. I've never had a problem getting in for a physical, a well visit as they call it. But I also live in the suburbs. I don't have a million people around me.
Right.
It's there's only a handful of there's not nearly as many people that live where I live. So it's easier for me to get in, I guess. Huh. You're gonna have to go. You have to go go to Forney or something like that to get yourself.
I know. Get myself checked out.
Yeah.
All right. Exciting local news. The All-Star Game is coming to Arlington, the home of the Rangers, getting the All-Star Game in 2024.
Yep. So just think of this. In the very short time this ballpark's been open, in the very short time, we have seen a World Series. We have seen an NLCS, 2 no-hitters, and the 62nd home run from Aaron Judge. None of them, by the way, were particularly good for the Rangers. Okay? They didn't take place as part of the World Series or the NLCS, and the no-hitters were thrown against them, and the 62nd home run was hit against them.
Yeah.
But this will be good. There will be a player or two, at least a player, representing the Rangers in the All-Star Game. Maybe they'll be able to get somebody in the home run derby. That would be kind of cool. And we'll see what goes from there. But I'm excited for this. So you got next year's, and then you're going to have, obviously, in 24, the Rangers.
Yeah, this feels like an event to get to. This feels like a weeknight out for me with the press pass. I wonder what tickets cost to these things normally.
Oh, I wouldn't even know what to guess, but I'm going to try to get them. That's for dang sure. I'm going to take the kiddos, take Sarah, see what's going on. But man, this would be cool to get. Really, really cool to get. And then it's just say you were there.
Yeah.
I don't remember when the Rangers hosted this in '95. Did they even do the home run derby back then? I don't even remember. I have no idea if they even. I'm sure they did, but I couldn't tell you who won it or anything. I know Jeff Conine was the MVP.
Jeff Conine?
Yeah.
Marlins?
Yeah. I couldn't tell you though if that. I'll have to look it up.
All right, it's Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, so that is very exciting news. Yesterday, we told you there's a possibility that Mike Maddox could be returning as pitching coach. Don't have official confirmation on that yet. We will see where it goes. Twitter. This thing dominated. Elon Musk and Twitter all over the place. People thought it was the end of Twitter last night. Everybody quit with Elon's deadline. He tweeted, all the best people are staying. I'm not super worried. You're saying they're changing the characters. Elon's saying there's never been more interaction. There's like 3 to 4 stories on this every single day.
By the way, Frank Thomas won. Beat Albert Bell in the home run derby here.
Big hurt.
So there's a ton of stories going on about Twitter. Let's see. RIP Twitter was trending this morning. Apparently Twitter was trending this morning. 44 billion was trending this morning.
Yes.
Elon told the company, told the staff the company may file bankruptcy, and there are a lot of issues. Now, the 280 character thing, real quick. Elon said that he is putting an end to character limits as soon as they possibly can. He has confirmed they will be dropping that. He responded to an 82 tweet long thread. You know those tweet threads?
Yes.
So there was an 82 tweet thread that was out there, which seems ridiculous.
Really long.
Ridiculous. So he has made one of these things, obviously this, as one of the laundry list of things that he wants to fix for this website or this app, social media app.
Do we have faith in 2 months, or let's just say in 6 months, Twitter will be better or Twitter will be a disaster?
How about C? Twitter will be gone. It might just go away. Like they don't have anybody to run it right now.
How could it go away? He just spent $44 billion.
So the guy, there was an interesting thing on the RIP Twitter.
You know what? There's a case. I can make a case. It like just should go away. That we would be better off. Well, one of the all-time great arguments is, did social media ruin the world? Because I'm going to say something. Yeah. I usually don't want to say offensive things on a Friday. You know what? Maybe I'll hold off.
So
I'll restrain.
Twitter is best for sports and news search engine. It's a great search engine.
News.
It's a news and sports search engine. If we don't have it, you got to wait like another 45 minutes for somebody to write an article to get the news out of it, right?
Yeah.
So that's really what you'd be losing. The problem that they're running into is that they're finding out there's not as many people that are on Twitter as they thought. Like, there's so many bots and everything.
Yeah.
The studies which came out that 80% of the tweets are transcribed by 2% of the population. That's like a very troublingly low number. So are the other 98% going to miss it? I mean, I don't know a single person that is not in the sports industry that is on Twitter.
What? Really?
Like, Sarah has one, has never posted, never goes on it. None of my neighbors have a Twitter. None of my friends have a Twitter. They all have Instagram, they have Snapchat, they have TikTok, they have Facebook. Like, I don't. They have all these people that are on it, but who actually posts on it? Like, nobody does. Like, it's very, very small, and that's the problem they're running into. He can't figure out how to make money off it. I will say this about one thing regarding this: the guy who bought Vine.
That's like the 3-second video thing.
He said, "I bought Vine, and within like 2 months, we shut our doors." Like, if Vine can, MySpace is gone. As soon as it's gone. If Vine died out of the blue, it completely died. I don't know if it's crazy to think that the same thing happens to Twitter.
People are saying Twitter won't last through the weekend. You could have fed a lot of people and done a lot more with $44 billion. And people are laughing at Elon and sending out what could be their final tweets ever. Sean and RJ.
And then one person is saying, like, social media consists of 3 things: software, staff, and users. The software is not unique. Anybody can use that software. The staff are quitting fast, and the users are quitting in droves. And without those 3, you don't have a platform anymore.
All right, it's Sean and RJ. If you missed it from earlier, we always bring back the replay. I got Mike McCarthy to admit that calling out the officials was wrong. Let's get you ready for the Viking Horn with Mike McCarthy on Sean and RJ next. But first, let me get you ready for the With Mike McCarthy. Coach joins us live every Friday at 6:30. I was saying, man, I couldn't even play the Madden video game with Minnesota because that stupid Viking horn that Coach has talked about with us for consecutive years here on Sean and RJ. So we started off asking him, hey, Madden, Vikings video game, did Coach ever handle the sticks back in his day? Did you did you ever play video games? Were you a big video game guy?
Yeah, I was huge into video games, and I gave them up when Atari went out. So
Atari,
yeah. Were you in television? Remember in television? Remember that one?
Oh yeah, that was a huge deal. The game Pong, going back and forth. But no, that's when it started. But yeah, you got to remember my father owned a bar, so he had a few video games in there. So
what was the Mike McCarthy high score in what game at the bar?
I couldn't tell you. Okay. Centipede was the one he had.
Yes.
So yeah, I was on the pool table. I spent most of my time on
Oh, the pool table. Did you have your own stick though? Did you walk in with your own stick?
No. Guys in Pittsburgh didn't have their own sticks.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Did you check out the Packer game last night? We were just wondering if you were like fans as you're watching that, obviously through a Cowboys lens, doing a little compare and contrast since y'all just faced them.
No, I did not. We had it on here at work, so it was kind of going in and out. And then I left here probably midway through the fourth quarter, so I didn't really watch the game. I was aware of the score and so forth, but it looked like it was a good, well played game.
Good game
for Tennessee.
Yeah. For Tennessee, for the Titans, it was. Coach, what have you known? What have you seen differently from Minnesota this year than the last two times you had to play them? New coach and everything like that.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember. I mean, they're well coordinated in the past. There, with Gary Kubiak and Mike Zimmer. So you see a lot of carryover that way as far as defense. There's a lot of experience. This is probably one of the most experienced defenses that will play. They play high discipline, a lot of vision. You can see that in their takeaways. So they do a great job of matching your routes and jumping your concepts. Offensively, it's a little bit more like the Rams. You can see Kevin is leaned more that way as far as what he's running. But they've always been they were the same way under Gary with the outside zone. So there's definitely carryover there. Delvin Cook is obviously makes that thing go. But I really like their perimeter group. I think it's an excellent group all the way through. And Justin Jefferson's playing at a tremendously high level, and you carry it over to special teams because of the experience they have on defense. They do have some, and they've always been built that way up there personnel wise. So they've always had a good teams unit because of the emphasis they put on the team. So this is a good football team playing well. They're playing good complementary football, which we feel has been a strength for us most of the year too. So I think it's going to be an excellent game.
Does their offensive identity still start with Dalvin, or have they kind of shifted it to revolve around Jefferson now?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, and this is more the way I look at it, and I can't speak because you're not totally into it, but I think Kirk Cousins playing as well as I've seen him play. His consistency is and his efficiency is, they're both very high. So, I've always felt that you always build around the quarterback, and I think that's still the case because they're able to get into the run action, drop back game. They don't have to tilt heavily one way or the other just because because the quarterback gives you that. So, but yeah, ball distribution, definitely going to Cook and Jefferson as their primary, but they got Thielen, they got TJ, and so this is a well balanced offense. But the premier ball distributors are definitely Cook and Jefferson.
Did you see this out of Jefferson when you were looking at him coming out of college?
I mean, it's just like anything. When you go through the draft process, it's nice when you're dead on. We had him and CD. We thought those guys were just he reminded me so much of Greg Jennings, with his body control and so forth. But he's bigger, stronger, and and his competitive nature is extremely high. So we were very high on Justin.
Mike McCarthy here with Sean and RJ every Friday, 105.3 The Fan. Last matchup, Diggs held him down. How do you see those two matching up, Coach? Why may Jefferson be a nice matchup for Trayvon based upon the great performance Diggs had last year?
Well, I mean, I think it's like anything. I mean, Trayvon, you could see last week that, there wasn't one ball thrown his way. So, I know Aaron had, great respect for him, and you're seeing it more and more. People keep talking about, him, his numbers are down, but, frankly, they're up because he's not, people are going away from him. So, that counts for something too from a value standpoint. But yeah, I think, Trayvon's ability to go inside and outside, because you have to be able to do that to play Justin, because, they play him all over the place. So, but, I think they're a good matchup because they both have length, great athletes, and, both have exceptional ball skills.
What's the biggest difference you've seen in a positive way in Trayvon's game from last year, Coach? Obviously, he was one of the top topics of the league, and now it feels like he's even better. How? Well,
I just think you're seeing a young player that's still ascending. I mean, this is year 3 for him. I mean, he's obviously had a good, a nice rookie season. Definitely has, had the huge year last year with the interceptions, but I just think, his game is so much more well-rounded. Anticipation and his recognition, he's just going to keep building up that bank account of, video, awareness, instincts, all those things that, come with these great athletes. The longer they're in this thing, that the smarter and more recognition that they have, and so I just think you're watching Trayvon climb the ladder in that area.
Coach, people were having early debates about your defense being great and elite and maybe special. Does it feel like the defense has been regressing a little bit as of late?
Well, it's just like anything. We sit around here and you look at week in and week out, with the strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you have to have a place to attack every defense, and really the complement of an exceptional defense is you got to run right at them, because you're reducing the time clock for the play. It stresses their ability and really keeps them out of what all great defenses have to have, and that's the ability to get after the quarterback. I mean, we don't talk about great defenses in today's game that can't go rush the passer. So this is the way you neutralize excellent defense is running the ball right at them. And right now we're seeing a ton of wide zone, which tells us we got to be better at setting our edges and so forth. And the lead run for Minnesota, no matter who they play, they're going to run wide zone. That's their offense. So so the ability to toss cracks, jet sweeps, the wide zones, and then obviously the misdirection that comes off of that. So we got to get back, and we got to knock them back. We got to get knocked back inside. And we got to get these edges set.
Coach, it looked like Micah was, playing, back to his more linebacker role last week. Was that game plan specific, or is that kind of how you prefer to have him?
It was really based on what we thought Green Bay was going to do, and run the ball. I mean, we knew going into the game that they're going to run the football. That's what was disappointing about the result of that. But with his ability off the ball and run defense is that's definitely a strength of his ability to run and hit. I mean, you're talking about that man that he not only runs 4.3, but he plays at that level. So. But that's something that you look at every week. Where can he impact the game best?
Mike McCarthy here on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Every week we like to get a football education from you when it comes to a point of discussion. And this week it's the option route based upon the Packer game. Can you just explain to us, Coach, as simply as you can, the complexity of option routes, why they're so difficult to stop, and why they're so difficult to execute?
Well, it's just like anything in football. You're tying every route, in an offensive play, but you're tying every route to the quarterback's feet. And the option route is the exception because, the quarterback is the decision maker where the ball goes. And, when you have, a route adjustment that just has, one option at the breaking point of the route. So But the option route gives you the ability to, it gives you three options. You can hook it up, you can break it to the left, you can break it to the right. So, based on the defense and how they defend that, they're going to play with some form of leverage to play to their help of the rest of the coverage unit. So the ability to break away from that leverage, is an excellent advantage for the offensive player on option routes. So, but just like anything, you got to make sure that the technique at the top of the route is critical, because you can't telegraph the option route, because now you're giving the ability to the defender to really to settle and get your hip pocket. So, and you got horizontal option routes, which is I think the one you're referring to, and then you do have vertical option routes too. So it's a route that takes more timing, because you can see the quarterback, his feet have to be really in position, with his cleats in the ground as far as being ready to have to have the weight distributed to throw the ball, still with some anticipation, and it's really the body language of the route runner is critical, because he's got to be able to talk to the quarterback, with his body language.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
It's a good explanation, and fans watch the game and they see an interception, it's like, oh, it's the quarterback's fault.
Yeah.
And that's not always the case. But like, how often, do quarterback and receivers see the coverage differently, and how common is that?
That's a great question. That's a question of the year. That's get some applause there. No, that was excellent. No, that's exactly that's the challenge of the route, and that's why. And if you go back through the history of offensive systems in the NFL, you have your two main ones that have been in this league for decades. You had the West Coast offense versus the digit system, and the West Coast offense, you never ran option routes. You never ever took the decision making out of the quarterback's hands. Everything was dictated on the quarterback, knowing exactly where the route was going to break. The precision and timing of the route running and the quarterback's footwork were going to be better than any coverage. And then you got the digit system, which has a more vertical component to it, but also had the option routes in it. So, I think today's game, you see most offenses are more scheme driven. They're more play driven. That's just the way this league's gone. But I'm still very systematic in the offensive approach. So I think you have to have both the West Coast principles and the digit system.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ. Coach, it kind of blew up as a topic when Jerry came on a couple weeks ago. Grass versus turf. Players are speaking out. Where do you stand on this issue?
Well, I mean, what issue are you talking about? I mean, I think you got really two different topics. I think if you ask anybody that's played on these surfaces, I think it's clearly you prefer to play on grass, but you don't want to mix that with the other challenge of how these stadiums are built and all the other things are going on too. No one wants to talk about that part of it, but yeah, I definitely prefer grass. I think it's through my studies, coaching on a team that was grass. I mean, it's I just think football's is preferably played on grass. So I definitely have a preference for grass.
Last one, and I saved it in case you hung up on us, but just to be honest, we're Pittsburgh straightforward here. My only criticism of you, Coach, comes after the game. If you go with the officials and I say, are you taking accountability off of the players with all the mistakes that cost the game in itself? How do you balance that? Or can you just do both? Will you go in the film room and you assess it while also saying that you weren't happy with some of the calls that are made?
Well, I think the reality of it is it's really emotional discipline, frankly, in those spots. It has nothing to do with accountability, because we can't control the officials, never have tried to, and we go through every penalty and just really use it as a learning experience. There's education and prevention techniques that you continue to try to emphasize. I have to do a better job here, so this is something that's really the focus. But I'm not going to lie to you. You get up there, on the podium after the game, and those emotions are still fresh.
Yeah.
So Yeah, but we've never lost a game because of officiating. I think you have to train that way. They're just excuses. But yeah, but do you make comments, of frustration? Yeah, I think that's normal. I mean, let's be honest. Everybody wants you to be real and honest, and then when you do, they get, you don't like the way, or if it's convenient to twist it to make a topic. I mean, that's, that goes on too. So I think you just got to be aware of all that. So, but yeah, I think our team's very accountable to our performance each and every week, and I think that's a strength of ours.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Last week, we were thinking of our Friday visits when the broadcast said that you had, finally worked some real hours like us, waking up at 4 a.m. and shooting basketball and 3 cups of coffee. And we said, hey, finally sees the Sean and RJ struggle. So congratulations on that, Coach, and good luck in Minnesota.
Well, I just have to say you guys have totally inspired me to do that. So
sure.
Please keep it up.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, man. Take care.
Have a good one, boss. Mike McCarthy, presented by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Is the TCU Cinderella story over, and will the Cowboys make history in Minnesota? RJ has those answers with his football degenerate picks next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
FitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Damn, what a week. Feels like Jerry Jones was like 8 days ago.
It does, doesn't it?
Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Will Chambers sending us a very nice text message about our McCarthy interviews. The Stephen A. Blockbuster surprise call-in yesterday. The breaking station announcement, the major news from 2 hours ago. Bobby Belt is going to be a full-time member of the morning show starting Monday. We're adding Bobby. He's still our Cowboys Insider.
Oh, yeah.
So he's making the trip to Minnesota. I don't know what we're going to do at 7:20. We haven't figured all that out yet, but Bobby's going to join the show, looking to get Peyton locked up. Ryan has been crushing it in the back, and we're adding.
We're adding
to the roster.
Very good stuff. Tremendous. And the fans seem to love it.
Really? I know. I'm actually surprised because it's kind of like with me. You know, when I'm out and about and I'm socializing or getting an Uber and it happens to be a driver that listens to our show, they're like, oh, man, I didn't know you loosened up or you had this much fun or you're buying drinks for everybody. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a little bit more serious, like trying to keep order within the show. But a lot of people would maybe rank me number one in terms of partying. It's now RJ Choppy. He's taken that mantle from me. But throughout my 10 years, I'm probably the one seed of partiers here at the station. I could be in the discussion. With Bobby, he's so sarcastic. He's such a smartass that when he's just on for 10 or 15 minutes, it can come across as like trollish. But I think when he hosts, that's when I was like, I want you all to host together when I'm out to get a feel for it. When he's hosting for a 4.5-hour show, you can get the laughs and you make fun of him back and he can touch on all the pop culture stuff. So I just think it's going to be a tremendous addition. It's going to make our life easier. It's going to make the show better. It's going to make the show more full. He's got a monster Rolodex with the guest list. Peyton has been stepping up his game. He's got all the angles, and it's just going to be like guys chilling out, insulting and breaking balls while watching games. That's what it's going to be.
That's what it is. Ball busters. That's Bobby and I. We all are. We all like to chop it up, as the kids would say.
But I think we like to. I don't know. Stephen A. said something yesterday that really resonated. He's like, my style, he's talking about himself, is growing up in the neighborhood and talking trash on the street corner. You got your starter jacket on. I got my starter jacket on.
Starter jacket.
That's the way we grew up. And you're just insulting and trash talk, right? Back and forth over each other's teams. And that to me is what sports radio is. Different for many people in the Metroplex, talking about what tribute band you're paying attention to, or if you rewatch Casablanca 3 nights ago and you want to review that.
Second time we've talked about Casablanca.
Second time, but that's the way we're moving with it forward with Bobby Belt, full-time member, Monday morning right here on The Fan. Peyton, what are your thoughts as you are about to be fully indoctrinated into the show? Your thoughts on Bobby and working with him, good and bad?
Very good guy. You mentioned the pop culture stuff. A lot of the times RJ says a reference, he looks at me and I kind of just like fake laugh and stuff. I think Bobby, because Bobby, his outside of sports, his mind is just everywhere. Big head, but his brain is huge.
He does have a big head. It really is. It's a large head. I would assume his hat size above a 7.5. It's probably in the 7 5/8, maybe a full 8.
Bochy range? Is it Bruce Bochy that's got the big head?
Well, it's Kevin Mensch.
Yeah.
Mensch has got the Shrek head. It's just this huge melon. I don't know Bochy's hat size. Interesting. I wonder what it would
now,
be.
Sean, where is he going to sit? Have you already picked out his spot? Because,
he'll be over here.
You're big in communicating, so I'm wondering, is it in front of you? Okay, right in front of you? Okay.
Yeah, he's got to be out of me and you's eye contact.
That's right.
Okay. Use. He said use.
Use.
Me and use.
Does he have a chair that he likes? Does he have a chair that he prefers?
I think it's that one. On the weekends, it's that one right there.
The Corey Majors chair.
Yeah.
Who sits where in G-Bag? Dawson sits where I sit?
I think Walchuk sits where Bobby's going to sit.
Bobby's going to sit. Yeah. Okay.
Eric is right in front of us.
Huh.
Cool.
Crosstalk will be fun too because you'll have 6 people crosstalk.
I don't know. Our crosstalk now is pretty perfect, I believe. We've always had great crosstalks with our show, I think. But you can get too many cooks in there.
Yeah, and when you let Bassick talk too much NBA, if he runs it,
he should be back running it today. I feel like I haven't heard a Bassick-led crosstalk in a long time.
Oh, let's see. He wasn't here. He wasn't here last week, right? No, yeah. So you're right. It hasn't been. It's been a minute, and we need to have that. We need to have Bassick back in that chair.
Derek Collins said Bochy wears an 8 or 8+.
Oh, dang.
It's a watermelon, man.
That is a big head, dude.
That's right. All right, so there it is. Bobby Belt, if you missed the major station announcement, new member of the morning show starting Monday, fresh off the plane from Minnesota. Land this dirty-ass couch, get something from this couch, and then get the headphones on.
I assume he would go home, right? That's what I would guess.
I don't know.
I would guess he would go home. I ain't sleeping up here. I'd be going home.
Have you ever slept up here?
Nope, I don't think so. Have you? I don't think you have either.
Hell no. I'm not sleeping on this.
I'm not sleeping up here.
Peyton, have you?
I have. Remember during the ice storm, I got y'all on the air that one time.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that.
Yeah.
We would have had a day off.
Yeah.
And then Tim Collins, I'm sure, was lighting you up. Oh, it got Peyton. And I was like,
47 missed calls.
Was it 40?
Yep.
No.
Yes.
It was 47?
47 missed calls from Tim. And then I had a Carol D news anchor come upstairs and wake me up. So that was a eventful night.
That would have been so sweet to have the morning off. All right. It's time to make some money off of your football picks. Everyone's betting on the World Cup, apparently, but we know there's some action on the NFL and college football. Here's RJ Choppy with this week's Degenerate.
6-3 last week, 4-1 in the NFL.
Ooh, that's a monster week. Oh. Do people actually take your picks? Like, do you know
They're
that
smart?
No, but do you know that people who are like, yo, man, I bet it, I follow you, I did this. Like, are you actually?
They usually only let me know on a bad week.
Okay.
On a good week, they don't usually say anything. They usually let me know on a bad week. But I get requests every single day or every single Friday asking, "Hey, did you post your picks yet? This or that." So they're out. There are a lot of people that ask. College or pro first, Sean?
Let's go college.
All right.
Which one do people bet on more? Pro?
Yeah, I mean, pro generally is where you're going to get more action anyway. I mean, more people bet on the NFL than anything else. But, there's 60 college games a weekend, so the money might be a little bit.
Let's go pro. Let's go pro first.
All right.
We'll save the Charles Barkley clip for college.
Washington -3 against Houston. Houston's pesky. I like the Washington several names, as the great Nate Newton has referred to them as. Give me Detroit +3 against the Giants. Detroit's been a good dog this year to bet on. I don't know how this is still Rams +3 at New Orleans, but it's Rams +3 at New Orleans. I am all over the Rams in this one. Give me Chicago +3 at Atlanta. Love Chicago +3 there. And the Cowboys -1.5 on the road at Minnesota.
You're taking the Cowboys in the points.
Cowboys in the points.
Wow. At 8-1.
The Minnesota Vikings, are the first 8-1 team since 1976 to be a home dog that is starting their regular quarterback. So if you had a backup, doesn't count. Started the regular quarterback, first 8-1 team since 1976 to be a home dog. College. Illinois +18 at Michigan. Illinois doesn't win this game. I don't know why there's so many people thinking Illinois is going to win. I don't think Illinois is going to win. I could be way wrong. But I do think they cover the spread. 18 is a lot of points. So it's kind of a look-ahead game for Michigan for next week's Ohio State game. Give me Illinois +18. I like Navy +16 on the road at UCF. Va Tech +10 at the Liberty Bibberties. West Virginia +7.5 against K-State.
God, that's a lot of bets.
That's four so far in college. And then the fifth one, Baylor +2.5 against TCU.
Why? Why are you doing that?
That's the numbers say. I don't.
You think Baylor's going to win?
The numbers say Baylor is going to win. I don't know that Baylor's going to win, but I bet with the numbers. However the numbers go, that's the way I bet. And I kind of stay as a slave to it.
And how much you betting? Are you still betting heavy every week?
No, don't bet heavy. $50 a game, maybe.
That's pretty heavy. You bet all these games?
Mm-hmm. You got to. You can't just pick and choose. You got to bet. You either bet them all, or you don't bet any.
To end up like 6 out of 10.
Yeah. So like, if you only bet one and you choose the wrong one, you lose. If you bet 10 of them, and you still lose 4 times, but you win 6 of them, you're in the money.
At RJ Choppy with the degenerate selections, I have a few more from Bet Online. Super Bowl favorite as of this week is who?
Super Bowl favorite, Kansas City.
Maybe I have the wrong week. Maybe I have.
Does it say Buffalo?
It does say Buffalo. That wouldn't make any sense, right?
I would not think so.
Let me get to the trends, and I'll get back to the others. Because I love when they send me the trends so we know what's happening in the league. This is from Bet Online here on Sean and RJ. Nick Eatman is going to join us coming up at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. Will the Chiefs win their remaining 8 regular season games? Yes is 8-1. Why? Mahomes has won 24 straight games in November and December. Let me say that again.
Hang on a second. Doesn't he dominate September?
November and December, he's won 24 straight.
Oh, my God.
Will the Eagles win their remaining 8 regular season games? Yes is 12-1. Will Justin Fields break Lamar's QB rushing record? The slight favorite is yes. The record is 12:06 by Lamar. Fields is on pace for 12:73. And saving me in fantasy football.
Wow.
Will Carson Wentz start another game this season? Slight favorite is yes.
Ooh, I would say no. I would hit the no bet.
Will Derek Carr be the Raiders starting quarterback for week 1 next year?
With Derek Carr, yes. The favorite's yes.
No, the slight favorite is no.
Oh, wow.
No.
Are they going to blow it up?
Will the Bears continue their rushing streak of 225 or more?
They got Atlanta.
They've rushed for 225 or more in 5 straight games. NFL record.
I would say the favorite's yes.
The favorite is no. Minus 300.
Oh, I'm really bad today at this.
Will Josh Allen throw a red zone pick this week? He's thrown 4 red zone picks in the last 2 weeks. The favorite is?
Favorite's no.
Favorite is no. Will Fields throw a touchdown pass and rush for a touchdown, which he's done in 4 straight weeks? The record's 5 by Kyler. Favorite is?
Favorite's no.
Favorite is yes.
Oh, wow.
Over under rushing yards for Fields, 74.5. That is the over and the under. So there you go. Some of the betting odds here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and all the money coming in. I asked Dawson to come on for a World Cup preview. He said he didn't know the teams as well. I'm like, I hope you don't do 60 minutes of soccer. He can only do domestic soccer. It can only be an FC Dallas soccer update. Disqualified.
It's 120 seconds now.
As the Soccer Insider on 105.3 The Fan. Who in this building knows the most soccer now? Peyton, do you know any?
No, but I would go with Reggie. Reggie watches all the Premier games and stuff.
Reggie?
You just went to England.
And Ireland.
How do you not know about soccer?
No, well, I mean, I just saw a bunch of jerseys and stuff, but
more than I see.
Yeah, well, I didn't follow it.
Corey said that it's Reggie. Ryan, do you know any soccer?
Ryan, do you know any sports?
No soccer.
All right, it's Sean and
He knows
Art.
cricket.
He knows. Yeah,
Stop.
Spittle wanted us to get involved with all this cricket talk. Have RJ sponsor like a cricket endorsement the other day.
I tell you, my kids, like my youngest asked me about cricket. Like, it looks really hard. And I'm like, yeah, man, how'd you know? Like, how do you know about cricket? He's like, I saw it on YouTube. I'm like, what? Apparently he's watching cricket highlights on YouTube.
And Spittle, like, uncomfortably, like, didn't offer me the cricket endorsement first. It went right to Choppy.
Because you got too many.
Too many endorsements?
You got too many.
Thanks, Peyton.
Got to give it up.
No wonder the boss wants to hire you full time. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, going to Minnesota. Who is he picking in this one? And then Bassick leads Crosstalk next.
ankle, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. Mike Bassick should be leading the way. It's Sean and RJ, along with our usual Friday guests at this time, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You pack anything different when you go to Minnesota for this annual trip?
No different than what I packed last weekend.
Yeah.
Except for, I do appreciate the dome. I did look at the weather yesterday, and yeah, it was interesting. Saw some sevens there in the Saturday and Sundays, but low. So all that means is just when you come off that plane, it's not going to be fun, and maybe you don't really go out and do anything Saturday night. But it doesn't really matter when there's a dome.
Is Minnesota that much better of a town than Green Bay?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I've only stayed in Green Bay.
What do you mean imagine? You go to both all the time.
No, we don't. I don't go to Green Bay. This is the first time we ever went to Green Bay. We actually stay in Appleton, and Appleton's a fun little place because it's like middle of America, and it's just there's a bar on every corner. There was a time when that was awesome for me, but not so much now, and also. And Minneapolis is fun. I mean, but it seems like every time I've gone, it has been pretty cold. So we stay right in downtown.
Okay, can that roof? What is the deal with the roof? Can it open? And what was it like when they didn't have a roof? I mean, was it? They always had the Metrodome.
Well, the Metrodome, but they played at the University of Minnesota, right, for a minute.
Yeah, they played there. And I actually looked to see the schedule. Every once in a while, it'd be nice if you could get a college game in on Saturday. We usually get there too late, but Minnesota plays like Iowa at home, but it's like they play in the afternoon. And I would still think, that's a little too cold to go out there and watch teams I don't care about.
Nick Eatman, Diamond Factory Hotline here on the Fan. Your keys for this big matchup on Sunday are what?
I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but the Cowboys have struggled against the run, and so they're going to have to stop it.
What an insider. That's why you're our insider.
There you go, guys.
Top notch.
Yeah, and I have a question for you guys when we're done here.
Okay.
But, to me, I used to always say, get a nice lead. I don't think that matters anymore because what you want to do is turn a team one-dimensional. I don't think you're going to do that. I don't think you're going to turn any team one-dimensional. But the key that I wonder here is, when you're an 8-1 team, you're rolling and you're winning the way that they're winning. I don't think that they are going to just say, let's run the ball, let's run the ball. I mean, they've got receivers. They got one of the best in the league. They're going to be chirping over there. They're not going to be okay with just running the ball. They're going to hear it. Kirk Cousins is going to have to throw the football. They just will. That's just the way this game works. And so I don't think it will be a run mentality. Plus, I do think the Cowboys are going to short up because you can stop the run. The Cowboys can stop it. There's no doubt about it. If they really want to, they can. But they're not built that way. They're built in a way to get after the quarterback's ass. And so that's fine, but it's not working. As they've said all week, that's a privilege. As what I've said is that, hey, you don't eat the dessert if you're not eating the vegetables. And that's what they got to do. They got to get there to make sure that they can do that. They will this week. And I think what's been quiet here is that when Dak has come back, I mean, all the talk's been on what's up with the run defense, but they're starting to kind of figure this out offensively. They're getting some points on the board. I do think Zeke comes back, and I think that they're going to be even more efficient moving the ball. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
Minnesota with the 5th fewest rushing attempts.
That's surprising.
With all this Dalvin Cook talk. Well, I mean,
and they're 8-1. Usually teams that are 8-1 have a lot of rushing attempts.
People are telling us they're building it around Jefferson now. Yeah. Have you done a lot of work on Trayvon Diggs versus Justin Jefferson with how Diggs limited him last year?
Yeah, I mean, I do remember that game, and we got to interview Trayvon this offseason, and he talked about that. He actually said Justin Jefferson's one of the toughest receivers. He said he doesn't fear anybody, any receivers, of course not. But he mentioned Stephon Diggs, his brother, and Justin Jefferson as the two route runners that give him the most problems. And so, you look at the stats and you're like, well, didn't really see it. But, he also is going back to LSU-Alabama game, and Jefferson did have some success in that game. And so, it's one of those things that it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the other corner. Is Anthony Brown good to go, and does he travel? And Adam Thielen's kind of a problem on the other side too. So, and then of course you got tight end. So I don't know if you'll see a travel every time, every play. I don't know if it's smart to actually do that. So they got to be careful with Jefferson when it's not Diggs on him, or even when it is Diggs on him. They got to be careful.
What did they not do last week against Green Bay in the fourth quarter with their pass defense? What was the biggest issue with them?
I mean, I think they didn't cover. I mean, Deron Bland actually had some problems. I mean, they had Bland and Joseph, and these two guys were picked apart by Aaron Rodgers. He didn't have to go to Diggs. I think I saw a stat where Diggs was only targeted one time. I don't know if it's necessarily a product of Diggs as it is a product of the other guys were better options. And so they also didn't. They didn't. And this was all game. This wasn't the last few minutes of the game. This was all game. They never really got in a lot of 3rd and long situations. And the ones that they did, 4th and 9, I guess, with the game on the line, and it was a touchdown to Watson over the middle, which obviously was the play of the game because it went from blowout to close game that they lost. But I don't think that they stopped the run early enough on 1st and 2nd down to ever get it to that situation. And the Cowboys have to figure something out with Micah. I think teams are starting to say, okay, this is how we're going to play him, and we're not going to let him be who he wants to be. And I think it's just a cat and mouse game. Dan Quinn and George Edwards, the linebackers coach and consultant, they've got to figure this out. Like, how do we get Micah Parsons playing like Micah Parsons?
Who are you picking?
I'm picking the Cowboys actually by 1 point. So I don't know if that messes up those picks there from RJ, but I think the Cowboys, you're averaging, when Dak has come back here last couple games, they're averaging 31 points of offense. They did have a defensive touchdown, but of offense, 31 points. And so I think that they're going to keep it going. I mean, I think Tony Pollard, they're going to still give it to Pollard a lot. I think Zeke will get it some as well. Maybe this is the week we kind of see a shift. Maybe it is. I mean, everything they say is Zeke is the starter, but I still think Pollard has done enough where he's got to get his touches for sure, and maybe more than what he had been getting when Zeke was here. I think they get to that 31 points again. I'm going to go 31-30. I think it's going to be a fun, high-scoring game. But if Minnesota had lost last week, like they certainly should have, I might have picked differently. But I feel like, and I actually said, I told people here, I think Washington will beat Philly, and they did. So I think he gets that point where it's just time for you to lose. And even though you're favored or not favored or whatever it is, it's just about that time. That's probably why, RJ, I think, I was listening to your pick, that's why you probably are picking TCU to lose to Baylor, just because, you just kind of been doing this long enough. It's probably time.
Well, I mean, the basically,
you didn't pick him to lose. You didn't pick him to lose. It was 2.5. You didn't pick him to lose.
2.5. I didn't pick him to lose. Pick Baylor to cover. But that's what the computer model said. It said Baylor covers. That's why I went with it.
RJ doesn't make the pick. He picks off the computer.
Yeah. BetQL helps me out. BetQL, whatever they say, gonna go with.
All right.
What question do you have for us?
Is the name of the show changing?
I'm open to suggestions. I don't think Bobby's important enough to be put in the name, but I'm open for it.
Wow, that's below the belt.
See, there you go.
There's your name.
That's the name of the show, Below the Belt.
Below the Belt.
That's probably what it could be. Yeah. Okay.
What's your opinion of Bobby? Be brutally honest.
I think he does a really great job. I mean, he's really good. He's sarcastic. He's a lot like me. I think is in his sarcasm. Is there. I hung out with him a little bit Saturday night, and just his level of knowledge when it comes to everything. He reminds me a lot of David Hellman in that. And that,
not as good looking.
These people that there's some people that like I like to think I know a lot about sports or whatever. I know a lot about a couple things, but I think Bobby is one of those guys that knows a lot about a lot.
Yeah.
And you know,
A lot
and
of garbage, a lot of
well,
crap.
well, it could be. I'm sure he can hold a conversation about politics. He can hold a conversation about the NBA, the NFL, about what's happening over in Ukraine. I mean, I bet you can kind of figure it out, and that's good to do. I mean, I respect those people a lot, and also does it with a wit and personality. I think I saw something on Twitter like over under on you guys having a blow up, and I'm thinking that's not really Bobby. Maybe I don't know him that well, but I don't.
He's the troll god, man.
I don't see that happen. I think it's a great addition for y'all's show.
Thank you.
I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. But I was just wondering if the name.
Did you ever come close to a sports radio career full time?
No, I've never. Oh, hold on. What am I saying? Yes. We actually had something. I'm still bitter to this day about this guy. He doesn't work for the Cowboys anymore. I'm not going to say names, but he kind of like squashed the deal. It was supposed to be Nick and Nate in the morning in San Antonio. We had a deal with a partner in San Antonio and a San Antonio station that needed a morning show, and we were going to get to do it right out of Valley Ranch, right like below where I was sitting, and they were going to pay us. Like, they're going to pay me like $25,000 a year to do it. Now, I know that's not a lot, but that's just all I had to do was come into work and, for like 3 or 4 hours and do the San Antonio show. And
for $25K
every day?
Yeah. Well, but it wasn't the same hours as what y'all were doing. It was, I'm already working there. So anyways, believe me, this is like 20 years ago. I was totally fine with it. All I had to do was come in and talk sports for a show for 3 hours. I was fine with that.
Wow.
But the Cowboys said, we can get more. And then they were going to pay Nate more, which they should have.
Right.
I think Julie Dobbs, who's maybe doing some stuff with Stars or was doing stuff with Stars on like Fox or Bally's. She was going to be in the mix as well. This was like 20 years ago.
Wow.
And so, it was good. I was excited, and then it fell through. They're like, we can get more money, and it didn't happen. So I'm still kind of mad about it.
All right.
I mean, I don't think 25,000 was a lot back then, but it wasn't like, it was just kind of on top of. They say come in for 3 hours
on top of
Monday through Thursday.
On top of the six figures you're already making. Yeah.
No, it was going to push me to 50. That's what I was.
All right. Thank you, brother. Have a good trip. We'll recap on Monday with Bobby on the morning show.
All right.
There he is. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Let's see if he remembers how to do this. Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk with KMC. Bassick leads Cross next.
Barricade Rentals Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
All right, it's the Mike Bassick segment, and it's brought to you by nobody, but if you'd like to sponsor it, it'd be awesome. I'll take your money. One of the things that I'm concerned with right now, Sean and RJ, is DeMarcus Lawrence. And I don't feel like, I know he was on with G-Bag Nation yesterday, and he said he was going to play, and then by the end of it, backed off of it just a hair. I do think he's going to play this Sunday. I think it could be troubling that he can't play Thanksgiving, which is a more important game than on Sunday. Here's Clarence Hill's tweet after interviewing DeMarcus Lawrence yesterday. DeMarcus Lawrence said he has injuries to both feet and his right knee. He said he may have aggravated or refractured the bone on that foot that he broke last year. But he said the pain in his knee is worse. Lawrence plans on playing against the Vikings. My question to you is, with 8 games left in the regular season, how many regular season games does DeMarcus Lawrence play?
6.
5.
Yeah, I'm saying 5.
Corey?
All of them.
Hey, all right,
well, except for the
I
last
hope
one, because they've already clinched whatever spot they have, and he doesn't have to.
They've clinched 14-3.
But why haven't we heard more about this?
I don't know. That's what
We
I'm
haven't
concerned
talked
with.
about Tank's
How
injury the
effective
whole
is
week.
Tank going to be in week 18? Because I think the Cowboys are making the playoffs. I think they'll be on the road, but how effective is DeMarcus Lawrence going to be with his injury history, him playing 5 to 8 more games on a possible broken foot and a bad knee that's not getting better by playing more? So I'm just wondering, DeMarcus Lawrence, who's been a very valuable piece to this good defense this year, I think we have to take him down from great to good with how it's trending, but still good, still above average. I'm just wondering how effective DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be at the end of the year when you need him to be at his best.
I would assume, like, short weeks, right? The short weeks. Let's just say he plays Sunday. I doubt he would play Thursday. He'd be able to turn around and play Thursday again.
I like where you're going.
So you got to take. I'm not saying you load manage him,
Okay.
but from a recovery standpoint, Sunday to Thursday is brutal.
Would you rather play him on
Flip
Thursday?
that order, right?
Would you rather sit him on Sunday and play him Thursday? Because Thursday is a divisional game.
Maybe. I mean, what percentage is he at right now?
I'll sit him Thursday.
Okay.
I don't believe that the Giants are for real.
I totally agree. I would do that.
I'm always
they got the white Vic. I saw that yesterday.
I'm always the opposite of this. I would rather play my best players against the worst teams. I need those wins. I think the Mavericks do it the worst. They're like, we always sit out Luka or the best players against Houston or, the Lakers.
Yeah.
I mean, they are one of the worst teams. And you just think, wait, no, those are the games we really need. When you lose those games, those hurt worse than, hey, we sat them out against Denver, and I know Denver has nobody playing tonight, which probably means a loss for the Mavericks. But
no Jamal.
So you're taking the
or Jokic.
That's interesting. Let me ask you
Jokic
this.
is out?
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's the best pitcher in baseball?
Your mom.
I mean, Verlander
All right,
is
Verlander.
probably
Who's the second best?
Jacob
Sandy Alcantara.
Okay. So you're playing, Marlins are playing the Astros in the World Series.
Yeah.
Would you split up your ones so they don't face each other?
I've always thought that that's not a bad strategy as long as I don't lose the extra game needed in the series. So usually you pitch game 1 because it has the possibility if he could pitch game 4 and game 7. And if I pitch him game 2, I run into if he pitches game 2 and 5 or 2 and 6, then I might not get that extra. But
when would your mom pitch?
Right.
Never.
Okay. All right.
He doesn't get your mom shows.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah, I like saying.
I'm gonna be. You're playing my role today. I'm gonna play Mike's. I'm gonna play the Bassick role.
I am listening
I got
to
more.
myself.
I got more attempts.
Okay, now, next thing. I messed up pretty good today. So let me ask about the communication between spouse and husband.
What'd you do?
My 12-year-old son who's in 7th grade says, Dad, do I have to go to school tomorrow? This is yesterday. Because he said tomorrow is really just like an administrative day and it's Grandparents' Day.
Grandparents' Day?
Where grandparents go to the school and you take pictures with the grandparents because they're really not doing any schoolwork today. I didn't know about...
Is this the one who had the flu?
No, he's out. He's sick.
Okay.
My wife's sick too. She also has the flu now too. So thanks a lot, kids. I'm assuming she got it at work. Is
from Kevin's kid?
Oh man.
Yeah, Noah.
Sorry,
Way to go,
Noah.
Your baby?
Noah sees.
Yeah, he had the flu.
Noah sees Dr. Beth.
That is true.
You refuse to see Dr. Sue.
She's busy.
Yeah, she is.
She's pitching.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Just don't let him hit it to the middle fielder, as my wife at one point asked when I was at my other son's game. Asked, hey, how's Cal doing? Great, he got a hit between the right fielder and middle fielder for a double. And I'm like, oh my God, I know what she's saying, but you went to 1,000 baseball games as a wife. I feel like you should know it's the center fielder.
Okay.
But where I was going with this is I said, yeah, you know what? You don't have to go to school. Well, my wife is sleeping in. My other son is sleeping in because they're both sick. So I didn't talk to my wife at all last night for the most part because
I like this.
I was just thinking, well, I mean, you don't have to go to school. It's a half day. And I don't think my dad's going. He just had hip surgery. I don't think anybody on my wife's family is going. I would have heard about this, I think.
Right.
So I let Cal, my 12-year-old, sleep in. So then my wife woke up at a little after 8 o'clock. And I said, hey, Cal's staying home because he said there's no reason to go to school because it's Grandparents' Day. She goes, the grandparents are going to school.
Oh, no.
So I went upstairs at 8:05, said, Cal, I know it's 8:05. Just get ready as soon as you can. I'll take you to school today. Usually he rides the bus to school, so we don't have to take him to school. But so I messed up. I'm wondering at what point or when was the last time you guys messed up with the lack of communication with your spouse and then just like, oh, I didn't know. I thought I didn't know the grandparents were coming. Nobody told me grandparents were coming to school, so I was giving them a free day off.
I think our biggest one is when we go see her parents and her brother and sister-in-law. They live right next door to each other.
Also, I remember when you scalded your head.
Oh yeah, at the soccer game because I did not know. I thought we were going to go to our niece's soccer game. I did not know one of them was playing a doubleheader and then the other one had a game in between, and so we were just going to stand outside for 3 hours. And so when we got there, she goes, "Oh, did you bring a hat?" I was like, "No, I didn't know we were going to be here that long."
No one else had an extra hat at a ball field?
Ooh,
You wear a hoodie
wear a
everywhere you
stranger's
go.
hat?
Why didn't you just
do
put
wear
your
a
hood
hoodie.
on?
Oh.
Only when it's cold.
It depends on the stranger.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It
Did look
means
clean?
if I think you have lice, I'm not wearing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you're bald,
If you're bald,
If
I'll
you're
wear a
bald,
hat.
I'm wearing it.
I'll wear your- I'll
Unless
wear your
you're a big
bald hat.
sweater.
Yeah, I'll wear a
Get all
bald
your
hat.
sweat
Choppy
on.
wears random hats up here all the time.
I do. I mean, I'll just wear it. You got a hat for me? I'll throw it on.
Mike, I don't make decisions.
Are you
in
a
our house.
germaphobe?
No,
Okay.
You Howie Mandel?
no.
My wife is in charge of our schedule. If the kids ask me, I go, "It's a great question for your mom." If the boss
yeah, it
asks me,
is.
"Hey, we need you to do something," I have to talk to the wife first. Got to make sure that the schedule clicks with hers because I did it back in the day, messed it up completely all the time. Said I'll never do it again. Just like I don't dance with her. She laughed once when I was dancing with her, and I said I'll never dance with you again.
Oh,
So yeah, so I was like, there it is. That's your fault.
bummer.
Do you allow her to dance with other men, as I do?
She dances with groups of people.
Okay.
Like she'll go dance like with the hipsters at their party.
Yeah.
Party. She'll dance with groups of girls and people.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I get in trouble every week with lack of communication with the girlfriend. Every week.
Oh, with the girlfriend?
Did you almost
or
say
the-
wife?
Or the
You
ex-wife?
did almost say that.
The ex-wife, we don't really communicate about scheduling stuff, and I get in trouble with her anyway. But yeah, with Sarah, I just my kids have a game, and I just forget to tell her what time the game is, and then I wake up, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, it's 6:30 in the morning, I'm leaving for the game, and it's just
You should print out a schedule like we do when the Cowboys
I
get
should.
released.
I don't have
and
a printer.
Laminate it.
Where's a printer?
Yeah, but-
screenshot it and send it to her. And text
Schedule.
it to
We
her.
don't know schedules till Wednesday night or Thursday
night,
morning.
yeah.
For the weekend.
Yeah, so it's kind of
So it's not
And it's my
really-
fault. I'm just bad at it. I just I think of it. It's in my head, and then I just forget to relay it to her. And that's really the only thing we
And
really
then,
fight about.
Sean, I heard you're not flying because you have a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
That's
He's a
probably
nightmare.
smart.
What did your parents say?
They said that
We understand.
what month should we come here? My mom tried to guilt me a little bit, but I mean, they're not the ones dealing with him. He is difficult. He's extremely difficult. I look at other kids and other parent situations, and I'm really jealous.
You made me feel bad because playing baseball, I don't want to say I made, But wife, you need to
get on the plane.
You need to get on a plane with both of our kids and come see me. You're not.
That is like an angel.
Yeah.
Seriously, were they good on the plane?
My
kid won't
My kids are awesome. on
They're
the plane.
kids.
Since
They're
they were
kids.
little. They've always
No,
been
but I'm
awesome.
talking
I
about
don't know
there's
why.
2-year-olds that are chill and will sit on there.
Yeah.
3-year-olds.
Lucy, the best. I don't know why.
That's why I hate.
That's the music. That means Kevin said the segment's over. He did the wrap
he
up.
did?
Give it the wrap it up box.
Yep. Just like NBA players who want to review 78 calls a game, and luckily Jason Kidd's
talking
smart
about
enough
Luka?
to know. Yeah, Luka.
Let's go Qatar.
All right.
Qatar. Let's go.
I don't know that's not necessarily what you wanted
1-0
to say.
second half. That's the big Tim Donaghy scandal that's out there. 8 players got $7.5 million offered to them, supposedly, to throw the game. Game 1.
All right.
If it's 1-0 in the second half.
All right. When we see you on Monday, it'll be the Bobby Belt Show here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece with special guest Jerry Jones at 10:30.
Great job, Mike. Oh, we forgot to play.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The number one spot or player the Cowboys can attack on Sunday. So just doing a little reading, a little investigating about all of this. And you know how the Cowboys' run defense is bad? Because I feel like we've talked about that a lot.
I haven't heard any conversation about that.
At all?
Mm-mm.
Not even on the Get Right?
No.
Man, that feels irresponsible. Is make sure to tune in 7 to 11 right here on The Fan.
I think he was joking, Kevin.
The Vikings. Oh, okay.
I think there was sarcasm.
Oh.
I know your robot brain couldn't pick it up.
That is very fair.
You call it Roblox brain?
It's a fun game.
I'm a roadblocks brain. Is the Vikings pass defense sucks. So they give up 263 yards per game passing, which is fourth worst in the NFL. In 9 games, they have allowed a 300-yard passer 4 times, including Teddy Bridgewater. And the only game that Justin Fields has thrown for more than 200 yards came against the Vikings. So, and they're terrible at stopping tight ends. So, as much as we've talked about the Cowboys' run defense, and all of that is valid, especially whatever the Get Right said, because they're usually the most valid, is the Vikings' pass defense is atrocious. Do you feel confident that that is something that the Cowboys can attack, or is there a different avenue you would like to see them attack the Vikings?
I mean, I really felt that they could attack Green Bay in that way. And they decided, hey, let's do a bunch of flats and stuff out here behind the line of scrimmage. And instead of going downfield, and then they go downfield, what's going to happen when the read's wrong? Dak Prescott throws an interception whenever they're not on the same page. And that's what Dak Prescott's talking about right now. Hey, when we're on the same page, that's going to be, man, I'm going to keep throwing it. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to be scared of it. And that's what I want. Obviously, I definitely want him to continue feeling like he can put that ball down and play. But, man, you have to ensure that your receivers and you know what your plans are whenever you're standing there looking at what's going on there. So both of them have to be there. So I think it's a great the Cowboys should go after it. If that's something that they can, I mean, Patrick Peterson is not Patrick Peterson anymore.
Despite the Bills game, I'm with you.
He's still good. Like, he's still good, but he's not what he used to be. And so I've, find a way to go after that, find a way to go after the rest of it for sure, man. I think this is going to be one of those games that the Cowboys kind of have to rely on the pass for a couple reasons. I don't think this is a game that you're going to be able to shorten.
Okay.
And I think the Cowboys might need to lengthen this game a little bit. As much as it stinks because you have Thursday's game coming up.
Okay.
The reason being is, I mean, I don't know that Mike is 100% healthy. We're seeing that DeMarcus Lawrence is definitely not 100% healthy. And if you're reliant, I mean, this team has been heavily reliant on its pass rush for a while. Anthony Barr might not be out there again this week, so Micah, again, might be in that linebacker role, which takes away from your pass rush a little bit, which means that you don't have that thing that you can hang your hat on getting them off the field on third down, and you might give up some yards and points that are going to screw things up for you.
Do you want to hear from DeMarcus Lawrence on G-Bag yesterday, or do you think it might make you sad?
I'm afraid it's going to make me sad.
Okay. Cut number 1. This is DeMarcus Lawrence, G-Bag Nation, every single week. Will you get good to go on Sunday?
Oh, most definitely. Just taking it day by day, trying to look out for my health on the good side, knowing that it's a long season. So we're going to take it day by day, and we'll see on Sunday.
So he said most definitely, and then we also ended with but we'll see, it's a day by day proposition.
I do think that this is concerning for the Cowboys for the rest of the season and the playoffs. DeMarcus Lawrence is one of your 3 to 4 best defensive players on the team. Obviously, Micah's number 1, and then you start getting into discussions with Diggs and Lawrence, right? Yeah. And so I look at this and go, at his age, injury history, he thinks he might have refractured his foot, which seems somewhat impossible to play another 3 months on or 2 months on. So I think this is one of these things somewhat being underreported. I think he's a very tough guy. I think he's going to try to fight through it. But when you're trying to fight through your knee hurting you or fight through your feet hurting you, you're not the same. I'll take one of the greatest players I've ever played against, Albert Pujols. He got plantar fasciitis. it changed his game. It didn't mean he was horrible, but it didn't mean he was the same. And I know football and baseball are very different, but you just look at some of the greats of all time, whether it's Ken Griffey Jr., whether it's Penny Hardaway, whether it's Amari Stoudemire. I'm just trying to think of guys off the top of my head. When they start having to deal with injuries and play through them, yeah, they can play through them, but they're not the same.
Yeah, injuries terrify me, dude. Injuries definitely terrify.
Do they terrify you more with this specific individual?
Yeah, because it's the guy. It's the same spot. It's been a problem for him his entire. It's not like it was just a couple of years ago, Kevin. This is when he started his career here as a Cowboy. He had the same injury, and so feet, knees for guys like that. I guess the thing that's not terrifying is I'm kind of looking at contract, and I was looking at that earlier. Like maybe he's looking at it going, "This is all I got left. I got this year."
Man.
I know the Cowboys are stuck with about $15 million that they got to deal with next year, somewhere in that range, and then it kind of trickles down after that because trickle down economics or
What are
something
you
like that.
doing
I was
right
just
now?
suggest that's what it. Same thing, trickle. It's the same word. But yeah, I think that maybe he's starting to look at it as I don't have much time left. I got to fight through it. Whereas when he was younger, he was like, I got to get contracts. I got to protect my body so that I can show that I might be healthy for the future. So maybe now it's just like, that's fine. I can, as long as I can fight through the pain. But we've seen guys try to fight through the pain and not be as effective. And that's something that concerns me. That's what concerns me the most is fighting through something where he's not really healthy enough to actually do the job. So I this year, Kevin, we all kind of feel like this is that go for it year, but the Cowboys really, what have they done to tell us? The players, I think, have done a lot. What has anybody else really done to tell us that we believe the same thing?
Is it the Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh signings and the Eagles continuing?
Other people making moves,
yeah,
and you being like, we're going to let the game come to us.
Right.
And that's not, I don't think that's where we are right now.
I'm not saying that this is the answer, but do you feel like that perception would dramatically change if they did sign Beckham? And then people will be like, okay.
Maybe.
Even if that's not the most pressing need.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, too, is
I hear you.
You know, like, and maybe you're just convinced that and the people in there in that the place are telling you the things. Maybe you're just convinced that you don't need to add anything else. We already got all the pieces. You got Anthony Barr in the offseason. Micah's doing what he's doing. Maybe you just believe all those things are going to just show up magically at the end of the season. You always have to have that backup plan of what if. And their backup plan right now is we'll just add offense that we don't really know where it is at the moment.
Mike, do you think attacking the passing defense of the Vikings is and will be the strategy that the Cowboys go after, seeing as how poor? No.
Because we see what happens when Dak throws the ball 40 plus times. So what you're saying is attack, Dak, attack. Well, what happens to Dak Prescott when he attacks 40 plus times? There's 2 turnovers, if not more. So I get what you're saying, and it has to be balanced. And
sure,
I think that if you go pass, run, like you're doing that 65 to 70% of the time, that's a losing formula for the Dallas Cowboys. It doesn't mean Dak's a bad quarterback. It just means that Dak is not the type of guy that you can put together a Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Drew Brees years ago plan. Like, you can't do that with him. He's not that type of quarterback. So I hear what you're saying. Yes, I want Dak to attack, but it's like selective aggressiveness. I don't just want him to be aggressive, because if we get just totally aggressive with Dak Prescott, negative things happen. It needs to be selective aggressiveness.
I remember sitting, this was before the two of y'all started working on the show together at times, but I remember sitting and listening to you and Derek talk about challenge pitches. And like Derek has admitted, I'll challenge a guy at times that I don't, just because of ego. And I'm like, I'm going to do it this time. Right. And I didn't need to do it. And that's the selective aggressiveness.
Right. Stupid aggressiveness. Like stealing bases. Hey, I was trying, or, you get a base hit into kind of the gap, but not really the gap. And you're just, F it, I'm just going to run to second. And then you get thrown out by 10 feet. And you're like, what the hell were you doing when they get back to the dugout? I was just being aggressive. Mm-hmm. Is that what we want, Dad? I was just being aggressive.
Did you have any data that told you that was the right time or that you should run at this moment? What was the data? And they're like, nah, I just wanted to.
My gut was the data.
Hey, you can trust Wash Gut, all right?
Okay, that is true.
I'm not sure what guts we can trust.
Can you trust Boach Gut?
I don't like that. I don't like what you just said. That don't sound right.
Yeah, Boach gut sounds like a disease. Wash gut sounds like that's something you're going to trust in. Boach gut definitely sounds like there's an intestinal problem.
Okay.
I think you need to apologize for that, Kevin. I don't know.
It is Forgiveness Friday. I apologize. I thought that would work. Perhaps it did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a Shout-Out Friday, so we'll get those shout-outs started. Plus, besides Cowboys Vikings, which NFL or college game are you most interested in this weekend? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Let's talk about
Who plays on the team?
They're in second place. Arsenal's in first.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. How many players do you know that are on that team?
Holland, De Bruyne.
De Bruyne.
De Bruyne, how you say it, redheaded guy.
That's right.
Ronald Sterling, who never passes the ball.
Raheem Sterling, who is no longer on that club.
Well, I'm out.
They passed him to another team.
Is Aguero still there?
Oh, is Sergio Aguero there? I don't think so.
Mark Aguero.
They got a bald-headed, skinny guy who's their coach.
Okay.
Dresses really nice.
So we've established Mike's pretty much a super fan.
This is the dumbest game to be excited about.
You know what's
all right?
amazing is somebody would be like, and that's how they're a Cowboys fan. Yeah, we got some fat guy who coaches.
Sergio Aguero.
Like there's number 4. What is his name? Dick Prescott. And you're like, no, it's Dak Prescott. You know, who's the running back? Is it?
That's right, Richard Prescott.
Murray,
What's your problem?
DeMarco Murray. Like, no, he's been gone for like 7 years. Like, yeah, I'm a huge Cowboy fan. How'd they do? I'm like,
So-
no, these are the most fun conversations ever.
All right, Corey.
What's your opinion on the Cowboys?
What's your game of choice?
I will say that the biggest one is, it's so dumb, is the Giants and Lions is very exciting.
Because
to
those
me.
are two of your favorites.
I do still have this, like, I think that the Lions can win 6 games this year.
My son was hoping it was a doubleheader in Detroit. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Detroit's on the road.
I was really excited about the Browns Bills if they were playing in snow. And
Yeah.
I know some people think I don't want to watch snow games because I want to watch athletes do the best things in the best, possible situation. I don't care. I want to see the elements. I really didn't like that part of it. Even the players are like, give us grass or give us death. Like, that's what they're saying right now.
I don't think the death part is, but yeah.
Oh, they're not that committed to
I was
it?
wondering how you mow Lambeau Field if there's fake grass there too. You got to watch. Like, you don't want to cut the fake stuff, right?
I'm sure Mike, I'm sure that the blade is measured perfectly for it. I don't know. We'll have to go back and read that article on it. But yeah, I think I was really excited about a potential snow game, but now it's in Detroit inside.
Now, college games getting some love here too from the 817. TCU Baylor is a huge game.
Yeah.
And then from the 469, they picked the exact 2 college games that I care about the most. Baylor, no. Baylor, TCU, and USC, UCLA. The disrespect for TCU continues depending on what you think about Baylor. TCU 2.5-point favorites, but Baylor also trying to make their way in the world. And TCU, the countdown's down to 3. Now that they beat Texas, win your next 2 regular season games, win the Big 12 championship, you're going to be in the college football playoff.
What'd you just say? Baylor's trying to make their way?
Yeah.
At 6-4?
Yeah.
College teams can make their way with 4 losses?
Well, make their way just
Not to
like
the
as
playoff.
a program.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, hold on. What are they trying to make their way?
They're trying to move on up.
They're trying to
To the east side.
like next year?
Yeah. They could hit that deluxe
all right.
apartment in the sky.
Yeah, I was a little confused. What are you doing right now?
What do you mean?
Why are you trying to do this right now?
I'm looking forward to Luka picking up his 6th technical foul this weekend in 14 games.
And there is still for Baylor I don't think it'll happen, Reggie, but a catastrophic Kansas State scenario in which Baylor could still make the Big 12 championship game. I do not believe that is likely, but it could possibly happen.
No, we're getting a purple matchup in the Big 12 championship game.
Are you excited about that?
I don't think anybody's excited about it.
Where's the game at? Is it at
Baylor.
AT&T or Kansas? No, the championship game.
Oh, it'll be AT&T.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they not go back and forth like they used to? Is it never in Kansas City anymore?
I think Jerry got the rights to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going Chiefs Chargers Sunday Night Football.
I get it.
2 great quarterbacks, the best quarterback
You got a
versus
great
one who I
quarterback.
get, has been getting crapped on this year,
I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't know what he's seeing. It feels like he should be seeing a lot different stuff, and he hasn't had his 2 biggest weapons out there in
Lost his best
Mike Williams
offensive
and Keenan Allen. Yeah, there have been some problems there, but It seems like he's like, me and Austin Eckler are nothing. We're ride or die. Man, there's a lot of depth today.
Yeah. Is everything okay?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Oh.
You want a hug?
I'll have to start texting people.
By the way, is this a bad week in pro football?
I mean, depending on what you think about, like, if Jets and Patriots does anything for you, I'm with you. I also dropped Browns and Bills off my list because it was only going to be on the list because of the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Jacoby Brissett versus Josh Allen?
Look,
what's wrong with you guys?
Because Josh Allen is now a turnover machine. So
Now?
Josh Allen is essentially Jacoby Brissett.
it has been more focused.
If
the last
everything
several
ended
weeks.
today, there's only Jets at Patriots and Cowboys at Vikings as the only two teams that out of the 14 teams that are in the playoffs right now. Those are the only two games where two playoff teams as of now are playing each other.
Chargers are outside of the wow.
Yeah, they're not in the playoffs as of today. It's all four teams in the AFC East are all in the
That's
playoffs.
Right. I put Eagles, Colts up there just because I want to see if we can hope for a Eagles losing streak. I'm not necessarily calling for that, but
is Matt Ryan healthy again?
He's
after like his arm fell off and they had to retire him.
Look,
and now he's like back in the game.
If that is your definition, then no. Are they going to play him? Then yes.
Okay, all right.
So
that's interesting.
I don't necessarily think those
All right.
things go together.
Let's go. I'm looking forward to more Saturday.
And this feels, yeah.
Let him
By
live
the
his
way,
life, bro.
And the Fritz Pollard Alliance is starting an investigation into that hiring. And so I don't know if Jeff Saturday and the Colts are like, we won a game, we're good to go. As the other people are like, yeah, maybe not just yet. I don't know how that investigation will go or not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a football.
one there on Thanksgiving Day. It's an honor to get to be a part of that. So, from my standpoint, that takes on a little bit of a life of its own. From the standpoint of the players getting ready to go, we certainly are going to be playing at home Thanksgiving Day. That's good with these 2 road games behind us when we get to that point. So, all in all, I think we're acclimated to it. I want to be careful because we got people here that probably hadn't, between players and coaches that might not have played, but 1 or 2 Thanksgiving games, so you don't want to sound like you've been playing it for 20, 30 years. But it's a great event, and I think a plus for the Cowboys.
When, Jerry, did you know the magnitude of that game? Because you told us about when you were at the Cotton Bowl and you were watching that game and you were like, I think I could do this. But before you bought the team, did you know that the Thanksgiving game would be this big of a deal every year?
No, I candidly, that's called content. That's the professional word for viewership and content. And that was a foreign word to me. I really was just zeroing in on trying to figure out how to get in and get in a position to be able to run the Cowboys for the rest of my life. And so I didn't have that professional nuance about future eyeballs, future ratings, those kinds of things. But boy, it didn't take me long to get in it and see how valuable it is. I had interest in the Channel 4 NBC affiliate in Little Rock, Arkansas before I had the Cowboys. And had I known then, I still spent all my days drilling gas wells, oil wells. Had I known I was going to be doing what I'm doing now and be involved up to my ears in television, up to my ears in all the kinds of things, programming, all of that, I'd have paid a little more attention when I was involved in the ownership of that Channel 4.
Well, you're always welcome to come intern here at the station, Jerry, if you ever want some more of that stuff, all right?
Well, I know this. The best one about that is I did find out real quick that you were a better TV station if you could put I Love Lucy on because it was so hot. A lot of you listeners may not even identify with that, but still, it was hot, hot, hot. When you had it on there, it lifted your whole show. And you could sell a lot of stuff with it because you had it. And so I said right off the bat when I got involved to the other owners, we've got to become the I Love Lucy of these networks because we need to be that kind of, if you will, demand so that they want us and they'll pay a premium for it so that they can get a lot of the other fundamentals of station and business and those economics better off.
DeMarcus Lawrence said some things yesterday about how he's feeling that I was kind of surprised by. How concerned should the fan base be? How concerned is the team about how his knee and foot are doing right now?
Well, we got a good report on that, and it's certainly something that we'll be monitoring, but that'll be it. He can play, and it's not grabbing him in a way that restricts his ability to push off, if you will. And so it's an important part of his repertoire, of course, to be able to push off. So, but I don't, and I sure don't see it as an issue this weekend.
So, Jerry, we were having a discussion yesterday about Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook, 2 premium weapons for the Minnesota Vikings, and we were deciding which one should the Cowboys try to shut down the most. So let's ask the owner general manager, which player are you most concerned with on the Minnesota Vikings?
Oh, I think you pick your poison, and that's the trick. You're going to have to balance it out there. I think the key word there is balance. I know that's a cop-out, but that Cook makes plays, boy. He moves the yardstick. So he's important. That quarterback's no slouch. He's really an outstanding quarterback, and he's been around a lot with his Washington tenure up there for us, but. Make no mistake about it, he can win the ball games, and so you put those 3 together out there, and they've got a really outstanding team, outstanding. And so this is all we want here the next few days to get this done.
Now, since we mentioned DeMarcus Lawrence, I was kind of curious the progression of Anthony Brown health-wise, but also what does Anthony Brown mean to this defense?
Well, he's just always he's always overperformed. I think that's the best way to say it. He did it when he got his opportunity to come with the team. He outran his draft status. He just has always exceeded the expectations, and he is a consummate pro. He's the picture postcard of how to get better. So it's important to have him out there for us.
A lot of people are kind of up in arms recently this week, Jerry, as Ndamukong Suh joins the Philadelphia Eagles, a team that feels like it's already pretty stacked. I know they've had some injuries, and they said, let's go add another piece to it, and that player was out there. Did the Cowboys ever have contact with Suh and want and desire to have that guy on the field?
No, we haven't we didn't have contact, no. And but I like where we are with our big boys in the middle. And I like what we're trying to accomplish. We've got some very talented guys that prototype fit us perfectly to go with what we're trying to do with our edge rushing and really our internal pressure. No, I like our bunch. And that's got everything to do with it.
Well, I think this pretty much answers the question then, but so no concern about falling behind in the sports arms race with the Eagles or anything like that?
Well, again, I don't want to sound like I'm underappreciating what the Eagles are, and he's a player that makes plays, and he's well. We all know what we're dealing with him, but there's two questions here. Number one, what are we going to be dealing with when we're playing him? But the other question is, okay, how about what about the decision not to go get him like Philadelphia did? That's two totally different questions.
Jerry, when the Packers looked like they kind of went back to their ways last night, and I did bring up yesterday with Kevin and Mike, the Cowboys always have a target. They're always going to get some other team's best because it's an opportunity. It's a really opportunity to show something. But when you see the Packers look bad last night, does it frustrate you that you let that one slip away, seeing that team wasn't quite what that team looked like against you guys on Sunday?
Well, frankly, there were parts of that game that I thought we were, so to speak, looking good. I'll be very candid with you. I didn't think we'd lose that ball game early in the fourth quarter, but so much for that. That's not what you've got in football or the NFL. But by all measurements, we should. When we get in those kind of situations, we got to come out with a win. You got to.
Do you like then hearing Micah saying it was disgusting and Jaron Kerr saying we should be angry, we should be frustrated? That's the kind of attitude you need after a loss like that, right?
Well, I sure do. A frustration is easy to say, but that is the deal. We, it's hard to win these ball games, and everybody keeps saying that. But I've been hearing that since Troy Aikman was saying that right after he got in the NFL. This is hard. And it's because all the other teams are as talented as they are as well. But when we get a situation going like we had it up there the other day, it was all going for us. We got to close it. And the hope is that we will really learn something there. Now, I don't recommend that a way to get an education.
As a strategy, yeah.
I don't recommend that at all. But we should learn from that. And we haven't eliminated ourselves in any way in terms of getting to where we want to go. So we just should dwell on every aspect of it. If taking a little part of it today or tomorrow and getting mad about it, if taking a little part of it and throwing a pillow or doing something, all that's good stuff, I think.
And I certainly agree about y'all have not been eliminated and still have the potential to go where you want to go. How important will these next two games be in determining whether or not that path is still viable?
Yeah, every quarter is such a premium. Every possession And, boy, I can measure with you probably the number of possessions and get it within 3 or 4% that we're going to have over the rest of the regular season. And, boy, we've got to make each one of those count. We've got to start making early some first downs on our initial possession. We need to move the chains. That's hard to not go out there and several times step up there like we did Sunday and not get a first down on your first possession. So all of that's, I mean, it's easy to point to. We can see it. And by the way, we do have solutions. We have solutions. We've got personnel solutions, and we have great awareness about, I think, what this is going to take with our coaching staff. And the other thing is that where we can, we're trying to improve the team where we can.
We had Sean and RJ have Michael Irvin on every week, and he was talking about Justin Jefferson and the competitiveness of this person and how he's been told. There have been people that have said that Michael Irvin is the most competitive person ever, and this guy might be the next. And I was just kind of curious on, knowing Michael Irvin the way you did and his work that he put in and seeing what Justin Jefferson has become this early in his career. What are your thoughts on that player and seeing him this week against Diggs?
Well, you're tempted to go to Jefferson's competitiveness, and not just his athletic ability, but his competitiveness, and that is the case. And you can take that competitiveness and you can build world champions around it, and that's exactly what we did with the Cowboys. Michael was our heart and soul of our team, and he was a perfect guy to build around. He had his foibles, he had his mess ups, but he just simply, he'd be down there between two-a-days when everybody else is catching a little rest for the afternoon practice. Those were padded two-a-days. And he'd be out there on the football field running with his pads on between the practices. And the night before, he'd probably been out most of the night.
Working, obviously, right?
Sure.
Well, my point is living it to its nth degree, living life. Competitive, I don't so much want to use that word there, just getting the most out of it. Just getting the absolute most out of it, the most out of his relationships on the team, gouging, pushing people to get better. Harper was our other receiver, and boy, Harper should, frankly, have given Mike a cut of his check because Mike really helped Harper be the player he was.
Talk with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to know, and I know we'll circle back into the Cowboys, but I was really curious. The World Cup is about to start, and then the 2026 World Cup is going to be around these parts. How confident are you that AT&T Stadium is going to play a prominent part in the next World Cup?
I think we are going to play a prominent part, and we will have aspirations of playing some of the most prominent parts, and that's the trick. And so I think that's possible, and we're going to pull out all the stops to get the highest positions we possibly can.
I was kind of curious too. The Browns and Bills game got moved this weekend, and what's the inner workings like? How stressful is that to kind of make a move from one city, and the feeling on where that all is going to another city and not necessarily having that home game?
Yeah, I don't remember us doing that, and we were under consideration. I think one of two or three teams that they were going to come here this weekend and play it here. But it's a change, and it's certainly I don't know of anybody that would trade that situation for a home game, and so it's a step back from having to from getting a home game.
Do you have any insight, or can you tell us anything about why it didn't end up coming here and went to Detroit instead?
No, I do not, and it could be any number of things. The way I know is we're put in the queue and asked, can we handle it? Are we available? Could we do it? Yes, we can. And then they made a decision.
Are you feeling like you need to see Zeke out there this weekend? After I feel like there were some moments in the game against Green Bay where you would have liked to have been an opportunity to run late in that game, and I know you're trying to make sure he's there for late in the season. But how are you feeling on his health right now?
We're always better off as a team in any series. We're better off with his availability. He may not be out there on that series, but we are a better team when we've got him and got him available. And the defense is well aware, more than anybody, of his impact and his availability. So I'm glad to have him back, and it does look like he's going to be available.
Well, we appreciate the time, as always, good sir, and hopefully the next time we talk with you, you'll have not one but 2 victories.
All right, guys, let's go get them in Minnesota.
There you go, Jared Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Really cut him off there at the end.
Kevin he cut him off like 3 times today. What's up
It was
with that?
twice. That was the second one. I thought.
Are you okay, Kevin?
I thought he was done.
Just because they lost a game doesn't mean you need to cut off the owner and general manager.
Man, I don't know. Looking at the fan text, I feel like that is what they wanted.
Fan text is mad today, dude.
Fan text
What's wrong?
is mad today, and I think one of the things that stood out, and
The Taylor Swift tickets.
No.
They're really frustrated about how much those were costing.
Just wait, the price will go down.
What?
Is
You sure?
Yes.
When?
The closer you get to the show.
Tell me the day.
I don't know when the
I
concerts
don't know.
are.
I don't know about Taylor Swift tickets if they're going to go down.
When she runs 3, she's running 3 shows here. I mean,
you might be right, but I don't know.
But like the prices that I saw to sit in the upper deck for $2,000.
Okay, well, those you'll find tickets better than that. I mean, it's a great, just listening to concerts usually about 450 yards away is sometimes the best concert you can ever go to.
I
could almost hear George Strait when he opened up the stadium. It was awesome.
I think the thing that bothers people, at least that's what I'm taking from the fan text and from the 817, Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness for hanging up on Jerry. I'm sorry. I thought he was like, let's go get him in Minnesota.
I like the way he said that.
Yeah, absolutely. Is the Ndamukong Suh thing, but he answered why. Like, you don't have to agree with it. I'm not saying I agree with it. I've seen this run defense, but what he said is, we like the people that we have. And I'm not saying that that's all fine and well, but he's saying that's why we didn't talk
That's
to
a
him.
progress stopper. Is that kind of the feeling? Is he's going to stop the growth of some Bohannas and stuff like that?
I don't even know if that's the case because, I mean, Dan Quinn, when asked a similar question, was like, yes, we have the guys that we need. So
Okay.
I wonder how much that is just, us projecting our feelings about Jerry, because Dan Quinn has said the same things, and I don't know if we brought the same smoke to Dan over that.
How often will a coach do that? Because if you keep asking for more, if you keep saying, hey, just bring me some more to add to this, then it's like, do you really have the solution to this or not? And Jerry did say, we have solutions. We have the people and the personnel to have these solutions. And maybe it is, Kevin, one loss over against Green Bay isn't something to freak out about, and that's not what we're doing right now.
Although it looks worse after last night.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. But they're all different, contained moments, because there are moments where you're like, how did that happen? But I think the main feature is, well, what about the fact that you can't stop the run? And I think every person, Reggie, you can attest to this hearing Dan Quinn talk about it, every single person along the line it's not necessarily in the middle. Now, could Sue line up and help you on the edge?
Yeah.
Could that be a possibility? Is that he can be another, if they're going to try and run that way, can he be out there to help out? I don't know the answer to that.
Also, Kevin, you're a numbers guy. How
Yeah.
much cap space do they still have left after keeping that from the start of the season?
I believe they still have like a good $6 million in cap space.
If you wanted to address defensive line, but also still address wide receiver,
You could do both of those things with the way those contracts would be prorated, especially the thing that bothers me about that, especially if Odell Beckham wants a 2-year deal, which we've heard. Well, guess what? I can set that up just fine where the cap hit is going to work out. So, no, I'm not here to tell you if they wanted Ndamukong Suh and Odell Beckham Jr., 100% they could have had both of them. But he says that is not what we were looking for.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, Kevin. You don't know how far out their plan goes. and maybe that money can be rolled over, correct? So
Yes.
if it can be,
and
maybe that's part of their plan for next year.
From talking with Steven,
We gotta save
the
that
thing
money.
that drives people crazy is he's like, well, don't forget that money can be rolled over. And we've talked about in the
Like
past.
Singular Wireless.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, yes.
Did you ever use all those minutes?
Very modern references.
Yeah.
Right here on KNC Masterpiece.
And we asked Steven about that in the past, is like, well, how do you square that with Cowboys fans who are like, I don't want to roll it over. I want to use it now. And he's like, I get it, but that's not, we've done that in the past. I'm telling you, their philosophy is we're trying to move away from some of the things that we've done in the past that haven't worked, and we're trying a new philosophy. After that loss to the Packers, it doesn't look super great. If they beat the Vikings and the Giants in back-to-back week or in the span of 4 days, how do you think people will feel?
Oh man, Super
Positive.
Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly.
We didn't need Sue anyway. The Eagles better watch out. Yeah, definitely.
And when he says we have the personnel and we have a new strategy, I keep thinking back to what Isaiah Stanback said Tuesday, I think.
This
And
week when he was on with us.
yes, and then Brady James, we did Cowboys Crosstalk on Wednesday, is want to came up multiple different times. And so that feels like it's directed more at the DBs than anything. Is like, hey, we're not doing a great job at sealing off the edges, but I still think the middle is vulnerable. Is that guy's coming up on you? What are you going to do about it? You going to make the ankle tackle every time? Or are you going to try to hit somebody or at least force them out of bounds?
Yeah, or run away. You have lots of choices.
Sometimes I feel like the
Masterpiece
ankle
of the week for this guy for about a few sentences.
Yeah, I heard that.
Sometimes I feel like the ankle tackle is running away.
Okay.
I really
What?
do.
You're still getting the guy down.
Are you though?
Sometimes.
But then there are other
Can't
times.
tackle him at the shoulders.
No, but you've seen some ankle tackles that were like, you might as well have just moved to the side and let
it's
him
the one
go.
where you go and you fly down towards the ground and you stick your arm out as your body is getting far away from the play. And it's like, hold on, you weren't even trying there. You're like, no, I stuck my arm out to get his ankle.
Yeah, no, I totally
Dude,
tried.
put your whole body on his ankle. Roll it up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the
in-law for being the best. That is not a frequent shout out that we get, but I appreciate it nonetheless. For the 817, shout out to my love, Robin. Ooh, congratulations, Robin. Good day for you.
My mother-in-law's at a school right now for Grandparents' Day.
It's a good thing that your kids showed up for that, huh?
Wouldn't that have been amazing if my dad and mother-in-law showed up to Grandparents' Day and there were no kids there of their grandkids?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I gave them the day off.
Do you think there would have been lonely kids and they'd have been like, you can come sit with me?
I'm sure they wouldn't have been too pleased that they drove from where they drove from and then the kids didn't show up to school.
Yeah. And that's why your wife was going to be mad at you.
Yeah.
But you fixed it.
Yeah, I did. I drove them to school. That's great.
Man, I would love to see the Bassick grandparents show up. And they're like, you know what? Our grandkid's not here. We're going to go grandfather and grandmother another child right now. And just find some other kid that's just sitting at a table all by himself and they sit down with him.
I don't entirely want to rule it out. All right. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys Insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I thought this was the family hour.
Yeah. That is interesting, and I just think how many kids you see sometimes at those parents' days or grandparents' days, and they got nobody there, and you could tell they kind of like wanted somebody. If you could have like surrogate.
Carter the other day sat with a different family during their Thanksgiving feast
Happens.
because Dad has to work, and he was like, "Dad, why do you have to have a job?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh."
That's
Mickey.
What was your answer to that first?
I just turned around and walked off. I was just like, "You'll find out one day, son."
Okay, that's fair. Now, on the playing field, I know Jerry said the right things, but I feel like I'm concerned about DeMarcus Lawrence saying he thinks he might have refractured one of his feet, and then
I don't think he said that. Did he say that? He said I've still got that foot. I've got screws in it.
I could have.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
If he refractured his foot, he wouldn't be walking around like he was in the locker room.
That's kind of what I thought.
I've fractured my fifth metatarsal, and it is more pain than you can believe for a little bone on the outside of your foot.
Do you get mad at that? You're like, I didn't even break a big bone.
Yeah, it's a little skinny thing. I guess it's fragile, but yeah, and he was saying, you just got to play through stuff. So if it's fractured, he ain't playing. As a matter of fact, he'd be in a boot.
And
right?
And that's why I was concerned because I swear he made allusions to that. And then he said his knee probably feels even worse.
He said the knee was worse.
Yeah. How concerned should I be?
Well, I don't know. He wasn't on crutches.
Okay.
I think it was from Clarence Hill, but he looks like he puts out 73 tweets per hour. So
does he check for accuracy?
Maybe that's the Clarence Hill Twitter bot. Yeah.
No, I mean, he said, both toes hurt.
Okay.
And then he said my knee. And then someone asked about, is it your foot where you broke it? And he goes, I've got 2 screws in there.
Yeah. Clarence Hill Jr. did put out at 20 hours ago, he said he may have aggravated or refractured the bone on foot that he broke last year. So that's where we got it from.
Yeah, I'm not saying you guys were wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sure you read it somewhere, right?
Okay.
Yep. If he refractured his foot,
he's not even talking about playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he wouldn't be going out and doing rehab work during practice on the cords, right?
I believe. Yeah, I don't know.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, Mickey. I remember when Dat Wynn was here. I remember you sitting down next to him one day, and I think both of his knees were the size of basketballs.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, I'll be out there for practice tomorrow." And I was like, "What?" And I mean, Kevin Burnett. I remember he had some. I was walking through that locker room. It just seemed like by this time of year, all those guys were in it and feeling that kind of pain. And it's. I mean, I guess it is kind of a mental part of it too, of having to just be like, "Look, I got to finish the season."
Through stuff,
yeah.
And guys do play through stuff. So I still think, I mean, they didn't list on the injury report knee, foot, toes. It was just foot. So it sounded like it was just sore. But I guarantee you, if it was fractured, they'd be doing surgery again.
How difficult is the injury management in this like mini stretch right here? Because obviously we're hoping Anthony Barr comes back. We talked about DeMarcus Lawrence, Zeke. Like, how do you how have you seen the team balance that over the years?
Normally, if you're good to go, you're good to go. And there's no, well, let's save, this week for next week, or, well, we got to play 2 games. Let's just wait till after the. Now, if you're coming back from a major injury, and it's getting close to time to play, and they're not quite sure if you're healed, then okay, let's just give you 10 days after Thanksgiving, and then that makes more sense. But if it's something that you're limited in practice, you're playing. I'll guarantee you. Like Zeke said, and what happened last week, according to him, is after his last practice, when he came back the next day, he didn't feel as good. And there was residual effect from the work. So that's when they decided, okay, well, then, you're not ready to go. This week, he said on Thursday, I practiced on Wednesday and I felt good again on Thursday, and, hopefully I can feel good again on Friday. He goes, but I expect to play. So he's getting snaps on Thursday. Last week, he didn't get snaps on Thursday. So that was the big difference with him. I think the key one is Anthony Brown, if he gets out of concussion protocol, and today would be his day to be elevated out of that, if indeed he's cleared up. Now, he said yesterday when we were talking that, he goes, my symptoms have gone away, so he says hopefully on Friday I'm cleared, but he's got to get cleared by the independent evaluator before he can, and he pointed out, he goes, if there's something wrong with me, I'm not going out there, right? I've got a family. I got
that's
kids.
Smart, yeah.
So, he's not making this, cavalier decision. Oh, well, let's go. I got to play. The concussion thing, these guys, it registers with them, believe me.
How much has that changed over the last several years? Because obviously there was
100%.
Yeah.
Well, not several years, but how about 10 years?
Yeah.
15 years.
Right.
Where guys were like, well, yeah, I got dinged. No, you didn't get dinged. You suffered a concussion, right? If this was 30 years ago, Troy Aikman wouldn't have played in that 93 Super Bowl when he had the concussion in the NFC title game.
Right.
And then there was no week in between. I guarantee you, if there was concussion protocol back then, he would have been sidelined for the Super Bowl. So
unless
that's how
it was
much
played in
changed.
Henrietta, because that's where he was going to go for the game.
That's exactly right. I'm glad you remember that.
Mike, explain that real quick for the audience that may not know.
Well, he was going through and Mickey might be able to explain it better, but it's in his kid's book. It's in Troy Aikman's kid's book that I've read to my kids when they were younger, is when they kind of did the concussion protocol test back then. They said, what was the score of the game? And I think he answered it right. And then they said, well, where's the Super Bowl at? And I believe it was in Atlanta, Georgia. And he said in Henrietta, Oklahoma.
Yeah, because they played the NFC title game on Sunday, and Monday they were already in Atlanta. And he was going through, and I don't remember if it was the interview process, because we interviewed guys on Monday evening, or if it was earlier in the day. But yeah, he answered the question, in Henrietta. And it's like, oh, boy.
Oh, not great.
And then he played the game and, was awfully good.
I think what Kevin really wanted to know, though, is with Britt Brown and all the injuries and having to balance all that, does he put it all on one whiteboard and he just writes it down? And he's like, okay, this guy, this.
My to-do list.
Does he have a spreadsheet?
This guy goes Thursday.
Well, no, but you know what they do, though?
There's got to be a lot of coordination.
When they go out there for their rehab on the resistance cords, it's a 2x2x2. So 2 guys go now, then when those guys, 2 more guys go, and then after that, 2 more guys go. So before practice even starts, or when they're doing stretch, like yesterday, on the resistance cords were Michael Gallup and Ezekiel Elliott. And then they finished, and those guys went and did the rest of the practice. And then after that, I think it was maybe Anthony Barr, someone else after that. And then after that was two guys that were rehabbing from injuries or surgeries or something like that. So, yeah, he's got a system they go through. And it's not just practice days either. You know, they don't practice on Tuesday. Well, okay, but you got to be in here to do your rehab. You don't practice on Friday, that's fine, but you guys have to do your rehab. So, yeah, it's a continuous thing. I remember I don't remember if it was the bye. It might have been the bye week, not this year, but several years ago. And everybody, takes off and act like, they're going on vacation. And I looked at Britt, and he kind of looked at me like, yeah, there's no vacation for me. We got work to do. And he's pretty dedicated about it, too, by the way.
That's great.
Yeah, and you got to have a guy like that, right?
Yeah. The organization to make sure that all those guys know. Can you imagine going and telling all these guys, these football players that are, some of them are probably interested in other things, their phones or whatever, and you're like, hey, make sure you meet me on the bands today.
Yeah. Even after, sure they're pumped. And it might have been this. It might have been this year when they finished their the mini camp and they were free, right? And it's like, oh, Britt, you going on vacation? And he looked at me like I was crazy. He goes, no, we got guys that, I got to take care of Michael Gallup. We can't take a break. And they don't get much of a vacation.
Now, while we have made it through the week, I know the injured players, we're still waiting to find out about several of them, but we have made it to the point, Mickey, where it's time for your prediction. What are you thinking, Cowboys, Vikings?
I was looking at the game last night, and if these guys watch that game, I think they're even sicker that they lost.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably
Tennessee 27-17.
Yep.
And you scored 28, and you let them score 31. Having said all that, do you realize Minnesota, 7 of their 8 wins are one-score games?
That's what I'm talking about.
Vegas realizes it.
Yeah, right?
It's true.
They think Cowboys are better in Minnesota.
And, 2 of them, okay, it's 8 points. Technically, you have to have 2 scores, right? A touchdown and 2-point conversion. But the only win they've had, and this will make you even sicker or more worried, that was not a one-score victory. They beat the Packers in the opener 23-7. So, having said all that, when I put that all in my computer, right, it spit out a Cowboys 27-24 victory.
Oh, love to hear it.
I was going to guess that's what he was going to say.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Look at you.
Why is that?
I don't, because I'm right around that too.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I think Mickey's going to pick 27-24. I should have said it out loud because who knows what I was going to say inside my head,
Yeah, who knows what's going on
and I know you do listen to yourself.
I do listen to myself.
Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
Okay, and we'll see if this offense is right and if the defense can be just a little bit better, right?
Let's hope so. Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And since we referenced Thursday Night Football, let's go ahead and throw to cut 13 right here.
Here they come. Tannehill drops, fires, got it complete to Hilliard at the 5. Hilliard into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans! Dontrell Hilliard, for the 4th time this year, receives a TD.
But really, the best passer last night was, of course, Derrick Henry.
Dude, it was so much fun to watch that play happen. It was so cool. I was tricked. Like, I was watching it, and then it happened, and I told Adrian.
In the pile.
I said, Adrian, watch this play real quick. And she was like, can they do that? And I was like, yeah. I mean, he's running back. He had the ball. He's behind the line of scrimmage. Absolutely, they can.
No offensive lineman was downfield?
Yeah. No, it was. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Very good.
Well, I've noticed that sometimes when I'm like, throw the ball away when a guy's scrambling, I think there's times where a quarterback can't because he sees that his offensive lineman has assumed he's going to run and then started blocking 2-3 yards down the field. And he's like, crap, I can't throw it away now because then it's offensive lineman downfield.
Got to run.
In addition to that touchdown pass, Derrick Henry had his 10th rushing touchdown of the season, became the 5th player in NFL history to score 10 rushing touchdowns in 5 straight seasons. Get ready for the person who you wouldn't have guessed belongs on this list. Derrick Henry, LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, Sean Alexander, and Michael Turner.
Of course it's Michael Turner.
The Turner burner.
Yeah.
Burner Turner.
Do y'all remember the Turner times?
I do. I don't remember that sustained level
Why do you
of
think
excellence.
Why do you think Derrick Henry has lasted so much longer than Zeke as a premium runner? They're both in the same draft. I mean, Derrick Henry, we still feel, I know he got injured last year, but he's come back and has been really good. I mean, Zeke kind of got injured and came back, and we're like, he's a nice guy to complement another running back.
Man, Mike, when I watch him run to and through a hole, he is at full speed as soon as he gets to hole. All right, like that was always the slow too fast through idea, and it just seems like he's picked up the necessary speed to fly through. I don't know. He should be. People are hitting him just as physically as they are
he
Zeke.
seems to carry the ball a lot too.
Yeah, but he is the one inflicting pain at that point, I think. And I think maybe that has something to do with it. He had an injury. I mean, he did have an injury last year, but he runs with a very different style than Zeke does.
I don't know if this is the reason, but if you'll remember, the nickname that he garnered in college compared him to a tractor.
Mm-hmm.
They called him Tractorcito.
Yeah, that is a good point. Now, a big win for the Titans. Here's how you don't want to celebrate: by getting a DUI. Because that's what happened to the Titans offensive coordinator, Todd Downing, after that win. He was pulled over and arrested for a DUI and speeding.
I can't remember this, but in baseball, and I can't remember the guy, Sean brought it up, but there was a guy when we were playing in the early 2000s who you used to have all the beer you wanted on a plane. And you still do have that as far as I know. As long as you're going somewhere where the bus is taking you to the hotel, you can drink on the plane. But most teams won't allow alcohol to be on the plane when you're going back to your home place and you're getting in a car and driving anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes back home. And so I just found that interesting that I guess in football, they allow the alcohol to be on the plane, even though that they know that guys are going to immediately get in their car and drive home.
Yeah, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really looking forward to this segment. What is something you do that you probably shouldn't, but it's not that bad?
It's not like a DUI situation.
No,
Gotcha,
that
that's
is
bad.
that is
Yeah,
that
I
bad.
gotcha.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Let's talk about DFW Security. You get better protection. You get cutting-edge smart technology. You get the award-winning.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is from the mind of Corey, and I was super intrigued by this.
It's like being John Malkovich.
What is something you do that you probably shouldn't, but it's not that bad?
From the 972, unprotected sex with a exotic dancer.
Oh.
In the heat of the moment, it sounds great on paper. Probably not the best idea, and you might just regret part of it. I can't read all the fan text, Kevin. I can't read all the fan text. And here's the reason that I brought this up. And people are going to get real mad at me, probably. I think people are going to get mad at me for this. Because I probably have been mad at people, seeing people do this before.
Ooh, I'm intrigued.
I have decided that because when I get on 75 at George Bush, usually the Bush is fine. But it's 75. It's Central that's a problem. And usually, like, I'm sitting on the bridge at the Bush trying to enter the 75 area.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing that people say?
Yes, all the time.
Okay.
I agree with Corey. If you're on that road, you do call it you're on the Bush.
Yeah. I have decided I will no longer sit in traffic there.
And how will you accomplish this?
I have decided I will now move over to the HOV lane.
Oh, no.
And HOV it all the way down to the Mixmaster.
Is your vehicle high occupancy?
I mean, lots of people can fit into my vehicle.
You're pregnant. There's a whole law thing.
The answer is no. It's just him.
I feel like, and I don't know if this is correct or not, that whenever traffic is like that and that lane is moving freely, and it's not necessarily even a pay lane at this point, it's just a lane for people with multiple people.
Right.
I feel like that should be an extra lane for the rest of the world to utilize so that traffic can move more freely. If there are 3 lanes closed on 75 and we have another one just sitting there wide open, why can't we use it? So I've decided.
Corey, I think you've made a really smart decision here.
Until you get a ticket.
Me and Mike are on the same side.
It's worth it. Like, what is it? $150? If
you do that's a really bad toll.
But is that my fee?
If you do it 20 times and you get caught the 21st time, you have to look at it and say, all right, it's like a toll. And if I do it another 20 times and not get caught, if I get up to 50 times but pay $150, it's just $3 every time I've used it. You got to look at it in that type of way.
So yeah, that's what I've decided now.
And what's the chance a cop is going to be watching at that point?
I mean, now that we've said over 100,000 watts, probably a lot more.
My situation here is they definitely, all the cops are at the wreck. Like, that's what's happening. They're focused on the wreck. They're not focused on drivers trying to find a way around.
Oh, what happens if you drive by the wreck in the HOV lane, all of a sudden, whoop, whoop.
And then they stop the HOV lane. Then they screw over more people.
Yeah. I don't think that's the.
Because that's what I would do. I would stop in the middle of the HOV lane and be like, fine, all right. We want to stop all the traffic? All right. I've stopped. Give me my ticket. But, I mean, we're going to stop traffic for another 10 minutes, and it's just going to ruin everything.
I like that Mike decides getting a ticket is the time to go on the offensive.
Who am I hurting there? You know, I'm not hurting anyone. So I don't think it's
environment.
This is a situation where this is something you're not supposed to do, but it's not really that bad. Like I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not making anybody's day worse. Actually, I might make somebody's day better.
Remember that I have the rule of the second wreck you get on the highway, your license is suspended for 6 months to a year because obviously you are messing up somehow, some way, and it is screwing up the rest of our community by you ruining the highways.
Okay, I get the spirit of what we're doing here. I park in the curbside delivery at Walmart when there's not a closed place to park.
What a jerk.
I'm like, look, you have 8 spots for curbside delivery, and there are frequently 1 to 2 people there. So
absolutely.
It's different at Target for whatever reason.
Kevin, it is walking. Like, I guarantee
Kevin,
the quote-unquote spar space.
I do love to walk.
The quote-unquote spar space is what, another 40 steps? Come on.
It just depends. There are times when nothing feels better in the world than getting that clutch parking spot, or feels worse, even though it's not. You're like, I can't freaking believe I have to drive out to that next one. So I will admit, I park there. It was really funny the other day. I was leaving Walmart and somebody waited for my space, and I was like, I wonder if they're going to be mad when they see it's a curbside space. But guess what? They went ahead and parked there anyway. And I saw them get out of their car.
Well, they got out because they didn't know what to do. They were like, do I call the number? That's what I'm assuming. But I don't disagree with Kevin here. I'm actually on Kevin's side in this, even though he was against me on HOV driving.
How are you guys making lazier things than me?
I'm against what Kevin's doing. And it's
not against the thing in which you could get a ticket and just shut down traffic.
Park further away and walk. And you like walking. Like you sit here, walk the parking lot for 10 to 30 minutes a day. I don't know how long you do it.
It is at least 30 minutes. Yes.
But it's like, so you have to park another, let's just say, I'm going to make it a really long way, 100 yards away.
Right.
You just got in 200 yards of walking that you desperately want.
And
obviously you do.
From the 214, please tell me Kevin doesn't go to the Walmart at 30 and Broadway. Oh, yes, I do.
That's the one you go to?
Among others.
What, is there something bad with that?
I don't know.
What are you going to Walmart for?
Groceries.
Sometimes the wife is at home with the child all day, and if she has a request, I want to make sure that she gets the thing.
Oh, that's very nice. Because I thought you were going to be like, sometimes the wife is at home with the child, and I like to get to Walmart to get away.
I like to walk around Walmart.
But Walmart, it takes forever to check out. Look, I've been to Walmart before, but you really got to choose your hours well, because Walmart is miserable during high traffic time. So I'd rather go to Kroger, Albertsons, Tom Thumb, whatever. If you're talking about groceries, I feel like Walmart is one of the worst places to go for a quick pickup of a grocery.
This Walmart's pretty efficient because they have lots of the self-checkout lanes that people don't understand what those are.
So they make you temporary employees. Fantastic.
I mean, if it gets me out the door quicker, I accept that.
I will
bargain.
not say what I do because I do think a cop can stop it. And if I say exactly where I do it,
do not
then there's going to be a police officer there stopping it, and I
like
won't
the Boston Market?
say it.
Are you like Kellen Winslow Jr. at the Boston Market?
Oh my goodness.
So my wife, that was one of her first jobs. Used to be called Boston Chicken.
I can't.
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows the story.
I don't know the story.
Do you not remember that story?
There was a time when Kellen Winslow Jr., who is clearly
found
has
out
some
he's
problems.
a monster.
Yeah, clearly has problems, was sitting outside of a Boston Market.
Doing himself. Was he doing it with somebody else?
No.
He's doing it with
He was
himself.
all alone. Yeah.
Because why did it have to be a Boston Market?
I don't know.
That's what turned him on?
That was just the time that he decided to do it. He was
So
like,
to move away from this topic of conversation.
So I did want to point out, Kevin, somebody said Kevin parks there for protection because you're super famous. And just like at my Tom Thumb, people recognize you.
It's just laziness.
So you enter the rear area so that you can avoid the mass of paparazzi waiting for you.
It's just laziness. I will point out, I guess Gavin Dawson said he just leaves his cart wherever. I always put my cart back.
That's right.
Yeah, you should. You should definitely put your cart back. That's rude to not.
What fascinates me is when they're like right next to the thing, like 2 parking spots away, and I'm like, but it's right there.
Or on the like there's one that has the other side, or it doesn't.
And they
have
just
the other side.
ram
They put
it
to
into
the other.
the
You're like,
end.
why did you do that? Why'd you do that?
I'll tell you something I kind of learned from Dawson, which I think upsets, I know my wife, and I think it upsets women more than men. I don't say goodbye to most people when I'm leaving something. I want to
Because it
leave.
slows you down.
I've decided to leave. I've talked to the people I've wanted to talk to for the most part. If I wanted to talk to you more, I would have talked to you more. I'm ready to go. I don't want to say goodbye to 10 to 40 people. I saw them. I'm not saying goodbye because saying goodbye starts another conversation.
That's right. No kidding.
So that's something that I think that can irritate people, especially my wife.
See,
but I am leaving.
We're on the flip side of that spectrum because when I tell my wife like a time that we need to leave or whatever, she decides that's when it's time to go do the goodbyes. And I'm like, no, we got to factor that 10 minutes in.
So that I feel like that's a you problem. You should know that and factor those 10 minutes in before you
start telling her
Yeah.
that we need to leave 10. That's a really good
Let
idea.
me ask you this,
That's what I'm here
because
for.
this doesn't help out my wife, who I love tremendously. I'm assuming you love Jess tremendously, and it probably doesn't help her out. Have you ever just gone to the car and started the car and hoping that I am not in this place anymore and the car is started? I'm hoping you realize that means it's time to go.
My version of that
all the time.
My version of that is the front door. Is because like we'll frequently take my car and I'll go to the front door and open the front door as like
and stand there.
I thought we were all on the same page, and we're frequently not. All right, people are weighing in with a She might be listening right now. She's the best.
Hi, Jess.
It is from the 903. What do you do that you probably shouldn't, but it's not that bad? From the 903. I crop dust employees during lunch.
That's bad.
Yeah, you're a jerk.
That's rude. Like, that is rude. Come on. You can walk somewhere else. Right. That does hurt somebody. Their nose is having to deal with it. Like me driving the HOV lane, no problem. But who am I hurting, Kevin? Name a person.
The environment.
What? No, you're not hurting anybody.
No.
You're making life better for everybody involved. You've eliminated yourself from the traffic.
Yes.
And you are now getting to the place that you need to get at to satisfy the people that need to see you.
Yes, I'm satisfying people.
All right.
From the 469, I park in the compact car parking with my Tahoe. Okay, are there cars already there? Are you capable of getting out of your Tahoe?
We have a little compact spot here in our parking garage, and I never parked there because I'm like, man, I don't know if my car would get hit because it's not compact, and if that would affect me. So I don't know about that, man. The compact spot is all really kind of your situation, I think. Is anybody walking by it going, that's not compact? Or do you even know most of the time if it's a compact spot or not? I don't know.
From the 214. I'm called the dictator commission my league and I veto trades. That's what I do. LOL, hashtag get over it.
Yeah, thanks, Carter. Yeah, Carter's kind of a...
Was that about Carter?
How's that
he's
going?
A dictator.
Is he winning?
Yeah, he's doing great. Everybody else is stinking. Isn't that weird?
Yep.
Yeah.
The commissioner always wins. The commissioner always makes the playoffs.
Man. From the 214, I love Mike. F saying goodbye. From the 817, yes, finally, thank you, Mike. I never say bye. From another 817, it's time to go.
It
From
is.
the 682, your wife only takes 10 minutes to say goodbye. Lucky man.
Yeah. All right, bye. See y'all later. Give a hug and move out. Get out of this place.
See, I do the walking away goodbye because I don't want them to think they can ensnare me back into their conversation.
They'll try. They'll
I
be
know.
like, oh, hey, I wanted to ask you about this real quick. Can we talk about these cards? And now you're stuck
I'm like,
doing it
are
'cause
they
that's
from the
something you love.
90s? They're probably not worth it.
214.
Ooh, I might put that in Mike Likes It.
From the 214, Kevin probably puts the money on the counter, ignoring the cashier's hand.
What a jerk.
No, never.
You
Never,
use
never,
self-checkout?
At that Walmart, it's usually just like one or two quick things we need.
Do
so
you
yeah,
prefer self-checkout over human interaction?
I do. But also, I will tell you, I know there's not a rule, but if you have 68 items, maybe the self-checkout is not for you.
Okay, I'm okay. I understand. Sometimes I'm looking at that line though, and I'm like, that line's too long, and I'll be very fast. Watch
Okay.
how fast I can do this. I do try to get out of the way in the self-check if I have a lot of items. I'm like, I'm going to try and get done with this quickly.
There's sometimes nothing you can do. I know we're done, but like at the grocery store I go to, they usually have one person checking out, and it's just like, I have to use this. There's 6 of these open. One person is checking, so I have to do self-checkout.
I don't know why this was censored. From the 469, eating pizza. It ain't that bad, brother.
Maybe they're on soda right now.
I don't know if that was the censored part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the most likely players to make the Pro Bowl for the very first time. We'll do it next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about the holiday season. It is here, which means holiday deals.
by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Oh, pizza?
Oh, man, that's a good dip right there.
And
it made me hungry when that person said he eats pizza.
That is fair. I don't think that was it. We start with NFL.com. They have the 10 likeliest, excellent dip.
Nice.
10 likeliest first-time Pro Bowlers so far. Do you want me to run down the list for you, or would you like to take some guesses?
Most likely Pro Bowlers.
For the first time.
Oh, for the first time.
Jefferson already a Pro Bowler?
Yes.
Okay, so that wouldn't count.
Geno Smith. There's no way he's made one.
Dude, Geno Smith.
Ooh, that is a good one. But
Reggie's here and
not
everything.
on
Don't you do
the
that to
list.
Geno.
That is rude.
This is the year, Geno. How do you say it?
This is the year
Uh-huh.
that Geno Smith
Uh-huh.
puts it all together.
And he did so far.
Yeah, that is perplexing. I double-checked. It does not appear.
That's disgusting.
Wow, I hate this.
You have to start up a crusade.
You know what?
Maybe it's tough just because if you talk about Kirk Cousins, but he's already made one. But I'm trying to think of the quarterbacks in the NFC who are going to make the Pro Bowl.
Geno Smith is not even in the just missed category.
This is disgusting.
Has he ever had a Pro Bowl before?
I just double-checked. He is not.
All right, I will go with Tua
Is it
then,
possible? I
with
don't
the
know how
special
to
season
read.
that he's having.
That's a good guess.
I'm going to look at Geno Smith's.
Tua is correct. He is number 4 on the list.
Is his teammate Waddle there?
Jalen Waddle.
Did he make it last year?
Is the number 1 player on this list. Very well done. You guys are on a roll.
Hey, how about rookie running backs? Help me out. Is Pierce? He's not good enough to.
I believe you're looking on the wrong side of the ball if you're going to pick a rookie.
Hold on. Has Jalen Hurts ever had one?
Jalen Hurts has not.
That's why Geno.
good call.
That's why Geno's probably
Good call.
not.
Good call.
Jalen
He
Hurts
is the best quarterback in the NFL.
No, you do not believe that at all.
I think he's the greatest. There's
Jalen
no way he's going to
Hurts.
lose a game
Tell
this
me
year.
right now, Jalen Hurts is better than Patrick Mahomes.
Jalen Hurts is better than Patrick Mahomes. What a joke. I can't even say it without laughing.
I thought perhaps. All right, Jalen Hurts, number 3 on this list. So you guys have gotten 3 of the top 4. Can you guess number 2?
Who are the best defensive rookies or second-year guys?
You should definitely get this.
Sauce, I
Sauce
just saw
Gardner.
that his
God,
numbers,
you're good at this.
He has comparable numbers to Diggs right now. Like he's
In terms of interception and pass breakups,
yeah. That's a really good number that I saw. So I think Sauce is on here.
Sauce Gardner is, in fact, on the list. So it goes Waddle, Gardner, Jalen Hurts, and Tua at the top of the list. Those are the biggest, names, though. Dexter Lawrence for the Giants is on the list. Quentin Williams for the Jets is on the list. So there are some other ones. And then
Donovan Wilson belongs on this
Donovan
list.
Wilson is in the just missed category.
Oh.
So essentially there were 6 people in the just missed category. He did not make it, but
Aiden Hutchinson.
No, I don't think
His
there's
name and a
any
rookie who was
others
picked high.
on the list from Seattle. Uchenna Nwosu makes the list.
Tony Pollard
as well. I do not believe there are any other Cowboys that are up for consideration. But before you get upset, Corey,
Micah Parsons.
Well, Micah Parsons already made the Pro Bowl.
He
But
should get every award.
coming in at number 8, your guy, Terry McLaurin.
Oh, that's awesome. He hasn't made one yet.
That is fairly shocking.
That is really cool for him. I mean, obviously, I don't want him to see him do well against the Cowboys, but
that's good.
I really enjoy watching the way he plays football, man. He's a blast to watch. Good for him.
I'm going to steer you guys into the no joke zone real quick, but for a very good reason. If you haven't seen them yet, Chiefs player Juan Thornhill, who did go to Virginia, has cleats that he put together honoring the 3 football players who were murdered just a few days ago. Very sad situation, and I know the shoes don't make up for it, but the shoes are super cool, and I appreciate him doing whatever he can to make things work. Now, you mentioned Patrick Mahomes earlier. Did you know that he has now won 24 straight games in November and December, which is the longest winning streak of any quarterback in a 2-month span since they started keeping track of that in 1950.
No, 50. I thought you were gonna be like in 2021.
Or since the merger is a big go-to. But
Wow.
apparently we didn't really keep real stats until 1950. Or
Is
maybe
this a real stat?
Or maybe to the bane of Reggie, they did not keep quarterback win stats until 1950.
Very good, very good. Man, that's interesting on his part that he's at his best at this time of year.
Now, not at his best right now is Josh Allen. However, he is on the precipice of moving up in an important category. He has 158 combined passing and rushing touchdowns. He needs 3 more to surpass Patrick Mahomes and Cam Newton, and that would put him second on the list for most combined touchdowns in the first 5 seasons by a quarterback.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay.
He trails only Dan Marino. Dan Marino's in the Hall of
Who
Fame.
never won a Super Bowl.
That is true.
Interesting.
You know, I don't have any Josh Allen cards. I didn't buy them when they
'Cause
were
they went up
down.
so
They went
fast.
up so fast. His cards have gone down a little bit lately.
That makes sense.
And I thought about buying a really nice Josh Allen rookie card because I still think Buffalo has a great chance of winning the Super Bowl. I do. But then I watched him play last week, and he did a couple of runs again where I'm just like, I can't. Like, he puts himself in harm's. I get he's big. I get he's strong. I get he's, kind of Cam Newton-like
You're right.
body structure. But I saw what happened to Cam Newton, and I've seen what happens to guys that take this big a risk from the quarterback position.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you a question then, because
Ask it.
Corey, we participated in the Rick Goslin power poll for football voting.
Oh, you too?
That's right.
No, I didn't.
Which quarterback would you start your NFL team with today? Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, or other?
Mahomes.
To me, it's Mahomes.
Well, that's what the people said as well. 4% said other, and the vast majority of those votes went to Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow. Josh Allen, 15%. Patrick Mahomes, 81%.
He's still got so much time left
Oh,
in his
yeah.
career. Like I know
He's
anything
so
can happen.
special, and he seems to take care of his body. I mean, he uses the bath bomb in the commercial,
He has State
but then he
Farm
also
insurance,
he
yeah.
avoids contact. When he runs, he's not running for contact. He's running to get yards and then not get touched.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is running for yards and looking for head-on collisions.
Yeah.
Now, I got one more question for you then. Lamar Jackson or Tua?
I lean towards Lamar.
Well, what's my team look like?
Your team can look
Man, if I
however
put
the hell
Lamar
you
Jackson
want.
on Miami right now, Lamar Jackson.
You think that team's winning the Super Bowl?
I think they have just as good of a chance as Tua winning to win the Super Bowl.
Wait, so
with-
your answer is Lamar Jackson then? Because if you put Tua
Yeah.
on Baltimore, do
you
you
think
like
that
that better?
I think that you're gonna. I no, because Tua's not running.
In a weird way, even though Lamar Jackson does put himself in harm's way, he doesn't take as many violent hits as Josh Allen, but Tua has such a horrible injury history from
That's
college
true.
through the pros, and I get he's healthy this year. That's why they're having a great year. I can't trust over the next 5 to 10 years that Tua is going to stay healthy, where I get Lamar Jackson could get himself hurt by running so much, but he seems to also at times want to avoid contact rather than create contact.
Yeah, I would probably take. I would take Lamar Jackson especially if I'm putting him on with Tyreek Hill.
Oh
and
my
Jalen
gosh.
Waddle.
Now, this vote was pretty close. Tua got 43% and Lamar Jackson took 57% of the vote. Corey, you brought up earlier the NFL officially moved the Browns-Bills game out of Buffalo, which is a shame because you showed me that picture of what the field looks like in Buffalo, and it is truly amazing.
It's gorgeous.
Now, the game got moved to Ford Field. We found out from Jerry Jones that AT&T Stadium was up for consideration. The Bills will now play 2 straight games in Detroit as they play the Browns, and then they play Thanksgiving at the Lions.
Will they just stay there? Or are they going to go back to...
I'm not sure. I haven't seen
You
that.
might want to
answer.
stay there just for practice
I
purposes,
could see
getting
that.
to and from the practice facility. I know Buffalo has an indoor practice facility, but I just think that you might go, gosh, if we fly back to Buffalo for 2 days of practice and film, our guys might struggle getting to and from their house. Let's just stay in Detroit. I know you're going to have to sacrifice family time and stuff like that, but we can do this for a few days. Baseball teams go on the road for 10 days. Basketball teams go on the road for 2 weeks. We can go on the road for 6 days, and our life isn't totally ended because of it.
It is a gorgeous sight, Kevin. I am very curious how close the Cowboys were. Like, were they 15th on the list, like Twitter is on social media platforms, or were they number 3? Or were they number 2 as an option here?
Yeah.
Because Jerry was like
Very
very
it sound
quickly.
like it was 2 or 3,
Jerry
right?
Very quickly was like, hey, by the way, don't forget our stadium here.
Yeah.
Very close to being that one.
Which is odd, because then when we were like, well, how did they decide? He was like, they just didn't pick us.
Here's how they decided. I played in Buffalo for 2 years. I played in Cleveland for a year. It's really close. Detroit is really close. Like, it is literally like a 30-minute flight for both places.
That actually makes
And
more sense.
Game, okay.
Yes, instead of taking a 3-hour flight to Dallas, you can take a 30-minute flight to Detroit.
Who do you think has the most touchdown passes ever for a quarterback in the first 11 years of their career? Geno's specific.
First 11 years?
Yeah.
Most touchdown passes. I will go with Peyton Manning.
Brady.
Peyton Manning is correct. Dan Marino is third. Sandwiched in between them, Russell Wilson.
Oh
Horse.
my.
Now-
Isn't Patrick Mahomes going to own this, though,
I have
if he's
no
healthy?
doubt about that. And as we've established, Josh Allen is going to be in the mix as well. However, the Broncos are also averaging 14.6 points per game, which is last in the NFL. And
What's
if they
the number, by the way, in the first? Do you have a number for those three
299 for Wilson, 298 for Marino, 333 for Peyton.
And Mahomes at this point has 176 for, 6 years in his career? So he's got 5 years to get to.
So,
I can't figure out why Peyton Manning isn't more popular as the greatest quarterback of all time.
Is it just because
he only won 2?
The Super Bowls?
And he lost
I
one?
think so.
Because Brady has.
Because Brady beat him.
Brady
and
still
he
has-
lost 2.
And Brady has career stats over his, too. And single
Yeah,
season
and I get it. You
record,
can put Brady. I'm not saying,
Yeah.
but I feel like it's Tom Brady, and then there's kind of Joe Montana, and then it's just like this huge drop off. But if you look at 5 MVPs, I know his last Super Bowl win wasn't the best Super Bowl win, but it does
Neither were
count.
Tom Brady's first 2.
Right. So
yeah.
you do have 2 Super Bowl champions, 5 MVPs. Just, I don't know. I just feel like Peyton Manning is arguably the greatest quarterback of all time. And I get why Brady's ahead of him, and they played in the same era. But it's like we just throw Peyton Manning away for some reason.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Plus, we'll get back to your shout-outs at 877-881-1053 next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or somebody you know gets hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, what do you need to do? The first thing you need to do is call the Frankels at 214-333-3333.
Yeah, be careful on the roads. Definitely want that first and foremost, especially here at the holidays. There's going to be a lot of travel going on. And we know that you're going to be toloing along the way as you're out there, but somebody else might not be paying attention. Maybe because we made them laugh too hard, Kevin. Sometimes that does happen. You got to pull over, be safe.
Sorry about that.
The big thing is, though, those insurance companies and those big-time companies like Uber and Lyft and the trucking companies, like they don't care about you specifically. And they're going to say, you know what, you're not worth this much. They're going to try to convince you to settle and move on and get on with their lives while you're sitting there suffering through some other things. The Frankels will never settle for less.
So look, if you go through that incident or accident that is not your fault, the next steps, go to truckwreck.com or pick up the phone, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Indeed. Attract, interview, and hire at Indeed.com/credit. The Cowboys are feeling the pain after blowing a 2-touchdown lead last week, and now one of the best teams in football, perhaps one of the luckier ones after last week, are on the table. That's the Minnesota Vikings, and a loss to Minnesota would stir that bowl of doubt in Dallas yet again. This is Damon Amendolara.
Monday, Team USA begins their World Cup journey on Fox.
Here we go.
After 8 long years, international superstar Christian Pulisic leads the United States against Gareth Bale and Wales. USA versus Wales. Coverage begins Monday at 1 Eastern on Fox.
Everyone can boost their digital confidence with NordVPN. All it takes is one simple click. NordVPN will block online trackers, hide your virtual location, and secure your devices from malware-infected files during downloads. It will also detect malicious websites. So catch the Black Friday deal for a 1 or 2 year plan at NordVPN.com and get 3 months for free. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
If you've been shopping for a new vehicle lately, you may have heard inventory is limited and prices have skyrocketed. Not so at Autoflex Leasing. With a nationwide network of inventory partners and leasing programs for every make and model, Autoflex will find the vehicle you want at a payment you can afford. Don't overpay for your next vehicle. Call Autoflex today at 234-1234. That's 234-1234. Save money. Lease better at Autoflex.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because going into the game against the Vikings.
Kevin, I don't know if you saw this on Twitter from Zach Wolchuk. He's getting vaxxed today at 2:20. I don't know if you've seen
Vaxxed?
Oh, is that what it... Hold on, are you saying he's not getting vaxxed?
He doesn't want the jab.
I don't know if that would be as captivating radio. It would probably.
You don't want to listen to him get vaxxed. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
As long as I don't have to deal with the fallout and the fan text, I'm fine with it.
I want my back waxed. If I stay longer.
Yeah.
I was looking in the mirror the other day. You don't really get to look at your back, but the sun was shining just perfectly on the side of my back. And I was just like, how in the world? I just don't get it, body. You refuse to grow hair on my head now for over 20 years, except for on the sides. But man, over the last 10 years, have you decided I 100% need back hair?
I would be
dummy.
willing.
And I'm talking to myself. Stop growing hair on my back. I don't want it or need it.
I would be willing to wager that, yes, you could get that wax done.
Who's doing the waxing?
There's a company,
the person who did Corey's waxing.
Yeah, actually, her name is Melissa. She's fantastic, and I'm looking.
Do you think she'll have extra wax?
Yeah, for sure, man.
You should definitely do that.
Yeah, get your back waxed with him. You stick around and get it. It's $220 today, so it's not very.
Yeah, I'll stick around.
Yeah, get waxed today, man. Nice.
If Melissa will do it.
Okay. We will find out. Now, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Who wants to start?
You know what? I was right. I know I didn't do it Friday. I did it Thursday. But I did say the Cowboys lose because the Green Bay Packers run for 200-plus yards.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought the Cowboys were going to win, and I could see them. But I was like, Dillon and Jones combined for 200 rushing yards. And they did. They freaking did. This one's really tough because I see this as a coin flip game. So I'm going to say Cowboys win because, and I know this is so generic, I should be more specific, but my generic part is they win the turnover battle. I sound like Bill Parcells. I know it's very generic, but if I look at the Cowboys and I look at part of the reason they lost last week is because they threw 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
And so I just look at this game and go, if the Cowboys win the turnover battle, so if you can create more than you lose, and let's just say the Cowboys lose 1, I can see Dak throwing an interception in this game, is that somehow you recover 1 more fumble or you pick off 1 more ball than they do, and I think you have a really good chance of winning this coin flip game. So I'm going to go with Cowboys win because they win the turnover battle.
Dan, Mike, we're right here, dude. What I was going to say was Dak doesn't throw an interception. Okay. That's the reason. You go back to last week's game, those 2 plays that he threw interceptions on should be points.
Yeah.
They should be points that in that game, and you're like, all right, see you later. And I think Dak's now my concern is that he will be more risk averse, but all that he's talked this week is don't care, going to keep throwing that football.
Right.
I'm going to do it, and it's going to be better this time. We have to learn from it. And Jerry said, not the strategy you want. I'm not telling you to go to the school of hard knocks to learn everything. There are easier ways, but whenever you get knocked down, Kevin, you get back up again, all right? And it's never going to keep you down.
Yeah.
And that's what Dak was saying. Based on hearing this week, and Kevin, right after the game, you agreed with him over McCarthy that it's a loser's mentality to include the refs in any of your conversations. So if you're going to say, I believe him here, you believe him again, I believe that he's not going to let that happen again this week.
Especially since he's talking about the playoff atmosphere and everything. And I like this from the 936. Cowboys win because Mike is getting his back waxed. So that's interesting. You know what? Because we failed with the cheeses, but perhaps the Cowboys win because Mike goes through some trauma.
Yeah, Mike will be more aerodynamic.
Yeah.
And that'll help somehow.
You think they can wax my nose?
What?
Inside?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
No, yeah. She takes like a Q-tip and she puts it in the
hurts.
wax.
I don't
But
know
it's
if that's
good.
something you
Nose
should
and then
do.
rips it right out of your nose hairs.
Okay.
I mean, it's his body, bro.
No, that's
Let him.
true.
It's his body, his choice.
Oh my God.
I'll go through more pain than Zach.
Yeah.
Zach does have more hair than me.
He's a
So
hairy
much more
fella.
hair. Oh my goodness.
So he's, Luckily, my hair is kind of blonde. It was blonde when I grew hair. So my back hair is kind of blondish white, so it kind of blends in. Where if you're black haired, you're gonna see it more, or dark haired, I guess I should say. Because brown hair, you see it quite a bit too. But I bet Corey, you're a dark haired guy. So I'm just going to assume if you do grow hair on your back, that you're going to see it more.
Yeah, it's definitely visible.
I'll take my shirt off during the break, and you can tell me if you can see my hair or not.
How
Kevin.
close do you want to get to his body?
You don't need to. I will take your word for it.
Do you want me to do the Cowboys lose because?
Let me hit Cowboys win because real quick.
I feel like I've upset you somehow today.
No.
Kevin does look like he's upset with all of us today.
I promise I'm not.
Are you comfortable, Mike?
Oh, my God.
I'm good, man.
Cowboys win because Dallas harasses Kirk Cousins all day long. In games where the Cowboys have 4 sacks or more, they're 5-1. When they don't, they're 1-2. And Corey, I know
more sacks.
What's that?
You said sacks, right?
4 sacks, they're
Okay.
5-1.
Wow.
Less than that, they're 1-2. And Corey, I know you agree with this part. Cousins will fold under pressure.
Yeah, he makes stupid decisions.
So bring the heat, harass him. That's how you're going to win the game.
Mike, you say stupid decisions. I'm not kidding. I've seen on film times when he's been standing there in the pocket and seen people coming towards him, and he will immediately just look behind him and be like, "Here, you take it."
Yeah.
And the Cowboys have been, they've been active. My big concern, Kevin, is that if Barr's not there and Parsons is playing more linebacker,
right?
He's the best pass rusher they have.
No, you're right.
So I don't mind
DeMarcus
lining him up in
Lawrence
those
is banged
situations.
up,
Yeah,
and-
so I got concerns there.
Let me read a couple of these real quick, and then I want to get your Cowboys lose. From the 405, Cowboys win because they set the edge. They lose because linebackers can't fight off the blocks. And from the 817, Cowboys win because they take advantage of a weak Vikings pass defense. That is a great one.
All right.
Cowboys lose because they can't stop Dalvin Cook.
I will add on to the Dalvin Cook situation because I think Cowboys lose because they give up 30 points. I don't know if the Cowboys can score 30 against Minnesota. I know Minnesota doesn't have the best defense, but what I'm going with here is the Cowboys' strength is their defense. The defense is better than the Cowboys' offense. And I think if Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson and Kirk Cousins leading as the quarterback, if they can figure out a way how to score 30, I think the Cowboys lose on the road. I think it is a lot to ask to score 30 points or more on the road because Dak with that much on his shoulders can make critical mistakes.
Right.
And I don't want to pick on Dak. Like, I think the whole thing that the national media has done is like Dak's the issue, Dak's the problem. That's overblown. I would love for Dak to play better. But I just think that if this team that can get pressure on Kirk Cousins, can cause turnovers, can win the game, if they allow Dalvin Cook to control the tempo and the flow, if Justin Jefferson, I think, is going to get his. I expect him to catch the ball 5 or more times for 80 yards or more. I'd love for it to be 5 for 80 because I think you did a really good job on Jefferson if that's all he gets. But if you give up touchdowns, if you give up 4 touchdowns in this game, then you're in big trouble.
Yeah, my Cowboys lose is because, and I'm not predicting a loss, Kevin, but if the Cowboys were to lose, it's because Adam Thielen and Hawkinson combined for 3 touchdowns. I don't think it's the biggest game from Jefferson.
Yeah,
but I don't know if Anthony Brown's not healthy. I feel very uncomfortable with what we have opposite, trying to shut those guys down.
So do you envision Diggs traveling mostly?
If
with
not,
Jefferson?
I think they're going to stick to their defense.
Okay.
But here's what happens on the other side. Whenever Jefferson is covered by somebody else, safety then comes in to help.
Okay.
And that's where the TJ Hawkinson play comes into play.
Okay, I'm going to go on the ground for my Cowboys lose because Dalvin Cook and the Vikings rush for 150 yards or more. So in their 3 losses, Dallas has given up an average of 165 yards rushing, which is
that's a lot.
That is a lot
in today's game too.
Yes, it is. So if Minnesota hits 150 or more, I think that we're going to be cooked.
Yeah.
From the 682, Cowboys win because they convert 70% of their 3rd and 4th down. They better win if they hit that number. Cowboys lose because they settle for field goals. This does kind of feel like a game where field goals lose you the game. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's going to be so close.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And this
it's
does
like kissing your sister. That's what Steve Young said about field goals.
That is true. And so this feels like a game that could be like that.
How many yards per game did you see? 165
In
yards
the losses.
in the losses? That's like playing against the Bears or the Ravens or the Giants each week. That's what they're rushing for each week. I was going to say the Browns because it feels like Nick Chubb just runs for that, but the Bears are running for 201 yards per game right now. And that's because of their quarterback, obviously. But yeah, that's what it's kind of like playing against them.
From the 469, and I hope this person is right this time, Cowboys win because, and this time I really mean it, we will simply outswag the Vikings. That would be great. That person texts in every single week.
Swag somebody I'm still trying to figure it out. How do you when I walk to?
If you have to ask, you'll never know.
And that is a good question.
I feel like it's a lot about momentum.
Reggie agrees
because you got the
with that.
swag. When you got the mo, you got the swag.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not justifying that with the response. Also got work I'm doing back here.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Reggie.
But I know we haven't brought it up. I think the swagger does bring into the clutchness of Kirk Cousins in primetime games. I know this isn't a night game, Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night.
It is a high-profile
But this is the profile game of the week.
Yeah.
And we know that Kirk Cousins really does crap his pants in these situations. And so there is that. That's kind of why I have this feeling that Vegas is saying, hey, bet on the Vikings. See what we did for you? We made the 8-1 team an underdog at home. And I see what they're doing, and I think Vegas is saying, put all the money you want on the Vikings because the Cowboys are going to win this game. Because it just looks, to a common person, you're like, this doesn't make any sense.
No, that is an interesting hypothesis.
It's like I called my buddy who gambles a lot, and when Luka was out, I said, we've seen Luka have 2 bad games, and the Mavericks got blown out by 2 horrible teams.
What do you think?
Now they're 6.5 point favorites, and Luka is out. We know he's out. Like, doesn't this seem like an easy bet? And it was.
Yeah.
But I think in this one, I'm not saying this is an easy bet. I'm struggling with this game on who I want to pick, and still, we're supposed to pick who's going to win here pretty soon. But
well, I bet it won't be up to you. From the 817, Dallas wins because Turpentine gets a huge return to shift the balance. From the 405, Anthony Barr revenge game. Well, we'll see about that. From the 682, I'm with Corey. Cowboys win or lose based on if Dak throws an interception.
Cowboys' Price is Right answer, Kevin, is Dak Prescott gets a migraine from all the sounds that they make inside of that stadium. Cooper Rush says, I got this, and he steps up and wins a game, furthering the quarterback debate in Dallas.
I think that's
Cowboys' Price is Right.
I think that might be the first time that became a legitimate conversation. Is if something bad did happen and Cooper Rush came in and scored like 35 points and they won the game, then people are going to be like, dude, they were 8-1. Come on.
And there's a picture of Jerry and Steven talking up in the suite up there behind a note card or something, and they're like, oh, they're definitely talking about Cooper Rush.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the Qatari royal family, the Golden State Warriors, and the dude who turned down $3 million for a baseball. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Plus some Mike Likes It. All of it next on the Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 6:30 with a replay at 8:40. Right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey folks, JR here from WagerPro.com. Guys, I can't express in words how much I love this Dallas-Minnesota matchup on Sunday in pro football. I highly recommend that you call my famous recorded hotline at 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 to get this winner absolutely free. Then go to your sportsbook app and bet this game for as much as you can. I've dissected this game with a fine-tooth comb. After looking at every variable, every stat, and everything that I know as a 30-year professional sports bettor, I say with all my might, there's only one way to go. I have the winner, and it's yours absolutely free on a 30-second short message. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. I want to get this Dallas, Minnesota winner to the masses. That's why it's available with no obligation, absolutely free on a recorded message. Now, folks, in addition, I have incredible news. Not only do I love Minnesota-Dallas on Sunday, I also have my college football game of the year happening tomorrow. It's a small favorite that I believe is going to win in landslide fashion. My prediction is 50-10. Call now. It's free.
800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Get the winner of Minnesota-Dallas for Sunday absolutely free on the message. Then hold the line. Use promo code JR. That's promo code JR. And listen, guys, I'm willing to give you this winner for free with a college football season guarantee. That's how confident I am. Call 800-499-3733. Use promo code JR. The game must win or the season is free. Call 800-499-3733 now.
Dallas Desk has spent almost 40 years making your time at work more enjoyable, efficient, and comfortable. But did you know that Dallas Desk has more than just office furniture? They have inspiring and exciting pieces for lounges, retail spaces, and your home. Stylish, up-to-date, custom order pieces, artwork, from formal to comfy, new and gently used, we have something for every budget. Visit the Stein family and the awesome staff on Midway Road in Addison to see for yourself. Tell Dallas Desk what you do, and they'll do the rest.
Here in the Metroplex, if our sports teams aren't winning, we make changes. So if you're losing your hard-earned cash on old, non-energy efficient windows, why give them special treatment? Call 214-302-8541 or visit MaverickWindows.com for a free quote today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's.
I also want to know.
Empowered.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Okay.
I can just not like people.
That you shouldn't not like people based on their skin color.
What
but
about the color of their jersey?
That's fine.
That's okay.
That is 100% fine.
Deal.
Or no deal.
What are you doing to me right now?
What?
Give me a forgiveness Friday.
Kevin, I would like my wife to ask for forgiveness.
What?
She left me alone with the kids for what felt like years. It was essentially 2 days, but it felt like forever. I had to get up and get them ready all by myself. I had to put them to bed by myself. I had to heat up dinners for them by myself, which, hey, I get it. Her dad's dealing with some stuff. He had some things that he had to get done.
Wax.
Something like that, Mike. What? No, he wasn't getting a waxing. Something like that, though. I don't ever want her to leave again. All right.
Okay.
And so I would like her to never leave again. She's leaving Sunday, by the way.
She's the love of your life.
She is the love. I missed her. So I really did.
She's your lover.
There was a moment when I saw her and I was like, it's been so long since I've seen you. I forgot what you looked like.
We should have a competition on who loves their wife more.
I like that.
Who gets to judge that?
Me, clearly.
Oh my God.
Reggie does.
So I want her to ask for forgiveness for leaving for a couple days and me being exhausted.
They all come up here during Peace-a-thon, and we have the competition of who loves their wife more.
So is this going to be based on
how we kiss them?
Okay, all right. Physical is the way. You know, Kevin's losing.
I know, that's why I wanted to do that. I think I'm the best kisser.
He's like, kissing in public is gross.
Yeah, I know, Kevin will lose.
I'd rather wear shorts.
Wow, yeah, there's no need.
Would you rather wear shorts or make out with your wife in public?
Shorts.
Oh!
You hate shorts!
Oh, you hate shorts!
You hate shorts!
You said make out. That's too much.
Like a long kiss. How did you feel when they said you now can kiss your bride
That is
or your
different.
spouse?
Is it?
Yes.
Not really.
Because it was at our wedding.
You did it in front of like a donut wall and everything.
And also,
and children.
I think a long kiss and making out are different. Okay, a long kiss, that's fine, but making out, I was just thinking of like something different. Guys.
Well, yeah, we're not going to ask you to do that in public.
Well, that's what it sounded like.
No, like a long makeout kiss.
Oh
the way you'd kiss your girlfriend in high school.
Yeah, like 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
That is a long
I'm back
kiss.
to the shorts.
1 minute.
Do you want these Nikes or not?
You just changed it. This is for a contest where you don't get anything of tangible value.
Oh, okay.
If I'm getting something of tangible value, that changes the metric.
The love of your wife.
That is not a tangible value thing. Is the Qatari royal family, do they need to ask for forgiveness because they banned beer sales at the World Cup? So remember, it was, we're going to move the beer to a less prominent spot. And they're like, you know what? Not good enough. So a couple days before the World Cup, they're like, no beer at all.
So what's the reason? Like,
it's wrong.
That's the reason? Like, because that's the one thing I haven't been able
Beer
to
is
figure.
wrong in Qatar?
I do not believe.
Is it Qatar or Qatari?
Qatar.
I'm
saying, but for the royal family, it's the Qatari royal family.
It is Qatar or Qatar. My buddy who is stationed there says Qatar, so I always just go with what he said. I haven't seen in any of the press releases other than maybe this is a religious thing.
FIFA released their own statement that said there is no impact on the sale of, wait for it, Bud Zero, which will remain available. So
that's right.
Does that have alcohol in it?
No, it does not.
So there's no alcohol being sold at all at or around the premises.
I do think that there's beer available for folks in those suites.
There are zones. Yeah, they do have zones.
And so if you're fancy enough and you can sit in the suites, you can get beer there. But if you're just sitting among the people,
so they don't want
dice.
They don't want the riffraff getting hammered and then throwing smoke bombs or something.
I'd probably guess that was more just a concession between Qatar and FIFA.
Huh.
Y'all got to let us have some.
Man, this is wild. This is wild because it feels like every one of the other countries, and even America, they love to booze it up. They love to drink some beers before a soccer match.
No, you're absolutely right. Now, this is a conundrum for me. From the 214, this is Steven from Rockwall, who I know has the money to go with what he says. I will bid $1,000 to make that kissing thing happen.
Nice.
Thank
you, Steven.
Kevin, how much do you love charity?
Yeah.
I love charity enough for that.
And we time your kissing.
Oh my God. Are y'all going to be like standing right
You know
there?
what, Mike?
That's weird.
The best thing is that we stare the whole time.
That is
and we
so
make sure when
weird.
Kevin opens his eyes to check the time because he's tired of kissing.
Oh, yeah.
That we're
If
just
you really
staring
want me,
right at
I'm
him.
just going to go and weird you out right now. I'm not going to need to open my eyes.
You close your eyes?
My eyes will already be open.
You kiss with
Yes.
your eyes open?
Why do you kiss with your eyes open?
I don't need to close my eyes. I need to know where I'm at.
Does Jess
No, you need
close
to get lost
her
in the
eyes?
moment.
She does.
You get
No,
lost in the moment.
That's not me.
Does she's
I'm not
listening
that
right now.
person.
Jess, do you feel weirded out that your husband, when you are lip to lip, has his eyes open?
Here's what's going to be funnier. I think
this is an interview.
It will Steven bump that up to $1,500 if Kevin kisses his wife in shorts while she's in pants.
Oh my goodness.
You have to wear shorts though.
And she wears the pants.
But you
don't
can
even
change
have,
into shorts.
you do have workout shorts, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You work out in pants?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, come on. So here we go.
Corduroy,
Can we get
in
this?
fact.
Is
Not corduroy pants. That is inaccurate.
Would Jess agree to this for charity?
Probably.
Nice. Would she agree to it just for fun though?
From the if there's you can get Jess to go along with a lot of
She
things.
likes bits.
Yeah.
Good.
From the 817, Kevin, close your damn eyes when you kiss. You might be broken. You might
He
be
is
right
broken,
about
yeah.
that. That's why I have to talk to the talking doctor so often.
How many people on the text thing? How many people?
Probably not many. Kiss with their eyes
Yeah.
open.
Sometimes I
Probably
have
not
opened
many.
my eyes for a second, but then I close them again.
No, I keep them open.
I want to feel the floating sensation, you know?
That's not, like I told you, that's not me.
The first kiss Adrian
You
and I
can't
had.
really see anything. You're really close.
Yeah, in the AMC parking lot.
I can look around.
I felt us floating next to the lights, the lights in the parking lot, man.
Well-
I feel it. To this day, I can still remember.
Okay, and I think that is lovely. But to the person who said I might be broken, you might be right. That's not me.
We're all broken.
I don't go through that sensation.
Valid.
Now, does the person who turned down $3 million for the Aaron Judge 60-second home run ball,
He's listening right now.
does he need to ask for forgiveness for turning that offer down because you think he's going to get less?
It's a big risk, man. And
It
the other
is.
thing too, which I don't know everything, but I obviously don't know everything, but I don't know everything in this whole situation. If the $3 million is obviously not going through an auction house,
You don't have to pay that commission.
I mean, you obviously have to pay taxes on it, and maybe there's lawyers involved that you have to for signing. I'm assuming there's documents being signed multiple ways that you're giving this ball, they're giving you $3 million, and you want. There's going to be legal fees possibly on all that with that money being exchanged, but. The auction house, I mean, Golden Auctions, which is a major house.
big one, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the most known.
I can see that.
They're going to take a good percentage. 30% is usually its take on stuff like this.
Because we were talking about like the publicity of it, and you're like, they don't need that.
Yeah. Maybe they say, hey, we want it. So instead of going to this, Heritage Auctions is huge here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Instead of going to Heritage Auctions, we want it at ours. We'll give you a 5% discount. We'll only take 25%. I can see them doing that, but they're not waiving a fee when they know that they could be getting somewhere between $200,000 to $1 million to put this at their house to make sure that the world knows that this is going to be here. It's kind of like somewhat hiring a real estate agent. If you can do it without one, you do. But once you get to this point, he has to now almost get $4 million for this ball for it to work out.
So I have a question for you guys. First of all, who needs forgiveness? Second of all, do you believe this story? Is Israel Adesanya? He was the longtime UFC middleweight champion. He was briefly detained at JFK Airport because he went through security with a set of brass knuckles. He says that that's illegal in the state of New York.
He said that? Or
no,
that's the law?
I'm sorry. That is illegal in the state of New York. He says that a fan gave it to him like right before he was leaving on his flight. And so he just put the brass knuckles in his luggage, and that's what happened. Do you believe that story?
I've seen this on Atlanta, Kevin. Where Ern took that gun and put it in somebody else's backpack. I have seen this happen before. No, I know how this goes.
Story.
Yeah, I absolutely do.
All right. And then who needs to ask for forgiveness? Is it the fan? Is it Adesanya?
The fan.
Is it New York for having
brass knuckles are wild.
1890s laws about brass knuckles?
Have you ever had a pair of brass knuckles?
I don't think so.
I've always wanted to use brass knuckles in a fight just to see like how it went and all that.
How many fights have you been in?
7.
Is that an estimate? That feels exact.
In the last like 15 years, in the last 20 years.
A lot of these were bartending though.
Yeah, last 15 years, 0. I've avoided lots of fights since my bartending days.
Okay.
But yeah, I've always just kind of wanted that. Colby definitely has a pair of brass knuckles, right? Like you feel like Colby's the kind of person that would carry those around in his pocket.
100%.
Or under his bandana or something like that. I can totally see
kind of feel like he might just tape his fists up too. Like he has that little roll of tape just ready to go just in case that breaks out at any point. And then we've talked about this story before, but now the lawsuit is here. The Commanders have been sued for allegedly cheating fans out of their ticket money. Because remember, we brought this up maybe 2 weeks ago as they still had all the security deposits and stuff. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, totally. We were going to give you the money back. And people are like,
you weren't.
We had to ask for you to give us the money back. So were you?
Yeah, you weren't ever really going to do that. You got forced to do it. And so now they're suing them for... Like, what exactly is the suit?
Well, they're suing them because they claim they still have $200,000 of people's money still that they have not given back.
Dude, Washington, they're in a lot of trouble, man, in a lot of different ways. They're getting it from every angle right now.
Which is interesting because did you see the theory that supposedly Daniel Snyder was not originally going to sell control share of the team?
That's not surprising.
But with the happenings of the last 3 to 4 weeks and the lawsuits, the criminal proceedings, he was like, and then the lack of being able to find funding for a stadium, it sounds like now maybe they're like, yeah, I guess maybe we should probably just go ahead and do that.
From the 405, I say he gives the ball back if Judge decides to sign with the Rangers. What would you do? Would you be like, you know what? Thanks, buddy.
As somebody who doesn't get that money, sure. If that was mine, no chance in hell.
What if Aaron Judge was like, you will come to every Rangers game and be in the clubhouse with me, and also I'll have your own suite?
Okay, then I'll do it. Wow. Absolutely. And from the... this can't be true. From the 469, I need forgiveness. I maxed out my credit card buying Kevin shorts. That's too many shorts, first of all.
How many shorts is too many?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I feel like if you maxed out your credit card, either the shorts are way too nice or you bought too many.
I have 8 shorts.
Total?
Yeah, I feel like I have 6 pairs of gym shorts and 2 pairs of like, nicer shorts.
Yeah, I have, for golfing and wearing out, I probably have 5 to 6 nice
How many shorts do you have, Reggie?
How many pairs?
Okay.
All right, so I got like...
you want them count legs individually?
I got some... Yeah, that's a great point. I got some sleeping shorts, so a couple of those.
Oh, I forgot about sleeping shorts.
Right?
Yeah.
Basketball shorts, got about 3 of those. Got some golf shorts, a couple of those. And then, some nice wearing shorts, to go out in various colors, about 4.
I think I have 10 would be my guess. Okay. I think if we got you to wear shorts, like it was mandatory you wear shorts for 5 straight days.
I think you'd love it.
I think you would be a shorts guy.
You'd be like, you know what? I'm never going back to pants.
Which is weird because my calves are spectacular. So you would
Says
think
you. Nobody knows.
RJ knows. Remember when I had to shame him that one time?
Nobody knows.
There should be a bet that if he loses, he has to wear shorts
All right,
for
well,
1
as long
week.
as there's something tangible on the other side, I might be willing to do that bet.
Mike,
and he'll enjoy. The thing is we're gonna ultimately he's going to win the bet by going, shorts are awesome when it's 95 to 100 degrees outside.
Mike, we have known each other for a long time. I think you are still underestimating that I like what I like and don't love change.
Remember the guy that had to wear shorts for like 18 years because of his football
that
team?
Sounds awful.
When did you make up your mind on shorts being bad or not professional? I don't know.
A long time ago.
Like in grade school and high school?
Probably by high school. That seems right.
He probably read some column in the Wall Street Journal that was like, that had some hot take about shorts. Or
About
maybe he read
shorts?
it on Rotten
Men
Tomatoes.
wear
or
pants,
like, yeah.
women wear skirts, and he's just like, listen, this is how it is.
Why has this been extrapolated out to, like, if I see a gal in some pants, I'm like, this is outrageous. Like, I don't like.
What do you think? You're a guy or something?
I do not like the direction that this has gone, and I do not support that.
Oh,
Kevin.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here. You know what, though? I will tell you this, Mike. If I would have been one of your kids, you would have loved me because my room always would have stayed neat. And so you'd have been like, you know what? He's a weirdo.
Yeah, but you also wouldn't have eaten the food that Mike makes, and that would have driven him up a wall.
Yeah.
That is a very fair counterpoint.
Mike, there would have been that day where you would have been like, hey, it's hot outside. Go put some shorts on. And he'd be like, no, Dad, I'm not going to. And now you're just mad that he won't do it.
But you would wear them when you played basketball, right?
Correct. If
And
you're
you'd wear
doing
them
an
for
athletic endeavor, that's fine.
All righty.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
He's so disappointed.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan right now.
You should support the PGA. They make you wear pants.
That's so weird. And for the 469, did Kevin used to wear Jinkos or jorts? You probably have something
Did you
right
wear
there.
Jinkos?
I think the jorts was a more prominent player
Jean
than it definitely.
shorts?
Yeah, than it should have been. Definitely.
If you wear shorts now,
I still don't know what's wrong with jean shorts.
are they jean shorts or are they khaki shorts?
Yeah, no, they're probably.
Are jean shorts? They got to come back. The mom jeans came back. Like, oh, jean shorts are so stupid. Well, guess what? We said that for 3 decades about mom jeans, and now everybody's wearing mom jeans again.
Well, I guess we've naturally transitioned into Mike Likes It because that just feels like a thing that's happening. All right, Mike Likes It. Where are we going here, Mike? When realistically, let's just pull back the curtain. Mike wants this segment to be over so he can go eat pizza.
There's pizza waiting right there.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Expressway. Okay. I love doing 30 minutes of nonstop radio.
I do too. It's awesome.
Let's talk about Kevin.
You know what?
Let's do it.
Let's talk about Kevin. For the 817, does Kevin wear socks with sandals? Well, get ready, folks.
He would never wear sandals. Come
for
on.
another bombshell.
Understand
I would
that.
never wear
That's right.
sandals.
That's so
I
obvious.
have a picture of you in shorts with sandals on.
That was not for my will.
I have a picture of
Knuckles on that. You wear slides and socks. Let's go.
What?
But he said he
Y'all
wouldn't even
some
wear
haters,
sandals.
dog.
Are you out on like any type of sandal?
I'm not, but I don't get if your feet are that cold, put on shoes.
That's a great point.
Slides are comfortable.
I don't know. Avery
Okay, then
and
you
Carter
don't
are
need
the same.
socks.
Avery and Carter and my nephews, they're all teenagers. Slides and socks all day long, and I'm like, I don't get it.
It's a great film.
I don't get it either. I hate socks.
I agree.
I don't like. I'm not a socks person. I'm not a fan
you
of
be
it.
putting your feet in your shoes? Just...
I'm wearing socks.
Okay, good.
I don't like it. So then there are some shoes that I will not wear socks in.
And
but
for the record, people can dress however the hell they want. I'm just telling you.
I'd rather be barefoot and grounded to the earth.
Oh my God.
What is this flower child?
All right.
Yeah.
Guess what? When I said let's talk about Kevin, it wasn't even about you, but you took it as I was going to talk about
different Kevin.
It's a
You
different Kevin.
It just felt like
egomaniac.
First of all,
This guy-
both of those are fair.
All right.
But it just felt like the direction we were going.
Let's do Kevin and Kevin. Is
Mark
Kevin
that.
Durant better than Kevin Hageland?
Nah.
No, because I never. Well,
He's a better scorer.
I was going to say I don't actively talk S about you, but I guess
Have you ever been an
sometimes.
MVP of the NBA, Kevin?
Good
No.
question.
Do you like how I've turned this into better? But let's do the better.
That was-
Kevin Durant versus Kevin Hageland. Who's better?
Kevin Durant is better than me.
Okay.
He might not be a better coworker, but across the board, he's better than me.
So UT Kevin is better than Aggie Kevin.
Oh, I love what you did there.
Well, look, Texas A&M's basketball team just got ranked in the top 25 for the first time in 5 years, and they immediately lost to a scrub team. And clearly, our football team is awful.
And UT beat Gonzaga.
Yeah, they whipped them.
How much are you paying for the right to be off of football, Kevin?
Irrelevant.
That's kind of rude.
$95 million. Also irrelevant. If you want to factor in the $500 million we spent to upgrade the stadium, more.
Here's the quote. Look at our starting lineup. Spencer Dinwiddie. Oh, wait. No, it's another team. Look at our starting lineup.
Did that on purpose.
Edmund Sumner, Royce O'Neal, Joe Harris, Nick Claxton, and me. It's not disrespect, but what are you expecting from that group? You expect us to win because I'm out there? I
still don't quite understand.
He is trying to get traded. He
said everybody on my team sucks.
Yeah, and he took shots at him.
Yeah,
like that was legitimate shots at his teammates. And then he said he did start with no disrespect, though. I believe.
I do like the fact he said it's not disrespect.
It's
but
just
let me
the
individually name these players that aren't good enough to win basketball games.
There's an odd level of admiration I have for people who say it's not disrespect, it's just a fact. Like, doesn't necessarily mean I agree with them, but
yeah. I do think what Kevin Durant is trying to do is he's trying to disrespect the organization enough to move him and not keep him there. I think it's calculated by him that he's trying to get out of there. He wanted out there this offseason, and they kept him. He wanted Steve Nash gone, and they kept him. But getting rid of Steve Nash isn't fixing what Kevin Durant believes is the major problem. Obviously, we see that Kyrie Irving is supposed to come back and play on Sunday. Ben Simmons is on the team, but he's not really – he's not the Ben Simmons. The all-star Ben Simmons is far gone, and I don't know if we'll ever see him again. So he wants out. I'm not crazy about the way he's doing it, but this is a way to do it. You just keep burying the organization every way you can for them to be like, hey, are you sure? Like, he is trying. I will say that. When he played the Mavericks, when I've seen him, I know they got blown out the other night on TNT against Sacramento, but when you watch him, he is trying. He's not like doing the James Harden in Houston thing. Let's see how fat I can get and watch how I don't care at all. He is caring, but he doesn't want to be there, and he's now verbally saying, I don't want to be there. I wonder, I'll ask you guys this question because I don't know the answer. Do you guys put a higher percentage on him being traded by the deadline or him still being a Brooklyn Net after the deadline's over?
I think I'm like 55% traded.
I think the price is still too much. I don't think any team is willing to do the Rudy Gobert trade. They're like, that screwed everything up for a lot of people. As good as he is, I'm not going to have him as long as I might have some of these picks for the future. So I think he might be stuck because of the price that the Nets want in return. And I don't know what.
All right. So here's what I don't think will happen, but I think would be cool. And maybe there's a few Oklahoma City fans listening. I don't know. We're close enough. I think it would be cool if Oklahoma City used like 5 or 6 of their picks that they don't need
and went after him.
Yeah, they have the core of a great team. I get maybe not trading your best overall pick for this upcoming draft, but if you have 15 first-round picks in the next 5 years and you don't have any more room on your team to keep all of these picks, would Kevin Durant, would he even want this?
I don't think so.
To go back to Oklahoma City to finish his career.
I don't.
You'd have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you'd have Josh Giddey, you'd have Chet Holmgren next year. You would have another probably top 10 pick. Maybe if he went there now, they'd make the playoffs. But like you would have still a lot of assets. Lou Dort, like that sounds like a championship team to me if you just put Kevin Durant on there.
But you'd have to trade some of those, wouldn't you, in order to make the salaries match and everything?
I guess so. I guess you'd have to trade Shai to make it work because he's getting paid so much money that you have to send.
Not a championship team.
Okay. So if you take Giddey, Holmgren,
Dort. Holmgren got hurt before he could even play, so I don't know about that. But I don't think he would like it. I'm intrigued, but I don't think he would like it.
Okay. So moving on, John Collins, who I think we've all liked, who's on the Atlanta Hawks. Shams Charania put out this morning that for some reason, I don't know everything they want. The Hawks are off to a pretty good start this year. Not the great start, but they're off to a pretty good start. They have Trae Young. They have, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, the guy from the Spurs who's having
DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
DeJounte Murray.
He is having, yeah.
He's probably their best player, honestly. Like, I'm kind of with you on Trae Young is good, but Murray might be the best overall player on that team. I know they're building around Trae Young, and Murray made a lot of sense around him. But they seem to want to move John Collins. I don't know what they want, but the Mavericks are in a horrible situation again with big guys.
Yeah.
And as much as I like the Mavs and I love Luka, it just seems like Collins would be what they want, but I could see where if we don't trade Wood in this deal that we'd have Wood and Collins coming off the bench.
Because otherwise I would love to know what the path is that gets us John Collins.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested.
I'm interested too. I'm confused on the Mavs. Did you guys see the rumor
Gordon Hayward?
That the Mavs are possibly interested in Gordon Hayward. I would be way more interested. I feel horrible right now because I keep drawing blanks on the former Celtics guard that's there. That's making $22 million. Terry Rozier. I would much rather have him than Gordon Hayward, but I understand the interest because he is a guy who can handle the ball. He makes decisions with the basketball with dribbling and passing. He's not the best dribbler, not the best passer, but he would be the third best dribbler passer on the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, no, I'm in on it, and I hate to sound like a broken record, and I know you feel the same way. I'm just like, for what? Like, how are we making this work? Because there are lots of packages that I'm like, great, let's do that.
Yeah.
Cash considerations.
Oh, my God.
The Rangers have been acquiring lots of cash considerations, Kevin.
DeGrom.
Why can't we sell our cash considerations?
Ooh.
So my next Mike Likes It has to do with Nick's Sports Cards, which is in, I would say, North Dallas. Right?
It's on the edge of Richardson kind of, sort of.
So there was, I believe it was yesterday, that a man went in there, and I talked to the owner of Nick's Sports Cards, really good guy, and he said a guy brought in a trash bag of cards. They weren't organized. They weren't in a box. They weren't even in a shoe box. They were in a trash bag with like grass on them. He said they might have been stored next to a lawnmower or something like that. And he said they were mostly 1991 score, which if you have 1 million 1991 scorecards, they are worth $10 total. So just to give you an idea, you could have literally 1 million 1991 scorecards, and you probably have maybe $10 if some human wants to give you $10.
This is a cool little area that they're in, by the way.
Good fire starter, though, if you want to use those cards to start a fire. So he brings them in. The owner says, not interested. And so then he goes, okay, well, and he said the guy didn't smell good at all, like just not clean. So then he starts going to the customers that are in the store and starts grabbing those customers, tugging on them and saying, hey, look at my stuff. I want you to buy my stuff. So the owner said, hey, you got to get out of here. I don't want your stuff, and you can't bug my customers and try to sell your stuff in the store.
Agreed.
And so the customer snapped back at the owner, and that is when things went down and the man got arrested, and that is what I'll tell on the air.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, that seems like such an extreme to disappointment that somebody didn't want to buy your cards. Sure, but like, I'm going to start selling them to other customers in the shop
and yelling at the owner.
Yeah,
that was not a good decision by that man.
No.
Next, Mike Likes It. The Luka card sold again. The Luka logo card sold again for 3.1 and change, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that is down a little bit from the last time it sold?
It is down quite a bit.
Tell me about it.
It last sold for $4.6 million March of 2021, and it just sold for $3.1 million. So they lost, it was $1.48 million is how much that card went down in a year and a half.
I think it gives you an idea. I'm glad you said that. It gives you an idea on where the card market is. I think as people have read over the last, let's say 18 months to 2 years on cards, how much they're gone up. Now we're seeing the crash.
Yeah.
And it's just like a stock market. Like, it doesn't mean that
it went too high to begin with.
It went way up too much, and now it's starting to kind of balance itself out. Last thing I'll leave you with.
By the way, we'll be at a card shop next Friday.
Yes.
RJ Dukes.
That is awesome. I can't wait.
Our show.
Come see us at RJ Dukes
in McKinney.
I'm going to give you some information real quick on cards if you care at all or not. If you don't, just listen to it, please. Mike Trout has 7 different rookie cards, and if you take all the parallels of his 7 different rookie cards, a guy it's Scotty B Cards, who I follow on YouTube. I message him, really nice guy. There are approximately 170,000 Mike Trout rookie cards ever printed. In the history of every Mike Trout rookie card you can have, 170,000 of them. The now Topps update that just came out, if you like Bobby Witt Jr. or you like Julio Rodriguez, those are two premium rookie cards in that. They made approximately 285 of just that card, and that's just the base card.
1,000. Yeah.
285,000 of that card.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa, 285.
Sorry, 285,000 of that card, not including all the parallels of it. Each guy is going to have approximately 60 different rookie cards instead of 7. So if you're looking at Julio Rodriguez or Bobby Witt Jr. and think, they could be the next Mike Trout, maybe they could. Their cards will never be worth Mike Trout.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com joins us next on The Fan.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW. on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Wanted to hit a couple more real quick. 682, can my son's soccer team get a shout-out? We're going to Tulsa for the Adidas Showcase Tournament, DFW United FC. Best of luck to you guys in the tournament. And then also...
It is tournament time, isn't it?
It is. I want to shout out my wife, Rebecca, and 2-week-old son, Maddox. I'm back at work this week and having a little separation anxiety. Shout out to all of y'all right now. And shout out to Corey Majors because it's time for the C Block.
I remember that. The first day I got to the office after having Avery, and I'd been with him and around him for a while, and I was sitting there staring at my computer going, why am I not at home with my kid? I know that feeling very well. It's a tough one to take. I appreciate that, and shout out to you for getting after it and going and taking care of that kid.
When we had Mary Grace, they came with me to spring training, but then halfway through spring training, they had to leave, and I wasn't going to see them for 3 more months.
Did you cry every day?
I cried that day.
Yeah, I can totally see that. It's okay.
What if you had to leave Noah for 3 months?
Yeah,
that would suck.
All right, let's talk.
I couldn't handle.
Let's talk with DallasCowboys.com. Kyle Yeomans right now. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's good. How are you guys?
Doing very well as we get prepared for the Cowboys and the Vikings this weekend. And I know you and Isaiah and Barry Church have been doing some fantastic work over there. What is y'all's feeling on going up to Minnesota with this Cowboys bunch right now?
Oh, man. First off, I appreciate the compliment. But secondly, I think it's nervousness, really, is the feeling. Maybe not around the locker room. That's not necessarily the case, but at least around the media and those that cover the team. And the reason being is you just look at the weaponry for Minnesota. I mean, the fact that they have so many playmakers, and it feels like every edge of their roster is filled with another one. I mean, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, the way that Kirk Cousins has been playing, I would throw him into the mix. And then Dalvin Cook in the backfield. And that's just on the offensive side of the football. That's not even to mention the guys defensively. So it's a tough task for this Cowboys team, and a team that got knocked down. They got knocked down. They got drug out against the Green Bay. They weren't able to finish, and the fact that things are looking down at the moment is discouraging, to say the least. But you got to find a way to pick it back up and hit the ground running in Minnesota.
I know it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the game or anything like that, but do you feel bad, or do you think the team feels worse after Green Bay got beat down last night?
I don't think it really matters too much, to be honest. I think if anything, it may be a little bit of a smirk of like, nice, okay. But even then you turn around and like you said, it doesn't really change the fact that you lost to them anyways. So it's almost like watching a divisional rival lose. Like, you're happy it happened, but if you lost to that divisional rival, does it really help you a whole lot? So
Sure.
That's kind of the feeling around it, I think.
Now, since the start of last year, the Cowboys are really great at bouncing back from losses at 6-1. Do you think that's a scheduling, like they've just had an advantageous schedule, or does that say something about the teams the last year and a half?
No, I think it says something, because even if you do have like a favorable schedule per se, like you said there, and you're facing a team that's poor right after you face the team that beat you. Sometimes it plays out like that, sure. But at other times, you have to turn around, and you can't be beaten twice by the same team. You hear that old adage in sports is you can't let a team beat you twice. They can't beat you in the game and then the next week because you're either hanging your head or you're not focused and you don't execute again. Especially in a situation like this where you went up against Green Bay, you were heavily favored in that football game. You should have won that game on the road, and you had a chance late to do so. You have to focus in, because the team that you're facing this week, at least on paper, is far more talented than the one that beat you last week. So I think that's really where the focus is trying not to let Green Bay attack you a second time just by not having a great week of practice and, of course, not being ready for Minnesota.
Kyle, when it comes to CeeDee Lamb, do we credit him not enough? Do we credit him exactly where he is, or do we overcredit him for his production thus far? Because I'm looking, and he is one of the fifth. He's like the fifth leading receiver in the NFC right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's number 5, and I mean it's Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, and then 2 divisional guys, and A.J. Brown and Terry McLaurin. Then it's CeeDee Lamb. right there in that number 5 spot. I think it's fair, the criticism that he's gotten, just based off of the fact that whenever the decision was made in the building, and one that I know a lot of people, including myself, didn't agree with, in letting Amari Cooper go, he was the reason why you felt okay about it. You felt he was just a little bit of that comfort level of what you felt with Amari Cooper not in the building anymore. It was okay, well, at least we have CeeDee Lamb. He needed to step up early in the season. And he had a great game last week. He had a career game last week. Only the 5th player in Cowboys history to have a game where he had over 10 receptions, 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. 5th guy to ever do it in Cowboys franchise history. So he had a fantastic game last week. But you need more of that. You need more of the consistency to get to that point for a guy to continuously be considered a number 1 wide receiver. He's playing like that this year statistically. But you guys watch the games as much as anybody else does. You've seen the body language, and you've seen the frustration. You've seen the miscues that have led to turnovers. I mean, 2 straight weeks, a pass that's targeted to CeeDee Lamb, whether it was a read by the quarterback or a read by CeeDee Lamb, they're seeing 2 different things. They're not on the same page, and that's something that a number 1 wide receiver and his franchise quarterback have to figure out if they're going to really have that same kind of production moving forward.
And that's what I was thinking immediately, because I kind of mouthed to Corey, did he have a fantastic game? Because statistically, I'm 100% with you, but like depending on how you feel about who those mistakes fall on, maybe he did not have a fantastic game last week.
No, and it's a debate. It's funny because Corey, when we started the block, was the fact that Isaiah and I watched the games together, and so me and Isaiah had an argument after the game was over because I turned to Isaiah and I was like, "Listen, I know that early mistake happened, that interception where CeeDee Lamb, it really looked like he was seeing cover 1. He saw single high, so he decided to go back over the top, but instead it was actually 2 high." And Mike McCarthy has said it on the record throughout the week that he saw it the way Dak saw it, where Dak was reading it as 2 high. CD was seeing it as 1 high or single high. And so he saw it the way Dak saw it. So that's technically saying it was on CeeDee Lamb making a bad read. But then you come back and he responded the way that he did. I thought it was a good game. Isaiah was looking at it from a player standpoint saying, I don't think he had a good game. He forced a big mistake. I mean, that was a huge turnover at that point in the football game. So I think it is a debate, and that kind of goes back to CD, is if you really needed him to step up and be a pure number 1 wide receiver, there shouldn't be any debate. That's really where the questions are around Cowboys Nation. In the debate and just be that guy. If you're able to be that guy, I think it really takes a lot of that conversation away.
Yeah, I think I want to play a little game with you. Can play. You guys can play this too. I'm going to say, does this player strike fear in you? Justin Jefferson.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Certainly. Yeah.
Debo.
Yes, but he's banged up.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
He's healthy.
I would agree with that.
And CeeDee Lamb.
No, not at all. And like I figured that was the direction you're going to.
Yeah.
And that could be a reflection of a lot of things on this offense, from play calling to quarterback to blah, 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 but not at all.
No, I think I'm right there with you. Not yet. He could certainly get there, and I think he has the talent to get there. I was as high on anybody, I mean, on the draft show and getting through. I ran a half marathon for the guy because I was so happy that the Cowboys ended up picking him. So I've been as high on CeeDee Lamb's talent. But I like what you just said there, Kevin, and the fact that it may not just be CD. It might be his usage and the way that this offense is set up around him. But no, I would agree with you. I don't think he strikes fear into the heart of a defense. When a defense comes to play Dallas, they're thinking, oh my goodness, we've got to stop Tony Pollard. We've got to stop Ezekiel Elliott. We've got to stop Dak Prescott. CeeDee Lamb's probably the 4th or 5th name on that list, depending on who the defensive coordinator is.
Maybe if it was a full marathon, it would have been a little bit different.
Oh, man.
Maybe so.
Don't put that on me. I'll get out there and I'll run it. You know I would.
You will.
Especially if the Cowboys were to win the Super Bowl, right? Then you definitely run that marathon.
Easy money, I would do that for sure. We had a conversation about that this morning. Not the run, but I would we were talking about what you would trade to win a Super Bowl on our podcast this morning, and I mean, I would trade a lot. I mean, I've never gotten to see one, so I would like to see one. That's my biggest point of it.
Would you run to Phoenix?
Oh, that's a long way.
It'd be fun though, to attempt it.
It'd be like a Forrest Gump thing, right?
That's
just get up and go.
Who would you want following you in that crew?
Oh man,
like if you can select people,
Jenny.
It would just be you guys. It would be all your entire show.
Good luck with that. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that right now.
I'll be right there, man. I'll be behind, but I'll be there.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
I'm willing to make monetary donations far ahead of running that marathon. So you let me know your charity of choice. We'll get that going.
I have a question for Kyle Yeomans.
All right.
Kyle,
up, Mike?
I saw you on TV.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
I didn't know you did high school football. That's awesome.
Yeah, so this was going to sound super conceited, but I was going to say which time on TV because I've picked up in one of your colleagues, Jared Sandler, and I kind of we switch back and forth on the Texas Legends and stuff, and I know Mike, you've done a lot of stuff with them in the past, or at least around them previously. So yeah, I love doing high school football stuff, man. That's one of my passions, though.
Now, here's my question. I was just setting it up because I did see you on TV, and it was cool. What's your game to watch for tonight, and does Wiley have any chance against Duncanville?
No, I'm sorry. Not a chance. Duncanville's way too good.
Yes.
Man,
and Wiley's district
game
sucks.
Oh, man, come on.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's your game tonight, or I guess tomorrow if it's tomorrow?
I think it's tonight. It's Highland Park and Denton Guyer. That's the game to watch. I mean, you've got Jackson Arnold, 5-star quarterback, commit to Oklahoma. There's some buzz, some murmurs that he can maybe flip to Notre Dame, but he's just an absolute baller. Like 30 touchdowns. I think he's got 2 interceptions.
Wow.
Really, really talented player. And then that Denton Guyer defense is one of the best in the state. And then on the other side, Highland Park undefeated. First year in 6A after they've been in 5A and, of course, won a couple championships with John Stephen Jones, Chandler Morris a couple years back at the 5A level. They've gone up to 6A, and they're 11-0 and a top 5 team in the state. So it's number 1 Denton Guyer versus, I think it's number 4 Highland Park, and that's going to be an absolute slugfest. I think both of those teams are really good. Whoever wins this game has my vote to win it all. I think they've got a chance to win the whole thing.
Small 6A, right? Or whatever they call it.
Yes.
He just doesn't want you picking against Duncanville.
Yeah, and can somebody beat North Shore before the championship game so Duncanville doesn't have to play North Shore again in the championship?
I would love that because I'm a big fan of Coach Samples. I think what he's done in the Dallas community and what he's done across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is phenomenal, and he's never won a state title. But that Duncanville team has been so good year after year, so I'm right there with you. Somebody take out Galena Park North Shore, get them out of the way, and then Duncanville runs the table and gets there and finishes the job.
Awesome stuff, man. Hey, real quick, we do have for Peace-a-thon next week, we have a Micah Parsons autographed matte black helmet. Do you think that thing is worth $1 billion right now?
$1 billion?
Yeah.
I'm thinking $2 billion, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
That's a big time item. Good job on you guys getting a hold of that.
Thank you.
Hey, if there's anything you want to add to the treasure trove, we always appreciate that.
I'll text Corey. We'll get something. I'll figure something out.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Love to hear it.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Man.
He's always good, man.
I feel like that's a strategy we dropped the ball on leading into Peace-a-thon. We should have asked every guest that we had on. Also, what can you give us for our charitable
Jerry,
endeavor?
now that we're talking, what would you like to provide for us?
Do you think Elon Musk would give us Twitter?
At this point, yes. And then, but he'd still be like, "Can y'all just keep my
right
account
now?
open so I can troll everybody still?" Though
Twitter.
You know what they say about Twitter? It's where you tweet things. That's what Mike would say.
Yeah, that is
I was
definitely a Mike
extrapolating what I thought Mike would say. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Sounds better when I do it in my head.
Hey, and just like you do, I also listen to you. Coming up next, it's Betting with Bassick and Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment. We'll see. All right, well, hopefully it'll be the fastest or maybe the slowest segment in all of radio. Either way, it happens next.
All day, every day, bringing you.
back from Russia. Whoa. From the 214, shout out to my son Van, turning 2 today from a Twolo. I hope Van is a Twolo as well. And then the 817, shout out to my wife Michelle. I'm having to go to a bachelor party, and she's holding it down at home with the kiddos. Very well done. All right, you guys ready for some betting with Bassick?
Yes, so where we're at, unfortunately, Kevin, you are back to even as you went 2-0 last week, even though on Monday you refused to get the results of this.
I'm sorry. That can be tough on a Monday.
I know. And Corey, you lost both games, so you're down $140 right now. But there's still half a season to go, and the playoffs where you usually win $300.
Man, there is precedent for that. Corey, you get to go first as well.
I'm going to take Kansas City -5 on Sunday Night Football. As I heard today on this radio show on 105.3 The Fan.
24 straight in November and December.
Patrick Mahomes is undefeated in 24 games in November and December. So I'm going to take my odds on that one.
Now, does the screw you mean that was a wait? Yeah, I had a feeling.
Well, that's just what happens when you have to pick something.
I'm going to take the Denver Nuggets because the Mavericks are 3-10-1 against the spread this year.
I will take.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But that is a true statement. At least it's a true. Really sad. It's a
truism.
Yeah, that the Mavericks can't cover a spread to save their butt.
I will take the. Sorry, everybody. I will take the Vikings +1.5. I desperately hope the Cowboys win. This spread still kind of perplexes me, so I will take the Vikings +1.5.
If it had been flipped and the Cowboys had 1.5, would you take that?
That at least feels more in line to me. I think I might still pick the Vikings because $20 is a small price to pay for a Cowboys win. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I lost $20 for the Cowboys won, and like I can live with that.
So I'm going to tell you guys something. Those were 2 of my 3 games. Because as much as I feel like Vegas is daring you to take Minnesota, I just would take Minnesota at home. And I was going to take Kansas City. I like Kansas City. I do think the Chargers have a lot of issues with injuries. The Chargers should have beat Kansas City earlier in the year. They didn't. Obviously, it's a little bit of a gamble there, taking the Chiefs going on the road. But I would have taken both of those gambles. So now I go to my third game, which I don't love, but I'm going to go to Monday Night Football, Corey. And the Cardinals are at home. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Kyler Murray's playing, right? I know that he's not getting along with his coach.
It is a game time decision, or that they were going to announce it later in the week, and I guess I still have not seen that announcement. And it's not a I don't believe that is a home game either. That game is in Mexico City, if that makes a difference. I know you said you weren't feeling super great about that game. I believe that game is in Mexico City.
You have done me a huge favor. What? As now, these games suck.
By the way, I did just see that the Chiefs have ruled out Juju for Sunday night's game, and McCole Hardman is also placed on IR.
Yes, I had heard that about Hardman.
So is that the Kadarius Toney night? He and Travis Kelce run the show on Sunday.
I mean, Kelce loves having him on the team, so.
You like the Detroit Lions, Corey. I'll give you the Detroit Lions. They are
against Dabes?
They are +3 going to the Giants. I guess the Giants are good at football.
7-2 feels fair.
I know, but I think the Cowboys are going to win by a touchdown or more Thursday.
Okay.
I mean, as long as there's not major injuries, I just think the Cowboys are going to win something like 30-20 on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
But the Giants are probably going to win and go to 8-2. The Cowboys, I guess they're favored, but I feel like the Cowboys are barely going to lose in a very close game.
Yeah.
I'm picking 27-24 Vikings, by the way. In that game. So I think it's going to be a very close game, come down to a field goal. I think we've kind of said it's going to be a coin flip type of game. And so the Cowboys are going to go in at 6-4, 2 games behind the Giants, yet I feel like the Cowboys are way better. And then I'll go with a blowout here. I'm going to go with the Ravens blowing out the Panthers, and they really need to because the Ravens are favored by 13. I don't like a lot of these games.
Yeah.
And so I will go with Lamar Jackson wins by 14 or more points. So you get the Carolina Panthers +13.
2 things to note here that I wanted to throw out. A, every time I've had Detroit so far this year, I've won. So this might be a positive for me.
Okay.
B, The new Warzone for Call of Duty came out this week, Kevin.
So you might want to stay away from Kyler?
Yeah,
is that
so
what
I'm
you're
just kind of saying
I
there
did
might
see
be
a
some
meme
things
where
there.
somebody like flips through 4 books and like, yeah, I read the playbook because that's Kyler Murray when they said you need to read the playbook this week, and he just skims through it in like 30 seconds, 4 different books, and like, good, I read them. Now it's time for me to go play video games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
How are we
Hello,
doing?
Reginald.
You just gonna keep? You're not gonna mix it up, or are you just excited for the World Cup? Is that what's happening there?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Just a cup.
He's back in the game.
I don't think anyone said that like Rob Manfred's like is just a piece of metal.
It's true. It's not even a cup though, if you really want to be
It's a
honest.
statue.
It's like an obelisk.
It looks like somebody took foil and wrapped it around
See that.
something as a present.
I could 100%
like a
see
vase.
that.
They were like just wrapping around the present, and they were like, now stick some beads on it or something.
They should call it the Stanley Bowl. It's not a cup.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. That's what you'd eat cereal out of.
It would be a
not
cup
wrong.
for a giant, though.
Ooh.
Be like giant would be like.
I would like to see a giant eating cereal out of that.
Me too.
This is the information and the great content you get from the KNC Masterpiece. And that's why we have a segment like this called Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that we say on this program.
Never.
I say we, it's rarely me. But sometimes it's Kevin. Right?
Yeah,
No.
it's Kevin right here.
I was hoping if I said no, you wouldn't play a clip of me.
You know what? It's going to work. But a lot of times, or infrequently, but a lot of times this week, it was our friend Derek Holland. So yeah, let's hear from Derek Holland as we're finding out about his family life in ways that I did not anticipate seeing.
I'm a mom.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Zach, I'm a mom.
I'm a mom. Come after me.
I mean, I think you
Yep.
know what to do.
Yep.
By the way, you guys, after the show is over, told me what a gilf was. I thought it was girl, but you guys told me it
What?
was grandma.
Oh my God. So, and Mike couldn't get over. He was like, well, wouldn't the younger person want the gilf? And we were all like so perplexed. And he goes, I thought gilf meant girl. And we're like, no, it's for grandma.
This is all very uncomfortable.
When you see somebody learn something, there's like this moment of,
Knowledge is power.
yeah, you feel pretty good about what you accomplished that day. And I felt good yesterday when he found out what
You
a gilf
shouldn't.
was.
I'm very disappointed in you.
That's
Why?
fair.
Why?
I don't know. Reggie
I have
continues to
expectations
have.
of you for some
yeah,
reason. Yeah, I
but
don't
you
know.
continue to have
That's on me.
outsized expectations
point.
for
I
what
should-
the product is that you get.
You're right.
You're like thinking KP is going to stay healthy this whole season. Like, come on.
Well, I mean, he's been pretty healthy in Washington.
Shut up.
Not really.
Anywho, I guess I shouldn't have expectations. No, I have. I'm going to keep these expectations. Kevin, you're a delightful broadcaster. You do wonderful things, except in this one time.
Thank you to Green Bay's lack of clock management. Almost had it.
Clack management?
Clock management.
The hell happened there?
Sometimes words are tough.
Clock.
Was that the opening segment? Like, that was the first lines out of your mouth, too.
You
On
know,
Monday, I believe.
One of the problems I run into is I try to skip ahead, and sometimes if I look too far ahead, I'm like, my brain forgets what's happening right then.
Stop the clack.
You're really a good manager.
I got the clack. You got the clack.
It's something you don't want.
No.
Yeah, that does sound like a
I think
venereal
it
disease.
stings or
Well, that's
something.
definitely a song from Get Him to the Greek.
Yes.
The clap.
I have seen that movie.
Very good. I'm proud of you for seeing a movie.
So
it's a
far,
good
I think
song.
we're wide open here. I'm not sold yet.
Okay. All right. I don't know. Mike, being a multi-time winner of this, maybe he has a good contender here. As I think this is a definitive statement that he makes here.
Yeah, guess what? I make money for a living, so we can have this house. And so does your mom. She makes more money than I do.
I'm so glad that is on Masterpiece of the Week. I just think that's hilarious.
Mike doesn't give opinions for a living. He
makes
doesn't.
money.
He just makes money.
Yep. I mean, they give me money.
That's true.
for
You're
doing
technically
this.
correct.
Isn't the living the money?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's a great point.
So that is kind of...
It's like he said, I make money for a money.
Yeah, like if you were making money for
I make a living for a living.
then that would
You
be...
would like work at the mint, right?
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah. So it is a little different. You do something else for a living to make money, which is
I read something that we're making a lot of money right now.
I still
Not
like,
us,
yeah,
but like the government or something.
What? I don't know how to address what you just said.
Our 401ks is what he's talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, I just looked mine up. It's better. Something happened in a good way. Something.
You're welcome.
You gonna say thanks to Biden?
Yeah, thanks, Biden.
There you go.
He's trying to waive those fees on tickets. I'm trying to get tickets to the
Man.
Madison Square Garden
I
for
wish
the
he would waive
Mavericks.
the fees on the Taylor Swift.
If ever there would be a nonpartisan, everyone can agree on issue, I feel like that's the one.
That Biden did it?
About getting rid of ticket fees. Stop that. I mean, if he
did
gets
good.
it
He
done,
is in
sure.
charge.
Yeah. Back to you, Reggie.
Thanks, man. Derek Holland again, suggesting ways to better yourself.
I'm going to carry on the Holland tradition. We got to have good stock.
But also get those, what were they? Cuban had them, the Skechers shape-ups or whatever. Get those. Get your posture up there a little bit higher.
Okay.
Add a couple inches to yourself.
What?
By wearing
You heard him.
shoes,
Yeah.
How does that? Well, I guess they do say
They always say what your shoe
the
size
taller
is.
person looks.
I mean,
Right,
you
Reggie?
do know what they say about wearing big shoes, right?
Uh-huh.
People with big shoes have big feet.
And big socks.
Longer shoelaces.
Sometimes. Is that true?
Huh? I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I don't know.
It
You ever
feels
seen
like it would-
Shaq's foot?
Yes.
Hey, he got some weird toenails, man.
What? And he thinks there's multiple moons.
He does.
That's okay though.
But he's
That's
never seen
perfectly
two
fine.
moons at one time. He just thinks that one moon disappears when he sees the other one.
Yeah.
Just like you've
That
never
doesn't
seen,
make sense.
You've never seen Kevin and Batman in the same room.
That'd be
That's true.
awesome.
Very true.
Have you? Have you ever been around Batman?
No.
Did we walk out in Las Vegas? Did we walk outside and the dude was in the Bumblebee little
Yeah,
costume outside?
yeah.
We were like,
That's
whoa! It was not Derek, but it was kind of. Well, it could have been.
Well, this is Derek. With a little assist from Kevin. I don't even want to set it up. Just listen.
Why are you doing that to your body? Like you're trying to copy me now. Let's do you. Let's have your own thing. Well,
Yep.
oh man, I
Yeah.
See, you don't mean to say it, but then you do.
I
And now we're
know.
going to play that clip, and it's going to sound like you wanted to bang that person.
He wanted to bang you,
Yeah, I get it. I do not blame him.
but in private. We found out
Sure.
you don't like doing that in public.
Yeah, I do not. No, I do not.
Well, he doesn't like to kiss in public.
I
There's
do
two
not want to
things.
do that either.
We don't know if he wouldn't.
These
sex
don't
Derek
really
in
sound
public.
like punishments, but there's two punishments for Kevin. He has to kiss his wife for a minute straight with people watching, or he
And
has to
my
wear
eyes
shorts,
closed.
It's the most
Yeah.
ridiculous thing.
or eat something.
Yeah.
I like things the way I like them. I like a long time ago, people would be like, "Why are you still single?" And I was like, "Because I like things the way I like them." And some people don't care for that.
Very
Jess
good.
thinks it's fine.
It's just fine. She doesn't
Yeah.
like it. She's like,
Well,
it's
you know,
tolerable.
I want to say better, but it's
Does
fine.
she dislike public affection?
I don't think so. Not to the degree I do.
So she's okay if
She
like
walks up
you
to
swept her off her feet in front of people and
Probably, actually.
and gave her roses and said I love you and then gave her a big kiss for like a good 10 seconds. That's a long
She
time to
would
give a
probably think that's
Let's
long.
say you're at a gala.
Uh-huh.
All right, and she walks up to you and just starts smacking one on your face.
What?
Like a kiss.
Oh.
That's not my
Are you
first choice.
pushing her away
No.
and saying, "What are you doing?
I
Are you
would
drunk?"
probably try to cut the kiss off sooner.
Whoa!
Not cut it off, but just cut it off a little sooner.
All right.
Speaking of public displays of affection, Kevin, which one of these clips gain your affection?
That was a great transition.
Thank you.
I am going to go with Mike making money for a living. Because when he said that, I just thought it was so funny. And I stick with that.
Yeah, guess what? I make money for a living.
It's still really good. That really is good.
Still top notch.
And your mom makes more.
I'm gonna go with Derek wants to bang Kevin.
Darn it.
Why are you doing that to your body? Like you're trying to copy me now. Let's do you. Let's have your own thing. Well,
Yep.
oh man, I
See, you don't mean to say it, but then you do.
I
And now we're
know.
going to play that clip, and it's going to sound like you wanted to bang that person.
I thought you were gonna say me.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were gonna say that.
I
in
feel
that
like
moment.
it made it worse.
I'm voting for that one.
Yep.
I don't want to win. I want Derek to win. He wants to win this.
Yeah,
I
Derek
could see
loves vying for wins.
Well, Derek's going to get first place and second place because I also loved Derek's advice to the Tolos.
Tolos, get your posture up there a little bit higher.
Okay.
Add a couple inches to yourself.
Whoops.
Derek's fun.
That's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. The Waxer is in the building, and we will talk with the G-Bag Nation next right here on the Fan.
Let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic, guys. They are open on the weekend. So if you're like, hey, I'm just too busy during
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP, plus they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. Happy Friday. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great, and I would love to talk about the Stars defeating the Panthers 6-4 despite Wedgwood's injury, but there is a waxer in the building. Zach Wolchuk, how we feeling?
I'm petrified right
I can
now.
see the hair on the back of his neck right now.
Literally.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's gone, I guess,
that
once
too.
Melissa gets done. But I'm in great hands. Melissa's a sweetheart, and she's going to take care of me. She said it's not going to be that bad. But I mean, we've got the table out, and it's just all so real right now. It's just really, it's starting to set in that this is happening, and I don't know how I feel.
What about the fact that Mike is maybe now going to do something in solidarity with
Yeah, I'll
you?
wax with you.
You want to wax together?
I've never had my back waxed, but the other day I was in the mirror after taking a shower and the sun hit my back just right because I have light colored hair. And I was like, son of a gun, for 20 plus years, you don't want to grow any hair on my head, but you decided in the last 5 years or so, man, hair on the back's going to work out really good. So I don't want hair on my back. And my wife won't help. I don't know if spouses are okay with helping or not, but my wife will not
She said no.
pick hairs or do anything. So this is the only way I can get the hair off my back.
Well, I can go ahead.
Is it just on the small of your back, or is it starting to
I
be
think
like
it's
everywhere?
I just saw it like
the
lat,
lower
the
half,
lat
right?
area.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's not like a little tramp stamp of hair.
I don't know. I mean, I'll take off my shirt and you guys can look.
No, it's just acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you desperately want to take your shirt off, Mike. So if it'll help, knock yourself out.
Even after the Papa John's, he's still feeling like, this shirt can come off.
The back
That was
part
for
of
other
it.
people, I'm sure.
I'll say this as somebody who has been waxed by Melissa from Flawless Skincare. She does an amazing job.
Absolutely,
all right?
yeah.
The
The
work
first
she
thing
does.
she said was, "Hey, how's your butthole?"
Yeah.
or beehole.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can say butthole. That's fine. No, that was painful. I shouldn't have done it. You're gonna be in great hands today, and you're gonna be baby smooth, and that's the awesome part.
I can't wait to be baby smooth.
Baby smooth or patchy,
That's
depending
what
on how much you want to do.
No, I think I'm not
Whole
gonna.
thing?
And you've never been waxed before,
I've
right?
never been waxed, and I say this. I'm like, I don't want to half-a this, So I'm going for the full back, but maybe after the initial peel, I'll be rethinking this entire thing. And I did promise Eric that he could get one rip.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Awesome.
nice, good.
Is that
beehole rip?
advisable?
Yeah.
Can I look at your back, Zach, right now?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna look
Melissa
at it.
glanced at it and was like, "Oh no, I might need to get a weed eater."
It's hairy. I've seen hairier. but
Yeah,
it's hairy.
that's good.
Yeah, but to be fair, Baskey's been in locker rooms and clubhouses for his entire life, so he's seen more dude backs than the average person.
That is a really good point.
You've also
actually.
seen a lot of dude fronts.
Yeah, he has seen a lot of
Melissa
dudes.
said it's not that bad.
All right,
let's go.
Okay.
Right. See, so I think this is going to work out just fine. Now, Dawson and Broadus, are you hoping he makes it through for the rest of the show? Do you want him in as much pain as possible to learn his lesson about picking incorrectly?
Well, yeah, I'm hoping to get some good shrieks of pain, during the G-Bag of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Krusty's Corner, of course, the sports mix at 2:40. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Yeah.
So we'll get the play-by-play for the first couple of rips coming up at 2:20, and then we have content to do, including choosing our next games in the G-Bag Survivor, in hopes of avoiding a bet.
How careful do you think Wolchuk is going to be in selecting this next game?
He's very nervous. We were talking about it in the show prep meeting here before we came in here, and he's on edge. Yeah, that's the best way to describe him right now.
Who did you pick that lost?
The Bears.
Over the Lions is what he had. And going into the fourth quarter, the Bears had a 96% chance to win the football game. And then, of course, football happened, and they lost by 1 point.
Are they dead to you now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys were talking up Justin Fields yesterday.
You
all the
him,
fantasy
That
points.
was your face. Okay, now I know.
Don't try and pass the buck. You made the decision.
Yeah,
You stand that guy.
Yeah.
Why don't you go throw another interception to Jeffrey Okudah, Justin Fields? Thanks a lot for nothing.
Can you do patterns? Like, can you do if he can you
Oh,
do star
my
shapes
God.
over his
Big
nipples
D,
or
he gets a
something?
D in the back.
Yeah.
Mark that. I don't know if we talked over that, but mark that.
The Dallas D.
Yeah. That's exactly what we meant.
Oh, this is going to be amazing.
Good luck to you, buddy.
So,
Thanks, man.
yeah, good luck. What, as if you need any other reason, what else do you guys have coming up on the program today?
Very busy show today. Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. We're going to get the real and inside story on everything going into the weekend. Babe Laufenberg at 4:40, or Loftenberg, as Mike Bassett calls him, or Ben Lieber, a former Vikings linebacker and member of the Vikings radio broadcast at 5. So we're loaded talking Cowboys Vikings 5 hours.
Yeah. Looking forward to that. The waxing begins at 2:20. Don't forget on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., KG and Chris Arnold. Then the official pregame show gets started. Player profile is Sam Williams. Going to be a fun day, fun weekend. Listen to G-Bag next. We've been KNC. Come back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fair.
Say wax that ass, Kevin.
It's going to happen, baby.
Say clack management.
Clack management.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
GetStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. It is a Bet Payoff Football Friday here in the nation. Melissa with Flawless Skincare is here. She's going to wax Wolchuk's back coming up in the 220. And if you're tuned in right now on the video stream, you can see Wolchuk sitting on the table that he is going to be laying on shirtless, getting his back waxed here for being wrong about the Bears last week.
Should part of the payoff be he has to remain shirtless for the remainder of the show? Add a new wrinkle?
That could be a double bet payoff if he wants to. You know, get a little, he's going to be wrong again soon. Won't be wrong this week.
Do the Chris Arnold vacation, couple
I'm
it,
thinking
and then
about
it'd be a
that.
double pop.
I'm thinking about the Chris Arnold vacation deal one time.
For your next L?
With the nose shirt and the zinc on the nose, and then just keep tweeting pictures of me like doing radio.
Yeah, where you're clearly shirtless from the chest up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not bad. That is it's a genius bet payoff. Props to you for coming up with that one, Chiafalo.
It's my pleasure, boys.
It's good work. Okay, we're off and running. We do have to open our Friday shows as we do every week, which is a Cowboys prediction, and we're very much looking forward to this game. It's a huge test. So let's jump right into that at 877-881-1053. If you'd like to participate on the truckwreck.com fan text, you are welcome to. Brian, how do you see this game going?
Minnesota 28, Dallas 24. I feel like that Minnesota's a team that when you start to look at teams that play in one-score games, I don't think it's luck. I think this team plays extremely hard. I think they've got talented players. On defense, yeah, they might give up some yards, but they turn you over. And the one thing that Dallas has shown that that they can do is turn over the ball at bad times. So kind of feel like that Minnesota at home will get the W this weekend.
How about you, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I said last week, or earlier this week, I can't pick the Cowboys the rest of the year. I got to do that reverse psychology. So 27-24, I got to go Vikings here.
Wow.
The one thing that does benefit the Cowboys is, just this feels like the kind of game that they'd figure out a way to win. The Vikings are coming in with all the confidence in the world. They just had a massive win on the road against the Bills. They're riding a heater, and the Cowboys should be playing angry. And, Brian, you talk about that desperate team.
Yeah.
Maybe the Cowboys are going to have that. And this is a Vikings defense that is 29th in pass defense. I think CeeDee Lamb has had 2 really good games in his career against Minnesota. I think he has a big game. And they're 16th in rushing defense. I think Tony Pollard and Zeke can run the football against them. I think the Cowboys offensively are going to score a lot of points. The question is, how does the Cowboys defense, for the first time all year, we're a little uncertain. How do they hold up against this Vikings offense?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Mike Bassick is actually in studio after the top of the hour for the first time in his broadcast career. Did you take Cowboys earlier today or Vikings? What's your pick looking like?
He's going to have to get his mic on.
Lucius, can you slide up that mic real quick for Mike?
Mic on mic.
I have it as a coin flip, but I'm going to go 27-24 Minnesota.
Okay.
But I feel like either or. I feel like 27-24 Dallas, 27-24. I think if you get to 30 points, either team gets to 30 points, it's a W for that team.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. That's good analysis. Well, Chiafalo?
Well, give me the Cowboys scoring 30. They're going to get this victory, gentlemen.
That's my guy.
This is a close one. This is a scary one. I think the psychology factor of it that Wolchuk mentioned, coming off an emotional victory of the year kind of situation for Minnesota. Backs against the wall for the Cowboys. And you mentioned the defense for the Vikings. I think there are opportunities to take advantage of them. If Dak doesn't turn the ball over and they can stay in third and manageables, they're going to have a good opportunity because they're second worst defense in the sport when it comes to red zone touchdown percentage.
Yep.
The Cowboys have been rocking in the red zone with Dak. They went 3 for 4 last week without the interception. Maybe they go 4 for 4. So you feel good about scoring touchdowns there. And they give up explosive plays. This could be a game. Tony Pollard, big explosive play. Hopefully CeeDee Lamb, big explosive play. Or one of these young athletic tight ends. And we know they struggle defending the tight end. This could be a nice tight end game. I think you're going to be able to find chunk plays. I'm not super confident in this pick right now, but I just feel like, man, this is kind of one of those games the Cowboys end up finding a way to win. And we get back on track and we barrel into Thanksgiving crotch first.
Let's do that. Mike, how you feeling about Dak right now? We've had so many conversations about him over the years.
You know what? I said today on the show, because they're saying is the way to beat Minnesota by passing the ball, getting aggressive and passing against their secondary. And I said, not really, because that's really not Dak's thing. If he passes the ball over 40 times, it's a really negative situation. So I feel like there has to be balance in this game, is that Dak is a good passer, but when you ask him to do too much, he can't take it to that Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen level. And so even though they're vulnerable against the pass, yes, use the pass. But I still think you have to ball control a little bit here, because I don't think you ask Dak to pass it 40 times and he's a mistake-free guy in those situations.
Yeah, you got to wait for your opportunity. You know, it's like hitting in baseball, I think, where you're waiting for your pitch, right? Yeah. And a lot of times you got to know the situation. I think Mike McCarthy is going to make Kellen Moore get back to it. I think he's going to, that light bulb's going to come on, and they're going to look at the stats and be like, well, yeah, of course we lost. What the hell were we doing, Kellen? And maybe it's Dak changing the play. I don't know. But I think you get back to a 50-50 kind of ratio. I think that kind of game plan allows the defense to be fresher. You're playing complementary football. I'm not exactly how it works, but it does. And I think the Cowboys win 31-24. I think they're going to have a nice dub to talk about on Monday as we head into Thanksgiving week.
That'd be nice.
Broadus, what did you pick?
Picked Vikings 28-24.
So it's 3 Vikings, 2 Cowboys in this room right now?
Now, yep.
Yeah,
that's how it's laid out. And trust me, this is, Mike McCarthy said with Sean and RJ, it's going to be the loudest environment they play in all year.
Yeah.
And how have they played in these road environments? Going to Philadelphia, granted Cooper Rush, turning the ball over, I get it, but that's an L. Last week, Lambeau. Can you go into a place, a ruckus environment, with rookie left tackle and a young still Terrence Steele versus 2 of the better edge rushers in the entire sport? That could get a little bit wonky on you if you're having to play from behind and you are just straight drop back passing. You can get your boys in trouble.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Minnesota is very, very good. And offensively, we know the type of talent they have. It's going to be a challenge. Just think they find a way. Cowboys find a way.
325 says, if the Cowboys lose, I bet the Cooper Rush chatter begins again. I think that could happen, and like Mike McCarthy taking over as play caller should happen. If they go out and have another game with 45 pass attempts and 25 runs and they lose 38-20, I don't think the Cooper Rush conversation would ever pick up legitimate steam inside the building. But if I'm Mike McCarthy, I said it like 2 months ago, we got to be smarter about this game plan we're running. I don't think he's saying that externally this week. But I think internally, you got to be reminding Kellen Moore what the best game plan for success is around here.
Yeah, if you go out there and you lose to the Vikings and turn around and lose to the Giants, and then you're 6-6, I think you'll get some changes. I mean, even the quarterback. I think it's how you lose the games. Is it on the quarterback? Is it on the run defense once again? Is it their inability to make plays, or it's the turnovers, whatever. I mean, I don't think they'll change out the quarterback, but let me get this thing to 6-6, and you'll hear some people start to squawk about some things, maybe within the organization.
Can I ask something real quick? Micah Parsons, great pass rusher. I know he had to play linebacker the majority of last game. Kirk Cousins pees his pants when he gets pressure.
Yeah. He does.
It seems like playing him at linebacker wouldn't be smart in this game, because Kirk Cousins will give you the ball if you just press him. So should he be playing defensive end most of this game?
The thing to me would be the Vikings aren't one of those teams that you would think run the football a lot. I mean, they're near the bottom of the league when it comes to rushing attempts. The thing you have to wonder is, you thought the Packers wouldn't run the ball either, and they just said, no, our only way to survive in this game. I think they're terrified of Dallas's pass rush. To me, and if I'm Kevin O'Connell and them, I'm thinking like, okay, if you're letting me run this football, and I don't have to put my quarterback in harm's way, I'm just going to keep running the ball. But, man, the Vikings, they haven't shown that.
They might be confident. They might be so confident that they're going to play their game.
Well, they can protect. They could we did these numbers yesterday, like 38% every time that Cousins is pressured, 38% of the time he's going to throw the ball to Jefferson. So if that's the case, you turn it into a passing game. Sick the rush on him and find a way to double that number 18.
Yeah, we know he'll close his eyes and just kind of whenever he's pressured. But throwing it up to Jefferson, it's a pretty good strategy there. That guy will go up and get it. Now, it'll be interesting to see Darisaw dealing with the concussion.
Yeah.
He's 100% good to go. But the Cowboys do get Anthony Barr back, and I know we've been critical about him, but this is that revenge game going back to Minnesota where he's played his entire career. So having him will now allow you to have Parsons back playing primarily edge, which will help you there with the pass rush. But I do think you might get the best game all year from Anthony Barr playing some inspired
I would bet
football.
on it. Yeah. Those oldie veterans, they can give you a vintage performance for sure if they get energized by something. 571 asks, what about Melissa? Who does she think will win? Well, that's a good question. Melissa with Flawless Skincare is here as Woolchuck
She
is
does
now.
have flawless skin.
You're now in the 10-minute countdown to the waxing. So we're looking forward to this bet payoff. Okay, Dallas 24, Mini 21, Vikings 31, Cowboys 17. I'm torn on this game, says the 214. I'm a Cowboys hater, but my wife is an Eagles fan, so I can't root for the Vikings either. That's black and gold B. Yeah, it's tough. Okay. Even the last 2 games they've won have been full of mistakes. 9-7-2. If they keep making the same mistakes they've been making as a team the last 5 games, they're not going to win. All right.
Will Diggs travel with Jefferson all game?
He should.
He should, but I don't know if Dan is going to do this. I don't. I mean, to me, that's where this game could very well hinge, is that your ability to not allow him to make huge plays. And that if you're the one guy that is not scared of Jefferson is Diggs. Everybody else is looking at that guy like, well, let's see his highlights of this guy doing the gritty on us every week.
Maybe you do the Belichick thing and you take your best corner and you put him on their second best receiver, and that's the guy that you follow kind of around, and then you just stay doubling Justin Jefferson at every turn. And
we've seen. Last week was not a good game for Malik Hooker. Just not from recognition standpoint, not from being where he needs to be. I worry about him a little bit right now. I thought that, you would see a guy that would play with his eyes and stuff like that, but he was really no help to you last week. So now you're going to ask him to do something. Yeah, we'll see.
Is there a trend there to be worried about him? Because I had really thought he played good football until last week.
He hasn't really tackled all that well. He's throwing his body in there a lot and not wrapped up.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't wrap up. If you
watch the All-22, he misses his share of tackles.
Sure. Okay, Thursday Night Football, Titans beat the Packers 27-17.
Of course they did.
It's just not a good team.
Yeah.
Only horrible young corners playing against Aaron Rodgers and a string of 6 consecutive 50-50 things that went against you.
Turnovers.
Could make you lose that game. Yes. Yeah. I mean, even with the turnovers, they still should have won the game. Henry didn't even have to run it well. But for the record, Tannehill against the Packers was better than Dak with less of a running game. He put up 333 yards. Henry, I think, was under 4 yards an attempt. So there is that. This week on TV, on radio, on Twitter, I do believe that game caused Dak homers to take a big step towards capitulation. Now, one great game, and they'll be full on back to, you doubt Dak, he's amazing. Dak's better, saying things like that. But, it is rare that you see Dak homers and Dak supporters sort of acknowledge that he needs to play better. And I think I heard more of that than at any point in his career on Monday, and it is going to be very, very interesting. That is absolutely a huge storyline going into this one as we pick up on Monday. Mavericks host the Nuggets tonight. Denver off to a pretty good start, 9-5. But this is a terrifying game for Mavs fans because they're facing a team without their best player. Oh, boy, I don't know how you win these. Jokic is out, and so is Jamal Murray, which will make things extra difficult. They're in health and safety protocols.
The Mavs are bleeped.
The kiss of death for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Wait, your best players aren't playing? Can we reschedule, please? Can we get them healthy?
Literally, I don't know if the Mavs are going to show up psychologically and play well tonight.
Well, at least Luke is going to be fresh, right?
He should be.
Yeah. He'll go for 45. We'll be all right.
Yeah, they got something to prove here tonight.
Sweat it in the last minute 8.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll crap away a lead.
Are you going tonight, Mike?
No, I know it's not possible, but it does feel like Denver's a really bad team with missing these 2 guys. I would love for not the Mavs to experiment too much. I'd love for Luka to see if the first 6 minutes of the game, if he can get 10 assists instead of 10 points.
Ooh,
just to see, what would it be like if I'm trying to set up everybody for the first 6 minutes? I'll take a layup if the layup's there or whatever, but I want to see if I can get all my guys going and how involved the team can be in this game.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man. I watched Steve Blake once throw 13 assists in the first quarter of a basketball game, and it was electric. It was amazing, man. The crowd was going nuts like they were witnessing history. Yeah, and it had a fun thing to it. Okay, opposite of a fun thing to it, World Cup is 2 days away. And today, Qatar confirmed you can't drink beer at the stadiums.
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they were like, yeah, beer at the stadium, it's cool. We get it, World Cup, not necessarily with our culture. The last 6 months, they've been like, yeah, we're going to have beer. They just decided it's too much.
Why did you put in a bid to host the World Cup?
Well, how did you take a bribe? This goes to the feet of FIFA. You know, I think we should acknowledge Qatar has the right to do whatever they want with beer in their country.
Damn right they do.
Why is FIFA dragging the world soccer community through this abject failure?
Like we just saw the party that went on in Munich.
Yeah.
For the Seahawks and Bucks game, and it's just pictures of beer.
Per
right?
person, yeah.
England is going to do the same thing. France, everyone loves their booze.
They do.
What are we doing?
It's a tradition. You know, and to do it within 2 days now, people are wondering what else are they going to rug pull us on.
It's the Fry Festival of World Cups. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what's happening right here. It's going to be a documentary about this on Netflix in about 4 years.
I just hope there's not like some humanitarian disasters or something, because the media is getting worried. LGBTQ people are getting worried. Like, what are you going to change your mind on? Who might wake up and have a different opinion than they had last week and decide they're going to make it a rule across their land? We got to go. It is time for the Woolchuck bet payoff, and his back is going to be getting waxed when we return. We'll pick new games in our G-Bag Survivor. 469 says, shut up, Dawson. You shut up, 469. It's Friday. Take it easy. Have a cold beer. What you drinking and what you thinking coming up at 520 here in the Nation.
You can wait 24.
Tune in at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Woolchuck is on the table. He is shirtless. And he is in the process of being prepared to be waxed by Melissa with flawless skincare.
Okay.
She is...
I want to say a lot of prayers right now.
Currently waxing his back. Is that what she's doing? She's applying the wax?
I think she's wiping it down. She's prepping. She's prepping the skin for what is to come.
She's popping blackheads right now. We're getting very intimate.
She definitely understands why we call him the Woolly Bully.
Is that the wax right there in the burners burning?
That's right, yeah.
Getting all nice and hot?
It's like a crock pot.
It's queso. We got some queso working over here.
I feel so good.
This damn potpourri.
Some chips, bro.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's just get this baby underway.
Okay, the segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art.
Hell yeah, Soda sponsoring the segment.
And you can tune in and see Zach's new beautiful soda body.
Good God.
And the...
Good. Oh, my gosh, that's a stinger. Holy moly. All right. It's oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
That's a pretty quick technique there that she's got going on.
Okay, we're going to be okay.
Hey, Broadus.
Why's your face so red?
We're going to be
Broadus.
fine.
Yes, sir.
Push that to the mic that way so we can hear it more.
This one over here.
Yeah.
Hang on.
We're
Let me
going to
move.
be fine. I don't know what to do.
Oh my gosh, that wax is like
It's hot.
It looks like it's hot and it's very very thick.
Oh! 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 Oh my gosh, Justin Fields, I hate you so much right now.
I mean, those are happening in a flurry, Woolchuck, like 4 or 5 at a time.
Gosh. Yeah, if you want Melissa to slow it down, you can slow it down.
Now remember to breathe, Woolchuck. Your face is getting pretty red.
Yeah, you're getting really red.
Am I getting really red?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. Don't forget to breathe.
He said bleep you Justin Fields because Justin Fields was the quarterback of the Bears who had a 96% chance to win the football game in the fourth quarter on Sunday. It looks like we might have some teary eyes going on here.
Yeah,
tears coming down the face.
Oh, it's okay.
Tears are coming down the face.
That doesn't feel too bad.
Thank you to the Chicago Bears.
Okay, yep, there. Oh my gosh, that one's whoa! Oh my gosh! Oh no! Oh no! How much more do we have of this? Okay.
I would say a third of your back is done.
You got a giant ass
this.
back, bro.
Yeah. This is a big back there.
It's a big back.
Oh man.
There's a lot of hair
it is
on that
Jerome
thing,
Bettis-esque.
It's Jerome or the bus.
The bus is getting waxed.
Oh my dear Lord.
Yeah. I should feel better. Yeah, I'm gonna pick better. That's why I went with the Ravens.
She's
Melissa's
really
trash
We had
talking
a
to you.
very winnable
She
game.
just told you to pick better.
Yeah, she did.
What the hell were you doing picking the Bears?
Oh my gosh! Oh, that looks horrible. What? Don't show me the pictures. I don't want to see them. That is hanging. I can
Now,
feel it hanging.
Melissa, how long will this hair stay off of his back?
About a month.
That's a month's worth right there. And you have clients that come in and do this regularly.
Oh, Melissa, I don't know if we're having a second appointment.
How long is his back gonna stay that pink? A few hours probably. Okay.
It's like brushing your hair.
Yeah.
Have you ever got the feeling, Melissa, that some of these people like this treatment? Are there there are people that come in? Yes. She gave me a look. Like pain and pleasure is found in the same place in your brain. So yeah.
Oh no!
But not for Woolchuck. No, it's all pain.
Oh no!
He does not have the pleasure part in his brain when it comes to that.
That one did not feel good. That was probably the worst of the bunch. Yeah, I think we're having a little watery eyes right here.
Crying.
Just imagine your next appearance at Baby Dolls when you can show off your beautiful new back.
So I think the hair's gonna be back.
No, it won't be.
The
appearing
rip
yet.
and stick is the best when
yeah.
Melissa pulls and it just right at the last second doesn't pull all the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
please.
Yes. Can you do that on purpose?
No,
Yeah, do
Melissa,
the rip and
don't
stick technique.
Listen to them.
Yeah.
I hate all of you.
Now, is this one of the more giant backs that you've had? Like, is this more wax than you used to have to using?
It's a big back.
It's a big back. Top 10%.
But like,
Yeah,
It
pretty
is
hairy.
pretty damn
Top
hairy.
10% in size and hair, Woolchuck. You should be proud.
yeah, the girth and tonnage has always been there.
That's never been the problem. Man, this is outstanding, Woolchuck.
All right, we're good there.
I can't get over how pink his skin is becoming.
I could
The ripping and the tearing.
The bumps, the
Alrighty, G-Bag
aggravations.
Nation.
Just
We do
for
have
the
the G-Bag of the day coming up here in about 3 minutes. We have games to pick for this upcoming weekend for us to avoid bet payoffs. And as we talked about in the pre-show, I think I'm going with the biggest favorite of the week. I think I can manage to pull that off again with the Baltimore Ravens. I think they are 13-point favorites in the contest that they are playing at GFL. How about you?
That's a really good one. That feels like a no-brainer. I'm going to rock with the Giants. They are home favorites to the Lions. Boy. I feel like this is going to be – I think we got a Giants victory here.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that shoulder is – that is a tough spot.
3-point favorite. Lions.
That is not a fun
Lions
area.
playing better
Some
football.
long
They
hairs
are
up
playing
there,
better
bro.
football. I think they've won 2 of 4.
Oh,
2 of 3.
my gosh, that's in the roots.
No, don't get me wrong. The Ravens are the best pick of the week. That is the best pick of the week. I have not taken the Ravens yet, so there's a part of me that wants to, but I know Walchuk is definitely going to go with the Ravens.
I'm taking the Ravens. I said it before anybody else. You can all go bleep yourselves.
Hey.
The Ravens are my pick.
I'm not afraid of a duplicate pick. Unless you guys want to establish some sort of a picking order and we can't do duplicates, I'm doing the Ravens.
That's fine. Jump on the Ravens with me, but I'm not switching this week.
We got, that's right. You did switch last week to do your own thing, and now you're paying for it.
I'm bleep now.
Ravens, Panthers.
Do you think Zach's strong enough to do one armpit?
Yes.
Wax one pit?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't think he is. I don't think he is, Mike. I don't.
Just one pit.
Melissa, how bad's the armpit?
Worse than the back.
Worse than the back. What about the eyebrows?
But not as bad as the gooch, though, right?
No, not a lose one, but I did get a request from my mother. Is there any way she can help tame those things?
The eyebrows? She can take them off completely for you.
Melissa with flawless
I don't have to worry about
skincare.
eyebrows.
Here, by the way, Tolos, if you need any waxing needs,
Ooh, boy.
you're going to want to Google flawless skincare and call up and ask for Melissa, and you will have the same waxer that Zach Wolchuk has used.
She's
for
a pro
payoff.
for sure.
And she's also the same waxer that did Corey Major's rear end.
Yes, it is taint.
From crack to sack.
A number of years ago.
Come on, bro.
Yeah. Okay, and then Brian, you got to pick in?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to take the Commanders are playing against the Texans this weekend, so I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the Commanders.
Oh,
on this
you're
one.
a big believer in the Commanders, aren't you?
I am a believer.
Do you
in
think if the
Commanders.
season started now, they'd be a wild card team if they could reignite it with Heineke?
I think they really are playing well with him at quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense they're going to get, they got Chase Young back. We talked about the way nobody's running the football on them. So, yeah, I kind of like the way they're playing defense. I think Taylor Heineke gives them a little bit of that, a little bit of that leadership that they didn't have with, and he didn't turn the ball. He'll turn the ball over, but not like what you were getting from Carson Wentz.
I saw some Warren Sharp stats earlier. Like the team's playing worse around him than they did around Wentz. But he's better in like every category. More pressure, less picks.
It's because he leads the league in moxie, man.
He
And you
does.
just can't quantify that.
No, you can't coach that either. It is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius. Are you just cleaning up over there now, Melissa? Is the bag finished? No, there's more hair.
Oh, geez, there's a lot of here. It's like a forest over there.
There's so much on his upper neck,
Yeah,
and then
there's
there's
a lot on
so much in the inches before his cheeks start.
Oh, the cheeks.
And here's Lucius.
It's like he's losing weight every time she swipes some more hair off his back. It's amazing.
Yeah, your weigh-in's going to be pretty money tomorrow at Soda.
Yeah, man. You're gonna be like,
That's true, guys. I'm losing pounds right now.
You are,
Hunts
dude.
and less pounds, everybody.
Good for you, brother.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
yeah.
no. We are not doing the stomach, Eric. You can bleep right off.
Man, the video feed is better than my vantage from my broadcast position. Watching this on TV.
The side there.
The up close on Wolchuk's face.
That was painful, bro.
I'll say the attention to detail is amazing, though. Really great job here.
Yeah.
It's the price of beauty right there, folks.
Yeah, that is
She's not cutting any corners.
Have some respectful ladies out here.
No doubt.
Respect.
Oh my
Bassick
goodness.
is behind him cheering
Every
every pull.
gracious. Oh, gosh.
I don't even want to play anything.
What is up with you and the armpit fetish, Mike?
Because that's where it hurts, bro. It's real sensitive up there.
I would do it for you.
Hey, so our G Back in the Day winner is this lady that was at a church breakfast, and anyway, I just play it. Damn.
Here we are with this Apostle Jet, everybody. Everybody say zoom, zoom, zoom. We're going to give her a little breakfast interview. What would you rate the breakfast here at Ridgequest, Miss Apostle Jet?
Look at him.
Oh, the breakfast. The breakfast.
Hey.
The breakfast.
Yeah.
The breakfast.
Yeah.
Hash browns.
The breakfast.
She said daddy-o.
Daddy-o. Awesome. Glory to God. And we tell God thank you for the grits and the eggs and cheese.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. He got me on the spot right here. I'm up in the spirit of the Lord, and I can't come down because we've been high all night.
Uh-huh.
Give it up for her. I can't even translate any of that. Praise God.
Praise God.
Oh, boy.
Praise God.
Yeah. It's our one-time champ.
Baskey, with his professional experience, has said it appears that the pores on the back of the Wooly Bully are starting to really open up and make an appearance.
Are we bleeding?
I don't know if you've broken blood yet.
See much blood.
There's been sweat and tears. I don't think we've seen any blood yet.
Okay, well, Chuck, I'm trying to lip read. What do you keep mouthing into the camera? Help me?
I don't think I'm. Save me. Save me.
Here comes the low back where people love getting tattoos.
No, the lower back does sting quite a bit.
It's the tramp stamp area.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now, Melissa, we need to apologize for Woolchuck's gas if you smell anything over there. It's
Hey,
every day
hey
in this,
now.
in this
All
studio.
right.
Sorry, Lucius.
We've got dinner plans later, Gavin. Oh my gosh. Yep, the lower back is that is sore. That is sore. That doesn't feel good.
Hey, there's some kids. I don't even know. There's some kids selling candy door to door.
Okay.
And there's a woman that's not home to buy the candy from the kids.
Yeah.
So the kids show another side of themselves.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Welcome, Hotbox Chocolate Candy Bar. Would you like to buy it for $1? My name is Shania. Now, bitch. Hello?
Okay.
Hey, man. Welcome to World's Finest Chocolate Candy Bar. Would you like to buy one for $1? I'm not home right now. Sorry. Okay. All right. If I see y'all when I get home, I'll buy one. Thank you.
What?
Whoa. Excuse me?
What did he say?
I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to be selling chocolate and my friends did that.
Oh, friend. Oh. Do not be playing games.
No.
That's a camera there these days. You've been recorded.
Did I hear stank?
Yeah.
Yes.
At one point?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure did.
This kid's bad, bro. This kid's awful.
Yeah. The kids used the F word last week
This
at practice.
side,
11 years old. 11-year-old girl.
Right
Got her foot stepped on, said the F word. I said, honey, you can help yourself to any other word on this soccer field, but we're not going to do that at 11.
Any other word, huh?
Well, the C word. You couldn't go see you next Tuesday.
She got her foot stepped on, though, right? Remember, the cursing helps with the release of pain?
It does.
Oh.
That's why I would have been okay with the S word.
Come on, coach.
You know?
I think it shows intelligence as
Come on,
well.
coach.
It does.
What I
You're right.
read.
I was trying to be a good example.
Whatever you need to do, let's get it done.
I think she's getting to the love handles now. This is exciting.
Yeah, those things, I talked to Soda about there. They're like, where are you still holding fat? I'm like, God, those love handles won't go away.
Yeah.
Do you have eyes?
Sorry. Boy got
Gavin, that was rude.
childbearing hips.
Well, it wasn't upset because we thought it was going to be the breasts, but it ended up being the love
That
handle.
too. Oh my God. No.
Bassick is over here just cheerleading.
Oh
He
my
loves it.
gosh. Yikes.
Yeah, you got some love handles on you, bro. You got some childbearing hips.
Oh,
Look like you
man.
ovulating over there.
Oh, man.
God, dog. Got me distracted, fam. Waxed up and everything now.
I'm not moving.
Hey, here's a Wichita, Kansas news weatherman getting a little saucy. Can you do something for me?
Sunny and 45, a little bit cool, but definitely gets cooler at night when Old Man Winter says 21. Can you do something for me?
Heads down, heads down.
Yes, that's my kind of weatherman.
Oh my gosh. Oh, hell no. Hell no. This is, oh God.
Oh, God, that thing hung. That thing hung.
Oh, I hate all of you so much.
You heard me?
Yeah, I did. I should have said it myself.
No, you're great. DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence was on the show yesterday, guys.
That's right.
He can't dance. That was a funny joke, but I like the fact that he was talking in third person.
Yes, made it even better.
Tank, we're at Mexican Bar Company in Plano right now. Saturday nights, they turn this bad boy into a salsa dancing bonanza. Is Tank Lawrence getting in on some salsa dancing when the time is right?
No, man. Tank Lawrence got 2 left feet.
Well done by Tank. Is he your G-Bag of the Day champion? Lucius, do we have any other nominees?
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey called out King Cap for capping.
Yes, I saw
LeBron
that.
James. Yeah, LeBron James was basically saying, "Yeah, Coach McVay got that from me, son."
Yeah,
I came up with that. I was first one.
I think Coach McVay been looking at my playbook on Madden because I play the dime coverage and I put him on the inside. Yeah. I put him on a blitz, but then I hit the switch where I could just put on just a QB spy, and I just roam him all over the field.
So you been saw this, Bron?
I've been saw this.
You know what they say on Twitter right now?
I put him on the QB spy.
Oh, yeah. You know what they saying on Twitter right now? They say you be capping.
Man, he sassed LeBron on his own show.
Look, bro, hold on. It's where first it was just a joke, but then he dug into it. It's
I think Coach McVay been looking at my playbook on Madden.
No, for real.
Dime coverage and I put him on the
He's been watching him play all night.
Great clip. Is it Jalen Ramsey with LeBron? DeMarcus Lawrence on the show with a good joke. Wichita News weatherman.
Ooh.
Kids selling candy door to door. Woman not home. Church lady with breakfast. Shababa day.
Oh my gosh.
There it is. Woolchuck finishing up there. That's the lower
Is that your vote there,
abdominal.
Woolchuck?
That's your oblique area. I'm going to vote for Tank.
Yeah, this is a good bunch here. This is difficult. But 21, can you do something?
Yeah.
Lucius.
Church breakfast.
Woolchuck.
Yeah, I'll go with the church breakfast.
Brian.
Church breakfast.
By a score of 3-1, and still your G-Bag the Day champion. It's the church lady with the breakfast. Okay, when we return, it's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. And where are we heading with that today, sir?
Yeah, who's going to have a bigger game? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Cowboys do in Minnesota?
Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk's back waxing is finishing up thanks to Melissa with Flawless Skincare. And if you enjoyed that, we do have a game show coming up at 4 o'clock. The winner will get a free day off on Wednesday, Brian. Big prize here is on the line coming up at 4. Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. We'll get right to this since we have Stephen Jones at the top of the hour. We'll do the sports mix every Friday. And so got the questions. Zach, can you hear me okay down there?
I got you, buddy.
All right. I'll come to you first for this one.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yep.
All talk or real action for the Cowboys defense this weekend?
I'm going to go with real action. I think they do show up and play better football. Now, I do think you're going up against a juggernaut offensively that will have too many weapons to be able to slow them all down. So, ultimately, even though they play well, I still think a guy like Justin Jefferson, a player the caliber of a Dalvin Cook, they're going to get theirs. But I do think you will see a better version of the Cowboys defense this week.
How about you, Chief? All talk or real action for the Cowboys defense this weekend?
I do expect real action. I mean, they've been run on all year. They haven't given up big explosive plays in the passing game, and I think they kind of get back to the usual, hey, we're not going to be a great run defense, but we're also not going to give up 1,000,000 yards and sell out so much for it that we're giving up the big plays in the passing game as well. So I think they will get back to being more of the Cowboys defense that we've seen through the first, 7 weeks or 8 weeks of the season compared to what we saw last week.
Yeah, I don't think they have this happen 3 weeks in a row. I do doubt the Cowboys' run defense in a lot of ways, but they own the Vikings, they own Minnesota, they own Kirk Cousins, they beat him with Cooper Rush last year, they've beaten him with Andy Dalton. Cowboys are going to get the win and at least contain the Vikings.
Yeah, I picked the Cowboys to lose. I think it might be all talk. I think if they go out there and don't do the things that they have been talking about, like get off blocks, play in gaps, play for each other, we're going to be talking about this again the following week and leading into a Giants game. And luckily, it'll be a short week. But I'm you're right there, Chief. We've seen them have struggles with the run defense, and they know it. So we'll see. But I hope it's not all talk. I have a feeling there might be all talk this week. All right, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Part of the Viking squad that scares you the most. Part of the Viking squad that scares you the most.
I think there's a lot of routes you can go here. But for this particular game and how loud Mike McCarthy is projecting this place to be, I think it's the edge rushers. I think it's Smith and Hunter. If they torment your tackles, it's going to be a long day. Very long day.
How about you, Zachary?
Can you repeat the question for me one more time?
Part of the Vikings squad that scares you the most.
Ooh, I think that I like what Eric said there, but to just go with something different, I think it's actually their receivers, because I think KJ Osborne's pretty good too, and I think Thielen is coming on strong. So we know how good Jefferson is. So the three of them, and Deron Bland needs to step up and play well. I think the talent they have at receiver and the Cowboys are going to be so focused to make sure that they don't get destroyed on the ground game that I do wonder about their receivers. And you can throw Hawkinson in there, as part of their receiving core. I worry about them in that passing attack.
I think it's got to be Dalvin Cook. I'm hoping that the Vikings are overconfident and feel like, oh no, we passed it 50 times last week and beat the Bills. We can keep on passing it. We got the coach and the quarterback and the wide receivers. But I don't think any coach is stupid enough to watch what the Packers did and think they should come in and pass it all day against the Cowboys. This is a blinking light that even the biggest idiot coaches in the NFL, and there's a lot of them. This is a smart guy, though. So I think they're going to run all over you. I mean, Cook was at 8.5 yards per attempt last week. They can run it really, really well.
I think it's the wide receivers, even though I like what you're saying about run the ball, because I think Cook will take the ball inside and he'll bounce it, and the Cowboys won't be ready for that. But I think these wide receivers, when you look at from top to bottom, and you could throw Hawkinson in there as well, they just find ways to get open. They win off the line. They make big plays. They make critical plays during games. I think these wide receivers scare me because I think you really got one guy that can cover. When the Cowboys secondary, I'm worried about everybody else really locking down their guys.
I mean, my biggest fear is that Dan Quinn and this defense are so hell-bent on stopping the run that they resort to stylistically the same defense they did versus the Packers there, and it's a lot of man coverage, a lot of single high safety, and they could beat you bad through the air if you're doing that.
Gavin.
Yeah.
Bigger game, Jefferson or Lamb? Statistically, bigger game, Jefferson or Lamb?
I think Lamb's the man. I think Diggs has the ability to match up with Jefferson because he can elevate and track the football. That's Jefferson's biggest advantage. That's one of the things Diggs does the best. I'm going to bet that Trayvon Diggs does contain Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb is uncontainable against Minnesota.
How about you, Chief?
I'm just going to go with the better player here, and that's Justin Jefferson. CeeDee Lamb has gotten a ton of targets all year. He's the focal point, but he's just had his real big-time coming-out party. It's not like consistently this year CeeDee Lamb's been that guy. And in the passing game right now for the Cowboys, that's the main guy you got to shut down. And I don't trust that Dan Quinn's going to have Trayvon Diggs shadowing Justin Jefferson, and I do trust that Kevin O'Connell, the play caller, is going to create great matchups for Justin Jefferson, and I guarantee you Jefferson has been hearing all week long about how last year maybe his worst game of the season was against this very Cowboys.
How about you, Zach?
I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb. I think CeeDee Lamb is going to start stacking up some big-time games here. I think with Dak back now, you'll start to see that number one receiving performance now week to week. And I don't think that the Vikings corners are elite. I think that they can be beat. And I think CeeDee Lamb is going to have a big game on Sunday.
This is great. From now, it just seems like Wolchuk's at the therapy couch. Like on the Twitch, if you're just watching.
We're about to do these brows.
You'd think he's just on the therapy couch getting real vulnerable.
I think that Jefferson's going to have a big game this weekend.
Yeah, of course you do. You freaking LSU homer.
No, I mean not that. I just feel like though. If they don't travel, and I think Chief's right. If they don't travel Diggs with him, then you're matching up against other guys. And I've seen him win against all types of corners. I think your best chance is to travel Diggs with him and just see if you can deny him the football in this game. So. I think that but if they don't do that, then they're going to have some problems probably. All right, Gavin.
Yeah.
Mavs confidence versus the Nuggets tonight.
I'm at 35%. I'm hopeful of a win, but as we talked about in that opening segment, the biggest problem the Mavs have is occurring once again tonight. That is a team without their best player. And Jokic is out, Jamal Murray is out, and I don't know what it is. Like, these guys are overlooking this. There's something missing with this team. They're just not as hungry. They're not as focused. And I think when they see teams without their best player, they kind of cruise through it. And you'll see no-name Nuggets getting layups tonight. It'll be a damn conga line from the free throw line to the defensive hoop for the Mavericks. And it's really frustrating right now to watch this team. I'm trying not to go full Bassick on you, but I think a rant might be coming next week, guys.
How about you, Chief? Mavs confidence versus Nuggets tonight.
I like that. Next week we're all supposed to be thankful, and it's supposed to be all kumbaya, but Dawson's going to lay the wood. I'm looking forward to that.
Got to do what you got to do, Sports passion takes over.
All right.
I mean, this should be a 10 out of 10 confidence meter game. If Jokic and Murray aren't playing, it should be 10 out of 10. But for me, it's going to be 7 out of 10, and that's really only because Luka is going to be extremely well rested coming into this one. He's had some multiple days in between games now, and I think that's the best version of Luka we get when there's 2-3 days between games of him playing. He's going to go berserk.
60% confidence meter here. And again, it's the Luka fresh. The fresh Luka, I hope he balls out tonight. But you can't be too confident because the Mavericks have played like crap against teams without their best players. So this is a game the Nuggets should feel great about, even though they don't have their stars.
Home game for the Mavs?
Home's game.
And they've been good at home.
Been real good at home.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, though, that they haven't played well against teams without their best players, and that bothers me. There's something going on there. I don't know what it is. I'm confident, though, that they'll play the Nuggets well tonight. I think they'll get the victory. Fresh Luke, I like all that. Maybe you'll see a little bit better, some better defense from the Mavs tonight. Maybe this thing won't be as close as it is at the end, but I'm expecting, a nail biter at the end. It always happens that way when you watch this team.
That's what they do.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. Okay, Stephen Jones is set to join us, and that will happen coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. Thanks so much to Melissa with Flawless Skincare. If you need a waxing, she is available to help you out, Tolos.
She's a pro.
Yeah, and she'll get it done.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be as torturous as what she did to Wolchuk.
Willie
A lot of that was
laying
on
down
purpose.
his back?
Is he going to get his eyebrows done?
He's getting his eyebrows done.
I think his mom wants her little
Okay.
Zachy to get his eyebrows done a little
Thought
bit
it was a
there.
landing strip situation.
that could have gotten really interesting
That's
around
college,
here.
Wolchuk.
We got to go. When we come back, Stephen Jones here with you in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Twin Peaks, though, because this is the place.
do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are standing by now for Stephen Jones, and he'll join us pretty soon here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll have a nice little football conversation with him. I want to ask him about what happened with the game plan last week. I think that's the most interesting conversation piece. So, when Cooper Rush was in, we all said, you're going to stick with that game plan when Dak comes back, right? And it was pretty much like, yeah, okay. And then not necessarily. Do we have him, Lucius? No? Okay, my phone screener is showing our YouTube feed right now, so if he does pop on, I won't be able to see it on my end. Anyway, let's jump into some Zach Wolchuk conversation and get the update on how that back is feeling after an epic first hour where he was waxed live in studio. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. It does feel a little bit weird, with the smoothness now of the back. The shirt feels weird.
Refreshing?
It's as smooth as an egg.
It is.
Yeah,
it is
like
refreshing.
Yeah.
But like as the shirt rubs up against the back, it's like an awkward feel to it.
It's different.
It is different.
Yeah.
And now we got the eyebrows done. Shout out to Melissa. She went eyebrows on the fly. And even those, my gosh, just rubbing the fingers on there.
Yeah. No, that looks really
Holy
good.
cow.
Your face looks incredible.
Does it look nice?
You're popping.
Yeah.
You're glowing.
Am
actually.
I glowing right
You are
now?
glowing.
I feel pregnant.
And your back was glowing as well earlier. It looked really good. The finished product was outstanding.
Well, I feel like a whole new man thanks to Melissa.
Is this the first time you haven't had hair on your back since you were like borderline infant toddler stage?
So I did the nair right before I went to Israel.
Oh, because you were taking your shirt off in Israel. You didn't want to be hairy back guy.
And
in
that
Israel.
was a mistake. That burned and smelled, and I do not recommend that. So I was going full hair the rest of the way. But this has been quite an experience, and hopefully everyone enjoyed that because it was painful, and I don't know that I'll do that again.
All right, Stephen Jones joins you now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How you doing on this football Friday?
We're doing good. Ready for a big game and move forward here against the Vikings.
Yes, sir. My first question is, about that game plan, the complementary football that worked so well, and running and passing much in balance. But against the Packers, it was much more passing than running. Do you think that was part of the issue with not being able to hang on to the lead?
Well, I mean, anytime you look back at something, you probably look back at it and say, boy, there's no question in our mind we wanted more balanced. We had that discussion after the game, and, with the overtime period there, probably got away from us a little bit. But, certainly, the goals going into the game are to have a balanced attack, and as you said, complementary football, which has really been a good recipe for us this year. And, certainly I know what the coaches, what their goals are going into a game. Now, you always have, anytime you're into a game, you've got quarterbacks making checks and, depending on the box, checking in and out of runs to passes and passes to runs. But, overall, I think they would say if they, could change it, they would have certainly liked it to be more balanced. But, when you look over on the other side of the ball, obviously, you don't see many Aaron Rodgers-led football teams that, run the ball 40 and pass it 20. So, they had a game plan there. And, I think we were in great position going into the fourth quarter, and we didn't finish. Hats off to the Packers, and, we didn't get the job done.
Stephen, how much did not having Zeke factor into maybe not being quite as balanced as you would have liked?
That always, I think Zeke plays such a huge role in our offense in terms of the physicality, what we're about running the football. There's no question. And, he just brings a temperament, a physicality to the game that very few can do. I mean, there's no question. When Zeke's running that ball, his normal allotment that, there is a wear down factor. And there's no doubt, anytime you're missing a player the quality of Zeke, it's going to hurt, but no excuses. I mean, we got the job done the game before without him, and Pollard did a great job. He actually did another hell of a job against the Packers. We just got to, just got to get in there and make the adjustments that we need to make, and certainly have nothing but total confidence in Mike and Kellen and Dan as well in terms of where we can improve.
We're going to see Trayvon Diggs on Justin Jefferson most of the game on Sunday?
Well, I think you'll see it a lot, in terms of how that works out, and exactly how that's gonna go. We'll see. But at the end of the day, it's not going to surprise me a bit if it's predominantly, seeing Diggs, work on Jefferson there, and it'd be a great matchup. Obviously, he's just having an amazing year and career in terms of what he's done since he stepped foot in the league. I think I saw somewhere where he's knocking on the door of maybe breaking, the first 3-year record, breaking Andy Moss's record. So that's Ty Cotton, big company, and he's going to be a big challenge for us. But we've had those before. We had it with, Cup with the Rams, where the ball's really, there's certainly a tendency to go to him. So, like I said, he's a great football player. We'll have our hands full.
Stephen, when you sit down and watch film with the coaches after the game, or the opportunity to sit down with Mike, when you and Jerry tend to do, when you look at the run game defense, is it more physical or is it more mental? And is that something that you feel like can be fixed if it's one or the other?
Well, I think what it is discipline, Brian. At the end of the day, you got to keep your gap integrity. We all know how run fits, are in our league. They're important, and at the same time, we know our defense plays, with the play temperament, aggressiveness, that sometimes you want to get upfield and get to the quarterback and make a big play, and sometimes that can lead to losing that gap integrity that you need to stop the run. So I know it's a focus. I know it's a focus with Dan, which in turn means it's a focus with this defensive football team. I know there's nothing but respect and people wanting to play the right way, play hard for Dan Quinn, and have not unlike have a ton of confidence. We'll get our mix right on the offensive side of the ball with Mike and Kellen. We'll do the same thing on the defensive side of the ball, in my mind, with Mike and Dan.
It's Stephen Jones here with you on The Fan. How tough is the matchup? Could you make the argument the Vikings are the best team in the NFC?
Well, certainly their record speaks for itself. There used to be an old saying, Brian, you were around. Bill Parcells used to say, "You are what you are," with your record.
Yes, sir.
Vikings are right there at the top in terms of best record in the NFL, and they're playing at a high level, and you have to give them credit. So, they got two or three teams have those one-loss records, and they're one of them. So, give them their due, and they deserve to be considered one of the best in the NFL. We'll have our hands full going into their stadium, but I know our guys are up to this challenge.
How much different has the Vikings offense looked since adding T.J. Hawkinson, who you saw a few weeks ago with the Lions, but having that tight end threat now? How much more difficult does it make it defending this Vikings offense?
Well, I think anytime you got a dependable tight end, we've seen it throughout, our ownership, throughout our careers with the Jay Novaceks and the Jason Wittens, and of course when we were missing Dalton Schultz, we missed him. To have a guy like that, a quarterback can count on, in their case, our Cousins, I think it's a big plus. Obviously, they're going to look for bigger plays with Jefferson and, that group. But to have a guy, a guy you can turn to when you feel like other things may be covered, I think it's been very helpful for Kirk Cousins and what they're doing offensively.
Stephen, the Eagles made a move this week, bringing in a couple of veteran defensive tackles. I know fans are texting and they're eager to know any update on Odell Beckham Jr. or some other moves that maybe you guys are looking at trying to improve the team with.
We don't have any updates. As I said, he's coming off an injury. He's working to get himself back to where he feels like he's ready to play, and certainly we're keeping an eye on that.
Stephen Jones here on The Fan. Did Ndamukong Suh interest you guys at all, and if so, why not?
Well, Well, we made the moves that we felt like we needed to make with Hankins, and we've got some really good defensive linemen in there with Bo Hanna and those type of things. I don't think this is a talent issue in terms of our defense. I think this is, as I said, it's more of a gap integrity, discipline thing that we'll continue to do what we need to do with. We did think we needed a big body in there. We went and got the one we wanted. So very pleased, with our personnel. In terms of what we're doing on the defensive side of the ball. Just need to do some things that we can make our defense better against the run, and no one I'd put it in any different hands than Dan Quinn.
You also added a couple of guys who had big names coming out of college. Maybe their careers fizzled a little bit in Antonio Callaway and Tack McKinley. Are these long-term moves? Could you imagine them being on the field this season? What are your expectations for them?
And, that's what you're in the Callaway standpoint, I think two different animals there. Not a bad way to refer to it, but two different types of where they are in their career. Callaway, a lot of upside, loved him coming out. I really thought he was, really had some big-time upside, but did have some off-the-field things that I think he's done a good job of growing, making progress with. And then, of course, Tack, we really liked. He was right there in the mix with Taco when we drafted him. Guy plays with the high motor. Dan's had it. Makes a lot of sense. And, certainly a guy that, if we, it's a long season. If we had some challenges there, whether it's injuries or whatever it may be, feel like he can step in and play a good role for us in terms of making us a good football team.
Is it possible at all? I don't know. I don't look at the players like you do, but it seems to be there's an issue with setting the edge. Is it too tough to imagine that McKinley could do something like that?
I think they all are capable of it. I don't think it's a talent issue. I think it's keep your gap integrity, be disciplined. In the defenses that we're calling, and there's no question that we can get this done.
We had a pretty fun moment on our station earlier this week with Michael Irvin on with Sean and RJ, and his smoke alarm was going off in the background. And Mike said he never changes his smoke detector. Steven, do you change your smoke alarm ever?
Matter of fact, mine was going off too, but I think for different reasons, I definitely changed the batteries in them. And ours, we're having a little. Unfortunately, we had a little plumbing issue, and they're having to redo some things. And I think the dust caused mine to go off. But interesting, Michael and I both had our fire alarms going off the last couple of days.
It's always tough to find a 9-volt battery, if you ask me. It's just when you need one, you need to get back to sleep. Where the hell is that thing?
Yeah. Jerry mentioned he's already got the Christmas lights. Or go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna put that square in my wife's lap. She's in charge of keeping everything stocked in that house. I know she would appreciate that.
Yeah, we see eye to eye on that one there, Steven. Now, we already got the Christmas lights up, right? That's the Joneses are doing Christmas lights. Like, how early is too early for the Christmas lights?
Ours go up right after Thanksgiving. So I know some are already up. Karen goes to work on that right after we get done with the Thanksgiving weekend, and everything is with most people turns right to Christmas. So a great time of year, great family time of year, great time to spend time with your family. Look forward to it. Certainly makes it a lot better when the Cowboys are winning football games in our household.
Amen. Amen. Jerry mentioned he had already got his up. He mentioned that, I believe, earlier this week with Sean and RJ. So he might, he's kind of leading the charge there with the Christmas lights for the Joneses. Gotta love that. Now in Minnesota, you gonna get your hands on a Minnesota Juicy Lucy burger this weekend?
Well, I've certainly heard about them. I need to go try it because I haven't. But what I'm hearing about the temperatures, you're not going to want to spend much time walking the sidewalks or walking the streets. I've heard temperatures from about 9 to 20, so you better be prepared if you're going to be walking the streets of Minneapolis.
Steven, if I could switch to a question about that. We saw the game getting moved out of Buffalo, and what goes into, does the league contact you? I know you've never been in this situation, But does the league contact you? How does that all start when they start to talk about weather conditions and stuff like that of teams being able to get in and out of cities? How does that start with?
Yeah, I think our biggest thing is we're usually a team that's called to host a game.
Sure.
If they're having issues. New Orleans, Houston in particular, with flooding from hurricanes, things of that nature, then we're an alternative site for a potential game that's going to have some issues that maybe they're not going to be able to play the game, because I know what they really don't want to have to get into is totally reschedule the game at another point in the season. So, they're going to try to kick that game off somewhere regardless. And we get called a lot as a potential site to host a game if they need to. Now, as we all know, a lot of times they end up getting to play games and they don't have to move them. But, what comes to mind too is some of the fires out in California.
Sure.
When they felt like the air condition and quality of the air wasn't good enough. So, the league has a great staff up there to do that. I know, as owners, we all feel compelled to help when we have an opportunity to. But that's, as you said, we're fortunate right here in Dallas between, one, being able to close our stadium completely, and two, not having that, for the most part, some of these crazy weather conditions. We're fortunate.
Steven, as we're a couple of besties just confiding in one another here, I just had to get my back waxed on the show. Have you ever gotten waxed before? Because I don't know how to handle this right now.
I probably need to. My wife would recommend it that I go to the old waxing center. I haven't done it yet, so mine hadn't reached that kind of proportions. But I have noticed ever since I turned 50 that hair grows everywhere except where I want it, which is on top of my head.
Yeah, exactly.
Well played. Do you need it more? Do you need the wax more on the chest, Steven, or is it the back that you'd most like to get done?
Right now, my chest is probably a little needs it a little more, but my back's got mine's coming on the back too.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm a regular with my nose and my ears, so it's as I said, when you turn about 50, that starts to be a problem.
Well, and for some of us like Wolchuk, when you turn about 15, it becomes a problem.
It was bad, Steven. Just let us know. I'll set you up with my girl, Melissa. She took good care of me here.
She did.
Well, happy waxing there.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. Give him hell up there. We'll be pulling for you. There he goes.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Always great being on with you.
See you, buddy. Have a good weekend. Steven Jones here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan, every Friday about 3 o'clock. All right, well, Chuck, you do have some sports content coming up for us. Where are we going?
Oh, hell yeah, man. I got some NFL news of the day for you. We got some fantastic audio, including Jalen Ramsey dunking on LeBron. I got that for you next on the Fan.
But let's get some coldies together on this football Friday. I believe Wolchuk could use an ice cold Miller Lite after what he's been put through over the last 90 minutes or so. Miller time is always the right time here in the DFW.
And post hole diggers, all for hundreds, even thousands of dollars below SLP. Hurry, these deals won't last.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, nation. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them to get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much. Again, shout out to Melissa from Flawless Skincare for the waxing that she did. It's great.
The Brazilian wax you got.
Yeah, the Brazilian wax is awesome. I'm smooth as a baby's bottom. Right.
That's on.
Now, I got some NFL news for you. We also can expect Lee Corso to return for College Game Day tomorrow in Montana. Corso's going to be back. So excited to see Lee Corso.
Has he been on medical leave?
Yeah, he's just, he's taken some time off. And they got Pat McAfee, and I think Pat McAfee's done an awesome job. But Corso took to Twitter, said, "Awesome news. Look who's back. Mr. Corso reunites with the College Game Day gang tomorrow up in Bozeman, Montana. Hope LC packed his warmest coat. Seeing him on my TV tomorrow will warm my heart," as Chris Fowler is pumped to have his old buddy back. And I think, it's always fun to see Lee Corso, but I don't think he needs to be doing this full time anymore. Like little pop-ins like this, probably the way. He's just getting older, right?
Yeah, there's just that uncertainty, but that's what we love about like live television.
Yes.
That there might be that crazy
You're
moment.
on the edge of your seat.
Like he'll say something, but the problem is, you've got to be super careful when you got people that just will say whatever they want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue they know now about Lee Corso, that there's no telling what he might say.
No.
Drop an F-bomb on the air
But
or something like that. And that's what makes it fun.
Absolutely.
But it's also like kind of a little bit unnerving, I think, for the people in the television world.
So we played for G-Bag of the Day, Jalen Ramsey and LeBron James, and that, exchange with LeBron knows how to use Jalen Ramsey based on Madden, and Sean McVay's taken the page out of his book. Well, on Thursday Night Football in the shop, we've always talked about LeBron and playing in the NFL. Well, Jalen Ramsey shared his thoughts on the King and how he'd fare in the National Football League.
What about if Brian was in the league?
So speaking of big dogs, Brian had no chance. I ain't gonna lie to you, Brian, they be saying you red zone thing. Red zone. Brian, you would got scrapped.
How do you defend Brian?
I'd have threw Jalen
I
would have put them paws on
at the line.
At the line.
Can you jump?
I ain't never been mossed in my career. I done been.
You never been mossed?
Not mossed like on my head. No, not like that.
Never. I don't know if you heard him.
Brian would have did that on me.
He said
you wouldn't have mossed me.
He said he put the paws on him at the line of scrimmage. 1 second, guys.
6'8" LeBron James. You think he's getting up there to moss Jalen Ramsey?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, right?
I think he would have been one of the top 10 receivers in football.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. The way he would look on a football field compared to everybody else would just be ridiculous. He would look like a defensive end out there. He's
bigger than
6'8".
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, he's 6'8", like 260 pounds.
Could he be Tony Gonzalez?
Yeah, he could be a nasty boy tight end.
Yeah.
Probably not doing much in the way of blocking, but
Tony Gonzalez was a good basketball player at Cal. But I'm just saying, LeBron being in the all-timer, but if you started to look at body types and stuff like
Jimmy
that.
Graham was a basketball player.
Jimmy Graham, absolutely.
Antonio Gates.
Yeah, they've had – I just kind of think of the most athletic tight ends that I've ever seen play, and Gonzalez was the guy. He really was.
You just look at how LeBron at full speed catches alley-oops. Like, it's sure-handed. It's not like he's 4 feet above the air. It's like he's just catching a pass, but he never drops anything. The hands, the coordination,
hands,
the explosiveness, it's all there.
Would that be the biggest, like, if you could see any athlete do the changing of the sport and doing something else, would that be at the top of everyone's list of like watching like LeBron go back to being a 22-year-old and he chooses football instead of basketball?
Ooh.
Is there any other athlete that you would say, I'd rather watch this guy do X, Y, or Z? Because I think LeBron going from basketball to football would be one of the most amazing things if we could go back in time.
I was always interested in what we always all know about Bo Jackson.
Sure.
I was very interested about Deion Sanders. If Deion Sanders would have played baseball full time and, in the hitting and worked on all that stuff like that because of the speed, and the way, and he played in an era where they're on artificial turf, do you figure out how to almost like Ichiro slap hit, and run and stuff like that? I would be interested to see if a guy like that just playing baseball full time would have been, could have had just as good of a baseball career as he has a football career.
Yeah. That would have been fun.
Last night, we had the Titans knock off the Packers. Now, Derrick Henry he made history last night. His performance was one for the history books. He became the first player with at least 20 carries, 2 completions, a rushing touchdown, and a touchdown pass in the same game since Sweetness. The immortal Walter Payton. He did so back in 1983. Brian Broaddus was there. Were you there?
I was there.
He did it 34-31. It was a loss against the Saints in Week 3 of that 1983 season. The Hall of Famer ran for $161 on 28 carries. He caught 2 passes for 27 yards, completed 2 of 2 passes for 77 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He threw for 2 tutties on that. But
got beat that day, huh?
He got beat that day, but it wasn't his fault. He did everything he could.
Sure did.
Derrick Henry's the next Tebow back there.
He is. That little jump pass?
Yeah.
Pretty sexy. Now, after the loss, though, for the Packers, and Aaron Rodgers, he actually took blame for the first time after a game at the podium.
Time to start Jordan Love up there.
Is it? Okay, that's exactly what I was going to go for. Because now all the articles are coming out. Is it time to consider the future?
Sure.
Because the stats are like he's thrown 7 interceptions this year.
No, start him just to learn what you have in Jordan Love.
You're 4-7. I kind of am starting to lean that way with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it might be time to start Jordan Love.
If you start Jordan Love and he loses all the games, the rest of the games.
Well, then you know he's crap.
Yeah, you know he's crap and you get a really good draft pick. You know? I mean, it's not fair to the players. I get it. But if I'm management, I'm like, listen, I'm not going to go through another season of not knowing what we got in Jordan Love. He'll be out of here before we know it. Might as well figure it out now. No pressure on him.
I mean, you've lost 6 of 7, though. Is that fair to Jordan Love? Are you going to get a good representation of who he is?
I have no choice. I really don't have a choice now. I mean, you know, the team could say, okay, you've quit, I'll quit. And maybe you're right. But playing Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if that does you any good now. I mean, if they would have beat the Lions, the Cowboys, and then won this game against the Titans, they're right back into this thing.
I just think with guys like, you know, the players that you have, you're trying to build for next year and doing it with a high degree of difficulty. If you can troubleshoot this, get your young guys experience with Rodgers, maybe, you know, you draft a star wide receiver that sort of dictates coverage, and now you have things to build off for next year.
Man, Deontay Wilder is a defensive end for the 9-7-2. Like, it's talking about players to Deontay Wilder's huge. That would be fun. You mentioned this earlier, Gavin, when we were talking about this game and how good Tannehill was last night. Tannehill did play better than Dak, but per next gen stats, like, it was a historically good night for Ryan Tannehill. He completed plus 20% of his passes over expectation. That's the highest completed passes over expectation in a game over the past 3 seasons in the NFL, period. Damn. With a minimum of 25 attempts.
Refs couldn't even believe it on the last touchdown. They're like, no way.
He was unreal. He had a 97 next-gen stats passing score for his performance. That's the highest given to any quarterback this season, period.
Wow.
So you get that
played better than everybody.
Yeah, you get that kind of play by Ryan Tannehill, you got to take the Titans seriously. Problem is, he just doesn't do that consistently.
Right, right. But the Titans and Mike Vrabel, I don't know if Vrabel gets the type of credit that he probably should get.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I like him. You know, he is a good coach, and you're right about that. Maybe he should get more credit for finding a way to win. And another thing that happened last night is maybe a breakout game from Traylon Burks, the rookie from Arkansas.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He had not had more than 4 catches or 55 yards in any game.
Yeah.
And he broke out last night, including a big game-ending catch against Jair Alexander.
I loved the call there.
Yeah.
Because they're all thinking, all right, you're going to run the football. Tennessee lines up first play, boom, throw it deep. And they ice the game.
That's when their OC started drinking right after that.
Yeah, probably. Gosh, that was not a good situation.
Yeah, we'll get to him in biggest dub.
All right, so MetLife Stadium, they are one of the stadiums that suffered backlash for their field conditions. And we're seeing more and more players that are coming out, hey, the NFL needs to move to natural grass in all stadiums.
They used to have natural grass. Well, at
the players
at the old stadium.
They did.
That's weird.
So MetLife Stadium is now going to change their playing surface in 2023. But they're not going to natural grass.
Right.
They are reviewing a proposal for a new synthetic playing surface.
K2. They're playing on K2.
Yeah.
Natural ass.
The Giants and MetLife are in the process of getting things done for next year. The turf will be changed. The stats have shown that we are on one of the worst fields in the league.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I don't know what the hell. Like, no one knows what this field is that they're putting in there. Why don't you just go to natural grass? What the hell are we doing?
Because they got 2 teams that play there. That's a problem. That's a problem.
But we see in Pittsburgh,
the
they're
upkeep
doing
is
it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, the problem is you have 2 teams playing there you have a game going on every
Right.
You got
weekend.
the monster trucks, you got the rodeo, you got
Exactly.
George
Bruce
Strait, you got
Springsteen's
Billy Joel.
Yeah, he's got his Bruce Springsteen.
But this is exactly what the players are pushing back on. You're a $1 billion
Oh,
league.
no, absolutely. But you've got 2
You don't
teams.
have the money to keep up with the grass?
Well, grow it up there?
CBA it. You're going to have to
I don't
negotiate
know.
this.
I mean,
Insist
gosh,
on
we
it.
can
You can
figure- You have
negotiate.
2 teams, so you're making more money than any other team in the league. It shouldn't.
Patriots had.
You should have it easier than any other team. to keep
Patriots
up
used
with
to have
that.
Patriots used to have grass, and it was the worst field. And by the time the playoffs rolled around, they didn't care.
Maybe you're onto something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are onto something, Brian. No doubt about it. Okay, we got it's a Friday. It's a Friday, you know, so we're into a whole bunch of fun stuff. Coming up at 4:00, we're going to play a game. Cowboys Vikings $25,000 pyramid with Brian Broaddus as your host. It's going to be Lucius and I versus Wolchuk and Chiafalo. We're going to crush them, Lucius. This is fantastic.
Sure.
Okay, but biggest L, biggest dubs coming up next. Where are we going with that, guys?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dubs next right here on The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
MullenandMullen.com.
What's up, everybody? It is the 9th annual Peace-a-thon benefiting My Possibilities. Join us from 5:30 in the morning to 7 p.m. Wednesday, November 23rd for a full day of football, fun, and chaos. Plus, our buddy Derek Holland joins us for the entire show.
You're listening to 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation time now for Eric Chiafalo in a Friday staple. Biggest L, biggest dub. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to play the $25,000 pyramid hosted by Brian Broaddus. Cowboys Vikings edition. Here's Chief.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? It is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
972 biggest L, stomach flu currently.
A lot of people being drugged down by that.
I hate to hear
It's wreaking havoc.
All over the place, man. My brother lives in Denver, and I gave him a call earlier, and he texted me, he's like, can't talk, flu, feel terrible, follow up on Monday. I was like, all right, bro.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend.
Not interested, bleep you.
Same 972, though. He's dealing with the stomach flu, but all is right in the world because biggest dub for my guy, work promotion, 30% raise. Hello. Yeah. Congratulations, 972. That's worth it. I'll take the stomach flu for a 30% raise. Do we all agree on this?
Sure.
Absolutely we do. 631, biggest dub, Warzone 2.0 is out and about. And the early review from the General Gavin Dawson is it kicks a ton of ass.
Yeah, it's a good game. I was worried they were going to mess it up, but I don't know if they've improved on what was, but it's nice. And the big map is it's a good play. So I'm excited to have the new game not be a total disaster.
I might have to re-up my console. I can download it. I've got like the
Let's
oldest,
play,
oldest version of the Xbox.
Yes, Wolchuk, do
it. It's barely
man.
going to render.
Right, so I think for Hanukkah, I need to update my console. Then we can get up there and we can game together, baby.
That would be fun.
For Christmas, we're all obviously, of course, sending our wish list to Santa,
right?
But like, who does
Hanukkah Harry?
Hanukkah Harry,
aka Mom and Dad.
Like a Larry.
No, but when you were a kid, what was the Santa of Hanukkah? Real question.
There really isn't one. We joked that it's Hanukkah Harry.
But it was like a figment of imagination. There wasn't like an actual, hey, let's go sit on Hanukkah Harry's lap.
No. In fact, I don't
think anybody would trust putting their kids on Hanukkah Harry's lap.
In fact, he sounds like a pervert.
Well, happy Hanukkah to you, sir.
When does it start, by the way?
It's actually a week before Christmas.
Okay. Yeah, I got to remember this. Okay.
Yep. So this year, it's actually fun when they.
You're gonna get him an Xbox, Brian?
I got it. I get double dipped.
Oh yeah, because
Bennett
is Jewish.
Bennett's Jewish.
Bennett gets to
but
live.
He's also getting the Christmas.
The best life,
what
man.
A dirty dog.
I got to dabble in that when I was dating my ex, and I got to celebrate Christmas with her and her family. It was like my childhood dream. Yeah. Because I was so envious of my friends celebrating Christmas. Like the little Jewish kid who doesn't celebrate Christmas. It's like you love Christmas more than your friends who do celebrate it. Yeah. Because you're not part of it.
Ask him to go to midnight mass. He'll give you the Heisman.
No, that's fair.
Are you kidding me? No. It's like that guy carrying the ball for the Titans hitting in the head. No.
Oh, yeah. He's just Derrick Henry.
He's just Derrick Henry.
Everybody in his way.
Texas Murders here on text says, if any of you guys are looking for a PS5, I got 5 for sale. Was able to pick them up a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
I want to grab
Should
that number.
I go PS5 over the Xbox X?
Either one works. It's just a matter of which controller you like, I think.
Okay. Fair
PlayStation controller is the one, right? Are you a PlayStation guy or are you Xbox guy?
I'm an Xbox
Oh, you're
guy.
an Xbox guy.
Yeah, I went PS2, and then all my friends got the 360 when it came out, so I had to move over.
Yeah. No, we've all been there. Had to migrate. I've gone back and forth over the years. Both respectable, no question about it. But it is awesome to have the 2.0 out and about. I'm sure, Dawson, your plans are going to be filled on the sticks, potentially quite a bit.
Yes. No hours. Games this weekend. Frozen out once again. Picked up an L. We did get 2 practices in this week, though. And my plans that I told you about on Monday coming together quite nicely. I think we finally broken through in the passing game.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
That's outstanding. 631, biggest L. My dog destroyed my controller and headset, so the 2.0 is gonna have to be paused until we revamp on that one. Might have to wait till payday to go snag a new controller and headset. I'm sure that combo is not necessarily the cheapest thing in the world.
It's gonna set you back.
682 went 3 for 3 in their softball game last night. Congratulations. 817. Biggest L got COVID, but they did get the week off, so they're looking glass half full. That's the dub for this scenario. 214.
That's a stepped on COVID, right? That ain't the strong COVID. That's it's been weakened out in the streets. Yes, diluted.
I think you're kind
it
of
ain't got that stamp of approval on it anymore.
Are you kind of using that as an excuse to take a week off?
Maybe, man.
Are you still scaring people with that one?
Might call that a heady play.
Oh, I think I got COVID.
Yeah, because then immediately they're like, okay, stay away. Because you're not even asking to stay. You're like, I'd love to fight through this. How can I? And they're like, no, you have to. It's COVID. You got to get out of here.
COVID's like, COVID reminds me very much like when we used to use this one at the Cowboys. Jerry would like for us to do this. You know that, right? That was our line all the time. Jerry wants us to do this.
Normally, I wouldn't ask you, but
Steven really would like for us to see this one through right now. If you can get that done, and you're using that there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're playing the Jones card again. Okay, we see what you're doing. Yeah.
It's a smart move, man. It's a smart move.
Works.
Biggest L to Titans offensive coordinator Todd Downing, because his Tennessee Titans got the victory last night at Lambeau Field. And I guess it was probably a pretty ruckus flight home. The party flight home is always a fun one.
Give me the flight time on that one, by the way.
Well, I do know that the police arrested Downing on charges of driving under the influence and speeding.
Leaving the airport.
That was he got booked at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's getting home right about then.
It's getting home right there. Yeah. That's less than ideal right there. And
you can't be speeding if you've had a few coldies. You guys got to be aware. You got to be as safe as possible. Plus, you don't want to draw the attention. First of all, don't drink and drive. Boom.
Yeah.
But I know that's too much of an ask. Right? I've been there myself. Right. So if you ever find yourself in that situation, what are you doing speeding, bro?
Right.
You
it's
know
those
the
open
consequences.
highways. 3 o'clock in the morning, open highways. You're like, oh.
Next thing you know, you look down. You're like, no.
Yep.
Yeah.
88 miles an hour.
Yeah. It creeps up on you sometimes.
You're feeling invincible.
But I think the old adage is you just never break more than one law at a time.
Thank you.
If you're going to be the guy speeding, then you better be sober as Clint.
Damn right.
I'll tell you what,
be the guy that's drunk.
I'll tell you what, this is pretty impressive. This guy got that hammered. That's an hour and 40-minute flight.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, it's a
that's
UI,
why
not
I
a
asked
WI.
you. I'm like, how the hell did this guy get so
He must be a hard
drunk?
liquor guy. He's not a light beer guy.
Yeah, he's reaching down in the scouting bag and pulling out the bottle and just going straight from it.
I can relate to that. You know me, Eric. I am similar to him.
Yeah, you are.
But Bobby Belt.
But for the offensive,
That's true.
For the offensive coordinator, this feels like a tight ends coach, or this feels like maybe one of these support staff kind of coaches, not the OC. You know what I mean? Like, we should already be looking ahead to next week. We're game planning, bro.
Not him on the plane. He got 3 extra days off.
Not him. Yeah, not him. No, he was taking full damn advantage.
Oh, he was feeling so
Hour
good.
40. Let's see how drunk we can get.
He's like, you see what I did with Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
We pulled through 2 passes, 1 for a touchdown.
Hey, Mike, I'm on my 7th drink already. Give it up.
Waltrip, maybe he was playing FIFA shots.
Maybe he was playing FIFA shots on the plane. Gosh, that'll do it. That's how you get hammered in about an hour 40 right there.
That'll get the job done.
A shot for every goal?
Shot for every goal, shot for every post.
Oh.
And if you get a red card.
Ooh. Okay, that sounds
fun.
fun.
Can you get a red card in that game?
Dirty.
Oh, you can get a red card in that game.
We're
definitely.
just hacking people from behind?
Especially when they're
Slide
racist against
tackle.
my French-born players.
What?
Yeah, those refs in that game, very racist.
Oh, okay.
It's not cool. It's a huge problem.
Wasn't going to ask that, but all right.
940 biggest dub, middle school math teacher here, and it's finally Thanksgiving break.
Oh, yeah. They get a full week these days.
What the hell?
Yeah, we got 2
only
days
got
back in
Wednesday
the
through
day.
Friday.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Like in elementary and stuff?
In PISD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good
I
opportunity,
would
Gavin,
be
for you to say that teachers don't work
PISD.
very hard.
They do get a lot of time off, but the time they're working, they're under an inordinate amount of stress.
Oh, there we go.
Except for the kindergarten teachers. They're just doing it.
Well, screw you.
And they're also the hottest ones. The elementary school teachers were the babes.
They weren't
They were insane.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because they were the youngest.
Probably.
The
Is that
least,
what it was?
they gave them the least experience. They
Yeah.
say put them with the younger kids.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
No, it's
I don't know.
true.
It might be, bro.
I think it's because the middles.
throwing it out there.
There's too much trouble if you put them in high school. Some of those 26-year-old teachers.
Yeah, we've seen the mug shots for those gals.
Yes, we have.
And a lot of them are really
seen
very
the mug
attractive.
shots
My
for those
gosh.
gals. Yeah, they do.
We have.
They do make the circles.
They're always like really surprised look on their face, like, "Oh, we got
Wow.
caught."
I can't believe I wasn't supposed to do that.
Oh,
If you've been assigned to teach in a high school, you're lower than a 7.
You're crusty, is what you are.
That is a good rule of thumb right there.
And if you have a radio show, you're a 5.
I got a face for radio.
It's damn true.
And speaking of all this, we'll close it down. Big dub to our guy Tim in the 940, who says he is currently dating a smoking hot MILF. He is a legend.
Okay,
good
for you.
Congratulations.
Good job, Tim.
We're all
that's
He
a
teaches
huge dub
school.
right there.
Yeah.
Teaches high
You
school.
done it.
We're all living vicariously through you, Tim. We love you, brother.
Thank you. There it is. Biggest L, biggest W for Friday, 3:40 here in the nation. Do you want to play a game? Cowboys, Vikings, trivia. Winner gets a free day off next Wednesday. It's next in the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Absolute Beauty Solutions and what they can offer you right here. We're going into winter. I know the family's coming over. You want to look as slim and trim as possible. It is a game of $25,000 Pyramid Cowboys Vikings edition. Now, if you missed the Zach Wolchuk waxing, it happened in the 2 o'clock hour. You can go back and listen on the Odyssey app. You can watch on YouTube or Twitch. Started at 2:20, and it was a very popular segment. Seems like the ladies are going to be flocking towards Wolchuk even more. Might even be happening as we speak.
It's happening.
They are in the DMs, boys.
People are loving the new back, and maybe I should get it all waxed.
Okay.
All of his back.
Wow. We're going to have to get Melissa back in here?
Melissa, if you're listening, get back up here.
Wow. Has this opened up new avenues for you, Wolchuk?
All kinds of avenues.
All right.
No,
real,
I'm not
man.
doing that again. Are you
Biggest
kidding
dub.
me?
That's how you take an L and then you bounce back with the dub, because it looked like an L in real time, and now the DMs are showing this might be a quick turnaround dub situation.
Are you itchy? Are you itchy?
It is itching though.
A little bit. Yeah. I
And
think it'd be irritated skin for a couple.
Probably. And
Yeah.
Melissa did say make sure you just take a Benadryl before you go to sleep tonight to avoid the breakout.
And a vodka
Okay.
shot while you're at it.
You think so?
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, you're good at that. It is.
Yeah, you'll take some shots.
Man, yesterday was a blast, by the way, at Mexican Bar Company. Salute to everybody that came out and joined us.
God, was that
Speaking
food
of
good.
shots.
Gosh, I love that place.
Oh.
All right, this is going to be Lucius and I versus Wolchuk and Chiafalo. The winner gets a day off Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. Now, here is your host, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, the way this is going to roll out. Oh, I like this. I need like the stick mic, the big tie. And
Yeah.
so, what we have is 4 categories.
Okay.
And what we're going to do is, in the spirit of the game, is that you're going to pick one of these categories, and then one is going to give clues to the other.
Okay.
But you cannot use the word or part of the word.
Okay.
So you have to be able to give clues in a way that doesn't, like I say, doesn't use the word. But you have 30 seconds to go.
And then we're
through.
going to switch?
And then you're going to switch.
Okay, so I'll give some hints, and then Lucius will give some hints, and vice versa with Chiafalo and Wolchuk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Round. Whoever you decide. Like I say, I'll walk if Lucius wants to give clues first, I will walk his clues in first, and then we'll go from there. You have 30 seconds. There are five words on these pieces of paper, and we'll have to go through them and go from there.
All right. And what are the categories?
The categories are gobble gobble.
Okay.
Familiar.
Things that have to do with Vikings.
Okay.
All right.
How about those cows? And fan favorite.
Fan favorites. How about those cows?
Okay, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 5, and we'll determine who goes first.
Okay, a number between 1 and 5. You feeling lucky, Lucius?
That is my name, but no, I'm not.
All right.
Not at all. How about number 1?
All right.
Okay, Wolchuk.
What are we doing here?
He wasn't
Picking
listening.
a number between 1 and 5.
Back itching that bad right now?
3. It really is 3.
Good sign.
3 was the number.
Okay.
You want to go first, or you want to defer?
I think we should defer.
Okay.
Defer to the second half.
Okay.
Gavin,
We'll go first then. I'll take some clues here.
Yeah, fan favorite. How
Okay.
about those cows? Things that have to do with Vikings or gobble gobble?
Lucius, do you have any preference on which category you'd like to be guessing from or answering from?
Gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble. I
Gobble
like that.
gobble goes
Yeah,
across.
That's what I was
Okay.
thinking too. Now I can give as many hints and he can guess as many times, right?
Right. You could go, and you could also pass. You could also pass on if you go. Now you just have to give like one word hints, and again, you can't use.
I can do multiple word hints.
Yes, but
I can't use any
the-
parts of these words.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And I'm going to have 30 seconds to give these hints.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, and we have a total of 5 answers, so 6 seconds per answer. We should be good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
The clock will start.
Do you understand anything that's happening, Lucius?
I was for a second, then all of a sudden it started slip sliding.
Yeah.
It did. I looked down,
Okay.
and when I looked back up, I was lost.
Okay, I'm going to give you hints for 5 different answers inside 30 seconds. We're trying to get this done as quickly as possible.
You got it. The clock starts now.
It's where you take clothes and stuff when you want to give them to a place that's going to resell them.
Oh. Consignment?
Kind of, but it's not the Navy. It is the
Salvation Army.
You got it. Okay, what do you put in the turkey? To cook? You put it inside.
oven.
You jam it up in there? No, in the actual bird. Yeah.
Stuffing.
You got it. Okay. This guy, he fumbled the ball for the Cowboys when he was running in. He was a defensive player, and he was running in, and he was like, oh, man, it's Tank's favorite defensive lineman ever.
Leon Lett.
You got it.
Stop.
This guy did the video
That's
game.
it.
That's 30 seconds?
That's 30 seconds.
No, I'm calling
that
BS
goes
on that.
fast.
That
That
felt like 20
really
seconds.
fast.
They
to
got
me.
what? What'd y'all get? One right?
We got
three right.
Three right.
Oh, my man said one right, bro. What a troll.
Y'all got 3 for real?
3 right.
Damn, what a troll. What you get, like one right, bro?
All right. Lucius and Gavin with a 3.
Okay. All right. That's respectable.
That is very
That is respectable.
Very
Over
respect-
500.
Did you feel like that 30 seconds went fast?
Yeah. It
I
did.
felt like it flew by.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
I don't think that's a regulation clock.
My 30 seconds is definitely a lot longer than that. Believe me.
Oh, okay, bragger. Fan
I don't
favorite.
think that's what he was referring to.
I think he was. Fan favorite. How about those cows or things that have to do with Vikings?
Do you want to guess, Wolchuk? Or do you want me to guess?
I'll guess. You know
Okay.
me and the hints.
Okay. Yeah, you're not good at hinting. So,
So
then
you go with whichever one you feel better about giving hints to.
let's go. How about those cows?
How about those cows? Okay, let me walk over and hand it to you.
Great. We're going to be doing milking. How many of these things have nipples, Greg?
Don't do it in public. In your own car.
Yeah. Oh,
You
that's
get in
true.
trouble,
That guy got upset.
My kids is here.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me get my sheet here.
214 says no in hell
Your
that was 30
kids were
seconds.
up close and personal with the boob for like a year and a half, you know, just nursing.
Yeah.
They don't.
All right.
They don't mind the areolas. It's a human body.
Hers must have been big and disrespectful or something. Just like, oh my God, please, lady.
She's just flaunting. Put those away.
All right.
Daddy, why are you staring?
How about those cows?
Let's do this.
All right, Eric and Zach.
Are we ready? Wolchuk, you ready?
Ready.
Okay.
All right, the clock starts now.
Where is the Stockyards?
Fort Worth.
Boom. Former Dallas Cowboy, legendary pass rusher, needed him to win
DeMarcus
Super
Ware.
Bowls. No, before him.
Charles Haley.
Boom. We just talked about it. It comes out of the cow.
Nipples. Milk.
Yes. When you go to the restaurant, you better be at the end
of the table.
You when you're paying for the meal.
Tip.
Yes. And then what's on the helmet for the Cowboys?
Star.
That's
Yes.
it.
All right, in the nick of time.
Do you think you got it?
I think it did. I think it did.
You think you got it?
I think you got it in.
All right, man.
I was watching the clock.
Damn.
Did we get it in?
They got it in. All right.
You did.
We
Here, let me
always
run
get
those
it
to
in,
Lucius
baby.
real quick.
That's
You wanna
what
run
we
those to Lucius
do.
real
Yeah,
quick?
you
Yeah, you're
wanna
gonna have
run-
to run them to Lucius.
Oh, I
Yeah,
want
somebody's gonna have to.
No,
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I can't be
All right,
trusted
well,
with
here
that.
you go. Lucius.
I'm too competitive. Yeah, I'll cheat if I run him over. Yeah, I will.
All right, Lucius, which one, or guys, which one would you like? Fan favorite or things that Gavin would do to win this game? No.
Disgusting thing.
It's fan favorites or things that have to do with Vikings?
Yeah, fan favorite.
I think we want to go fan
or
favorites.
things that have to do
Yeah.
with Vikings. Would you want to do with what?
Fan favorites.
Fan favorites. Okay. Hey,
Is this going to be like a round of this current
I'm gonna
fan
take it
host?
around. I'll be right
What,
back.
you want me to
I'll be
hold
right-
something?
I'll be right back.
No, I'll go get it. I'll throw it over there. Okay.
No, Broadus
See,
is a speed demon.
The 214 has my back. He says, no way in hell that was 30 seconds on that first round.
No, I agree.
I was watching it. No, I was clock watching myself. You started at whatever time it was in 49 seconds, and it ended at 19 seconds in the next minute.
Okay.
So I was locked in on that.
I appreciate you having that.
I thought there was a
source.
little question about that last answer they gave myself. That's just me.
I was watching the clock for them too, and
was a buzzer
it
beater.
started at 13, and
was-
it, yeah,
it out of the fingers.
It was 100% a buzzer beater.
Thank you.
I was watching it here, right there. I was watching it real close. I wanted to hate.
Oh, by the way,
know
just
that
to give you an idea, the gobble gobble, the final two clues that you didn't get to or answers were John Madden and sweet potatoes.
Okay, and I can't say any words, right?
You can't. Yes, you cannot say the words that are on the sheet or part of the word.
Okay, cool.
So,
okay.
So Lucius has now got fan favorite in hand.
I'm not as good at guessing.
All right,
My,
Lucius.
my hints were too wordy, Lucius. That's my bad.
No,
My hint-
I'm trying to
looking
even
back
come
on
up
it.
with it, man. Come on, bro.
Okay.
All right, Lucius. The clock starts now.
It is a Halloween staple, orange, but it moves over to Thanksgiving.
The pumpkin?
Now what else about the
Pumpkin pie.
Hey,
there you go.
All right. Rangers Insider for the fan.
Jared Sandler?
Hey. Shoot.
You can pass.
You can pass.
Oh, food place that's right next to the station.
McDonald's. Old McDonald's.
Now, oh.
What?
Hang.
That one you actually did
Sorry.
get one right?
Yeah.
We got 3 right.
Got 3 right.
Wow, you guys are consistent,
Got
man.
3
Respect
right.
to
You
that.
guys are consistent, man.
Well, I fumbled on the categories too.
Forget
All right,
you, follow.
So it's 7-6, right? That's
I think it's 6 to 5.
Yeah, it's 6 to 5.
Mathematician.
No, you got 3 right.
Yeah.
You got 3 right.
But we've only gone
correct.
once. We got 5.
But that's what I'm saying. It's 7-6. They got oh no wait. What did I put down 7? It's
I
only
don't know.
5. It's
Yeah.
only 5. My
It's
bad.
only 5.
It's only 5.
We'll take the 7.
I wrote down 7 for some stupid reason.
You were
It's
thinking about
fine.
John Elway's teeth.
Yeah, mathematician.
Wait, who got 5?
We do.
They did.
It was,
Okay.
it was a crusty memory
It was
situation,
a bad,
not a math.
It was a bad
Yeah.
memory situation. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. The final.
They're high stepping now into the end zone.
The final category. Here you go. It is. It's things that have to do with Vikings.
See, this is where this was probably the toughest of the categories, right? I mean,
think so.
on the front end.
That was my thinking. But with you never know.
And with Walchuk's hint-giving reputation, I'm a bit nervous.
All right.
Hopefully it's as bad as mine.
Hey, bada, swing,
ready?
bada.
You ready? Ready to go?
Right here.
Here we go.
All right.
Right here.
Things that have to do with Vikings. Your clock starts now.
NFL players wear it on their heads.
Helmets.
Future Hall of Fame running back.
Adrian Peterson.
They would call this legendary. It's something that's worn in battle.
Chest.
Something that's
Chest
worn in
piece.
battle.
Armor.
Yes. What city is
Minneapolis?
Sure. This is something that you can
Times.
Okay.
All right, good job,
Something
guys.
we
4 out
can
of 5.
use.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, 4 out of 5. We'll take that. We'll take that.
Man, we're really happy for you.
I am wondering.
The last one, I'm trying. Well, because the thing is, I don't want to use the word.
Right. I was wondering where he was going when his last hint was something that you can use.
Yeah.
I was like,
and I
okay,
didn't want to
damn.
say it, so I was trying to save myself.
What was it? What's the answer to that
Ship with a P.
one? Ooh, okay.
Ship.
All right.
Okay, yeah, that'd be a tough one to pull off.
Vikings were on ships.
214. Gavin's team is getting screwed with this timer. I think Brian has one of those old school sand hourglasses that nobody knows how to monitor. Yeah, I think he's hand timing it like a crusty wood on the 40-yard dash.
I was actually using a sundial. I had my
just ballparking it.
I was ballparking, guessing it.
He's Bill Belichick at the combine, shoveling peanuts into his face, but still clocking with the thumb. Still clocking with the thumb.
Gavin was too wordy, but good hints. Yeah. Hey, you know,
What's the post game? Let's do the locker room post game.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, Gavin.
Yes.
Locker room post game.
Sure.
How'd you feel your clues were today?
You know, I came out and I felt like my head was in it. We'd done good prep, and my teammate was outstanding. But you know, I couldn't get the words out. I couldn't match him up as quickly. I would like a rematch. You know, I still believe in our team, and I think maybe down the road here we could get the best out of them. Just not our day. You know, it just didn't come together today.
Felt like an execution thing.
Lucius.
Yeah, it was execution. Had the right game plan.
Lucius, how did you feel the officials did today in the game?
What did we lose by a point?
You lost by what, 3?
A field goal.
Yeah, 9-6.
You were in the game. I mean, you were in the game.
It was really close.
How did you feel? How did you feel the officials executed their job today?
Well, you know, up until you asked me and said something, I thought we were losing by just 1 point. So, whole time I'm thinking we're in the game.
We're ready for round 3.
Yeah. What are we doing? Let's go.
It feels
4
like
categories here.
Bit of a moral victory for the guys.
Well, hopefully the Cowboys can bounce back coming up this weekend against Minnesota. Let me ask you this question here, guys, before we get to the break. Just a little mini topic here.
Yeah.
And this is a sample size alert from Marcus Mosher. Sam Williams is Pro Football Focus highest graded edge defender since week 4 with a 91.6. He's only played 85 snaps, but he's been incredibly productive. Now, Brian, last time we talked about Sam Williams, you said he can't stop the run for jack squat.
He was having some struggles there. He's a guy that is one of those get up the fields and make things happen. But when it comes to getting hook or having awareness, that seems to be a big problem for him right now.
Either way, though, isn't he a star? This is going to be amazing. This is our next big thing.
That's exactly right. And that's the thing about it. I mean, you got guys even, like Micah, that, when you start to talk about awareness, and, I asked Tank that question yesterday about crossface and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, it's a feel and things like that. But, Yeah, Sam will get that. Sam will get the The thing that bothers me is a guy like Armstrong and Basham and those guys that have played in a lot of games, and then all of a sudden they're getting hooked and reached and and cracked on and stuff, and not having awareness for that. So that's here we're asking a rookie to do it, and these veteran guys aren't doing it themselves.
Well, there's a huge opportunity. I feel like he's strong enough to stop the run.
He
right?
is. No, he
It's
is
just learning the techniques.
He's absolutely long enough and strong enough to play the run. Yeah.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is a fun football Friday. When we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Where are we going with that today, sir?
Happens to be Mickey Mouse's birthday.
Whoa.
So I've got the top 10 most famous cartoons of all time. Who's your favorite? Plus some Cowboys audio. Do they not have any ability to stop this offense? One guy doesn't think so. Next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to talk about my friends at D&M Leasing with you here real quick as we head into the weekend. I know the holidays are coming up, and you could use some money.
Heating or electrical repair. They never charge overtime, not on weekends, not on holidays. Give them a call, the Game Changer Special, 1-800-NEW-HEAT or A1air.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is with your top 10 at 420. Wolchuk.
Yeah, baby. We got the top 10 most iconic cartoon characters.
Johnny Quest.
In honor. Yeah, Johnny. You are a big Johnny Quest guy.
Love Johnny Quest.
I know you love Johnny Quest.
We will meet again, Dr. Quest.
Yes, sir. It is Mickey Mouse's birthday. Happy birthday to you. 877-881-1053. Text in your favorite cartoon characters. We got Mickey, Bugs, Bullwinkle, the Animaniacs, and the Jetsons and Scooby from the 682. So keep those coming. But I got some randos for you before we get into that. And we talked about this a couple of nights ago with Kevin Gray, KG, and we'll have the Get Right coming up from 7 to 9 as they lead into Boomer Esiason talking some NFL for you. And tonight it should be KG with guest. Maybe CA. No, it won't be CA because CA will be at the Mavs game. So,
Medford.
I hope it is Medford.
Might be Medford.
It's either Medford or Will Chambers. One of the two.
Yeah,
KG was on with KNC, so we know, or Reggie was on with KNC, so we know it's not going to be Reg.
I love the way you connect those dots.
Yep. So Kay Adams did indeed shoot her shot at Shams Charania. And now...
Are they going out?
They're not going out.
I mean, it sounds like the ball's in his court if he wants to be.
Yes.
He needs to go out with Kay Adams.
Well, so here's listen to the audio here. So Kay is so the way that she plays this,
amazing.
She's amazing, and she can't even, if you watch the video, she can't even really look at Shams when she says this. She's like looking away all bashfully. But let's hear Shams' reaction to this. And do we think that he's remotely interested, or does he just kind of power right through this like, nah, not my type? So here is Kay Adams shooting her shot with Shams Charania.
I knew what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Driving to Milwaukee, Indiana to cover games and like missing out on social life, missing out on school life. So
yeah. So when we have
that's
kids, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. When you have kids, are you going to encourage? I know, obviously, but you're going to encourage, like, just follow your dream, like that would be your.
Just get that Heisman. I'm not even thinking about kids. Get your ass in my face. I'm thinking about no damn kids sitting on that couch all juicy like that.
Yeah, you could definitely tell she was nervous, and now I know I hate him. But you know,
him or Dave McMenamin, who do you hate more?
I think he's got a shot. I don't mind Dave McMenamin.
Dude, no way.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's a good guy right there. He's a good reporter.
And McMenamin, Dawson must feel like if like anything McMenamin can do, Dawson can do. Mm-hmm. So if anything, that's just a confidence booster.
Well, in fact, anything McMenamin can do, Dawson can do better.
That's right. Malika Andrews, by the way, looking outstanding today on SportsCenter. If you didn't see her, she's working the French braids, the two French braids.
Yeah. Huge fan of the French braid.
Yeah,
big fan.
You and your niceness to Dave McMenamin.
Hey, you know that guy has definitely raised the bar for people that look exactly like us.
Yeah,
like if I hadn't already,
like
as I'm looking at the clock over there.
He's a
I outkicked
pioneer.
my coverage as well. You know, it's just something we do.
Mm-hmm.
with the pasty redheaded look.
Shout out to you, pasty redheads, man.
Yeah,
I love
like
you
missing out on
guys.
social life, missing out on school life. So
Yeah. So when we have
that's probably
kids,
the
I'm
biggest
kidding.
thing.
I'm totally kidding. When you
Yeah.
Oh.
No, he's just a professional reporter.
Call her back.
I'm not even thinking about kids. I mean, he really has powered right through it.
I do wonder if in real time he doesn't even register the way that because she just snuck it in there like when we have kids and he's like locked in, he's on television, so he's answering. He's not expecting that. I wonder if hindsight, like when he goes back and watches the tape, you feel like there's probably some in real time adjustments that he would like to have made. But it all happened so fast.
He was in her DMs before dinner that day. You know,
you would think.
He was driving home and he was like, you know what? I didn't realize what you had said, and I'm wondering what you're doing.
He definitely gave it a Heisman, bro.
I'm totally kidding. When you have kids, are you going to encourage? I know, obviously.
I'm just playing. She don't want to mess
Kay's got to just obviously, and then she's got to rephrase the question.
He's going back.
People are tweeting out like Kay Adams can't even look Shams in the eye, talking about she wants his kids.
He's saying, "Hey, thanks for having me on the show today. It was really sweet of you to do that, kind of thing."
What a damn alpha,
dude! He's an alpha. People are saying another reason why Shams is better than Woj.
Dude, Shams,
he's getting a lot of street cred right now.
What if this catapults Shams and he goes on some type of like Pete Davidson run?
Oh, I'm glad that you brought up Pete.
Well, because
the word is out that he's desirable.
Right, the word is out, and then it's like, and then the other girls are like, oh, if Kay Adams is down, then I should be down. You know, like this might open up
out there.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what, my new wax
clean
back,
up on aisle 3, clean up.
Speaking of Pete Davidson,
we're gonna need more mops.
Yeah,
we brought this up. He's having a little thing with Emily Ratajkowski now.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
this is Pete Davidson guy.
He's the rebounder.
He is the rebounder.
He's the Hollywood rebound guy. Another comedian was like that, Dane Cook or whatever. Remember, Dane Cook was hot for a moment, just like this, and he was the rebound guy. I was like, how is he pulling all these bras like that?
Is it funny? It's funny guys, right? Is that why these gals
funny guys that love their moms?
Yeah, and when you get a cosign from a primetime girl, all the other girls be like, "Hey, once you get the cosign, it's a wrap."
And he got Ariana Grande. He got the crazy one was Kate Beckinsale. That one just didn't make any sense.
No sense.
And then, but once he got Kim Kardashian, then it's like, okay, now the floodgates are open, and this dude is just pick of the litter, from Martha Stewart all the way to Emily Ratajkowski.
And essentially, Kim confirmed what we all said. I mean, she straight out, I want the BDE. She said, I want that energy. And
she
now
could
we
tell.
all know.
Yeah.
Well, she heard from the grapevine. But now Emily Ratajkowski went ahead and put on her TikTok that she wants multiple men. So is Pete now in the biggest challenge of his dating career?
He probably doesn't care.
Now she's about to cuck Pete.
Yeah,
I think. Well, maybe Pete's. I don't know. She's looking for multiple men.
That's where the run stops right here.
And Pete says, "I want multiple women."
Yeah.
Hell, if Ronaldo couldn't satisfy her, maybe it is going to take multiples.
Yeah. Ronaldo is also a bit of an issue right now with
aisle 7,
his situation, and Man U. But that's for another day. All right. Very quickly before we dive into the top 10, here's what Ryan Clark had to say this morning on Get Up about how in the world are the Cowboys going to stop Dalvin Cook in this offense.
How do you suggest they stop Dalvin Cook, though? Do you truly think you're going to put 8 men in the box when Kirk Cousins walks up to the line staring at Justin Jefferson? He don't look off ever. Kirk Cousins is staring at Justin Jefferson. They got safeties rolled over there. He snaps the ball. He don't even look at the snap, y'all, because he's staring at Justin Jefferson. And he throws it to him. And he's covered all the time because teams are doubling him. People are on top of his head. He had the greatest three-handed catch of all time on 4th and 18. And so what we're going to do if we're the Dallas Cowboys, who gives up boatloads of yards rushing, is we're going to throw 8 men in the box, and we're going to say, Kirk, with your 17 chains and you're not as hairy chest as I actually expected it to be on the plane, hand the ball off to Dalvin Cook. Hell no. This is a conundrum, and the Dallas Cowboys are in all heaps of trouble defensively. If they think they can stop the Minnesota Vikings, they better just score a whole lot of points, because you stack the box, 18 gonna get 200. You play with a light box, Dalvin Cook gonna get 200. I am interested to see what Dan Quinn does.
think we're all interested to see what Dan Quinn does. But the whole Kirk Cousins chest hair thing was a weird thing to throw in there.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Kirk Cousins had the same amount of chest hair that I thought he was going to have, by the way. He's not very manly at all. I could have told you that, and I'm a bare-chested man myself.
Are
so.
you? Dang it.
Yeah, I can spot guys who are in a similar situation. I feel like the Cowboys right now, we're judging them off their absolute low worst moments, which was off the Packers and the Bears, and they have had success throughout the year. Last year in the 49ers playoff game, they shut them down from running the ball in the second half. There have been plenty of games where good running teams, the Eagles, didn't have their way. I agree with what Stephen Jones told us an hour and a half ago. We have the guys to stop the run. It might be a little bit of a work in progress, but I haven't given up on them having some sort of success in any given week against the run. I don't think it's a lost cause. Do you guys?
No, I mean, the thing is, you don't have to be the steel curtain. I mean, you haven't really stopped the run that well most of the season, and you've gotten by, for the most part, just fine. So as long as you're not letting the floodgates open in a way that makes your defensive coordinator feels like he does have to do what Ryan Clark is suggesting, which is put all these guys in the box, and now you have the one-on-one, and now you're in a world of trouble. As long as you're just not getting totally dominated, then I think you're going to be fine.
They play one safety up more than I think everybody in the league, and they're 6-3. They've held half their opponents under 20, right? They have a formula for success. We're just judging them, I think, on their low moment of the year.
Yep. And if you do need to get that chest taken care of, you can go check out my girl, Melissa, at Flawless Skincare of Texas, because she did an excellent job on my back. All right, let's slide into the top 10. Top 10 most iconic cartoon characters of all time. Gentlemen, it is Mickey Mouse's birthday. The honorable mentions.
That's the most overrated cartoon ever, by the way.
You think so, Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
We've got Goofy as an honorable mention. Snoopy is an honorable mention. Didn't make the top 10.
Man, you got to watch that episode of Atlanta, The Origins of Goofy, when Disney had a black CEO. It's hilarious. It's all satire. It's not real, but it's hilarious, bro.
I love it.
Atlanta is such an amazing show.
Yeah.
And when they were in Amsterdam for those few episodes, holy hell, that was epic television. Number 11 is Bart Simpson, just on the outside.
Okay, so we are doing the adult-ish cartoons?
Yeah, all cartoons. All cartoons would satisfy. Betty Boop also was an honorable mention.
Hey, shout out to Betty Boop.
Mm-hmm. That's a good Halloween costume.
Beavis and Butthead had me in stitches for a good half decade.
They were fantastic.
They're back, by the way.
Yeah.
They're like responding to viral videos and new videos.
Okay.
Yeah, they're back.
All right. So we've updated it here. They're doing reaction videos.
There you go.
That sounds fun.
Watch me open this package, dude.
Dude. A Goofy movie is iconic.
Yes,
903.
100%.
It's a favorite. Number 10, we got Charlie Brown. We're getting into Charlie Brown season with Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
Growing up, I liked G.I. Joe a lot. The Gummy Bears on Disney, which was huge in the late 80s. Speed Racer.
Oh, geez.
Okay, that's going way back. Yeah.
Go Speed Racer.
Never find
And
the
then
planes in the Mach 5.
there was a Japanese cartoon that came over to the U.S. called Belle and Sebastian in like 1982, and I love that. It was a boy and his dog running around like the Swiss Alps.
Oh.
Yeah, it was cool.
I like that.
Those sound awesome, man.
They do sound dope.
I mean, we had some great cartoons.
I mean, I grew Thundercats. A lot of the
Thundercats was good.
Thundercats was good.
He-Man.
Yep, absolutely.
Robot Chicken.
Robot Chicken was great.
Family Guy.
Family Guy.
Simpsons, South Park.
Absolutely.
Boondocks.
Boondocks. Yes.
Tom and Jerry, because their beef was so real, it was always on site.
They're always, yeah.
Number 9 is Fred Flintstone from the Flintstones.
Okay.
Oh, he's terrific.
He was.
He's iconic.
Absolutely. Number 8, we got Daffy Duck.
Double D.
Your mom does a great Daffy Duck.
I feel like he'd be cussing, right? When he was young,
always.
he was cussing, right?
Always, yeah.
Him and the other duck.
Donald is number 7.
Yep.
They
both like to curse a lot.
Number 6 is Jerry from Tom and Jerry the Mouse.
Okay.
Gummy bears were drinking that syrup, so it's the 6
They sure were.
Boy, it would make
Were
them.
they really?
Yeah, it would make them like superhuman for about 30 seconds.
Hell yes, 214 Dragon Ball Z for sure.
Yeah, getting some Scooby Doo up in here, which is a really good.
Number 5, Scooby Doo.
Okay.
Zoinks.
Need all that. Oh yeah, Broadus does a little bit of a limited fake Shaggy.
Broadus' Shaggy is good.
Hey, Whoa, Scoob.
We got the Scooby snacks.
I like that Scrappy Doo too, though.
Yeah,
he was good.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo, Scrappy-Doo. Yeah.
Little Sandler.
They are great.
That Harlem Globetrotters episode is iconic of Scooby-Doo.
I remember that one.
Oh, man, that's the best episode.
Oh, look, it's the guy that runs the fair. You know, we pull off the mask.
Broadus is good at that.
Yeah, and it's like Phil Spector or something like that.
He does.
You meddling kids. Number 4, we got SpongeBob.
All right.
Number 3, Homer Simpson.
That SpongeBob movie was great. The first one, that was really great.
Number 2, Mickey Mouse.
Oh, waiter!
But number 1, the most iconic cartoon character of all time,
Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk. Every afternoon, 420 is top 10. We got Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst, joining us next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Cowboys do in Minnesota? We'll do star up, star down, your phone calls.
and post hole diggers, all for hundreds, even thousands of dollars below SLP. Hurry, these deals won't last.
Azim is a Tolo.
My name is Azim. I'm a Tolo because I love DFW, I love the sports here, and I love the station. We always have some great comedy, always great sports takes. My wife doesn't like it, but it's always on the station.
Attaboy. And you can always crash on RJ's couch. Thanks to him and all the Tolos for helping us grow this thing together. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to go behind enemy lines with Ben Lieber. Ben Lieber? Lieber?
Lieber.
Yeah,
Ben
Lieber. Former Vikings linebacker, member of Vikings Radio. And joining us now here on The Fan, former Cowboys quarterback, current radio analyst, it's Babe Laufenberg here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Nice to be on the afternoon show. And you know what's funny? When Zach and Eric were doing the night show, they would practically beg me to come on, you know? And then they got into they got into drive time, and I text them and say, "Hey, is there any way I can join you today?" And they said, "No, we're good. We're good."
No, it was awesome to see you yesterday at Mexican Bar Company, babe. And you know, if they're giving you any problems, you just come straight to me, buddy. We'll put you right on.
All right, deal.
These guys think they're going to go big time in people after a couple of months of afternoon drive. Yeah. Now, did you hear Wolchuk getting waxed in the 2 o'clock segment? He had his entire back waxed, babe. And you're a hairy guy yourself, so I was wondering if you'd ever experienced something like that.
Actually, I'm not a hairy guy, and I was in the car, and I just heard the tail end of it, and I was like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
So they actually did they actually waxed the back.
Yeah, I got the whole back done, babe. And, I'm smooth as a baby's bottom right now if you want to come rub it for me.
Well, you got some baby oil? We'll go to the beach
baby oil for you. You know I do.
You're going to the opposite of the beach. It's going to be like 5 degrees up there in Minnesota. Where does that rank as far as the Minnesota in the winter? Is that the worst place to go in NFL broadcasting with the weather?
Well, it's not because, of course, they have a dome, and they had the Metrodome, and now they're in whatever they're calling the building now. But so that's not bad at all. I actually texted Brad and Christy, and I said, "Hey guys," I said, "we're going to be outside for about 3 minutes," and I said, "We're going to be on a bus, a plane, a hotel room, or the stadium, an indoor stadium, for the other 24 hours. How should I dress?"
Yeah, I remember being up there for the Super Bowl and doing a week on Radio Row, and that's about the extent of the time that we spent outside as well. It was just all in the Mall of America.
Yeah, and the neat thing is, you've been up there, Minneapolis, they're ready for the cold. When you go downtown, if you're crossing the street, basically, in the downtown area, they have these covered bridges, basically. So you're covered the entire way. You can go from one side of the street to the other through these bridges that are covered. So they know it's cold up there.
Okay, babe, let's talk about the issues of this football team, though. Do you have hope for this Cowboys defense, or do you think they're going to get run all over for the rest of the season?
I mean, I do, because I think we saw them play, really great defensive football. Not good, great defensive football there for the, first 6-7 games, and then they've obviously had some issues the last couple of weeks with the run. Hey, Bill Parcells used to always say, just because you can identify the problem doesn't mean you can solve it. So we have identified that they have trouble stopping the run. Can you solve it? And then they're going to hit a whole bunch of backs here, as we well know, starting this Sunday with Dalvin Cook, and then you got Derrick Henry after, you got Saquon Barkley in 4 days. And, they're going to be tested, no question. But I do say this. I've always believed I'd rather I can defend the pass than defend the run, because the big plays come in the passing game. Typically, big runs don't happen. Now, I know Dalvin Cook had an 81-yarder last week. It was interesting because, he had over 100, but he had 81 on one play, and I think the other 13 carries netted about 28. So he was under 3 yards a carry for the others. But they all count, obviously. But again, if you told me you can stop the run or stop the pass, take your choice, I would say I want to defend the pass, because that's where the big plays come. And then, of course, that's where the points come.
Sure. I love you, Babe Laufenberg.
But let me just say this, though. when I say I'd rather defend the pass, I don't mean giving up 240 rushing a game.
Right. Yeah, and that's the issue with them right now is they're just getting gashed on the ground. But looking at this Minnesota offense, the issue is that they're pretty balanced. They can do both. I mean, how do you think Dan Quinn tries to defend them right now? I mean, do you just have Trayvon Diggs travel for the first time, maybe on Justin Jefferson, or what do you see? How do you see this playing out?
You know, they haven't shown that they really traveled him with guys, but be a heck of a matchup, wouldn't it? But they can hit you. Obviously, they picked up Hawkinson from Detroit, so the tight end. Now that's not going to be a deep threat on you, but he's caught about 15 balls in the 2 weeks that he's been there. You got Thielen on the other side. KJ Osborne, really an underneath guy, even though he has some speed. It's really been a lot of short passes to him. But it's the way you come in kind of to every game. I always say you got to play the game that's presented to you that day. And I think really game one was a great example of that. They were ready for Tampa Bay to throw the ball all over the place. Brady threw more passes than any quarterback in the NFL last year. So here they come in week one, and what does Tampa do? They put the ball on the ground. So you'll probably get a feel first couple of series. Obviously, those scripted first 15 plays are always a pretty good indication of how a team wants to attack you. But I don't see a team that can run the football coming in and doing anything other than saying, "Hey, we're going to see if you've got your run defense fixed." And Mike McCarthy has acknowledged it many times, saying, "Hey, if I was attacking us, I'd be running the ball."
What else is sticking out to you? It's obvious whenever you're talking about these matchups and hearing you on the pregame show, you do all your homework. What else do you think could determine the winner or loser of this game?
Well, what's funny is you look at Minnesota, and we all know the number and the stats, and they've won 7 straight games, 7 straight one-possession games, which is why they're underdogs to the Cowboys at home. But
do you think they're that good?
There's 2 ways of looking at it. No, but there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? And honestly, I won't know. We won't have a definitive answer until after the season ends. But on the one hand, you say they're lucky, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Buffalo was lucky. This was lucky. They're winning these close games. They've won 5 games when they're trailing in the fourth quarter. Cowboys are like 1-13 when they enter the fourth quarter trailing in the last 3 years since 20. They've won 1 game when they've trailed going into the fourth quarter. Vikings have won 5 this year. But now, so are they lucky? Or the flip side of that, are they a team that knows how to win close games? And I'll go back, Kansas City in 20. They won 7 straight, one-possession games, and they went to the Super Bowl. So on the one hand, every team that left the building, whichever one it was, be it Kansas City or wherever they were playing, said, "Oh, we had those guys. We had those guys." And there are teams like that. The Giants in 90, different team because they had O.J. Anderson, they're running the ball, playing defense, really the old school style. But they won so many one-possession games like that, and once you start winning those, I do believe you're very comfortable in those games, and you do know how to win those games. So, again, we'll get to the end of the season, and we'll either say, hey, the Vikings were really lucky that first half of the season, or B, you say, hey, that's a good team that learned how to win a lot of close games. Funny thing is they played 14 of their 17 last year, Minnesota, were one-possession games. The problem was they lost them all. And this year, they're winning them.
Babe, where are you on the evaluation of Dak Prescott now?
That's a good question. He needs to play better. And it's funny, we keep kind of waiting, saying, "Oh, well, he's this and he's a leader," and he is a leader. His leadership ability, is off the charts. He gets coaches to rally around him, players to rally around him, and all that. But now you got to go win. Troy Aikman next year would have won his last Super Bowl as a Cowboy. Right? That era, that run was over, and that would be Dak's year next year. So it's kind of time to start getting it going. You can make, I don't want to say excuses. I use the word reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been hurt. Last year, came back from the calf injury. Never quite got it going. Missed time this year. So eventually you got to say, okay, yeah, that happened and this happened, but we got to get moving here. So I think it's time for Dak to, I don't want to say take his game to the next level, but yeah, to be that guy. And then the other part is, hey, when his rookie year, he was 13-3. They threw the ball 40 times one time, and that was a game they lost to the Giants in the opener. So after that, it was a different style of football that they played. They ran it. I won't say they played defense because they really were keeping things away from their defense that year. But I think that's the way to approach it. You know, everybody, you can't think you've got Pat Mahomes on your hand, right? Every team can't think, well, we got Patrick Mahomes and we'll throw it 50 times. I mean, that's a different cat throwing the football there.
Yeah.
Brady, the same thing. So to a certain extent, you got to protect your quarterback. And so we'll see how that plays out going forward.
It's crazy to say, but I said it earlier in the week, and maybe I was emotional at the time, babe, but evaluate this. I feel like the Cowboys with the Cooper Rush game plan might have a better chance of winning with Cooper Rush than Dak with the Patrick Mahomes game plan.
I wouldn't go that far.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
It's about how the text received that when I threw that out there on Tuesday. I still believe it,
Is that
though.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I know there's this thought, well, look how they're winning with Cooper, but ultimately you're gonna be in these shootouts, and you want Dak Prescott in there. And don't misconstrue. I don't want people to misconstrue what I was kind of saying earlier about Dak. I'm a Dak believer. I really am. I think he's a good quarterback, but he's a very good quarterback. And now, you know, it's like Matt Stafford, right? He was 0-3 in playoff games in Detroit, and he put up big numbers, but he wasn't this guy. And then you go win a Super Bowl, and you just looked at differently. And I see Kirk Cousins the same way. Puts up great numbers. Great numbers. He's 59-59 as a starter. But of course, Eli Manning's going to the Hall of Fame here shortly.
Yes,
and he was 500 as a starter.
That's a great point. Babe,
I think. Go ahead.
We got to run. We're up against the clock. We thank you so much for joining us. And
my pleasure.
Let's do it again next week, man, if you're available.
Yep, sell some stuff.
There he goes. There he goes. Babe Laufenberg here with you on 105.3 The Fan. He'll be part of the pregame show and the play-by-play on the radio coming up on Sunday. All right, the Cowboys do win 30% of the time when Dak throws that Patrick Mahomes game plan of 40 times or more. That's 30%. Could Cooper Rush win 6 out of 17 games, 7 out of 17 games? Maybe we'll find out at a later date. In the meantime, it is time to go because we're going to get the 411 on the Packers. Ben Lieber, former Vikings linebacker, member of their radio team, will join us to tell you what you need to know about Minnesota coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic, though, before we do anything else. Men's T Clinic, the best place to go when you need to get your
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 4 of the nation here, and let's learn a little bit more about these Minnesota Vikings. Ben Lieber, former Vikings linebacker, member of Vikings Radio, joins you now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, evening, Ben. How the heck are you up there?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's a little chilly up here. It's going to get colder, so thankfully those Dallas Cowboys are going to be playing inside U.S. Bank Stadium because it is chilly.
Okay, so here in North Texas, I'd say chilly starts at about 62 degrees. What's chilly in Minnesota, Ben?
Well, I think that Saturday night we're going to be in the single digits for a low, and then we might be probably in the high teens, maybe low 20s for game day.
Okay, and does the chilliness start in the 20s, or does chilly start at 35 for you? Where would you say, oh, boy, I
chilly probably starts around 40 degrees. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
So, Ben,
so beyond chilly.
In your playing days, for a cold weather game, and you played with the Vikings and the Chargers as well, would you go sleeveless, or are you wearing sleeves for an outdoor, snow game?
Oh, no, I was a total meathead and a total idiot. I would go no sleeves. And, it's one of the great regrets I had about my playing career is nobody cares. Nobody looks back and says, oh, remember that time when you guys played in Cleveland and it was 20 below and you didn't wear sleeves? Nobody remembers that. I was just miserable. So I thought I was tough. I thought it looked cool. I thought somehow it was intimidating. No, I would say to my old self, just put the sleeves on, nobody cares, and stay warm.
Did you ever do the Ray Lewis or the Brian Dawkins, baby oil on the arms just to get that extra shine, look real fly out there?
Yes.
That's badass.
So there are some games where you just you felt like you got a good Friday bicep polish, and you just want to put a little extra Vaseline on for game day, and then, in the cold weather games, they do say they have I think they call it warm skin, and it is like a cream that you put on, and they claim that it's like wearing long sleeves, even though it maybe lasts for about 15 minutes and then you get cold again. But yeah, you put a little bit of that on, and it kind of shines up your biceps too.
So, Ben, how good are these Vikings? We look at the analytics; it says not good. And then we look obviously at the standings; it says very good, and the fourth quarter's been good. So, how good are they?
Yeah, I think this is in the new NFL, new sports world. This is all the analytic nerds. This is their worst nightmare. It's a lot of guys want to just. They want to look at the box score and be like, oh, well, percentage-wise, they're not very good because they're this, and that. And you just have to watch the games. And, yes, statistically, we're not an elite football team, but they are opportunistic. They seem to have another gear. They at the end of the first half, they just seem to, make the right plays. At the end of the game and in the fourth quarter, they seem to make the right calls. Guys execute better for some reason. You talk to a lot of the players, and even they can't figure it out. They're just hey, we don't know why that we play inconsistently. We don't know why that there are some lulls in this game, and then when we just have to make plays, guys just step up and make the plays. So, there's a little bit of magic to this season. I think that's great. That's fun.
How much more difficult is the offense to defend now with T.J. Hawkinson in there?
Oh, dramatically different. When his first game, when he was targeted 9 times and had 9 catches, I think 3 or 4 of them for first downs on third down, just big third down conversions. It was an immediate upgrade, and it added a whole nother dimension and layer to this offense. So we know that Justin's going to get double covered. We know that a lot of teams want to use safeties against him as a bracketed coverage unit, and by doing that, you are going to single up everybody else. And KJ Osborne has quickness to create separation. Adam Thielen is one of the most crafty route runners in the league. Maybe he doesn't have elite speed, but he knows how to get open. And then you get T.J. Hawkinson running the seam and finding those mismatches against linebackers and other safeties. It is a difficult task for any D coordinator to match up against these guys. And then what we've found, recently is we've talked about getting Dalvin Cook more involved in the passing game, but now putting him opposite the side of TJ Hawkinson is a whole nother layer to this offense.
Ben, if you're the Cowboys, and I know the Vikings are watching the tape and Kevin O'Connell and those group and they're like, damn, look at Green Bay run the ball on these guys. But Minnesota is not a team that is just built to, I don't mean built, but they really don't run the ball like you would think that they would. I mean, they're physical in the way they do it. What's going to be do you believe their plan of attack for going against this Dallas defense?
Well, Kevin has talked about, himself admittedly, maybe going away from the run sometimes too early, or as they go back and look at the game, they're like, oh boy, we just didn't have enough balance as much as we thought. As everybody self-scouts out of the bye week, they made an emphasis that following game to run the ball, and they did. And you could tell the offense just was a little bit more efficient. And then there was a game or two in between that it's just like they kind of get away from that. I think his tendency is to throw the ball. So I do think going into this game, outside of Dalvin's 81-yard run, touchdown run against the Bills, they did not do a very good job of committing to the run. And I think that they're going to go back and look at the film and say, all right, we can't get enamored by this big run that we had. We have to stick to the run game. We can't put all of this on the passing game and on Kirk Cousins' shoulder. So I think the idea is to be a little bit more of a 60-40 split as opposed to 80-20. So I would expect more Dalvin Cook on the ground this game.
Ben Lieber with us here on 105 through the Fan. Being a former linebacker, as you've prepped and getting ready for this Cowboys game, what stands out to you about the biggest weakness with this Cowboys run defense?
Putting Parsons off the ball in the middle of the box. I don't understand why they just don't have him on the edge the whole time. He's a terrific edge defender. He's lightning quick. He's got great instincts. But I think if you try to make him a true linebacker, I don't think that's his strength. So I think anytime you could take advantage of having him, off the ball in the run box, I think that's a time where you can run right at him. And look, I think the other second level defenders that you guys have are susceptible to some man coverage stuff. I think that we have the advantage when it comes to tight ends and running backs out of the backfield. So I think obviously they're gonna have some keys as well, and they think that there's some vulnerabilities to this defense. But if they can run the ball effectively, much like Green Bay did against you guys, and find a little bit of balance and keep your defense on their heels as opposed to on their toes, that could be a major win for the Vikes.
If you were Vikings linebacker Eric Kendricks on Sunday, who would you rather look across the field and see in the backfield for the Cowboys, Tony Pollard or Ezekiel Elliott?
I'd rather see Zeke. I think Zeke is really crafty the way that he can run. He's got great patience. He has a nice burst. But, I think in this league, finding these guys that can knife through defenses, break tackles with speed as opposed to power, those are the guys that I would fear more. And the ability to make you miss in the open field, I think Pollard has that more than Zeke does. So, to be honest, I hope they play Zeke a lot more. I think he's a little bit easier of a running back to defend.
It's former Vikings linebacker, current broadcaster Ben Lieber here with you on your home of the Cowboys. Where can Dallas get an edge against the Vikings defense most likely?
Patience throwing the football. The Vikings defense, they really want to just drop 7. They don't really like to blitz. They don't want to bring 5-man pressures. Now they're going to disguise some stuff. They're going to make some things really messy as far as the coverage reads, and they want to give this illusion that they're going to bring some pressure and some blitz. But at the end of the day, that's not really what they want to do. They want to rush 4 and drop 7, and they'll play a split safety, kind of a 2-high safety look. They roll a lot of combination coverages, but it all kind of looks the same. That being said, we are really susceptible to balls over the middle of the field. If you don't mind being patient and just taking small bites and chunks out of this defense in the passing game, especially between the hashes, you can get down in the red zone and you can put some points on the board. So, I think we have statistically the worst red zone scoring defense in the league. And they have all just been making their way through, missed opportunities for the offense, taking advantage of some things, being opportunistic. And like I said, you look at the stats and you'd think that this defense is not very good, but they get some sacks in key situations. They do a great job of taking the ball away. And as evidence of last week, Patrick Peterson uses his savviness to bait the quarterback into some bad throws.
Speaking of last week, how crazy was that game to be at and witness? I mean, I'm sure you were part of a lot in your playing days going back to college as well, but that had to be wild.
Well, I mean, I know that there's like a recency bias with all this stuff, but it's the greatest game I've ever witnessed in my life. Because I was there on the sidelines doing my job with the radio station here with the Minneapolis Miracle, and I watched Stephon Diggs catch that ball in the missed tackle and the celebration that ensued. And now that was bonkers for other reasons, but that was one play. Now this was, it was improbable the way that the Vikings won that game against Buffalo. I mean, to be down in the fourth quarter, to claw their way back, and then to have Josh Allen fumble coming out of the end, like what? Like the Justin Jefferson catch, I mean, 2 catches, really, the one to get him down to the 2-yard line, that was an incredible throw and catch, too. There was just so many plays and so much emotion that went up and down to where we really thought that, game's over, and, now we just got to prep for post-game and how do we handle a loss and stuff like this, and then the fumble in the end zone, and all of a sudden we're winning and we're leading, and then we play a really soft prevent defense to let them go down and tie the game up, and then the overtime. I mean, guys, it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Ben, thank you so much for your time. Have a great weekend up there. We appreciate your insights on this football team.
No problem, guys. Anytime.
There he goes. Ben Lieber. Thank you. Ben Lieber, former linebacker with the Minnesota Vikings, now a member of that broadcast team. To me, he just said something in there that's going to be really interesting to watch on Sunday. The Vikings love to show pressure. They love to show a loaded box and then drop. I think one of the problems for Dak and the Cowboys is they're audibling out of runs in these situations, and then everybody's dropping, and Dak's like, oh, maybe there isn't somebody open back there. We had Steven on in the 3 and asked him about the game plan against the Packers and why they passed it 46 times. He said the coaches would love to go back and make sure they ran more against Green Bay, but he alluded to the changes at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what you do about that, Brian. Do you do fake audibles? Do we got to just stick with the run more?
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is, these defensive coordinators so good, and these defenses just do a great job of disguising. And, maybe that's what Dak has to kind of get through his head right now is like, listen, they're going to show me this look, and I got to trust that they're probably going to bail out of this thing.
Is that what he was talking about when he was hurt? Like, I just got to keep it simple sometimes?
Yeah, I think it's, when you look at what maybe Cooper Rush was doing, the kills aren't always kills. It's like, I trust my guys up front that they're going to be able to block this, that we have enough bodies to do it. And, they make the back makes a guy miss. So, yeah, I think that, making it a little bit more of a simple game, I think says a lot.
Okay, Bobby Belt is not only our Cowboys insider, he's the newest full-time member of Sean and RJ, okay? And we'll talk Cowboys Vikings and his big move coming up next with our Cowboys Insider. Then it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Load up the phone lines. LA Live is right around the corner, but we're going to crack a few coldies and have some fun on a Friday next to the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
All right, Dawson back here with you. It is on at Diamonds Direct this weekend, their biggest and final store-wide.
Comes to selection, we always have more. Specs loves holidays and we do them quite well. But we won't house your in-laws. We're not a hotel. By the bottle or case, we'll cure your wine cravings. When you stock up at Specs, it's cheers to savings.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing. Oh, yeah.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3